competitors going into the game 3 here, the largest regional of all time. Liam Halliburton, yeah, come on. You got to rile them up a little bit early. Wow, that's a big crowd. You got to rile them up a little bit earlier. I want to rile up the crowd once or twice, you know, big treat. I feel like this is it's a great bonding moment, I think, for the casters, the crowd, and production, everybody, you know, in the back, as we are going to be seeing the fist bump heading into game number 3. And Tord having his ideal start as Liam Halliburton going to go first. There's that cornerstone. Come on. It's Tord Reklev, everybody.
The aura battle.
True.
Double Buddy Buddy Poffin in hand. Looking at the prize cards. Black Belt's training. There is, what, 2 copies? No, 1 copy in the list. So we're not going to see that, the Reversal Energy or a 1-1 ends Darmanitan line along with the Night Stretcher. These prizes are terrible for Liam. At least the Watchtower is in the deck.
Okay, well, you know what else is in the deck as well, Jeremy?
What?
Hourglass. So we could very well still see, we have the Petron EX active, so we know Liam's line of consistently using the Zoroark with the air balloon to get the free retreat, to be able to Blood Moon over and over again and bypass the effect of using Blood Moon Ursaluna's attack. So we got a line. Thing is, Tord also wasn't able to find that Bravery Charm to protect the Cornerstone Mask on his side here too, but I think that was just a pass on over. But Tord does have the precious trolley, Jeremy, and is he going to use it just for 1 Pokemon, or is he going to grab his Monkey Dory now?
Most likely Monkey Dory is going to hit the bench, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was just another Cornerstone. But again, we saw the difference in game 1 versus game 2, the power that you have of being able to just kind of cancel out the Adrenabrain from Liam with your own. And taking a look at the prize cards, Boss's Orders up at the top, couple energy. So the energy going to be the biggest thing. The Boss's Orders probably the second, but there's what, 4 in the list. It's bound to happen.
Very true here. Tord doing the deck check, and as we're going to check on his prizes in a matchup like this, as long as we have 2 Cornerstone, Mask, Ogerpon, and some fighting energy accessible, Tord's going to be pretty happy. But also, of course, a little bit of the nuance, right, of like, okay, do I have my Bravery Charms here? It is not just putting, as we saw from last game, right, it's not just putting forward this Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon, because we know Liam got sauce. He understands how to kind of work around the abilities here and find his own way through. But, I mean, Precious Trolley, yep, for 1 Pokemon.
As that Lily's in the hand, Bravery Charm onto the bench Cornerstone, and we're going to see Lily's for 8 cards from Tord here. 10 minutes left to go.
Oh boy. Are we going to finish in 10 minutes?
No.
Great.
Yeah.
So, Jeremy, walk me through what happens in Masters Finals when we run out of time, because there has to be a winner.
Yeah, no one is going to walk away from this table with a tie. It is going to come down to good old prize cards taken. If both players are at the same amount of prize cards, it then goes to whoever takes the first prize.
Technical Machine Evolution for Tord here would really be massive, because now we're really playing for that line here, but unfortunately does not find it here. Has a Monkey Dory though, and a Penny as well, and if he wants to play very defensively, could consider that down the line too. But here we go, on over to Liam's turn. He's got an End Zoroark EX. We can start sifting through the deck here. What are we looking for?
Got the Power Glass,
Dark
the energy. And it is actually unfortunate that Liam discarded that Ends Darumaka with the 1-1 line in the prize cards. So if he decides to go for that kind of same route again, we'll be forced to use one of those recovery cards in Night Stretcher. Buddy Buddy Poffin fetching out the remaining Ends Zorua in the deck. He sees another Zoroark EX available to him as well. So this is an energy to the active, a technical machine evolution, and both Ends Zoroark are getting evolved on the bench.
Back on over to Tord here. Didn't have too much in the hand last I remember. For a card that gives you 8 right? Lily's determination. Best supporter come out of Mega Evolution. We haven't really seen it pay off too much. Tord has been whiffing a couple energy here and there. Hasn't been all magic for him here coming up, but the draw for turn will tell us differently here. Just another Monkey Dory. He does have a mist energy to attach as well here, but obviously he wants to start accelerating, starting to use Demolish here, getting things going.
I mean, if Liam were to somehow have a chance, it would be having Tord have a hand like this. Penny, boss, a bunch of Pokemon you don't really want, couple energy, just the energy to the active and pass the turn back to Liam. Now has access to multiple trades. 2 down, does find the reversal, discards that, ends Zoroark EX, finds the Watchtower, has a Buddy Buddy Poffin, but that has simply no use anymore.
Has to think about what to do.
Petrant the Zoroark into the active with the Air Balloon, retreat to the other one, and pass the turn back to Tord. What does he draw? Yveltal, that's not going to help.
Has the dark energy. Yveltal going to the front of Tord's hand here. Could get a little bit creative here, but I think Tord just wants to start at least stacking the damage on Liam's side of the board here. So Tord really considering it, will potentially just be the Demolish here.
With the amount of time left, I would be shocked that Tord benches any other Pokemon.
All right, hold on, Jeremy. I mean, Blood Moon Ursaluna came into the hand, and the Team Rocket's Watchtowers in the hand as well here. Liam moving pretty quickly.
Just to pass the turn back. Really, Liam's hope is that Tord is forced to bench something like a Monkey Dory. And that way, when time is called, Liam can just boss his orders. And Night Joker, copy something like that, ends Reshiram EX, or ends Reshiram and take the knockout. Finally, Tord draws into an Arven that is going to find that Turbo Energize to get that benched Cornerstone powered up, along with a Pokegear to hopefully find a good supporter on the following turn. And now Tord also has just the ability to Demolish, and then if Liam doesn't find the Monkey Dory Dark Energy, you can boss his orders, Demolish, and then take those 2 prizes again. I think we're going to see that more towards when time is called, because I honestly don't think either of these players are going to take a prize before the 6 minutes are up.
It's that big word that we've been talking about all weekend, Jeremy.
Demolish?
It starts with the D. Discipline, right? Discipline we're talking about here, right? Tord not choosing not to use Demolish last turn, but instead just playing the board as it kind of lies here. But it's 2 Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon versus Liam's plethora of a hand right now. Jeremy, entertain the thought for me here. Does Liam at least bench the Blood Moon Ursaluna and start just manual attaching to it?
Maybe.
Okay.
Liam didn't last turn. I don't think I see a reason for it this turn. Again, I think once time starts dwindling down a little bit, then we might see Liam make more of an effort to be able to do that. But again, if Liam benches down the Monkey Dory and then tries to start moving poison damage around, Tord has a boss's orders, takes that knockout, and that's game over. Granted, this is all with time running out.
6 prize cards in 4.5 minutes?
No, just take a prize.
Oh yeah. We have to come to come to terms that is we are going to go into. I don't know if I've ever seen kind of a finals like this where it's going to go into well over overtime.
Listen, if you've been around as long as I have,
Jeremy, you keep calling yourself old. I'm not even doing it to you.
4 minutes.
Liam passes the turn back to Tord. Both Cornerstone are just 1 energy away from being powered up. Tord has been very patient in not using that Demolish. Passes the turn back yet again, under 4 minutes to go. Liam moving that Blood Moon Ursaluna to the top of his hand, has that reversal energy, attaches it to it.
It's really just not as simple as Tord is, you know, set up with these Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon, and that's really it, right? There is a very real looming threat of this Blood Moon Ursaluna here, and we see one Bravery Charm for Tord already down. We need to find another one, and if Tord is able to get a Monkey Dory going, that is definitely a way that he could lose this final. It is very possible that Tord could lose in the position that he's in. It's just a weird line in how both of these players are going to be able to do this.
Yeah, Liam can kind of hide the Zoroarks that get damaged by Demolish with that subjugating chains and then retreat into a different one. But again, that just all depends on if Tord even has boss's orders to really chase those.
Lively Stadium's the draw for turn here. Do see, we have a lot of outs to energy in this hand, that being the Earthen Vessel here.
Two of them.
Yeah, pretty good, right? I think Tord wishes he had this hand quite some time ago, because we saw Lily's Determination come up not too great for Tord a couple times now.
Honestly, with Tord passing this whole time, I don't think it would have mattered.
It's very fair.
What a finals. What a crowd.
This is...
Woo!
Were you doing that just to make sure the crowd was
Yeah, I was waking them up.
We are crowning a champion. That is definitely one thing that we are doing. You know, the crowd's got to be loud for however this ends, because it's definitely not, like I said just a couple seconds ago, it's definitely not as black and white as, you know, this is going to happen and then one player is just clearly an advantage. It is going to be down to, you know, the last turn here for both players.
Tord playing that Lily's Determination. 8 brand new cards going to the hand. Do you think this is the turn Tord demolishes?
I mean, he attached the Technical Machine Turbo Energize. I'm highly doubting he's going to use it, but more so saying I don't want to redraw into it. The time for it has passed. Monkey Dory in the hand after the Lily's Determination, but...
We hit 1 minute left in our finals.
I mean, I think if... Now, here's the thing. I'm no Tord Reklev, right? But I do know one thing, and there has to be a prize card that gets taken soon. So, is it finally going to be demolished? It's time. Tord going to be the first to kind of attack here.
The crowd goes wild. 140 damage on that active ends Zoroark EX. Yes. Liam has the Professor Turo's scenario in hand, could prolong this board state a little bit more. Another energy on that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX on the bench.
I think if Liam wants to play defense, I think he's going to Professor Turo scenario, the very damaged Blood Moon, or excuse me, and Zoroark EX here.
All right, let's see, take a look through the deck. There's still 3 energy left. That's just enough to power up this Blood Moon Ursaluna EX again. Shuffling up.
I think if Liam wants to play passively here, it is gonna have to be the Professor Turo scenario.
We are now in overtime. Turn 0. Liam Halliburton. Again, if no prize card is taken by either player on these final 2 turns, it then just continues until someone takes a prize card.
Wow.
I'm not even sure what happens after the 9 minutes passes. Do both players lose?
It's a secret ending, actually, Jeremy.
I'm used to a secret box, not a secret ending.
Like the one that Liam just was able to draw off of the trade here.
Nice.
Could he be going for the Watchtower Blood Moon?
I mean,
he's looking to use it. Oh, Watchtower's already in hand.
Grabs the Power Glass. Already having attached energy for turn, though. That means you're going to have 3 going into your next turn. It's not going to be enough. There's no energy switch in the list.
I don't have a good view on Tord's hand right now.
Well, he has it set face down.
Okay, thank you, Jeremy. I don't know if Tord has drawn into Boss's Orders or if he has a. I mean, he does.
Boss's Orders Pokegear.
He does have Boss's Order in hand, so I think our option right now is Professor Turo's Scenario, this damaged Zoroark EX.
If Liam doesn't, that is it for the finals here.
Power Glass onto Blood Moon Ursaluna here. I really think it's going to be the Professor Turo Scenario. The damage, yeah, the damage and Zoroark EX, taking away that win condition for Tord here, moving up the Pecharunt EX, using the energy cost to retreat there, and now we are going to be seeing the Power Glass into the active here.
Passing the turn, gets to attach an energy to the active Blood Moon. But again, Blood Moon takes 5 to attack, especially because Tord hasn't taken any prizes.
No.
Season skill's not active. Pass the turn back. Power Glass attaches the 3rd energy. It is now Tord's turn. No way to take a prize card this turn, so it's going to guarantee Liam another turn at least.
I could have never guessed that this was the way that the tournament was going to end. Really.
Oh, with 75 minutes in top 4 and then over 75 minutes in finals?
Going into what will definitely be turn 2 in finals.
Old time rules are back, everyone.
Oh, the crowd seemed to like that one. Still, though, I mean, I think Liam is making a great case for the play here. And once again, I think Tord might need something along the lines of using Iono, putting down Lively Stadium, and then hoping that Liam can't trade into the Watchtower, finding the Bravery Charm Lively Stadium, so then Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon gets a big health buff there.
7 cards for this Pokegear. What supporter is Tord looking for? How about 3 pennies?
Well, he finds all 3 of them.
I heard those are in a shortage nowadays.
Penny
Liam shaking his head, seeing that penny.
I'm just thinking, right, we pennied this turn on Tord's side, and then really what has the Iono in hand already. Penny, the active Cornerstone, having the Bravery Charm Cornerstone come up into the active here. A missed energy, and now Tord has a very well-powered Cornerstone using Demolish here. Liam, Professor Turo's Scenario used. There's only 1 in the deck. Does have a Pal Pad? Or was that traded away? Well, there it is.
Professor Turo's Scenario getting shuffled into the deck. There's 3 energy on this Blood Moon Ursaluna. Looking at the list, there's no way to power it up in 1 turn.
It's even just such a liability to put down Monkey Dory for Tord. It's really just this 1 Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon. And even if he were to reestablish a second one, the energy, like the acceleration time you would need, you can't put down a fresh one. You only have access to 1 Bravery Charm here. It's actually going to be the Iono that's going to be played.
Yeah, you have to Iono Tord and hope that the deck with 4 Boss's Orders does not draw into a Boss's Orders. towards showing he had the one in hand. Both players are getting 6 cards for this game 3. Next prize wins 140 damage on that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX.
Make it exciting. Tord not going to show us what he drew off of the Iono, retreating to the End Zoroark EX. And at End's Castle, that does have free retreat here.
Flip over the cards one by one, Tord, come on.
7 cards. It is intense. Penny, Lively Stadium, Iono, every supporter but the one you want. Double Lively Stadium, Energy Switch.
Oh my
the last
Lord,
card is
Pokegear.
Hold on, the energy in the room has excelled here. 14 cards Tord is going to see. Can he find the boss's orders right here, right now, to get the retribution from Frankfurt? To
Boss's orders from the Pokegear. And just like that, Tord Reklev punches his ticket to the World Championship with a deck that he created. Wouldn't have it any other way. What a finals that ended up turning into, Emily. The crowd going insane. I think this is one of the biggest crowds we've had for a while.
Champions in the making. We are coming to you live from the Stuttgart Messe here in beautiful Baden-Württemberg in Germany. We may be in the birthplace of the petrol car, but don't be driving off in your rev room just yet, otherwise you will be missing all of the action here at the Stuttgart Regional Championships. We are almost halfway through the season at this point. We're getting close to the halfway point. There's been, we've had our first internationals of the season already, but we're back here in Europe to sort of kick things off again for our European competitive season. I'm Freya Pierce, and I'm joined by my lovely co-casters, Ben, Alex, and Ross. How y'all doing?
I'm doing very well. The festive season is here. I get to wear a jumper with Pikachu tangled up in lights. It's cold outside, but we're going to be warmed today by the phantasmal flames that have appeared. New set, legal this weekend. And you know what I like more than a new set weekend?
What?
Very little.
Understandable. Although I've got to say, what happened?
I'm just too cool.
Just
I'm
too cool for school?
We try and make sure we're here to put on a great show for everyone who's watching and tuning in as well, because like Ross has already said, there's so much to be looking out for this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely, for our wonderful festive season regionals. Now, it's not just today's regionals we have to look forward to, of course. There are many, many more to come over the course of, like we just mentioned, almost halfway through the season right now. Plenty more to come. Ross, why don't you talk us through?
So look, we got a few grayed out events. We've had them. They were fun. We had a wonderful time. They are in the past. What we're looking forward to, we got Stuttgart here, and then our tour of Clock Towers continues. After this weekend, we have a double bill over in the UK with Birmingham Regional and the European Internationals in London, which is very exciting. We've then got a couple of new spots on the horizon. We've got Seville. We've got Prague, where we've not been for a while for a major event. We got Utrecht, the old favorite. We've got Turin taking over from Bologna as our Italian major event this season. And then, of course, we finish off with the big ones. North American Internationals in New Orleans for, I believe, the third year running. And then San Francisco. An event so big, it is now two events. Pokemon XP and the Pokemon World Championships in San Francisco, California in August. And that's where we all want to be, one way or another. Every Pokemon fan wants to be there. Might I suggest, just win this regional and you'll get an invite.
Easy.
Yeah, and if you're not at this regional, you can perhaps register to compete at a future event and earn your invite that way. So go ahead to arcade9.gg/events/Pokemon. You can see all the upcoming regional champions that we have. Sign up for one yourself, and you can get yourself those championship points to maybe get yourself an invite to wonderful San Francisco and the World Championships. Or you can also just come and spectate and have a good time. You can do either or. Speaking of which, there's been some changes to the tournament structure compared to how we've had things in the last few seasons, haven't there?
Yeah, so there have been some changes to what our regular schedule was, or structure was, from our previous tournaments. We've changed from a day 1 and day 2 structure to a phase 1 and phase 2. In phase 1, our competitors here will be playing a round less, so they'll be playing 8 rounds altogether, with the magic requirement of 5-2-1 to progress yourself to phase 2. And Ross, as you quite rightly pointed out to me yesterday, there will be 1 round of phase 2 played today, so do not go anywhere if you do make that magic record.
Yeah. Check on your friends. If your friends make phase 2, make sure they stay for the first round today.
Do not leave. Do not leave.
And don't forget the end of round update that we've got now as well, with the 1 additional full turn at once time has been called, rather than what we used to have as well. So that's another thing that we're going to have to be keeping an eye out for across all our feature matches, and all of our players be watching as well.
I think important on that, something that might affect gameplay, right? You know, a lot of players might start to pick up the pace a little bit more, try and maybe avoid or mitigate the chance of reaching those final turns.
Yeah. Now, it's a lot of effort to do well at a Pokemon tournament, right? Like, there's so many rounds and so many competitive players to go through. I mean, there's got to be some kind of payoff for doing all that, right? And one of those payoffs is, of course, championship points, Ross.
Yeah, championship points, that's what we're all playing for. Your goal is to hit that number on the very right-hand side of the screen if you're in the Masters division. Nowadays, we have the top X number of players in each region, in each age division, who get their invite to the World Championships. So this weekend, you win, you get your automatic invite, you get 350 championship points as well. But then it filters down, as you can see in that table there on the left. We've then got that top 135 for Masters in North America and Europe. And what they do is, over at Pokemon head office, they print out the list of all of the players and their championship points. They get a giant ruler, a big thick pen, and they draw a line under player 135. If you're above that line, you get your invite, although direct invites are given out for, say, winning a regional or getting top 4 at an internationals. Every direct invite earned by a player in your region, up to 1 per person, will move that line down by 1 spot.
It ups the ante, doesn't it? Because, you know, where before our structure was, you know, you'd have a championship point requirement. Now it's a placement, and it just ramps up that competition even more so.
Yeah. And of course, it's not just about points. There is also some pretty hefty cash prizing on the line as well for our players this weekend.
Yeah, certainly hefty. I mean, what we're all vying for is not only those direct invitations to the World Championships, but there is a lot on the line. I mean, just look at that Masters prizing there for first place, second place, and it trickles down as well. But don't even forget, the juniors and the seniors are also battling it out for fantastic prizes as well. And just like those championship points, those booster packs, those booster boxes that often you're trying to earn, and I know Ross is one who's always so enthusiastic about opening as many booster packs as possible, but it trickles down all the way to sometimes top 128, top 256, depending on the number of players we have at one of these large tournaments.
Yeah, forget the cash. I'm just all about the boosters. Just give me some packs and I'm happy.
Yeah. I got to be honest, so just recently myself, I managed to achieve top 256 at Gdansk Regionals. I got 18 booster packs for my efforts there, and might be the most insane 18 booster packs I've ever opened. It was Mega Evolution. I got a gold Mega Lucario EX and a special illustration rare Gardevoir EX. Maybe the most insane 18 packs of my life.
Yeah, but what did you pull other than them?
I mean, Mega Lucario full art, I guess, was kind of cool, you know.
I do like Mega Lucario, to be fair.
But of course, top 256 is one thing, but everyone's going to be vying for that champion spot. That's really what it's all about. As you already mentioned, Ross, if you win a regionals, you get a direct invite to the World Championships, and these three players, they've already done it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, all three of these players have hit the peak of one of these regional championships already, earning themselves a direct invitation. Rune at Frankfurt, Alexander in Lille, and then, of course, Daniel Magda most recently at the Gdansk Regional Championships that we've had here in the EU. One of the coolest things that we've seen is also they're all very, quite new Masters as well. They're sort of either the first or second year. So Daniel Magda, for example, is a second-year Masters. It's just showcasing how great he was as a senior, and then also progressing into the Masters division, still showcasing just how great of a player he is.
And there's something so wonderful about winning a regional, getting that direct invite, I imagine, because then you can just sit there for the rest of the season, play what events you like. You don't have to stress about doing well, getting your invite's locked in, and you can just have a bit of a more relaxed attitude towards things. Or can you?
I mean, Daniel's one, for example, prior to Gdansk was playing the deck that was his favorite Pokemon, Cynthia's Garchomp EX, and then he was literally told, play a good deck. And he ended up winning Gdansk with it. So maybe, and now he can play it a bit more. Maybe
go back to Cynthia's Garchomp.
What's the connection here? Good deck, good placements? I don't know.
Yeah, crazy idea, never going to catch on. But our most recent regionals, of course, it wasn't in Gdansk, it was over in Las Vegas. Absolutely huge regionals. Maybe one of the biggest turnout for a regionals we've ever had. And the deck spread, I mean, speaking of good decks, I mean, there's Goldengo right there, top spot.
Yeah, some great representation of, you know, how much variance there is in the format. You know, these are the regular players that we see time and time again in our major events. But yeah, Goldengo still taking that top spot. And then, yeah, like I said, Dragapult, Gardevoir, Charizard, and well, the two Gardevoir variants in Ceruledge. These are the decks that you will see time and time again on the top tables.
Yeah, and I think it's very telling as well if we're talking about how Mega Evolution has overall impacted the game. I think this package of Lunatone and Solrock, we see it in the number 1 and number 5, you know, amount of decks. This 2-card package is insanely strong.
I mean, I was shouting pretty loudly that this was, as far as I'm concerned, the best thing to come out of the Mega Evolution expansion. That Mega Evolution base set, it brought us Solrock and Lunatone. You got Lunatone, which gives a draw engine to fighting decks, which is something they have traditionally been missing. And then also brings up Solrock, which is a really nice attacker, does 70 damage, which, you know, takes out things like your evolving basic support Pokemon. But of course, I talk about it being so great in fighting decks. Goldengo is not a fighting Pokemon, and Ceruledge is not a fighting Pokemon. That's how good and adaptive this package is.
You know, who would have thought Goldengo needed more cards in hand? And, you know, it's not necessarily for that Lunar Cycle ability, but of course it gives the players the opportunity to have that single prize board state, which is why it's taken it over the threshold, I think.
Yeah, it's both. I mean, Goldengo could do a single prize board state just with Gimmighoul before, but now he can do it whilst also doing, yeah, the small bits of 70 damage, KOing these evolving basics that the decks play. That combined with the Lunar Cycle draw, you know, getting more cards in, setting up the discard pile, and then retrieving all those energies for big one-hit knockouts, there's a reason why it's the top dog right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, but also don't forget some of the old favorites that were just there in second and third and kind of fourth place at the same time. The Dragapult EXs are still there. The Gardevoirs are still there. You mentioned the biggest thing that came out of Mega Evolution set, well, it's not the biggest thing, is it? Because fourth on that list was Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan, which are arguably much, much bigger.
Well, if you're talking pure size, I'm with you there. Those Mega Pokemon, they're pretty chunky. It really depends on how you look at it, but you're absolutely right. And we see there was a top 8 finish from Tord Reklev and a top 8 finish from Ryuki Okada, who actually won a regional in Germany last year in Dortmund with us, as well as winning EUIC. So, yeah, that's pretty impressive. That new deck, it's a pretty big deal.
And it's an interesting contrast, right? Because we were just talking about how Goldengo is the top dog, especially in terms of converting into phase 2. Only one in top 8, though. We're being piloted by Nicholas Moffat.
Yeah, I mean, I think in the asymmetric top cut, there were a couple of more as well, but we obviously get a chance to feature the top 8 decks here. And this is, as we kind of showcase, Ryuki's already won a regional this season with that Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan EX deck. But again, there's just look at some of the names that are in this top 8. You've got Henry Chow, winner of multiple regionals last season. Aban Ahmed, who went on or still is on pretty much an incredible sort of season thus far, winning regionals already, 2 finalist positions, so 3 finals that he's had back-to-back. And then, of course, just some of the other names. Regional champion in Liam Halliburton and, of course, Tord Reklev in the top left there.
And of course, by the time we got to the final, I mean, you just mentioned Liam, made it to the finals again, but this time falling at the final hurdle to arguably one of the greatest to ever do it, Tord Reklev, piloting the deck that he piloted himself, this Mega Kangaskhan, Mega Absol, Mega Toolbox Control-ish deck.
I mean, it was an incredible deck. We saw it come sort of up and down, peaks and troughs through the last few tournaments. But yes, he came back to this tournament in Las Vegas, ended up taking down the final against Liam, who didn't really have much of an out because of that cornerstone Ogerpon EX that Tor was playing. As you can see, both of them already also on another graphic that we've got in front of you guys. But Liam actually found this kind of 5% chance of winning in game 2. And I mean, it was just incredible to watch. You saw Tor kind of sitting back in game 1. It was easy. He got his cornerstone Ogerpon EXs out. Game 2, all of a sudden, he had to take another look at and just suddenly see, actually, I could lose this. So
hold on a minute.
He sat forward.
It was so good
like,
to watch.
I cannot let this happen.
It was so good to watch. If you get a chance, definitely watch it back, because Tord just completely had to lock in and go, ooh, hang on a minute, I can lose.
I mean, I believe that just before we started off, there was a little bit of a clip showing the end of that match, and you saw like a little bit of that there. But there was also, we talked about it a bit already, we just had our first international championships of the season, the last event before Phantasmal Flames became legal. So, you know, the last kind of major event in the sort of Mega Evolution as the last legal set format, and some very interesting developments happened in LAIC.
LAIC was a fun event. It's the first international of the year, so that's when PE players really bring their A game. And one thing that stands out to me, yes, we got Golden Go at number 1, Dragon Ball at number 2, Charizard, Gardevoir, but it's that Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan deck. It has been growing in popularity. It has been snowballing since it first came out. To see it as the 3rd most played deck, 180 players, and as we kind of get into day 2 and all in a minute, I need to point out, if you look at the results of LAIC, Japanese players are really tending strongly towards that deck. We saw Ryuki Okada with a top 4 finish in Las Vegas playing the deck. So plenty of European players there, but I'm seeing that, you know, when Japanese players are coming over to events like LAIC, if you look at the top kind of 32 of that event, there is a little bit of a pattern. And oh, look, it's the number 2 deck in phase 2.
Yeah.
Absolutely phenomenal stuff. Another very kind of interesting thing to point out is, I believe, both in Gdansk and at Las Vegas, Ceruledge was there in phase 1 as like the 5th most placed deck. Where is Ceruledge now? It's just completely fallen off.
Just completely gets wiped out. I think for the players that want to go for that aggressive archetype, they're more tending to go to that Golden Go. I think for the Mega Absol, though, I just want to touch upon it. I never saw this deck over 5% representation. I would have never guessed it, but I think the only explanation I can have is, like you said, Ross, there's more exposure to the deck.
Yes.
There's more questions being answered as to why this deck is good, how does it play, how does it relate to the other decks in the format, and what is this matchup spread? And that's why you can see, you know, it edging more and more in that popularity space.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, Alex, I mean, you've been playing a few of the past few events yourself, right? So, what's your insight into the emerging popularity of Mega Absol as an archetype and Mega Kangaskhan?
Well, I guess it's one of those decks, as we've already mentioned. Tord was able to popularize it. Heading into Milwaukee, obviously, there was a whole furore on the online sort of social media space of that he found a deck that and he had to play. So he had to then book a flight to Milwaukee, piloted this deck. There was a core sort of contingent of players that were playing it, and it was just, because there was so little information at that time, it was only going to be a small set of people. But as Ben's already mentioned, as more and more people got to the stage where they get a chance to test it, work out actually how the deck functions in terms of going into a particular format or the meta game, it finds itself in a nice little spot. That's where I mentioned it goes peaks and troughs. It found itself without Cornerstone Ogre Bonnie X's because it felt like Golden Go suddenly had outs. But then Golden Go won a tournament and it's going straight back in. And then that's where we found Tord in a fantastic spot for that.
And then of course we find ourselves in top 8 of LAIC. And how does that story pan out in terms of Mega Absol? Only one, well, there's only one. There's 2 in top 8 there.
Yeah, my goat, Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi, piloting Absol, Kangaskhan. You know, this deck has a lot of answers. Its matchup spread is pretty even, which puts it in a very favorable spot in a format with such variance. You're more likely to succeed having those equal matchups than with decks that have, you know, 1 or 2 terrible matchups in the room. And, you know, that's where a deck really does excel.
Yeah, hopefully everyone had been watching this and actually has seen from the phase 2, the top sort of 4 or 5 decks here are actually represented here as well. So it was actually a fantastic representation from our phase 2 top decks going into our top cut as well, as we see multiple Gardevoir Jellicents, multiple Absol Kangs. We've also multiple Golden Goes at the right sort of numbers as well. There's 3 Golden Go there, 2 Gardevoirs, 2 Mega Absols. You know, it kind of worked perfectly like that.
On that graphic as well, particular shout out to Ilya Kolinov. I think the only one to make top 8 at LAIC 2 years in a row, because also made it to top 4 last year actually, so super impressive from him. Now, of course, when we got to the finals, though, we had a bit of a mirror match on our hands, didn't we?
We did. We had Pedro Bertuzzi and Sebastian Lashmet there, both playing that Gardevoir with Jellicent, which has kind of become almost like the most popular or maybe the best Gardevoir list. And it's a weird situation because for a long time, Gardevoir won everything. It wasn't always the most played deck, but Gardevoir won everything. Recently, we've been flicking around lots of different winners in these major events, but the first international of the season, we're right back where we expected with Pedro Bertuzzi taking down the event with Gardevoir. And I know it's a point other people have made in the past, but when you see a hometown hero winning at the Latin American International Championships, the crowd does enjoy that.
I mean, speaking as the one Brazilian in the lounge right now, yes, absolutely. We celebrate our hometown heroes, and my goodness, the crowd went absolutely wild when Pedro won. I have not seen a scream at an internationals that loud since Diego Hafshi won the 2018 LAIC, also as a hometown hero as well. So yeah, absolutely phenomenal stuff to see. Now, in terms of where that leaves us with the EU leaderboards and travel pricing, because of course these top players from our region, they're going to everywhere basically to try and compete to get these points, including all 3 internationals. This is how things stands currently in terms of the top 16, and as we can see, some invites locked up already.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that little icon there, that golden ticket representing that direct invitation to the World Championships thus far, either from winning a regional championships or finishing in at least top 4 at an international championships.
Yeah, I mean, some huge names here. Tord Reklev that we've already talked about with the Las Vegas regional champion. Emma Hagen obviously making so much progression in this season as well. These are the most consistent players over our season thus far. And, you know, as our season gains momentum with more and more major events, you can expect, you know, some of the names to change here, maybe changing placements, but you can expect these guys to be attending every single major event, trying their hands at becoming a champion.
Yeah, and even more importantly so right now, with LAIC having just finished, we are now in the travel award earning period for the stipend for the North America International Championship. So this period is going to go from now until EUIC is over, and then depending on what placement you have for this specific, I guess, quarter of the season, you can get yourself a nice travel stipend to the North America International Championships.
And then you get to go to New Orleans, and I was lucky enough to be there a couple of years ago, casting out with a lovely Joe Bernard, and I can confirm North American Internationals in New Orleans, a very fun time indeed. So you can see there that you've got, you know, different tiers of, you know, how well you do, whether you're in region or out of region, and then there is a certain stipend that you can receive to help pay towards your trip to that North American International Championships. But even if you end up in 17th to 32nd without that travel award, priority registration, knowing that you're going to be able to go to the event without having to stress about, you know, getting that ticket, that is peace of mind that players adore.
I mean, these events are more popular than ever, right? We've seen instances in the past of people not being able to attend events just because how popular they are. So yeah, being able to have that priority and guarantee yourself that slot, not have to stress to register, absolute wonderful thing to have.
I can't believe you described Joe Bernard as lovely. I'd never say that. Only joking.
Shade! Absolute shade. Unbelievable. Anyhow, we're having a lot of fun here, and we want everyone at home to have lots of fun watching along as well. So if you want to follow along with all the action, we have many social media channels you can interact with us on. You can also watch the action at Pokemon.com/broadcast. So you can tune into ourselves here at TCG. And I mean, we're a little bit biased. We think you should stick with us, but you know, maybe you can tune in and watch the video game and Pokemon Go as well. I think those guys are having some fun as well. And you can tune into all 3 broadcasts and, you know, maybe flip-flop between each of the tournaments and just tune into all the action this weekend. Now, if you want to go ahead and let us know who you're rooting for this weekend, what you expect to win, and maybe tell us about some of your experiences at home playing the game, go ahead and you can interact with us on all the social media channels below. So we have on X with @PlayPokemon, use the hashtag #PlayPokemon to interact with us there. Also on YouTube and Facebook, and on Instagram, again, with the hashtag #PlayPokemon. Tell us who you're rooting for. Tell us your favorites. Ross, who's your favorite?
Who's my favorite? I mean, Mega Lucario. I mean, Alex. Alex is my favorite. He's my favorite. But also, Mega Lucario. Look, if you're in the room this weekend and you're playing Mega Lucario, I'm cheering for you. You're also probably not watching this because you're in the room playing. But when you watch this back, know that I was cheering for you. This is important.
Yeah. And for those of us who are watching us right now, make sure to follow along as well on YouTube and Twitch so you don't miss any of our current or future broadcasts. So you can tune into all the action whenever you would like. Now, if you're tuning in for the first time, you might be wondering, okay, so I get there's a big tournament going on, but how exactly does it work? So we've prepared a little something to explain exactly that.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. It's a 2-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win, and you move on. Lose, and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
Yep, championships.pokemon, or Pokemon.championships/ yeah, you guys saw the link there, it was all good. But if you want to follow along, make sure you do that. We're here now at the desk. I'm Freya Pierce. I am joined by the inimitable Ross Gilbert. How you doing, Ross?
I'm doing really well. We got the holiday event, which means I can rock a nice festive sweater on stream, which always makes me happy.
Yeah, we're coordinating here.
I'm not even thinking about the fact that I'm already a little bit warm. We've already just started. Let's not worry about that yet. What we've got here is one of the most exciting times for fans of the Pokemon trading card game, and that is the first major event where a new set is legal.
Absolutely.
Phantasmal Flames, it's not bringing in a lot of big new decks, but what it is doing is bringing in a lot of interesting cards which are going to make their way into decks, and we've inspired a few deck lists already this morning, Freya. There's some things hanging around there which I think might be worth getting excited about. Hopefully we get to show most, if not all of them off.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a mixture of things, right? So there are a few cards which could maybe form new decks in and of themselves, but the main thing we're talking about is addition to older decks, right? We're talking about cards like Dawn, which give a huge consistency buff to decks like Dragon Ball and Charizard that play multiple different, Stage 1 and Stage 2 lines. We're talking about cards like Battle Cage that can go ahead and protect you from things like Monkey Dory's Adrenaline, Mana Brain or Dusknoir or even Dragapult's Phantom Dive.
Yes.
There's a lot of very interesting going on with this set, both in terms of new things and additions to old things. And yeah, very interesting to see how it pairs out this weekend.
I mean, Megalapony is a card that a lot of people are talking about, and it's one I'm not sure if I'm buying it yet, but I'm certainly willing to be proved wrong. But yeah, Jumbo Ice Cream, it is not the right weather outside for a real-life Jumbo Ice Cream.
Definitely not.
But in terms of having, you know, bit of healing, that could work.
Hold on a second. Is that the first time we've ever had Unclassified as the third most played deck on the Phase 1 graphic?
It is the first time well, no, I'm not sure. We might have had it before.
Okay,
but
that is high up though, right?
That is high up. However, I do want to, you know, just a quick note for all the lovely people watching at home. Of course, some of those new decks might not yet be classified. Megalapony might be in there. Some of these new Darkness decks with Toxtricity might be in there. So there is an element of how we classify decks at the beginning of a new set, which does need to be borne in mind. That might help to explain that. But I'll be honest with you, Freya.
Yeah?
I spent a bit of time this morning flicking through deck lists, trying to see what some of these unclassified lists were. There are a wide variety of decks that I discovered under that unclassified banner.
Talk us through then.
Well, I mean, Megalapony was a big one. That was the one
course.
that did keep coming up again and again. I saw a bunch of Darkness stuff. There was some Roaring Moon coming in there as well.
Hello, come back.
Oh, there was some things there. There was Festival Lead I saw, which isn't in unclassified. I just want to point out that I saw people playing Festival Lead, and that made me happy. But of course, you know, have a look at that graphic. We've got Mega Absol and Mega Kangaskhan. It is there. 117 players. And, you know, it's a lot of what we saw in Las Vegas, in Latin America. Golden Go, Dragapult, both those builds of Gardevoir, and then Mega Kangaskhan. No Charizard on that first page for the moment, but still, a lot of what we've seen, if you ignore that giant block of unclassified.
It's, I mean, yeah, maybe it's happened before, but I certainly can't think of the last time I saw it that high up. But something that hasn't changed at all, Goldengo still there as the top one of the meta. As then we do have, I mean, best of the rest. Okay, you were just talking about Charizard. There's Charizard now, both in Pidgeot and Pidgeotless, or rather, both with Dusknoir and Dusknoirless forms. Marnie's Grimmsnarl still in there as well, and poor Ceruledge all the way down to like 10th place.
See, any deck here, okay, most of these decks here I'm taking as serious contenders. And Zoroark we've seen do very well recently. The one that is jumping out to me, and I saw this morning and I double took, Alakazam de Dunsparce makes it into our top 12 decks. And yes, I know we've got Dawn now. That new supporter lets you search for a basic and a stage 1 and a stage 2. I know that Dawn gives more consistency to Alakazam, and I know that Alakazam was a deck that was seeing a bunch of play before that on the fringes of the meta. I just don't see it as a tournament-winning deck.
Like, maybe Dawn just gives it that little bit of extra edge that it needed to. I mean, let's be real. It's sneaking on at the end of Best of the Rest. It's not as if it's going to be taking the meta by storm. Watch those be famous last words. But we're seeing it here. It's around, and I don't think you can really ignore it anymore. I think people are going to have to maybe start to take it a little bit more seriously.
Oh, so I'm being very deliberate in my language here, Freya.
Okay.
When I'm saying I'm not seeing it as a serious tournament-winning deck, I'm not dissing the deck. I'm issuing a challenge.
Oh,
to
I see.
anyone in this room or anyone at home going to an event in the near future, prove me wrong. Show me that I should be taking Alakazam de Dunsparce more seriously as a deck. There is definitely something there. It is a deck where consistency, despite all the draw, has been a little bit of an issue. Having to get enough cards in hand to do enough with Alakazam can be awkward. Maybe Dawn is that one piece that gets you your de Dunsparce more easily while also getting you your Alakazam more easily. Maybe it could be the thing, but when I looked this morning, that was what jumped off the page to me. Alakazam, okay, it's at the end of page 2, I don't care. It's on the list.
And let's be real, as if you needed any more reasons to be smug, I'm sure proving you wrong, I'm sure it'll be a very, very satisfying outcome for the few of the folks who know you well. All men in good faith, of course.
Prove me wrong anytime. If you ever hear me on stream say something about your favorite deck and you think, hang on a second, I don't agree with Wassy here, my deck is way better than he's making it out to be, come to a tournament, bring that deck, prove me wrong. I will happily apologize. I want to see new and interesting decks, and I want to see Alakazam this weekend.
Yeah.
I want to see it representing. I want somebody on stream this weekend to prove to me why it's on that graphic.
Yeah, and maybe if you yourself are playing Alakazam or any of these other decks that perhaps we're throwing a little bit of shade towards right now, again, use us, get in touch with us on the socials down there, on X and on Instagram, use that hashtag #PlayPokemon, tell Wassy why he is wrong, show him proof, and maybe we'll feature some of those posts over the course of this weekend.
And let's face it, we want to see pet pictures, right? We
Yes.
know a bunch of you are watching at home with your pets. A load of you do, we know this. We do too when we're not here. So show us your pets, show us who you're watching with, where you're watching, show us your setup at home, use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Give us a nice bank of messages that we can share with all of you guys on stream this weekend.
I did it once with mine and my husband's cat Zelda, and she looked pretty unimpressed at the stream at the time. So maybe that's just how cats are, to be fair. But we want to see more pet pictures, absolutely for sure. But speaking of watching, we have some players that we want to follow very, very closely this weekend after some interesting developments in terms of how the past few regionals have gone. Some names that, well, one of them, I guess, is a pretty obvious to feature, but yes, we know Todd is one of the greatest to ever do it. He did just win one of the biggest regionals ever in Las Vegas. I think it's fair to say we're going to watch him for this weekend.
Absolutely. We could put Todd on this players to watch list every single event. We don't want to do it every event, but you know what? If you go and win a 2,900 person regional over in the US out of your home region for what it's worth, then yeah, absolutely. Now, Robin there, EU rank 173, not the highest ranked player in Europe this season outside of that qualification for the moment, but there's two things you need to know about Robin. Number one, literal world champion. That's pretty impressive. Most people haven't done that, Freya.
Not even Todd.
Indeed. And number two, runs a very, very popular website that if you're a fan of competitive Pokemon, you're probably using this website to find a lot of information about the Pokemon TCG. And what's great is, because it's run by a former world champion, it is so well set up for competitive players. So somebody that just does so much. There are very few players, I think, that do as much for the community as Robin. Should absolutely be applauded. But that's not what we're talking about.
No.
We're talking about him as a ridiculous player. And then, of course, got Amani as well.
Yeah. Hermione, one of a really big cadre of like Finnish players, just seeing success tournament after tournament after tournament. Has been doing very, very well for a while now. We've been following along these three players a little bit just before we started up our stream here, just to see how they're getting on and how they're doing. You see, they are locked in, they are mega focused. And oh, is that Baneri I see from Robin? Hold on, that's interesting. And then as I see some Charizard action from Hermione there. So we're getting some idea as to what these players are watching, what their picks are for this weekend.
Okay, I'm a little bit excited about that. I just want to see something new. And here we can see our players to watch kind of prepping for the event. Todd's noticed we're watching it, Todd. I'm sorry, you're too good at the game. We are keeping an eye on you and how your prep is going. But if you've ever been to one of these regional level events, pictures like this will give you nostalgia and memories. This is what it looks like to be at an event like this, and everybody's got their own little rituals they like to follow before a game, their favorite sleeves, their favorite playmat, maybe favorite dice. Everyone's got their way. I bumped into a friend of ours, Tamao, earlier.
Oh, yes.
Who, for abilities, I don't know how many people are aware of this, but Pokemon Mesostar. It was an arcade game over in Japan, using little Mesostar tags as ability used markers.
That's brilliant.
That stood out to me. They're the perfect size and shape. That stood out to me as particularly cool.
You should be doing that. You have a bunch of them,
I have many Mesostar tags in my house, Freya, and you better believe that's what I'm using from now on.
Absolutely genius stuff. Now, do we know, like, right now what the records are for our players to watch currently? How are they doing as the tournament currently stands?
I'm afraid I do not have the player records in front of me right now, Freya. We'll have to check that one as we go along. But as soon as we get information and exactly how they're doing, we'll give a little bit of an update. It'll be fun. I'm going to check on that. I promise you, the very first opportunity.
Yeah, actually, hold on. I do believe we just got word in. Here are the current Master Swiss rankings going into round 4. I don't see any of our players to watch on there, unfortunately for them.
Yeah, but who do you see?
Who do I see? I'm seeing a lot of new names here to me. Oh, okay, Shoichi Saito, there we go. That's a pretty well-decorated Japanese player. Maurice van den Bosch, he's been around for a very, very long time. I remember him, of course. And, lastly, Alexander Hutowicz. So, a few, known names in there, but a lot of new faces making this top 16.
So, we have Todd at 2-1. Hermione at 2, 0-1, and Robin at 1-2. So those are, I've just got word. 1-0-2, so no losses yet.
Okay.
But 1-0-2 there for
Very
Robin.
well.
Just got word. Shout out to our backstage staff helping us out with those records on the fly. That is awesome. Yeah, we've got a regional winner already from this season at 3-0. We have Shuichi Saito, and we're seeing this more and more. It used to be quite unusual to see a Japanese player playing at a regional in Europe and play, you know, in North America. It's happening more and more. We saw Ryuki Okada getting top 4 in Las Vegas, won Brisbane, so that's actually 3 direct invites they've earned in the TPCI regions in 2 years. That is a player to keep an eye on. We had a bunch of Japanese players in the top 32 of Latin America International Championships. So we're starting to see it more and more. Players are traveling further. European players are turning up at Champions Leagues over in Japan. And North American players pretty regularly. We know Tor's played a few already. I've seen pop up at a couple. So we're seeing that true international flavor that people used, you know, 5-10 years ago, people talked about, oh, one day we're going to see players from every region at every event. I think we might be there, Freya.
Yeah, I think we might as well. And of course, it makes sense given how much is online at these tournaments. There is plenty of appeal for players, even from Japan or the East Asian region. So come over here and give it a go. Why not, right? These are some of the best players in the world. They've proven that over and over again at the World Championships and other events. Why not make their way over here? Earn a World's invite. Make a nice little bit of bank. Why not?
And have you seen how hard it is to qualify for Worlds in Japan?
Goodness me, yes.
The qualification. We're not going to go through all the tracks here. Just know that it's very, very difficult. All right. So a player like Ryuki Okada, 2 years in a row. Last year they won Dortmund and EUIC. This year they won Brisbane. Well, don't worry about going through the Japanese qualification. You've already got your invite. It was a rule that changed a couple of years ago.
Yes,
it didn't used to be possible for players out of region, TPC regions to come over. That rule changed, I think, for the better. And now players like Ryuki can come over and go, oh, no, sorry, I've already won Brisbane. I've actually got my invite sewn up. Don't worry about me. I'm just here for fun. But the good news is it looks like we do have a game that is ready. So let's head on down to the table and discover who we are going to be following today in round 1 action.
So a couple of new faces to the stream, I believe, that we haven't seen before. So on the left, we have Nicholas Salewski, and then on the right, we have Perrine Boissiere. So sporting the lovely Sliverwing plush on the background as well. Lovely, still love to see that. Oh, no, it's not Sliverwing. That's it's the ancient form of La Vesta guy. I can't remember the name now. No, it's Sliverwing.
Yeah.
Okay, no, I was right the first time.
Okay,
Giving me doubting myself.
So, Perrine, what have we got? Seems like a newer player. 2026 Lille Regional Top 256. And this is what we see quite often from our players. They start off with a top 256, and then the next thing you know, they're kind of, sneaking in, getting a little bit of a day 2 here, and then we find there's a top cut, and then all of a sudden, they end up as a player to watch. So we've got Perrine, we've got Nicholas, we've got round 4 action, and I am desperately trying to figure out what they're playing. We got headphones on, haven't we? we got Raging Bolt against Frostlass Monkey Dory.
Oh, okay. So kind of a little bit of telegraphing there. So No Fear saying, yes, I am playing this card in my deck and I am bringing one of the Pokemon in my deck in sort of physical plushie form support. We'd love to see that. But there's the fist bump. We are kicking things off. Nicholas won the coin flip and is opting to go second. So Perrine will be going first.
And what have we got here? We've got a Teomask Ogerpon in the active. We are immediately using that ability to go and attach a Grass Energy and draw a card. Oh, it's that Lunar Rock little combination. And immediately using Lunazone's ability to discard a Fighting Energy, draw 3 cards. So we've got Raging Bolt here, but it seems like we've got some Sun and Moon action going on.
This is fascinating. This is like a version of Raging Bolt that I have seen some murmurs about, but I don't think I've actually seen it in action yet. So the idea being, you're playing this Fighting Energy anyway, why not incorporate this little bit of a mini Lunatone Soul Rock package, get those energies in the discard pile for your Professor Sada's Vitality, draw some more cards, and then you also have a really great single prize attacker to KO the weaker stuff.
Absolutely. If you're early game and you're taking out those little evolving basic Pokemon, let's go for Soul Rock. Lunatone draws you extra cards, and I think you made an excellent point there, Freya. You need Fighting Energy in the discard for Professor Sada's Vitality. So why not get it in the discard with Lunatone? It just makes your deck run smoother. So while we got a second, Perrine is playing Raging Bolt, and the way the deck goes is this. You attach energy using things like Teomask Ogerpon and Professor Sada. You use Raging Bolt. You discard energy. You deal 70 damage for each energy discarded. You do an absurd amount of damage. It is a one-hit KO deck, and we're going to be looking for some big one-hit KOs. One issue, however, you're not playing against a deck with lots of big Pokemon to one-hit KO, and you're playing a few abilities as well for Frostlass.
Yes, yes, we absolutely are. I'm just trying to take a moment to like process, look at the prize cards, look at the list in general. Yeah, I'm not going to lie, Ross, this kind of particular build of Raging Bolt has blown my mind a little bit. I've really not seen anything like this. We have seen like a little bit of Raging Bolt in the past go for like this build using Crispin and a couple of Teal Mask, not Teal Mask, the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon to kind of make use of that Torrential Pump for like double damage and deal with weaker Pokemon that way. But this Lunasaur package is fascinating. But we are over to Nicholas's turn, who begins with an Arvin. Let's talk through the strategy of this deck.
Now, this is an awkward kind of deck. It's Frostlass Monkey Dory. So basically, we see a Precious Trolley coming in here. Gets all your basics, many as you like. Frostlass drops 1 damage counter on each Pokemon with an ability during Pokemon checkup. That is after your turn, after your opponent's, after your turn, after your opponent's, etc. And that is yours and your opponent's. So Frostlass is putting damage on your opponent's Pokemon with an ability, but also your own. Half of that's good, half of that's bad. So what we do is we bring in Monkey Dory with that rather lovely Adrenabrain ability. Oh, speaking of which, there's Monkey Dory with that lovely Adrenabrain ability.
Very
and there's
poignant.
another, and there's another.
3 of them.
And then what you do is you use Monkey Dory to move damage from your Pokemon to your opponent. And of course, yes, Frostlass damages Monkey Dory. So what you're trying to do is just generate damage on both sides of the board. On your opponent's side, on your side, on your opponent's side, yay! On your side, Monkey Dory, fun time. Oh, and that Evil Tail there, that'll trap something in the active. And what you really need with Nicholas's deck is time for those damage counters to build up.
Yeah, this is basically the make your opponent do nothing for as long as possible and then build up enough damage with, as you mentioned, the Monkey Dory and the Adrenabrain ticking over the Frostlass to just sweep your opponent's board and take the game from there. So many decks feature support Pokemon that don't really attack, so if they get stuck in the active, they're not going to be able to do much. So that Yveltal is there, as you mentioned, Ross, to buy some time, get this damage racked up, and, I mean, honestly, opening with the Precious Trolley there, this is such a strong start, and with the finish off the Itchy Pollen for good measure.
Yeah, you do 10 damage, you stop your opponent playing item cards from the hand next turn, and now, of course, you do need to manually attach to all your Monkey Dory. That's what Nicholas has started. Over to Barine here, and we are again using the ability of Teal Mask Ogerpon to attach an energy and draw a card, and then if there's an energy, we could now attach for turn, and that would give enough to start attacking, KO that Badoo if that's what you wanted to do. Of course, Raging Bolt is, you know, traditionally fairly aggressive, but no, we are retreating into what else?
Yeah.
Soul Rock, because this is what you use to KO little Pokemon.
Yeah, absolutely. It is with that Cosmic Beam, if I really remember the name rightly. So, yeah, 70 damage. It only works if there's a Lunatone in play, but it also punches through weakness and resistance. So it doesn't matter if you have a Psychic, a Fighting resistance, you still do 70 damage. Unfortunately for Perrine, with that Bravery Charm, 10 short of a knockout.
Yeah, that Badoo's got rocket 80 HP right now, but, you know, there's only 10 left. We'll get there. For now, we got Lily's Determination, one of the best new cards of the Mega Revolution era. Shuffle your hand into your deck, draw 8 cards. Now, if you don't have 6 prize cards remaining, then if you have 6, sorry, you get 8. If you don't, you get 6. But the great thing about this in Nicholas's deck is this is a deck where you drop damage, drop damage, drop damage, drop damage, multiple KOs in one turn. So you're going to stick at 6 prizes for longer than your average deck, making Lily's Determination way more useful than it would be in your average deck, because if it's, and you get this perfect game sometimes, Freya.
You really do. 6
prizes, 1 turn. Lily is getting you 8 cards for the whole game.
And this is a trick that we've seen decks like Dragapult use to great effect as well, where it kind of, in a very similar way, you sit behind this Badoo, you item lock them, you don't necessarily want to take KOs early on because you're just drawing 8 every time with the Lily, and then you only start taking KOs when you're doing it in a way where your opponent can't come back from it. Very similar kind of mindset, really.
Wow, we do have Frostlass up now, so we are going to start seeing this tick over and around. We've just moved damage over to Soul Rock. We're then going to do 20 damage with Badoo because of weakness, and then we're going to start ticking over these damage counters with Frostlass's ability as well. And this, you can already see Perrine here with no items. They're struggling to set up a bit. And that damage is already starting to accumulate. Oh, and it's just a straight hit with Soul Rock onto the Badoo.
Okay.
Good news, you get to take a prize, Whoop Yay, etc. Bad news, however, that damage is still ticking over, and you might have taken out Badoo pretty easily. Evil Tao, that's going to be more annoying.
Yeah, it's going to require 2 hits. I mean, granted, that is kind of the same as it was with the Badoo picks and the Bravery Charm, but I think the bigger thing right now is that Nicholas has bought himself, what, 2 now 3 turns just by making use of this Ice Knot with the Itchy Pollen. Pereen's not done much of anything in the meantime.
No, and I hate to break it to you, Freya, there's not going to be 2 hits because Monkey Dory's coming in.
Oh, you're right.
And it is going to be healing quite nicely. That Evil Tao's going to be there for a little while. Right now, we got a Buddy Poffin. And, Badoo's coming back. And that's one of the really cool things about Nicholas's deck. You don't really mind giving up, you know, multiple Badoo, because that's not your win con.
No, it absolutely isn't. Like, you just give it the prizes. Sure, it's weak, but it's item blocking, and that's all it needs to do. You just want to buy those turns. But, like, right at the beginning of the game, we were saying this deck wins by just buying turns either through, you know, retreat, lock, stalling with Yveltal, or item blocking with Badoo. You build up more and more damage until you can just clear the entire field, like you said, have a perfect game, and just sweep from there. And that's kind of what's happening here.
And that's what we're doing. We're moving damage with Monkey Dory. I don't think we're quite KOing that Soul Rock yet, but don't worry, it's not going to be long. Now we are going to be doing this, and now we're moving over onto the onto the Teal Mask Ogapon. One kind of thing you might want to do here sometimes is try and manipulate what's in the active so that you can essentially hurt your opponent's attacking options. Good news is, in this game, it does seem like Nicholas is in a pretty good position.
Yeah, and very smart there. Only moving 1 damage counter over, because that's all you needed to put the Solrock onto 90 damage, and then Itchy Pollen hits for Solrock's grass weakness and does 20 instead of his usual 10, so that could be 110. That's a knockout on the Solrock.
That's the perfect maths, and if you're playing a deck like Frostlass Monkey Dory, you better have practiced your maths pretty well. Here comes an ability from Teal Mask Ogapon, that Teal Dance, draws a Fight Gong and gets an extra energy on the board. And the bad thing when you're Pereen here, your usual whole thing of, you know, going for Raging Bolt, it doesn't work as well because it's a lot of effort for, you know, an attack which is gonna, I mean, you still kind of need to have a good attacker. It's just awkward that you're putting so much in and KOing these little Pokemon, but it looks like we got Sandy Shocks right now.
Yeah, hold on a second. Like, there's a Pokemon I haven't seen in a while in the Raging Bolt deck. That Sandy Shocks. It has an ability where if your opponent has 4 or less prize cards, if you have. It's an evil player. I think it's the opponent, or it might be. It is. If your opponent has 4 or fewer prize cards, which now we're not there yet, unfortunately, you get to accelerate an energy. It's specifically a fighting energy from the discard pile to itself.
Yes.
Yeah. So this is how Raging Bolt used to play back in the day. Before Teal Mask Ogapon was a thing, this was the way you would get extra energies onto the board. But Pereen kind of doing a little bit of a throwback here, just saying, you know what? Actually, this extra energy acceleration to itself is very valuable to me in many matchups.
It is, but the problem is Nicholas here has only taken 1 prize, so the ability isn't active yet, and you can kind of hold off now.
Yeah.
The thing is, you can basically have a situation where you spread damage around and don't take prizes, so you're kind of forcing Sandy Shocks to just do things the old-fashioned way.
Yes, you are. So it's kind of very interesting dynamic that is playing out here. I think the bigger problem, though, is, like, let's be real, we're not really seeing much. There's no Raging Bolt coming down here, and the thing is, normally you think, oh, I don't necessarily want to, you know, put down a big 2-price Pokemon that isn't not going to do much for me, but Raging Bolt doesn't have any abilities, so it's not going to receive damage from those Frostlass ticks.
It is not. It's also not weak to grass, so that means that you're not taking extra damage from Badoo, for instance. So, yeah, that's a point. Right now, we've got damage, shockingly enough, going from Nicholas's side, using that Monkey Dory onto that Teal Mask Ogapon. And I love watching these kind of decks tick, Freya, and that is exactly what we're seeing here.
Pun maybe slightly intended there.
Yes.
Yes.
Let's go for yes.
Yeah, let's go for yes. Yes, the Frostlass hits coming in thick and fast, and then just another Itchy Pollen, and Pereen just not really able to mount much of anything. I mean, just this damage is coming on so thick, and then even more ticks from the Frostlass's ability coming in, more and more damage coming down. There's a Latias CX, that's not going to be much help, and look how many items are in that hand.
Yeah, there's quite a few items in that hand. It's one of those things where if the Itchy Pollen lock goes off, Perrine's going to have the most fun turn you've ever seen. Right now, it is a Crispin coming down. Lets you grab 2 energy of different types. One goes to your hand, one gets attached. Really good for these kind of dragon Pokemon with awkward attack costs, which, of course, you know, Raging Bolt very much is. But for now, it's just your hand is clogged full of items. This is something that you can do that might get you there. The thing is, you haven't even really started mounting attacks with Teal Mask Ogapon yet. We're getting quite late in the game for how much damage is on the board. And, you know, right now, that Lunatone is a pretty easy one-prize KO. That Teal Mask Ogapon is pretty close to being KO'd. And then it's just 1 2-prize knockout for the win. And there is Blood Moon Ursaluna in Nicholas's deck. And they love taking that last 2-prize KO.
Not only that, yes, Blood Moon Ursaluna is there to do that, especially if Perrine is able to take a lot of prizes. But in this instance, Perrine's barely taken any prizes. So, Joe, what else could work? There's a sneaky little tech card that Nicholas is playing. Play a 1/1 line of that new Mega Lopunny.
Yeah, Mega Lopunny also will come in doing it quite nicely. It's exactly the same kind of deal, just coming and taking those final prizes. Speaking of prizes, Perrine finally takes prize number 2 off Badoo number 2. But once again, and this is the thing, Nicholas's deck is working. Those Frost Slash damage are coming down. We got 2 Monkey Dory with energy attached, which means 2 Monkey Dory ability per turn in addition to Frost Slash. And remember, Frost Slash activates during Pokemon Checkup. So that is after your turn and after your opponent's turn. Those damage counters are ticking over. It adds up very quickly. And right now, there's no multiple prize Pokemon for Perrine to go after. And it's Badoo number 3, Freya. Who needs anything else? Oh, and this is fun.
Oh, yes.
You play Iono. You put your opponent down to a 4-card hand. And then you get some Itchy Pollen floating around.
Just, I mean, you think it's almost counterintuitive, right? Because you know that your opponent's hand is clogged full of items, so why would you want to give them new cards? But the more cards that they have, the more likely they are to be able to piece some kind of out to the item lock. So just put them on a low hand size again, keep up that Itchy Pollen lock, leave them with little to no options, take the game from there. Sounds like a good game plan to me.
I mean, that seems like a pretty nice way to win. Earthen Vessel comes down here, search out a couple of energy. Of course, one of the advantages of using Badoo right now, as opposed to something like an Yveltal, you don't actually have energy on all your Monkey Dory.
No.
You really want the 3rd Monkey Dory to be energied up this turn. So having a Badoo in the active now gives you an option to still keep that lock on, but it also gives you another turn to attach an energy. And now you're basically going, so what we got? We got 4, everything's got an ability. So there's 4 abilities on Perrine's side of the board. So what we're doing is essentially 9 damage counters of Monkey Dory during your turn. Then 4 damage counters after yours. Then 4 damage counters after your opponent. That's 17 damage counters between your turns.
It's kind of absurd, isn't it?
That adds up quite a bit. And the whole time, you're saying to your opponent, have fun knocking out my 30 HP Badoo.
Whilst you can't play any items and mount any kind of comeback.
Yeah, enjoy your 1 prize a turn.
Wow, yeah. I mean, Nicholas is in a commanding position of leading this game, in spite of the fact that, you know, technically Nicholas is losing by being behind on prize cards, but that just means you get to play Counter Catcher.
Yeah, Counter Catcher comes in, brings that Lunatone into the active. Another advantage of not taking many prizes is that you keep Counter Catcher on the board. It's an item-based gusting, only if you're behind on prizes. Monkey Dory damage KOs a Teal Mask Ogapon. Behind on prizes no more, and this is where we are getting very close to the end game. That Lunatone will not last very long, at which point all you need is 1 big attack, and it's not going to be from Blood Moon Ursaluna. That's in the prizes. But honestly, you've got enough time here with 4 prizes left for your opponent. You don't need a big KO. You can just keep doing your thing. You've got plenty of time.
Yeah, I mean, and here it is. You literally just need these 2 prizes now. Itchy Pollen, KO on the Lunatone. Could you even just be able to do it next turn with like Monkey Dory damage and something like the Yveltal's attack? I think I'll get you pretty close, you know.
We got 18 damage counters we're going to need. So that's 9 from Monkey Dory plus 2 from Frost Slash. So you'd need 7 more if my maths holds out correctly.
Yeah. Also, not only that, but it wouldn't quite be 9 from the Monkey Dory because there's not enough damage to move over based on what's already on them as well.
Unfortunately not, no, because
Yeah.
there's going to be one more coming after your opponent's turn, so you would need a bit more time. No, it's not happening next turn, but you got no multi-prize Pokemon out.
Yeah, I don't think you really care, to be honest.
That's what I was saying a second ago. Like, you've got plenty of time. Your opponent doesn't play cards that take multiple KOs or a 1 KO at a time kind of deck. So, let him KO Badoo. Don't win the game next turn, and then just do the same thing and win the game.
Yeah. And so for those of you wondering at home, so that Sandy Shocks, it does have an attack, which, but okay,
and that
it
is
doesn't matter.
Nicholas is going to win game 1. Perrine looks at the board and goes, you know what? Yeah, I don't think I'm going to win this game. Nicholas with that wonderful Frostlass Monkey Dory deck, absolutely firing on all cylinders, and that seemed like a really confident win there in game 1.
I mean, when you have a turn 1 trolley and you have all your Monkey Dory set up, you got your Frostlass going, and then, I mean, yeah, we can go back to right here during this replay. Pretty much the perfect turn 1 from Nicholas here.
Yeah, it was absolutely perfect. You had your Monkey Dory going as fast as possible. There's your turn 1 attachment onto the Monkey Dory, and of course getting that Snorunt down there so you can evolve it into Frostlass turn 2, and then we just see that Itchy Pollen coming down, and Frostlass is on play as fast as possible.
And also the Bravery Charm onto the Badoo means that, like, Perrine couldn't even take a prize on their first attack either. So that's a very, very big little bud.
And there we see the Badoo KOing that Solrock, and now we see the Counter Catcher coming down, bringing that Lunatone active, which was another easy prize to take for Badoo, while Monkey Dory goes taking out the bench Teal Mask Ogerpon, and just getting Perrine down to a point where they had 2 prizes left until they'd lost. They had very little setup, and Nicholas was just throwing those damage counters all over the board constantly in a way that just Perrine's deck could not keep up with.
Yeah, Earthen Spike is not going to get you there. It does 200 damage, and then the Sandy Shocks can't attack next turn. That's really not going to do much for you. Perrine recognized that, picked up the cards, game 2.
I mean, the good news is, if you're Perrine, you can attack with Raging Bolt, and that'll KO basically anything with like 1 energy most of the time.
True.
You can KO, or 2 at max. You can KO things with Sandy Shocks. You can, whatever attackers you've got rolling are going to be taking easy prizes. The problem is Nicholas is playing keep away, trying to stop you getting those attacks off in the first place, and you are very much on a clock against this deck. If you can get set up and start taking prizes quickly, you can win, but you are on a clock. What do we see in the prizes? Maractus? 1 Solrock?
I think it's okay. I'm not seeing any drama there. I mean, the Sandy Shocks isn't going to be that useful in this matchup for Perrine, so that's fine. Yeah, I think both players are going to be okay with these prizes, to be honest.
There we go. Well, we are off into game 2. We have a Snorunt on the bench, our old pal Badoo in the active, and then a Nest Ball coming down, giving Nicholas an opportunity to search their deck for the first time, and then they can find a basic Pokemon and bench it. But of course, this is your first deck search of the game, so you need to take this opportunity to figure out what's available and what's in the prizes.
Yeah, and a very interesting contrast, given how Raging Bolt has been played most recently. There's no Fan Rotom package in this Raging Bolt deck. It's gone for a very different kind of all-basics approach, and because of that, unlike in the past, this is a deck that actually wants to go second. So Perrine, having lost that game, chose to go second here. There's not going to be any turn 1 supporter for Nicholas this time.
No turn 1 supporter, but what you really want to do, your absolute goal here, Monkey Dory Darkness Energy.
Yes.
That is your goal. Now, honestly, getting a Bravery Charm on the Badoo would be awesome to stop a potential Solrock KO. But the main goal here, get an energy attachment on Monkey Dory, try and get your Bravery Charm if it's possible, and you need a Snorunt down to evolve. You've already got the Snorunt down. You've got an energy in hand to attach to the Monkey Dory.
There it is.
It's it, and a Bravery Charm. That is literally everything Nicholas needed. That were the 3 things he needed, got them all.
Because the other Monkey Dory, you can get down later. They're basics, that's fine. That is as good of a turn 1 going first as you could almost ask for.
Protect against the easy KO from Solrock, get your first Monkey Dory energied up, and get yourself so you can have your Frostlass next turn. 3 ticks needed, tick, tick, tick. Job's a good one. Good work, Nicholas. Nice turn.
Yeah, so now it's going to be on Perrine to try and mount, hopefully for them, as equally strong as a response. Starting off with a Nest Ball here, I would not be surprised. It's not in the prize cards. I think we might see an aggressive angle with Squawkabilly here. You just need to really find an aggressive turn 1 something.
You need to get going. There is a Solrock in the prizes, but there's 2 in the deck, so 1 is available. But, things like there's 2 Fight Gong in the prizes. They're actually sneaky, very, very good for, helping you get set up, finding your basics, and you've nailed it, Freya. Squawkabilly already down. Ooh, turn 1 Crispin, 1 energy attached. And actually, This would allow you to attack turn 1.
It would. So Crispin, of course.
Not KO, though.
Yeah. So Crispin being a card that lets you take 2 basic energy cards from the deck of different types. One goes on one of your Pokemon, the other one goes into the hand. We see a lightning and a grass.
There is a sneaky play here where what you can essentially do is get your energy down here, and then if you get a Teal Mask Ogapon grass energy, you can actually do 140 and KO that Badoo with Raging Bolt, even through the Bravery Charm. That is actually possible because of this Crispin play.
I mean, you could just do that. If you have a Fighting Energy in hand, you could just attach it and it gets the job done as well.
Oh, sorry. I'm always thinking about leaving 1 energy on so you can attach next turn.
Yes, but
You're right.
Yeah, but I think in this particular matchup and also in this instance, even if you can't get a 3rd energy down, this is worth doing.
Oh, I agree with you 100%.
Yeah.
I still want the Teal Mask Ogapon, but that's got an ability, so do you really want to bench it against a Frostlass deck? Arguably not.
Yeah, I think this is actually one, especially given that you don't need it, the Teal Mask Ogapon, to enable something like the Noctowl's Jewel Seeker. Maybe this is okay, I was about to say maybe this is a matchup where you don't want to bench it, but I guess Perrine seems to think it's still too important.
I still like this, I've got to be honest with you. I really like the idea. We saw a lot of keep away last game. I like the idea of getting as much energy on the board as you can so that it's easier to string those attacks, because that's how you beat a deck like Frostlass Monkey Dory.
It's very true.
You attack and KO every turn.
Yeah, and very interesting here, we did see that Perrine did bench the Iron Bundle and is choosing to use that Hyper Blower now. So this ability is going to force Nicholas to pick either the Monkey Dory or the Snow Runt and bring it up into the active. Neither one feels great here.
You have to go Monkey Dory.
Yeah.
Like, you have to put the Monkey Dory active.
But it still doesn't feel great.
No, it feels horrendous. Because now you don't have a Monkey Dory set up ready to go next turn. But Frostlass is more important to get rolling super early, and you've only got 1 Snorunt on the bench, so you had to put the Monkey Dory active. But I love that play with the Iron Bundle, because now, you know, Badoo is going to be there. There's going to be more Badoo. We know there's always more Badoo.
And there is more Monkey Dory too.
Indeed, but the Monkey Dory don't come out as easily as a Badoo. They all need their own energy. So even if a Monkey Dory comes out next turn, well, you got 1 Monkey Dory when you would otherwise have had 2.
Yeah.
So a much, much better target for the attack.
Yeah, the restriction with the Snorunt is that it has to evolve. The restriction for the Monkey Dory is that it needs that dark energy on it. And because you use your manual attachment, you only get 1 per turn, of course. That's been used up on the Monkey Dory, but now this Monkey Dory is being KO'd, so that attachment has been essentially worthless.
And we do see, as predicted, an energy left on the Raging Bolt. So now, if you want to KO that Badoo, 1 energy, and then that Badoo is guaranteed KO'd next turn. And this is very, very different to game 1, because now Perrine seems to be able to be stringing attacks together, and we don't see that deluge of damage counters coming down like we were seeing in game 1.
I mean, let's be real. We didn't see a Raging Bolt EX game 1.
Nope.
So, and given that it has no abilities, it is, even though, yeah, it's only taking out single prizes, probably the best attacker in the deck against this.
And not weak, so it takes, you know, it's only 1 less damage counter, but it's every turn from that Badoo, which is Nicholas's preferred attacker. So we do see Lily's Determination coming down. It's going to give a new hand of 8 cards, because they've still got 6 prizes remaining. You need a Darkness Energy and a Frostlass at the absolute minimum. But there's also a strong argument here for getting some bench protection, because what's to stop another Iron Bundle coming down next turn?
It's trying to, in terms of recovery that the deck plays. So you could keep doing this, especially if, so Nicholas is really going to want to find more outs to bases here. Oh, does redraw that Mega Lopunny that was in the hand beforehand. There's a Frostlass, that's a good find too.
We like this. Do we have a Darkness Energy not in hand?
Oh, there's a Luminous.
Okay, that'll do.
That'll do the trick. You obviously would rather maybe that go on something else, but at least it is there just in case. I'm not seeing many other outs to basic Pokemon, though.
I want some bench protection here.
Same.
Because when you're only playing 1 Iron Bundle, when you're playing 2 Rescue Stretcher, or Night Stretcher, sorry, it's actually easier to play it from the discard than it is to play it from the deck. So it's quite, oh, sometimes it is at least. But the point is, it is absolutely possible next turn. And if I'm Perrine, if I've got a chance, but I can't Night Stretcher if they've got Badoo, so maybe that's what Nicholas is betting on here.
Yeah, scrap off a bit. Oh, here comes a Counter Catcher as well. Very sensible, I think. Going to be able to bring up that other Raging Bolt, so now it will force Perrine to find some kind of energy acceleration to get an attack off, or a way to get this Raging Bolt out of the active.
Which, again, under item lock is much harder. Professor Sada's Vitality would be wonderful here. That would be the best card we could see. Well, the good news is it's a way to get out the active. It's a prime catcher. The bad news is it is an item card.
Womp, womp. A perfect card for not the right situation.
Oh, but draws Professor Sada off the one card from Teal Dance. That was a good draw.
What a Teal Dance that was, dancing into the perfect out to the situation. Professor Sada's Vitality, 2 energy accelerated, 1 each to 2 of your benched, 2 of your entry Pokemon out in the field, 3 cards drawn. It's 3 items.
But do we have an energy in hand?
There's plenty, yeah.
Oh, yeah, there's loads.
Yeah.
Okay, we're good. So now that Badoo will go down, that seriously, this turn, if they hadn't got exactly Professor Sada's Vitality off that Teal Dance, this would have been a very different turn. But they did.
They did. Now, I would personally like to see some mixture of, I think this is actually fine here. Just keep 1 energy on the banked on the Ogerpon, 1 off the active, 1 off the bench. It gives you a nice spread of your energy, basically, to avoid being in a situation like what happened last turn.
No, absolutely it does. This gives you the most opportunity to be able to play around something like a counter catcher. So it looks like we do get a second Snow Run down, bit of protection against something like an Iron Bundle. You wouldn't be expecting a second one, but that doesn't mean that one couldn't come down anyway. Here we see a counter gain.
Oh, hold on a second. Are we going to be maybe seeing an angle with the Mind Bend?
I think we might be seeing some Mind Bend, Freya. Yes, we've got an energy and a counter catcher, a counter gain, so we've got everything we need. A Mind Bend is really fun in a situation like this because it confuses your opponent. It makes them flip, and then if they flip heads, the attack works. If tails, the attack fails and they take 3 damage counters. It's a risky play. But whereas in game 1, Nicholas was just in control, ran away with game 1. They are very much on the back foot in game 2.
Yeah, they need to do something a little bit more unorthodox to try and buy themselves that time. There's 2 Raging Bolt down. Both of them are really, really threatening and scary right now, especially with the amount of energy that's on the field and just the amount of resources that Perrine has access to, even in a worst-case situation of an item lock. But she's not even getting item lock this turn, and there are so much less stuff on the bench than there is for Nicholas last game.
Absolutely, and it's worth noting Raging Bolt has a retreat cost of 3, so if they are confused, you will need an item card to bring up, say, another Raging Bolt. And we know that, we know they've got Prime Catcher in hand.
Yes.
But Nicholas doesn't know that.
No, but we do see there an Earthen Vessel discarding TM Evolution, not going to be of much use here. We do see that Baneri come down onto the bench. Okay, this is a really cool attacker that can take a 1-hit knockout on a Raging Bolt as long as it's had 1 damage counter placed on it. Of course, it does 230 damage. That first attack, the Gale Thrust. So with Raging Bolt having 240 HP, you do need the 1 there. But it is a Mega Evolution Pokemon EX. It's worth 3 prize cards, and it's not going to be that tricky for the Raging Bolt to KO it back.
No, essentially, this is your game ender.
Yeah.
You do not evolve into Megalopony until you've got game with the attack. That's a great way to lose. But I love having a Baneri down on the bench.
Yes.
Last game, you basically had your perfect bench all game. You didn't need it. You didn't have room. That's fine. Here, you are opening up the door. And you don't need to evolve an attack with it now. What you do, however, is open up options. And look, it might come down to, I've got nothing going on. I'm going to risk the bunny. I'm going to KO the active and just hope they don't get a big KO. Because that's better than just losing.
It is better than losing, but for now we see the Mind Bend. So the counter game reduces the attack cost of Mind Bend by 1 because Nicholas is behind on prizes. 1 psychic, 1 color, 60 damage, and your opponent's active is confused. So now Perrine has a decision to make. I mean, actually, to be fair, no, because we know that they have the Prime Catcher. There's an out to this already.
Now, Prime Catcher, what do you go for? I think there's a pretty obvious answer here.
Frostlass?
Yeah. Take the Frostlass with the Prime Catcher because, okay, maybe they get another Frostlass to evolve the Snorunt, but at least make them have that, make them have to have it. And at least it does save, 1 round of damage counters.
Yeah, it's by far the most meaningful thing to KO this turn. It's the thing that will kind of deny Nicholas the most opportunities to come back into this game. You do not want to KO that Baneri now. You want to force Nicholas to evolve it into a Megalopony, because if you do that, then 1 knockout on Megalopony will just win you the game.
Speaking of 1 knockout on Megalopony, it can be a pain with Raging Bolt. It takes quite a lot of energy to do so. You know what's way better at KOing Megalopony?
Oh, the Sandy Shocks?
Sandy Shocks.
Of course, because it's weak to fight. The Mega Lopunny is weak to fighting. Oh, I like that.
So now we see Professor Sada's vitality, we see an energy going down, and this is essentially Perrine trying to checkmate Nicholas, going, look, I know that you're building up a potentially big bunny to end the game, so I am going to have a counter there. If you use Mega Lopunny as anything other than a game-ending play, I will have a counter for it. You don't need to worry about whether I've got enough energy with Raging Bolt. Sandy Shocks will counter it.
200 doubles to 400. That is more than enough to get the KO on that Mega Lopunny. So, yeah, exactly like you said, Perrine is setting up their board beautifully to just give themselves as many avenues as possible to close out this game and take the match to a game 3. Just not making sure they don't miss anything, drawing more cards. Even the Team Ogerpon has a nice bit of energy on it as well. And then 2 energies discarded from this Bellowing Thunder will get the KO on this Frostlass, and then it'll be up to Nicholas to try and see how can they make this comeback here.
Absolutely. And just a little note here, like, Raging Bolt is now 1 energy away from attacking. And the other Raging Bolt is 1 energy away from attacking. And the Sandy Shocks is 1 energy away from attacking. Everything on Perrine's side of the board has been left, except for the Teal Mask, which you're not really attacking with very much. It's been left 1 energy away from attacking. Again, just leaving maximum options open. Very careful play here.
Yeah, very, very, very careful play. I think also making use of the Prime Catcher at the right time as well, because you really wanted to be able to attack that turn. And more than likely, Nicholas's way out in this game is probably to try and re-establish the item up with the Budu, as we see. Maybe, okay, very, very on point there. Oh, no, actually, I was about to say, maybe going to consider getting back the Budu, but actually does opt to just go for that Snow Runt again. I think really wants to try and establish double Frostlass to make the damage really tick up.
And that is always fun when you can double it up. Ino's going to put both players to a new hand. Nicholas to a hand of 6. Perrine to a hand of 3. I'm just double checking what Baneri did. It switches to the bench. It's not terribly relevant. We might see a Desperation Mega Lopunny play here. If you look at the way Nicholas has set up the board, putting your opponent down to a 3-card hand when they don't have much draw, just the Teal Mask Ogerpon. You've got the Baneri, you've got the energy. It might be worth, you can move 1 damage with Monkey Dory, that's fine, the extra damage counter sorted. There is an argument here for just take a cheeky KO on the Raging Bolt and just hope your opponent doesn't have the 3rd energy.
But hold on a second. If Nicholas were to do that, he would need to find some way to get that Mega Lopunny to the bench and move it back to the active. Gale Thrust only does the extra damage if it moved to the active during that turn.
Yes, absolutely, they would need that. I'm not saying it's the greatest plan, but we are getting close to emergency plan stage here.
Sure seems that way. I don't see a way to do it with Nicholas's hand, you know. Is it just going to be an odd run around?
Retreat.
Just a retreat. Mind Bend again?
Okay, so it is going Mind Bend. The Mega Lopunny play is still alive, but right now we got a Mind Bend coming out to confuse. And look, you put your opponent down to a 3-card hand, and you know they've used Prime Catcher, so you're hoping here that the Mind Bend is going to stick. It did not do well sticking last time.
No, it really didn't.
But you're hoping it can this time.
So upside down goes that Raging Bolt, and yeah, got to make sure that all of the damage counters get placed for. I do believe that it was only on the Sandy Shocks that Perrine did it. I think yeah, and then you see one more on that Squawkabilly as well. I'm fairly sure it was only on 3.
It should take on to the Squawkabilly, the Teal Mask, and the Sandy Shocks.
Yeah, the Sandy Shocks was done. The Teal Mask Ogerpon was done there. I think there should be one more. No, it went to 3 from the Monkey Dory, and then it's gone to 4. So yeah, no, I think we're all good.
There we go.
Yeah.
So now that is going to help.
Yes, that is going to help.
Quite a lot.
That Latias with the Skyliner ability will give all basic Pokemon on Perrine's side free retreats.
And look, you knew that was an option, but again, you're just hoping that the Ino was going to stick. You still need another energy onto the Raging Bolt or onto the Sandy Shocks.
Oh.
That will help for both.
Perrine not missing a beat after these Inos, after all these disruption cards, just getting more and more energy onto the field, just like Sada after Sada after Sada. What do you do if you're Nicholas here? Like, Perrine just has all the outs.
Do you want the honest answer?
Sure.
I think if you're Nicholas, you consider conceding the game. You play a deck which doesn't win quickly, it wins slowly. You've got 15 minutes remaining, and you are in a bad position in game 2. So concede, take it to game 3, and then that gives you more time and the option of whether you want to go first or second in that final game. Because right now, Perrine's about to go down to 2 prize cards remaining. You do not have enough damage on the board. And that Raging Bolt, you know, it's going to go down soon enough. But even that's got like 110 HP remaining. It's not like it's about to get KO'd.
No, exactly.
And your bench is looking anemic. It's not looking good. I think if you're Nicholas here, you need to seriously consider saving time for a game 3.
Yeah, I think that's what he's thinking about, but maybe there's some line back in that we're missing that is the reason why he's decided to not take that line right now. There's a Precious Trolley, a little bit late.
I mean, it's great on turn 1, pretty good on turn 2. Turn 17, I mean, it'll still get you any basics you need, but it's not quite as good. So we are going for an Yveltal here.
So is it turn 17? Have you been counting along the whole time? It's pretty
I
impressive.
made up a number off the top of my head that was more than 5. I went for 17. I think I probably overshot, but I'm absolutely okay with that.
Seems seems viable enough to me. Let's roll with that indeed. But
You get lots of turns when you play a Frostlass deck if things are going well.
yeah, no kidding. But so what is the grab then off this Precious Trolley? Yeah, I guess maybe some monkey business to try and find a way back here. Oh, maybe this retreat lock on the Yveltal could be a way to make use of something here. Onto that Squawkabilly, perhaps.
That might be the way you have to go. We would need some gusting and stopping retreat. Again, you're saying to your opponent, I know you've used your Prime Catcher. You're not a deck that plays a huge amount of switching because you've got that Skyliner on the Latias. So maybe, because the other thing is you've just benched a Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Yes.
So you have given your opponent an out to take in their final 2 prizes to win the game.
Yeah. Now, it's a tricky decision here. So I just mentioned that if you're going to go for this retreat lock strat, what do you go for? Do you go for the Yveltal? Do you go for the Squawkabilly? Maybe you could go for the Latias as well. I think these are like, you know, the 2 targets you consider, but there's a bit of a disadvantage here for each one. With the Squawkabilly, it can still attack. You can do 20 damage a turn, motivate, and eventually your Yveltal will get KO'd. With the Latias, however, it will get KO'd quite a bit sooner because of the fact that it's weak to Dark. So maybe you won't be able to buy as many turns of stalling that way. So it's a bit of a weighing up game that that Nicholas has to play.
Well, we're going to see a Lily's Determination for the time being. That is going to go and get a new hand of 6 cards. 8 cards, because they still haven't actually taken any prizes. And hopefully that's going to give them... I mean, if you're going Yveltal, yeah, you need a counter catcher at this point. I think you need to combo it with that.
Yeah.
And Counter Catcher, to be fair, is not a card you're going to play as a one-of in Nicholas's deck. You basically aim to be behind on prizes, so...
There's 3 of them.
Yeah, you're going to play it as like a 3 or 4 of a lot of the time.
Yeah, and 8 cards is a lot of cards to try and find it as well.
Yeah, you want to be behind for pretty much the whole game. That's how you play.
See, is there a switch? I see, but it's a switch, but I don't think I see a Counter Catcher.
I don't see a Counter Catcher in that hand, Freya.
One out of 2.
That is not an ideal situation. And there we go.
Yeah.
Nicholas says, I'm not winning this game. Let's go to game 3. No counter catcher means no stalling. No stalling means it is inevitable. Perrine wins game 2, and we're going to go to game 3, and we're only going to have about 10 minutes left. Not great news for the Frostlass Monkey Dory player.
No, it's really not. I think what Nicholas was kind of weighing up there was, if I can pull off this retreat lock, maybe I actually have a chance to win here. And I think that was basically the only out after, I mean, what was, let's face it, kind of the Raging Bolt show.
Well, we see the Raging Bolt show here. We see an energy going onto the Teal Mask Ogerpon. We see cards being drawn, and this is what Perrine did so well. We see the second KO here coming down from the Raging Bolt onto that Badoo after that brilliant Iron Bundle play in the early turns. Then we saw the confusion, but nobody cares because Prime Catcher comes out and allows not just a KO, but a KO on that Frostlass, which was such a crucial KO to stop that deluge of damage counters coming down. Perrine took absolute control. That Professor Sada's Vitality coming down wonderfully at the right time to make sure you've got enough energy on those ancient Pokemon to keep this string of attacks going. And here we see that retreat with the Latias, and it's another KO, this time on a Monkey Dory. None of Nicholas's tricks to slow the game down worked there, and Perrine did what Raging Bolt needs to do in this matchup: take 1 prize every turn, and if you do that fast enough and you get the right targets, you can navigate this game.
Yeah, Mind Bend outed twice, once by the Prime Catcher and once by the Latias, and also especially not missing a beat with the Professor Sada's Vitality as well, getting all that energy on board. Didn't even see poor little Sliverwing, right? Just been chilling out there on the sidelines, not really needed to kind of for Perrine to go ahead here. And yeah, it really was just Perrine finding the right way to play around Nicholas's tricks every single time, turn after turn.
And it worked entirely. Looking at the prizes. Latias being prized there. Is that, and that is a one-off, so that is gone. Poor Sliverwing there. But it is the Latias that stands out to me. That is a one-off, and it's gone. But we start game 3. We are off the deciding game. Perrine gets both a Soul Rock and a Lunatone.
Pretty good.
Draws 3 cards with Lunatone, but watch the clock. We are running out of time.
Yeah, Perrine, both of the players really need to play lightning fast if they want to try and finish this game 3 on time. And I think the big thing for Perrine here is going to be try to play as many items as possible whilst you can.
Yeah, because you know Badoo's coming down. Badoo, look, Badoo's quite slow. Takes a little while. It's a little Pokemon, right? Takes a little while to get somewhere, but Badoo is coming. It's on its way, and when it gets there, your items are going to be largely useless. But the good news is playing Fight Gong does let you search through your deck and discover things like, oh, guess I'm not using Latias this turn.
Yeah, and that is actually especially awkward given that you started with that big hefty Raging Bolt EX in the active. That's going nowhere anytime soon unless you can find some kind of switching out, and your main one being Latias is not available to you, so ugh.
Yeah, it's not ideal. I mean, honestly, but to be fair, you know, we saw this in game 2. It wasn't that big a deal. If you can get a Professor Sada's Vitality and a manual attachment, you're not discarding a lot of energy to take key KOs. So honestly, as long as you can hit a Sada turn 2, you don't even need a Sada turn 2 to play. You can do it with manual attachments.
And there is a Sada in the hand, so as long as there's no hand disruption, they will be good to go there. Now, what is Nicholas's setup like? I see a Buddy popping, but that's not a Precious Trolley or an Arven.
That's not ideal. We want a Precious Trolley or an Arven to get a Precious Trolley. So Buddy is going to go and get 2 Pokemon with 70 HP or less. Now, the good news is it'll get you a Badoo.
It will.
And the good news is it'll get you a Snorunt.
Second one as well, because there's one in the active already.
And we do quite like doubling up on those.
We do.
The bad news is, yeah, Monkey's too big.
110. That is more than 70.
Way more than 70. And that's a big downside. We love Buddy Poffin, but you need to start getting your Monkey Dory established. And look, this is my favorite kind of best of 3, because we saw Nicholas winning game 1 with his deck doing what his deck does, and Perrine winning game 2 with their deck doing what their deck does. So what we really want is game 3. Artisan helps, actually.
Yes.
But we want to see, you know, both of these players are 1-1 game with their deck doing what it does. Who's going to win that crucial 3rd game? So you can look back. What happened in game 1? Nicholas got the basics out, got the Monkey Dory with energy turn 1, got the Frost Blast turn 2, and kept all of those pieces on the board. What happened in game 2 when Perrine won? Consistent KOs from the first attacking turn, taking a KO every single turn and not allowing yourself to be disrupted out of attacking for a turn. That's what we're fighting against here. Whichever one of those works, that's who's going to win game 3.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And how that will play out, I mean, the main tricky thing is just how little time we have left to like bear witness to that. 6 minutes and 40 seconds left. One deck that does win very, very fast, to be fair, but another one that doesn't. At the very least, Nicholas does have a pretty ideal turn 1 setup here. Even without the Precious Trolley, there's a switch, there's an Itchy Pollen.
And if I'm Perrine here, I want to play super fast because, yeah, I can win pretty fast. But I got to take 6 individual KOs.
Yes.
It will take me 6 turns, taking a KO every turn. And then that's 6 turns for Nicholas as well. Well, 5 turns for them.
Yeah.
But you're going to have those turns. You need to make sure you are essentially taking as little of the clock as you can so that Nicholas's turns, which do tend to sometimes be a little bit longer with the damage count and everything else, and everything has got time to basically resolve with you taking 6 prizes. There's no point taking 3 prizes and going, oh, I was in a great position to win. Yeah, but you didn't.
Yeah. Oh, hold on. This is very unfortunate, actually. There is no single prize Raging Bolt in this list. So the only option that Perrine had to fetch a ancient Pokemon from this Artisan was the Sliverwing, but it's prized. So that forces a 1 energy Sada.
That is not ideal. You want the 2 energy Sada, and you're right. Artisan does not go and get your EXs. It has to be your single prizes. And the only one you've got is, well, I mean, single prizer. It's a fitting name.
A single prizer and as a single prized copy.
Unfortunately so. So you get 1 energy. And look, it's still enough for now. You're still getting a KO on the Badoo, even through the Bravery Charm. So you're fine, but it's just asking more of you next turn is the issue.
Yeah, and again, we're seeing a hesitation here. It's understandable, right? It's a tricky situation. You don't want to do like the wrong thing, but there does have to be a trade-off at some point. You recognize that time is low on the clock. You know how many, just like, how much time your physical actions are going to take based on the fact that, as you rightly said, you have to take 6 individual knockouts on single prize Pokemon to win the game. I'm not sure if that's going to be able to pan out.
And the new timing rules are really important. It's +1 turn, not +3. So what it used to be is, if you get to 4 prizes before the time runs out, you will get those 2 extra turns of yours. But now, there's no guarantee. You've got to actually do it before time runs out. You might get 1 extra turn. That is it. So take 5 before the time runs out. Very different proposition.
Very, very, very different proposition. And it also is not helped by the fact that, I mean, Nicholas is also playing a deck that as we mentioned a lot, is a deck that wins more slowly. It's just how it operates. You build up a board slowly and slowly whilst hiding behind either retreat or item lock, and then you win the game from there. But it means that you need so many turns to win. I'm honestly not sure if there's a way that Nicholas can pull off the win before time runs out, to be honest.
It's going to be very difficult. Interestingly enough, benches an Iron Bundle.
Okay.
And then discards a Countercatcher with Ultra Ball. Iron Bundle makes your opponent choose. Countercatcher would allow you to drag whatever you want active, but it might be that you're playing the Iron Bundle now with the aim to use it in a future term.
Yeah, yes, it might be.
Use it now, Countercatcher is just better.
Yeah, I think that's probably what's going on here, and I think a recognition that right now your back is kind of against the wall. Has Nicholas played out his entire hand? Is that it? Oh, yeah, no, that is a 0-card hand, so no, it's just going to be the Iron Bundle now.
So Iron Bundle comes down, Solrock comes into the active. That's very relevant because Solrock is a viable attacker. Solrock can KO the Snorunt here for a single energy. So Perrine can keep the pressure up in terms of getting those KOs on the board.
Yeah, there's very much an open door here with Nicholas with 0 cards in hand and not much of anything going on. If Perrine can just get these KOs coming through thick and fast, she might actually just be able to pull this off in time.
And I am playing as fast as I possibly can if I'm Perrine at this stage. The clock is running out. You're probably going to be able to string attacks. The thing is, you can't just do nothing.
No.
You can't just announce your attack. You need to set up. You need to get your energy on the board. You need to make sure you've got attacks ready to go while also playing as fast as you can and then not trying to make mistakes. It's an awkward situation.
Yeah. And also right now, the big problem is that Perrine doesn't actually have a spare fighting energy. So that's why she went for the Ultra Ball here to grab the Teal Mask Ogerpon. Really needs to find an out to a fighting energy off of this Teal dance.
Yeah. Because otherwise you're not going to be able to attack. You need a fighting energy for that Solrock. And like you said, Freya, it's not in hand right now. And there's Draw Engine in this deck. There's not much. You need a fighting energy off this Grass energy.
It's a
Bad
nice
news.
Ball. Bad news indeed. And with no KO having happened...
Oh, no, we got... Oh, Sada, but Sada's not going to attach to the Solrock.
And with no Latias to retreat, and also there's the only draw Pokemon that Perrine plays is Serendipity EX. We see a lot of these Raging Bolt lists play Mew EX. This list is not one. Oh, but that's Superior Energy Retrieval!
But you've already attached an energy to... Oh, that was the ability, so we've got it now. That's lovely. So that is going to go and get you that fighting energy so you can attack with Solrock. But this turn is taking too long. We've got a minute and a half left plus 1 turn nowadays. Things are getting awkward.
Oh, I guess this also works. You could, just attach to the active and retreat. That also works. I think actually you have to do that because I think, Perrine attached both fighting energy from the Sada, so now you can't get one back with the Superior Energy Retrieval to attach to the Solrock.
So we just... Okay, well, we are...
Maybe I missaw?
Well, we're using it anyway to just go and get ourselves some cards from the discard pile. We'll see which cards are available here.
Oh, wait... No.
There is a fighting energy there. So now it gets attached to the Solrock, and the Solrock can go ahead and KO the Snorunt.
There is, and also I need to correct myself. I thought it was the Sliverwing that she took from the prizes last time, but no, it was actually the Latias. So Latias is already in hand. That was an option if needed, and now she's taking the Sliverwing from the prizes.
Okay, so Sliverwing's out. Latias is out. Now we've got a KO on the active with the Solrock, but we've got 40 seconds left. And here's a heartbreaking thing if you're Perrine in this game, right? You're pretty well set up. Your opponent's got very little going on. There's not nearly enough damage on your side of the board for you to be concerned. You don't have time to win this game.
No, it's an unfortunate matter of, like you said, trying to find the right balance between recognizing that you need to play faster because of the clock, but not playing so fast that you do a silly blunder that lets your opponent back into the game. Just a really hard balance to find. And unfortunately, 10 seconds left on the clock. I think that's going to be all she wrote for this game. I think it's going to be a tie.
Well, 4, 3, 2, 1. That is the end of time. That means that Nicholas will finish his turn. Perrine will get one more turn, but Perrine's not going to be able to take 4 prizes. Nicholas is not taking 6 prizes this turn, and with one game having been won by each player and game 3 not resolving, that means we are going to be left in a tie. Now, the players are welcome to continue playing this game out if they like. Here's a counter catcher onto a Lunatone, for instance.
That was quite a draw for turn. I mean, if the game had gone on longer, that could have actually helped out a lot.
That could have been crucial to slowing Perrine down, getting set up. We see Badu with Itchy Pollen, and that will mean that Perrine now has the final turn of the game, assuming our clock is correct, which I think it normally is.
I think the players discussed in a way where, yeah, I think they know. So, yeah, draw for turn is a grass energy. I mean, yeah, you play this out, you might as well, but there is, unless I'm missing something blindingly obvious.
I feel very confident, Freya. You are not. We are going to see one more KO with the Solrock onto the Badu, and that should be the end of the game, and we are finishing in a tie. One game for Nicholas with Mungidori Frostlass. One game for Perrine with Raging Bolt, and our first game on stream of the day ends in a tie, but we got to see both decks winning the game, doing what they do, and that at least makes me very happy.
Yeah, it was a really great display of the strength of both of these decks, and I think it's especially cool to see Perrine with this kind of new take on Raging Bolt. This is a deck that's really fallen off, especially with the introduction of Mega Evolution. It just feels like this deck hasn't been around anywhere near as much, but yeah, great display of both decks really here in this match.
Well, let's go back to the replay of game 1, and we saw that the deck for Nicholas set up beautifully. See all those Mungidori on the bench, see the Frostlass on the bench, see the Badu in the active with Itchy Pollen stopping item cards. And game 1 was Perrine really fighting to try and do anything while Badu comes up again and again. Another Itchy Pollen to KO the Solrock as all of those damage counters are ticking over. We see a counter catcher bringing up the Lunatone, and then that allowed the Mungidori to KO the bench Teal Mask Ogapom, and then the Badu to KO that active Lunatone, and that puts Nicholas absolutely in the driver's seat here with just 2 prizes remaining after this KO on the Lunatone, at which point Perrine kind of decided, you know what? I don't think I'm winning this game. Pick up the cards. Let's go to game 2.
Yeah, and then we go to game 2, and it is almost the complete opposite. We saw no Raging Bolt in game 1. We saw 2 of them in game 2, and they really just stole the show. Just being not only like the main focal attacker of your deck, but the fact that it's got 240 HP and doesn't have any ability, so that Frostlass is not doing anything against these. And with Perrine able to find energy and outs to the confusion, turn after turn after turn, just able to take exactly what you need to in this matchup. 1 prize every single turn consistently. Bam, 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 bam.
Well, here we saw the retreat with Latias putting that new Raging Bolt active. Mungidori had confused, but nobody really cared because you just retreat with a Latias, and then we see that Bellowing Thunder to go and actually, well, get it off. It's not Bellowing Thunder. Yes, it's Bellowing Thunder.
Yes.
Misspoke for a second, but actually didn't. Never mind. There's a fist bump to signal the end of game 2. And into game 3, it was actually looking very, very similar to game 2. Nicholas again was really struggling to set the deck up properly, and Perrine was doing what Raging Bolt needs to do here and just find a way to take a prize every single turn. But the problem is, look at the left-hand side of the screen. Look at that clock ticking down. Regardless of how many prizes Perrine took, there was not enough time to take them all. Solrock KO Snowrun, and then time ran out.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say, had that game proceeded, Perrine probably would have been able to take the game and the match, but the clock just wasn't playing with it. And this is sometimes something that a lot of players at tournaments, they fall a little bit foul of. It's time management is perhaps one of the most underrated skills that a Pokemon trading card game player can have, I think.
Indeed, and it's such an awkward situation because in game 2, I'm saying, well, if I'm Nicholas, I'm thinking about conceding the game for game 3. But actually, had Nicholas conceded earlier and given more time to game 3, then maybe Perrine would have had enough time to actually finish off and win that game 3. So maybe not conceding early was the thing that got a tie rather than a loss. And these are all awkward things, and unfortunately, we cannot do an untimed tournament. That would not work. We'd all be here through the night. People would not love it. There has to be a time limit on these games, and it is a skill you have to master.
Yes, and I think that's really, if you want to go into like a deep dive in that game, sort of right at the end there, that game 3, really where we saw like those last 2 turns play out. I think there is a world where Perrine actually would have been able to go to, see that game through to the end if you just played just a little bit faster. And if we're going to do a deep dive on that, I really like to take a moment to just look through and just sort of pinpoint what she could have done differently to pull out the win there.
No, absolutely. Well, hopefully we're going to be able to have a look at that in just a second. And yeah, here we go. Freya, talk us through it.
Yeah, so, I mean, we're going into Perrine's turn here. And we can see, yeah, but putting damage on, there really isn't that much going on for Perrine. She draws for turn, and already, this turn, what you need to do is just as quickly as possible, find a way to just retreat this Lunatone and take a KO. Now, you're going ahead and, I mean, at this point, it's actually not too bad. Actually, here, I quite like it. So, Teal Dance, just to get a little bit of extra draw going, you go down to the bench, Stork into the active, take a KO. Jobs are good, right? But then, as we proceed like a little bit further along, we see that, the Sorok takes the KO on the Badu, and that's fine. Nicholas doesn't have much of anything. Like, he said that's kind of it. I mean, I've just said it a little bit later on, right? But earlier on, we saw that there was really a lot more that could have been done to, like, where Perrine was just playing through the turn quite a little bit slowly with the superior energy retrieval and the like. And I think she's just done those actions a little bit faster. She might have just been able to take those KOs in time.
Might have been a possibility, certainly in control in game 3, but unfortunately, when it comes down to that, sometimes you just don't have enough time, and that's the thing when you're playing against a deck like Frostlass Monkey Dory, and we gotta be clear here, it's not a deck you face against very much. We see that package in Grimmsnarl, but that is a very different, much faster version of the decks. You got Grimmsnarl doing like 180 damage at a time, plus bench damage and all of that. But when you find yourself against these less usual decks, sometimes you need to make sure that you get your game plan, and it can be really difficult sometimes if it's a deck you're not used to playing against.
Yeah, absolutely isn't. Now, that was it for this round, but I have just heard we have our pairings ready for next round, so our players are getting ready for their Swiss round 5, which means that we'll be getting ready to show you another amazing round of Pokemon action, so don't go anywhere. Round 5 will be coming very, very shortly.
1,760 Masters players gathered from around the world to meet on the breezy Baltic coast to compete for one goal, to become the champion of Gdansk, Poland. With only a week between European events, curiosity spiked to whether trainers would change their decks based on the results of Lille. With the Dragapult Mirror Finals in Lille, would it have a target on its back?
Indeed, Dragapult was top once again, with a surprise Golden Go right on its tail.
Phase 2 brought more surprises as we saw a diverse asymmetrical top cut with plenty of shenanigans pointed to taking down the dominating Dragapult we'd seen the previous week, demonstrating the true divisive deck building of our top competitive players. The finals, on paper, should have been a one-sided affair. However, Emma Hagen with EVBox versus Daniel Magda with Golden Go was destined to be a battle to go down in history. Emma took an explosive start, showing Flareon EX's ferocious setup skills. Daniel fought back with what Golden Go does best, drawing cards and dishing out huge damage. Emma bit back with a ferocious Blood Moon Ursaluna, typically a late-game attacker to take full advantage of its ability. However, Emma intuitively used Black Belt's training to boost Ursaluna's attack power to KO a Golden Go mid-game. Daniel kept his cool, took a KO to become ahead in the prize cards for now, leaving Emma on a typically awkward 3 prizes remaining. However, Briar came through, allowing Emma to take a full final 3 prize cards to wrap up Game 1. Game 2, Emma prized Briar, so that game plan was off the cards. Daniel kept a single prize board state, taking knockouts using Solrock until each player had taken 2 prize cards each. This was the time to put on the gas and go aggressive, as 2 Golden Go slammed into play, releasing the draw power of the deck. Successful sequencing led to Daniel successfully taking down 2 birds with 1 stone as he KO'd Pidgeot EX, which had kept Emma's plays so consistent. Emma took a return KO, however, Daniel only needed 1 further 2 prize knockout to solidify a win in this unlikely matchup for the finals. Daniel only needed 1 superior energy retrieval to acquire victory, which was in hand. With that, Flareon's fire was extinguished and we moved to Game 3.
Game 3 began rocky for Emma, who only had 2 Pokemon on board, unlike Daniel, who managed to establish plentiful Gimmighoul. And although Emma was able to use her Flareon EX to defeat 1 Gimmighoul, they had friends on the bench, and with spectacular draw power behind them, a huge knockout on a lone attacker set the pace for the rest of the game. Hoot Hoot hit 1, 2, 3 heads on triple stab. Though impressive, it wasn't ever going to be enough. Emma conceded the game, and Daniel Magda became the Gdansk Regional Champion. Stay tuned to see what happens next as our metagame continues to evolve as swiftly as Daniel's Golden Go.
Whether you're a long-time fan or just getting started, there's never been a better time to jump into the Pokémon trading card game. With thousands of cards, endless deck possibilities, and an evolving competitive meta, there's always something new to experience. If you're new, following the action is easier than ever. Here's what you need to know. Each game starts with a coin flip to decide who plays first. Both players shuffle their decks, draw 7 cards, and must begin with at least 1 basic Pokémon. If not, they reshuffle and draw again until they find one. Each player also sets aside 6 prize cards, which are drawn when knocking out an opponent's Pokémon. The active spot is where battles happen. A Pokémon stays there until it retreats, gets switched out, or is knocked out. Damage is tracked using dice, usually in multiples of 10. Special conditions, such as poisoned, burned, or asleep, can be lingering effects that last longer than a single turn. On the bench, Pokémon can't attack, but they're still in play. There are 4 kinds of trainer cards: Item, Supporter, Stadium, and Pokémon Tool. Each one brings unique effects to the game, adding new twists and strategies to every match. To win, a player must draw all 6 prize cards by knocking out opposing Pokémon, but that's not the only way to win. With so many strategies and surprises, anything can happen in the Pokémon TCG. If you're ever unsure, just listen to our expert casters. They'll break it all down.
Cards, no ancient card yet. There's 2. The pair will be discarded now.
Here we go. This is the comeback, taking 4 prize cards in 1 turn.
Just going to conclude that Earthen Vessel.
Plus, our on-screen graphics are there to help you follow the action every step of the way. Stick around and dive deeper into the world of Pokémon TCG.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Stuttgart Pokemon Trading Card Game Regional Championships. I'm starting to slightly regret my sweater choice because it's actually quite warm in here, but I am not regretting that I get to cast the next round. What a lovely Alex Dow. How you doing, Alex?
Yeah, feeling pretty good about myself, but feel a bit underdressed because I get to see you in your holiday gear, as it were. But, you know, it's not all about us. It's about trying to make sure you guys are enjoying the stream as much as possible. We've got a cracker of a match that's going to come up soon as well. We've already had one great round.
I enjoyed that. I mean, we got to see Frostlass Monkey Dory doing its thing. It's a deck that was kind of popular for a while, but then people realized, well, if we take the spine of that deck and just kind of like shove Marnie's Grimmsnarl into it, it's a and that is a real archetype that's been doing very well for, you know, several tournaments now. Seeing it stripped down to its kind of most basic form without Marnie's Grimmsnarl was really fun, and it looks so good in game 1.
Yeah, absolutely.
But only game 1.
Yeah, that's very true. I was watching at the same time as well because I was just looking out and keeping an eye out for all those little tech cards that we saw, because there was the Lopunny, Mega Lopunny EX that was in there as well. And just across the different sort of strategies you have, simply because of what the space it gives you by not having that Marnie's Grimmsnarl. The Marnie's Grimmsnarl's package is actually quite large when you think about all of the sort of stage 2 lines, and then the stadium as well, and then the additional dark energies, for example. But, you know, it ended up as it did. And then at the end, there's not really too much to talk about because it's just simply, it was up against something quite unique as well. I mean, Sandy Shocks is something we haven't seen in a long time.
No, and having that to checkmate the Mega Lopunny was a little awkward, but you're still sitting at 3-0-1. You're still in good stead. Speaking of where people are sitting, let's have a look at these rankings. See some of our 4-0s. We can only show you the top 16 for now. I apologize, but we do have, you know, Maze Brennick-Meyer sitting there at 4-0. Jesper Eriksson. Hey, Jesper.
We talk about him far too often, but LAIC, last year's LAIC champion Miloslav Posledny is on there as well. Edwin Mesman was not a player we haven't seen too recently, but we know he's been so consistent with a lot of archetypes. Another name we like to call out often is Drew Stevenson. I mean, yeah, you were about to say.
I was just about to say, hey, Drew Stevenson's on there. Yeah, there are some top level players on there. We've got a world champion, we've got a world second place finisher, we got regional champions. So, and that's just a 4-0. And, you know, as we go through our 8 rounds today, it's going to get more pronounced. Like, there's going to be fewer 5-0s than there were 4-0s, and then fewer 6-0s and all of that. The longer we get, the more players will separate. Right now, these players are in a great position at 4-0-0. It's only 4 rounds. As wild as that is, 4-0, that doesn't get you into day 2.
No, when you're over 2,000 tournament sort of master
2,200-ish, I think,
exactly.
Today.
That's just a snapshot of the number of players that are on 4-0. There's going to be so many more others, and we're going to be potentially highlighting a couple of other players that want to be on our feature match shortly as well. But it's just an exciting time because, I mean, I haven't had a chance to speak about it. You and Frey already covered, but Phantasmal Flames is really going to, you know, change the game a little bit because we saw just little cards that can come into different decks.
Yeah, we did.
Like, you know, I'm really excited about seeing Mega Lopunny EX, just kind of see where it's at as its own deck in its own right, but also as a tech card to kind of match up against certain particular pesky cards.
I mean, yeah, and absolutely. It's a card I'm very interested in, excited about. I want to see some Battle Cage. Because I've been telling people that Battle Cage might be the single best card from Phantasmal Flames, and I don't want to be called a liar, frankly. So if some of the players out there could bring Battle Cage, show us how good that could be, you know, it's a little bit selfish, but I'm going to say it. It would make me happy. And, you know, we are in the holiday season there, so, you know, think about it as a present to your old pal Wossy. Show me how good Battle Cage is. Yeah, there's plenty of other cards that I'm sure we'll get a chance to try and showcase and sort of consider throughout this this weekend here at the Stuttgart Regional Championships. I'm interested in seeing the poster Pokemon of the set. I want to see a Mega Charizard somewhere at some point. You mean Mega Charizard X? Yeah. Well, yes. Did you say X? I say EX. I don't know. No, Mega Charizard X, EX. Oh, okay. We've not gone to Mega Charizard Y yet. Yeah. He come in. Oh, we have a match, right? Less about the different types of Mega Charizard, more about we have 2 players sitting at the table who are getting ready to get rolling here. So let's see. It's going to be a surprise. I don't know who we've got. We have Rune on the left-hand side there, just as you were mentioning that, Ross, and then Vincent on the right-hand side. Rune, obviously, someone we've already kind of showcased in some of our graphics because he has been a regional champion already this season. But alongside that, let's look at some of those accomplishments. He is one of those players who have aged up into the Masters Division, but in the seniors and even the juniors division was cleaning up. World's top 4, World's top 8, EUIC and NAIC champion as a senior, and he's just demonstrating exactly why he's one of those players to continuously watch throughout a tournament. And I just think it is so utterly bizarre that, you know, top 8 at Worlds, that was the worst accomplishment on Rune's slide there. But we got up against Vincent here, and here we got a player who in the last couple years starting to get consistent results. Gdansk top 64, Gdansk top 128, Bochum top 64, Stuttgart top 256. Apparently a fan of playing in Poland and Germany, but consistent finishes as we go along there. Something which we do need to be having, you know, a player we need to keep an eye on, I suppose. Yeah, absolutely, and that's what we're getting to the stage now. Both of these players are 4-0 at this tournament so far, so already at the 12-point threshold. They need to get 4 more points, of course, to make it into phase 2 as our players are beginning to lay down their prizes. Now we get a glimpse of exactly what they're both playing. Ross on the right-hand side, not telling too much. There's a Grass Energy Prime Catcher, which is never something you want to see. That left-hand side there, couple of those Psychic Energies, Churros, Rare Candy. Again, a small inkling about what we're
going to see in this feature match?
It's going to be God of War for Rune. It's going to be Joltik Toolbox for Vincent. And can we get a fist bump? Get rolling here?
We're waiting.
I'm excited. I'm itchy. Here we go. There's the fist bump. We're rolling with round 5 action. Rune on the left with God of War Jellison. Vincent on the right with one of those mega Pokemon in the active. We got Joltik Toolbox, but Rune's going to start us off here.
Yeah, absolutely. And just as we are just looking at what Rune's going to be utilizing, that Nest Ball's played. He's going to be checking his deck to find out what is being prized. Just to give a bit of a rundown, we've seen God of War as a deck and archetype for many sort of months and sort of almost years now, but it's all centered around that Psychic Embrace God of War EX. That card has a fantastic energy acceleration with your psychic energies from the discard pile, utilizing numerous different attackers, especially likes to utilize some of those single prizes like Screamtail, where you're just kind of racking up damage counters on the board state, alongside maybe sometimes flinging some damage with Monkey Dory, and then really just trying to manipulate the board to a position where you're taking out those key threats on your opponent's side and really just dominating how the board is from your side and your opponent's.
No, absolutely. God of War, it's been a very tricksy deck since we got it. In the past, we've seen things like Drifloon coming around and Screamtail. Obviously, Monkey Dory thrives in this deck because you're self-damaging with the ability, but also you don't need to worry too much about energy attachment. Looks like Secret Box is going to come down here, and that is a wonderful card. It's your ace spec, right? You got to discard 3 cards from your hand. That's a downside. But you get an item. You get a tool, you get a supporter, you get a stadium card, and all of those. So you're trading 3 cards for 4 here, and it means you can really get set up nicely. And, of course, Lily's Determination, 8-card draw from your supporter. If that's finishing off your secret box, that's, that's options there.
Well, it is turn 1 first to begin with.
Oh, you're not using it this turn, but next turn.
Next turn is incredible, because then you get all those sort of combo pieces to begin with as we're going through. As you can just see there, that Bravery Charm, the Artisan, just kind of getting the board state set up. Rare Candy for the next turn as well, trying to maybe burst straight into that God of War EX. I mean, right now, Rune is just staring down at that Mega Marwile EX in the active spot there. So maybe not really having a true inkling exactly what he's going up against. But here comes the Artisan, likely just to see maybe another Routes come down, or maybe just knowing if there's a Mega Marwile, well, the chances of getting another attack off, so you can potentially go for more Monkey Dories. But safe play first, Routes, second Routes, I should say, coming down.
Yeah, absolutely. I would like, if possible, to see a Darkness Energy on the Monkey Dory, just because, God of War is accelerating all your Psychic, so you can use your turn attachments on Monkey Dory. But God of War is another one of those decks, like so many decks in the format, where they're just not satisfied with one Monkey Dory. They want to go multiple, so the sooner you can get multiple Monkey Dory with Darkness Energy, the better.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just trying to work out if there's anything else we can do from this. There is no Dark Energy there, so we won't be seeing that. Pass over. Vincent here is now going to be kicking us off for his first turn of this feature match to the Swiss round 5 here. And we're going to finally get a chance to go through the deck. That Artisan is going to be so important because we're going to grab that Joltik, Ross.
Yeah, and this, we call it Joltik Box. It all comes from Joltik. Joltik has got a 30 HP, right? It's not lasting very long. It's almost certainly giving up a prize. But it has one of the most ludicrous attacks we've got for accelerating energy, because for 1 colorless, it will get you 2 basic grass and 2 basic lightning and attach them anywhere you like. So what that means is that you're basically getting 4 energy out of 1 energy attachment, and your Joltik goes down, you still got those 4 energy, and then it's a variety of attackers. A lot of the time, early game, what you really want is that Iron Hand, because Amp You Very Much will take an extra prize if you KO a Pokemon. Only does 120, but Monkey Dory, Routes, Pokemon like that, and then you can transition into bigger Pokemon like Pikachu, for instance, Miraidon itself, things along those lines. Mega Moral if you fancy it.
Absolutely. I think Mega Marwile is something, it's a deck I've had a chance to pilot to a tournament as well. Mega Marwile has actually got quite a unique attack because you're combining cards like Crispin to power it up alongside an energy attachment. That Gobble Down, once you've taken sort of 4 prizes, it's 80 times the number of damage times the number of prizes you've taken, or 80 times 4 is a nice little 320 number, and that takes out a big EX like God of War.
Gardevoir, absolutely. That's what you're looking at here. Take 4 prizes, finish off with Mega Moral. Job's a good one. Speaking of that Crispin, here it comes down. You need 2 energy of different types. 1 gets attached, 1 goes to your hand.
Yeah, so this is the moment. Does need to find a way to maneuver out of the active spot, because like we said, we do have to get Joltik into the active to use Jolting Charge. There's the energy attachment from the Crispin. Hand attachment looks like it's just going to go to the Joltik here as well. Oh, there we go. It's double energy.
Is that their hand? What? Have they? Is their hand just energy?
He's just missed the complete retreat there. So it's just a double energy attachment to the Mega Mawile. Gobble down, not able to do any damage as you haven't taken any prizes.
Literally does nothing.
And this is a massive potential swing turn here, because often when you want to go second as Joltik works, you want to get that Jolting Charge off. You want to get your attackers ready. And this is going to be push himself one further turn back.
Yeah, this is the worst case scenario as a Joltik box player. You're acknowledging the fact that your Joltik is going to give your opponent an easy prize or something. A Monkey Dory can just put 3 damage on and KO it. You're acknowledging that that easy prize is being taken, but it's okay because that 4 energy burst at the beginning of the game essentially sets you up. If you don't get that burst, things go very badly. There is a world here. Could we see, we got Gardevoir, could we get, enough energy accelerated to then move the damage onto Joltik with Monkey Dory? No, we'd need double Monkey Dory. No, we wouldn't. We'd only need 1.
Need 1.
It is in the realms of possibility off this Lily. We need energy in the discard. We need a darkness energy for Monkey Dory. But if we then accelerate 2 energy, we can then move the damage of Monkey Dory and KO the Joltik.
Yeah, absolutely. And because Vincent does have things like that Mega Mawile EX, which is, as a Mega, give up free prizes if it is knocked out. You're kind of going back into the kind of free attacks to go and take your 6 prizes as well. So definitely something we're going to have to keep an eye on here, as Rune has now played that Lily's Determination, as no prize cards has yet been drawn, has 6 left. We'll be able to hit the full 8 here. Does have 1 Psychic Energy, as we just saw Rune flick out from his discard pile as well. Just kind of double check what's available. But let's see what we're working with.
We need a darkness. We need a... Oh, I think I see a darkness, actually.
I'm not too sure I saw anything else to get an energy at this moment in time.
No, there is an Ultra Ball to discard an energy, but you need to get the energy before you can discard it. 2 Lily's Determination, 1 Iono in there, I believe. A Frillish, which, it can become a Jellicent in the future, which could be fun. But not doing anything now, and that's the problem. You can't move free damage because you can't have free damage.
So what do we work with here? We have the the dark energy attachment to the benched Monkey Dory with that Bravery Charm. Does have that psychic energy there as well. Psychic Embrace to the active, so can maneuver. Retreating down, we are going to go down the Frillish route.
Oh, I kind of love this. And now, the downside here is that you still don't have free damage in one place to get the KO, but what you can do here is use Frillish, turn off those item cards, and you still get to move a couple of damage. Move the rest next turn, it'll be fine.
Yeah, so here we go. Rune identifying maybe this is what I just start to apply some pressure on this Mega Mawile EX for the moment, alongside that Oceanic Gloom attack. So item lock for Vincent here, 40 damage on the Mega Mawile, down to 230, so a little bit easier in range, but we know Vincent's hand's full of energy, so it looks like it's likely just to be a hard retreat here into the Joltik.
I mean, look, it works. It doesn't feel good. You're getting a turn 2 Joltik attack rather than turn 1. You're losing 2 energy, so even though you're accelerating 4, you're only really getting 2 because you lost 2 to do it. But you still get the Joltik out. You've got your Iron Hands potentially set up for the following turn. If the Frillish doesn't evolve, then that's an easy 2 prizes plus stopping the Jellicent, or otherwise there are some other options. But doing it a turn after, it just feels so much worse.
Yeah, absolutely. One scary thing is this is where Vincent has to decide, of course, as he's just using Tandem Unit to pull out another Lightning Pokemon. He was kind of semi-eyeing up that second Iron Hands as well, but it looks like he's maybe going all full hog here for the Iron Hands. Oh, does split up the energies a little bit. We're going to need to see some of that Ampu very much at some stage, so does load up that Iron Hands with 3 energies, knowing he's got energies in hand as well. And it's back over to Rune. Very simple turn, but that's often what you need. And that's what he would have wanted one turn earlier.
Yeah, I actually really like this play because it means that you still one energy away from attacking with Iron Hands. Manual attachment will do it. But if for some reason the Iron Hands does go down or doesn't get a good chance to get an attack off, you've not put all your eggs in one basket, so to speak. So we're going to be getting 8 new cards here. We did see the Jellicent. We get an energy. That is a nice little hit. We've got energy and Jellicent, which are really the only things we needed.
Yeah, there was a lot of cards there. You've got a Earthen Vessel as well, so you can get another further 2 Psychic Energies or an extra Dark if you choose to do so, as Rune has decided here. And then we can Ultra Ball away that Psychic Energy to get another one of those pieces that we need, including getting the energies in the discard so we can start utilizing Psychic Embrace, getting damage counters on the board a bit further, as we do see some of the movements there. That was the one that was discarded with the Earthen Vessel and then very quickly KO'd on the Joltik.
Yeah, it would have been great to see it last turn. Never had 3 damage counters in one place, but you did this time. So you move 3 of them with Monkey Dory, you KO the Joltik. And here's a fun thing. You now force Vincent to put something active in the middle of your turn. And it's little things like you didn't evolve to the Jellicent. So your opponent is hoping, oh, maybe they whiff the Jellicent. Maybe they don't have it. So I can put Iron Hands up, I might get a cheeky KO. But we know that Jellicent is an option. Oh, did it get discarded with the Ultra Ball?
Yeah, just got discarded for Rune to grab a Curlier there. But by sending up the Iron Hands, this can be a bit scary as well, because you want the Iron Hands to take as many prizes as possible. If it's going to take a hit, it usually means it's only ever going to maybe get 1 Ampere very much off, as we get the second Dark Energy now on that Monkey Dory. Let's see the direction that Rune's going to take. Does have Screamtail as an option on the bench as well, but currently has the 2 energies on that Frillish. It is a bit of a sort of bulky Pokemon to try and maneuver around, as we do get another Psychic Embrace to it. Does need 3 energy cards to retreat it, as we do see the pay retreat here. Screamtail moving to the active spot, Ross.
Yeah, I love this because Screamtail doesn't have to hit the active. Screamtail can hit anywhere. So we get 3 energy onto the Screamtail. That means that you can do 60 damage anywhere you like on the... Well, sorry, 120 damage anywhere you like on the board. 20 per damage counter. So you could start firing it into the Iron Hands, or it could go onto, for instance, that Mega Moral that gives up prizes. Now, I know that was a Monkey Dory, but I'm just saying what you can do here is just start piling this damage around. 120 onto the Iron Hands, and this is where you want to be a lot of the times as a Gardevoir player. Damage all over the board, Monkey Dory ready to go. Loving it. You're giving up 2 prizes, but you feel like you're in a good position.
Yeah, we've had to commit the 3rd Metal Energy now to the active Iron Hand, so we can start swinging away with Ampu very much. We have an Ultra Ball of the actual hand as well. Gonna have to try and get some level of draw. There is that Mew EX that is available in the deck at some stage as well. It looks like we're eyeing it up because it does have that fantastic ability restart, allowing you to draw your draw cards until you have 3 cards in your hand. But to identifying the Pheasantipity first, no current cards in hand. We're gonna amp you very much. We're gonna get 2, but just saying, well, I'm gonna keep this Pheasantipity for the moment and just kind of semi-protect myself for a future turn.
Yeah, I kind of like...
Oh, had the Joltik knockout as well, I should say.
Joltik got knocked out by the Monkey Dory damage, so absolutely flip the script on board. And here's a fun thing of your Rune. That Iron Hands has a bunch of damage. That Moral has a bunch of damage. Yeah, that's 5 prizes. That's the game. Your prize map is actually built up really quite nicely here. And there's going to be an extra 60 damage from Monkey Dory every turn from now on. And that's in addition to all of your attacks. We could see this game ending fairly quickly. And honestly, you know, okay, Vincent takes 2 prizes here on the Screamtail. You KO the Iron Hands. Then what's Vincent doing? Like a 300 hit with Pikachu and lose all the energy?
I mean, all the metal energies are currently expended as well. I mean, it's kind of one of those things where sometimes maybe I would have liked to see the Mew here, but maybe want to keep that kind of additional bench slot open. Do get the Power Glass attachment to the Pikachu EX as well. A very unique sort of tool card. At the end of your turn, if it's in the active spot, you do get to get a basic energy from Disco Pile and attach to it. As we do get an Ampu very much now. Vincent going down to 4 prizes remaining after taking out that Screamtail.
Absolutely, and here it's over to Rune. You really want to take out that Iron Hand this turn. It has to go down. The good news is it's already got 12 damage counters on. You can get 6 on very easily from Monkey Dory, and there after that, there is not much damage that needs to be done. So take that out and try and set up that Mega Morile. And really, if you're Vincent right now, what to attack with becomes really awkward. Oh, Alex, could we see a Mew using... Because that's in Ampu very much range. The Iron Hand is in Ampu very much range. Mew can copy Ampu very much for free colorless energy, Psychic in this case, and that's a free prize KO.
Yeah, so maybe even could just ignore the Mega Mawile EX on the bench as the free prize of knockout, and let's just take the additional, let's legalize the cheating effectively through Iron Hands' Ampu very much, through genome hacking.
I mean, I'd love to see it. That is a fun play. Now, we do have Countercatcher, and Countercatcher is actually live right now, but I still think you have to go after the Iron Hands here.
Yeah, you remove the energy from play, and I think that's the most active thing. There's a Professor Churro scenario to remove.
Oh, it's happening, Alex. Amp you. Mew says, amp me very much. Amp you very much. Of course, we are going to move the damage with the Monkey Dory first, obviously. And onto the Pikachu. I love that, because Pikachu's ability works when it's got full HP. Ability is now turned off, so now we can amp you very much. Rune does the hands, and we see the KO on Iron Hand with its own attack for free prizes. That was beautiful.
Yeah, and now Rune just down to 2 prizes remaining. Vincent is going to have to look for a particular card to just try and swing this back. There is an easy knockout on this Mew, utilizing Blood Moon Ursaluna that is being piloted and played in Vincent's deck, of course, because of Season Skill's ability, and that Blood Moon attack dealing 240. Just needs that 1 energy attachment to it, of course. But that's one way. It is a big, tanky Pokemon with 260 HP. But right now, Rune's in a pretty good spot, it looks like. But let's just see how Vincent kind of takes care of this Mew for the moment.
And because Rune took 3 prizes off that Ampu very much, a KO from Vincent on the Mew will not activate Countercatcher, which means it's more likely you will have to go through that Blood Moon Ursaluna in the active, who is a bit of a menace, quite frankly.
Yeah, I guess one of the other things that Vincent might be holding is that Iono as well.
Oh,
which
here we go.
Not a card we too often see in such aggressive archetypes, but could really come up trumps here because there's not really any draw power on Rune's board state right now. So we'll only have the 2 cards plus the draw to work with, especially if we're taking down this Mew. Does hit the Earthen Vessel for an energy card as well. So we're gonna get that Blood Moon Ursaluna attack off here, if this is the route we're going, of course. Does still need to retreat, does have the energy on the Pikachu already to do so. So it's going to be a massive season-skilled Blood Moon attack, I'm sure, here. And it's going to be on Rune to try and turn this around.
And here's what's awkward. Rune's got an Ultra Ball in hand. So you can go and get Pheasantipity and draw 3 cards and flip the script. But if you do that, you put a 2-prize Pokemon on the board that Blood Moon Ursaluna can KO, which there currently isn't. So that is a risky play if you want to go down that route. We need to see what the 3rd card Rune is going to have access to will be. For now, it is a Mew using Restart and then a Pheasantipity using Flip the Script, going to 6 cards in hand. And now we're going to retreat with a Pikachu. In comes Blood Moon Ursaluna, and it is a big KO on the Mews. Not quite as fun as Mew using Ampu very much, but it is just as effective. And now the question is, can we finish off this game? As a Rescue Stretcher as the final card. Could get Mew, and then you could use that for Pheasantipity.
Which, well, you can also just get Mew. You've got Monkey Dories if you're loading out with damage counters and then flinging it over the Blood Moon.
There we go. So genome hacking is going to copy Blood Moon Ursaluna. Mew takes 5 prizes in a row and finishes off game 1 for Rune.
Yeah, some incredible display of exactly how and why Gardevoir is what's still one of those decks to kind of beat at these tournaments right now. We know how popular it is. We know how good it's been over the years, effectively, since it's been, as we get a chance to just watch back how this all went down.
So here we go then, back at the beginning of game 1, we saw that retreat into that Frillish, and then we see an energy accelerated, couldn't quite KO the Joltik yet, but turned off those item cards. We saw Joltik finally go off from Vincent, but it was a turn too late, and that meant that Rune was able to get a bit better set up. We saw the painful retreat, but it was into the Screamtail, and that meant that we could use Monkey Dory to KO the Joltik. We then had 120 damage going onto the active Iron Hands. We also had damage going onto the Mega Moral on the bench from that Monkey Dory, and this was what Rune was doing all game, threatening KOs. And this was one of my favorite plays I've seen all season. Free energy on a Mew, genome hacking to copy Ampu very much, taking free prizes off the Iron Hands, and I love that everyone always does the hands. It makes me so happy. Yeah. And then at the end of the game, yes, Blood Moon Ursaluna was able to get a KO, but then it's Mew doing Mew things, genome hacking to copy the attack with damage from Monkey Dory was enough to close the game.
Yeah, already, you know, just the second feature match we're showcasing so far. We get a chance to see the prizes, but Ross has already got his highlight moment of this weekend, I reckon, there. But
it's going to be hard to beat, man.
Here we go, game 2. I'm sure here Rune's going to be starting once again, because when you're Joltik box, you want to be going second to get that jolting charge off. Here comes a Nest Ball with that Monkey Dory in the active spot.
And look, if you're Vincent, good news. That was like the worst case scenario. Joltik box doesn't normally win if you missed the turn 1 Joltik. So scrub that game and go, right, that game wasn't working. I tried, it wasn't working, never mind. Game 2 is going to be better.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's one of those where it's like, it was surprisingly close anyway, despite missing that turn 1 jolting charge. That Iono could have been so different. It could have just been free energies.
Yeah.
And then that way, Rune then would not be able to take the KO. I mean, even with Gardevoir dealing 190 and 2 Monkey Dory, it's 250 damage dealt there. Well, Blood Moon Ursaluna has 260, and that's a little bit hard to kind of sometimes deal with. But here we go. We've got just looking like a pass over. Does have the Mew. Looks like we're struggling for draw as well. Vincent here has Nest Ball, has a chance to get something like that Miraidon, get some of those additional attackers going, and we're going to see a jolting charge this turn, I'm sure. I think I saw an energy, unless I'm corrected there, Ross.
I'm fairly sure there is an energy. We're eyeing up Iron Hands and Pikachu, but of course they are Pokemon that you get from Miraidon. Miraidon essentially allows you to go and grab a couple of other lightning Pokemon. So the goal essentially is you get Miraidon off your Nest Ball, and then that goes and gets you your other lightning Pokemon. We've been doing it since Scarlet and Violet base set came out, and we're still doing it now.
Yeah, one of the great things that Rune obviously has been able to do is get that Bravery Charm on the active spot there. Just kind of then reducing the opportunity if Rune does have to continue leaving that Monkey Dory in the active, that Iron Hands Ambu very much is not going to be able to take that out. But there we go. The Grass Energy attachment has chosen not to go down the Miraidon route. Maybe just saying, I'm committing all 4 energies here, potentially to this Iron Hands. Does get Pheasantipity down as well, knowing that that Joltik doesn't typically stick around, as you mentioned, Ross, but it's just a jolting charge. We're going to load 4 energies, I'm sure, onto this Iron Hands. If I see one on that Pheasantipity, I'm going to question some things because we're going to need to get an Ampu very much off as soon as possible.
Yeah, we really are. The good news is, I mean, they've got to all go on there. There we go. All of them on the Iron Hands. And, you know, Vincent choosing not to fill his bench up. Of course, with things like Monkey Dory spreading damage, there are reasons sometimes to be a little more conservative in your bench. For now, it's... Actually, how many more items does he play? Oh, he only plays 1 and it's in the prizes.
Oh,
I assumed he played 2. But no, there's only 1 Miraidon. It's in the prizes, so that's why we didn't see it. But it looks like Monkey Dory is going to be KOing the Joltik. So, first prize for Rune. But are we going to see an Iron Hands take 2 prizes off the Monkey Dory? Not yet with that Bravery Charm.
Yeah, but we're going to be looking for something like that Arven, maybe trying to get hold of that one-off Tool Scrapper. There is double Arven in the prizes, so there's only really 2 left in the deck. Can we get hold or get to that Tool Scrapper to be able to even take an Ampu very much knockout here? Boss's orders on the routes instead.
That's even better, because that means that Gardevoir's not coming out for at least 2 turns, and you still get your 2 prizes. And if Gardevoir's not coming out, what are you using to KO the Iron Hands? You don't have enough energy. I mean, you'll confuse it with Monkey Dory, but that's not a KO.
But it's still very scary to be a confused Iron Hand. But here we go. Another Ampu very much. We didn't see the hand action from Vincent here, just going with the one-hand motion there as Mew goes into the active spot. Rune looks like he has hit a Nest Ball there. Maybe could go down the route of picking up that Pheasantipity to draw more cards. Looks like that's the route we're going down.
Yeah, you have to.
When you're Gardevoir, sometimes you're okay not necessarily getting a route on this turn if you can get that Mind Bend off. If Iron Hand then does hit tails or doesn't find another way like a prime catcher to maneuver around and maybe... Well, actually, it doesn't have an easy target right now, to be honest.
No, and it's worth noting that Bravery Charm's still on the Monkey Dory, so even if you flip heads on Ampu very much, you don't actually get the KO, so we would have to see an arm press for one prize, and even that's a 50-50 proposition.
Yeah, so it's kind of going to be a tricky moment here. Rune could literally leave his board state as it is for the moment, get that Iron Hands confused, and maybe buy himself a turn. And that could be one direction to take it down. Gets the extra energy attachment because we want to draw one from Mew first. Hits Ultra Ball. And then here we go. Pheasantipity. Flip the script for 3 cards.
Ultra Ball, energy, and a prime catcher, I believe.
Not a terrible batch of 3 cards there to work with.
A catcher.
Yeah, as we do see the Ultra Ball being eyed up now. Jellicent EX hitting the discard pile. Another Psychic Energy going into there as well. Routes is back on the board state. Can't evolve this turn, but we're going to prime and get it ready for a future turn.
Worth noting that it is a very aggressive deck for Vincent. So we have Prime Catcher, we have 4 Boss's Orders. 1 has already been played. Here we go with the Mind Bend. You need to turn that Iron Hands upside down. He's confused. And now, if you want to attack with Iron Hands, you better be good at flipping heads. Because if you don't flip a heads, you don't get to attack. But have we drawn into the Verizon? Well, that can help, because now you can flick into the active. And then that's got a much nicer retreat.
With the ability
moving the energy over, absolutely. Much easier retreat, and then you're not confused anymore, and that's going to be lovely.
And I think
and there is a boss in hand as well for the route. I said he played 4. There's 2 in back-to-back turns, and now 4 prizes in 2 turns off of routes. Now I feel like it might be going bad for Rune.
just a little bit, but there's not too many more outs, I'm sure, to maybe getting out of a confused lock. But at the same time, we'll see how Rune can do this, because he hasn't been able to draw too well thus far. Does have Ultra Ball, and that Counter Catcher still in hand. Of course, Counter Catcher now being discarded alongside, it looks like, that Gardevoir EX with the... Oh, no, it's a Clefairy's, right? That is a Clefairy.
That is a Lily's Clefairy EX, you are correct.
So it's just going to be an Ultra Ball, just to thin down the hand a little bit more, maybe get the routes. He does need them to be able to get into this game, but we can then Mew up to 3 cards and then Pheasantipity to get up to a 6, and maybe have to weave in something like an Iono alongside that Monkey Dora just to reduce the number of cards that Vincent has access to.
That would be the ideal situation here. An Iono combined with a Mind Bend. Now, was that an Iono or was that a Lily's Determinant? It's a Lily. Oh, so it's going to be 8 cards here. Choosing to use that before the Pheasantipity, which, look, you could have used Pheasantipity to try and dig for an Iono. But then if...
Yep. But at the same time, you could go for the Iono, but you know what? Sometimes it's just so much better to just go and say, look, if you have it, you have it. There's still plenty of time for the moment, 23 minutes or just under 23 minutes. And at that stage, we'll work from then onwards.
Yeah, and if you don't have it, then I get my 8 cards off Lily, plus my free from Flip the Script. I'm sitting and rocking an 11-card hand. You've probably got this game, but if you don't win next turn, I'm in the best possible position. Here is a Mind Bend. Turn that boy upside down. We've got confusion coming in. Now the question is, can we get around it again?
Oh, they double checking that Prime Catcher's there. He must have hit Arven.
Oh, it's an Arven, so now we Prime Catcher. That's the switch. Retreat. KO with the Iron Hands, taking all 6 prizes, and a pretty quick, pretty straightforward victory there for Iron Hands. Pretty quick victory there. For Vincent, and that is exactly what this deck wants to do.
Absolutely. I mean, when you can get an Iron Hands off, as we get a chance to replay this as well, that Boss's Order straight onto that single route on the board state, and just from then onwards was able to kind of have all the pieces Vincent needed to kind of maneuver the Iron Hands, get out the confusion lock, and then just keep targeting down those routes or those easier lower HP Pokemons. We do see the Mind Bend there, but Rapid Vernier from the Verizon EX there, just kind of coming into the active to retreat. The Boss's Orders on the routes once again, and then that Ampu very much for the 2nd time. But it's not just twice we saw it, Ross. In this game, we saw Iron Hands' Ampu very much 3 times to take this game. And when that happens, yeah, I know you've won by taking all 6 prizes, but you can't really ever let it take it more than once. Do it more than once, I think.
If an Iron Hands attacks twice, and by attacks I mean attacks for a KO, then you're probably winning that game. And here's the thing, you know, Mind Bend came down twice. and confused. And in that situation, you expect one of them to stick. When neither of those stick, once we had the Verizon, once we had the Arven for the Prime Catcher, when you get around both of them, it's just, you're winning that game.
I just realized we keep calling it Verizon. It is obviously an Iron Leaves.
Oh, it is Iron Leaves. It's not Verizon. Thank you, Alec. It is, of course, the Paradox, the future version of Verizon.
So we get a chance to get a glimpse of the prizes there. One God of EX, one Joltik. Of course, these decks, as a Joltik box does play too. Vincent will be going first at Iron Leaves EX in the active spot now. So we won't be able to see that Rapid Verdier ability to be able to maneuver maybe a Pokemon out of the active spot. But there's loads of maneuverability in this deck itself. I would normally say there is, but Latias EX we saw already is actually prized as well.
Yeah, there are some cheeky prizes in this game. The Latias prize for Vincent when you start with the Iron Leaves is actually kind of annoying. The one of Mew for Vincent is prized, and one of the two Gardevoir EX are prized. And yes, you play two of them, but it's just much harder to hit it if you've only got one there in the deck. You've got fewer outs. So, good news is you're going, well, you don't want to go first.
No.
But the good news is because you're going first, you attach the Joltik, you can worry about the retreat next turn.
Yeah, so let's see what... Ooh, I don't know if I really like Rune's hand too much, actually. I don't know if I saw a supporter, but we're getting an Ultra Ball off first. We're pitching away that Latias EX and that one additional new tech card for that Gardevoir decks. That Mega Diancie EX there has been pitched away with the Ultra Ball. I'm sure it's a card we're going to see come up a few more times across this weekend, so we'll get a chance to talk about it later. But Rune here has to work out what his best route is to just try and protect himself. He knows he'll have one more additional turn because Vincent will need to Jolting charge. But if we're not working with a supporter in this turn, it's going to be real tricky.
No, absolutely. It's always a bit awkward, you know, especially when you see your opponent. You know they've got it next turn because Iron Leaves has a retreat cost of 1. So you can just manually retreat that. Joltik is going to go off. Iron Hands is on the bench. You know that Vincent is going to have their ideal turn next turn in that they can Joltik onto an Iron Hands. Your job is to try and make sure that the impact of that Iron Hands is as low as you can do.
Absolutely, and it looks like we're just getting the Ultra Ball for the Monkey Dory for the moment. We know how vital that is, even if we can get a turn off at some stage to either Monkey tick damage over the Joltik, take an easy knockout, or even just utilize Mind Bend again at some stage as well. We do see the shuffle out. We'll double check what's in hand. Yeah, there is nothing in there, Ross. Just the routes coming down to the bench alongside the Monkey Dory. Attachment to the routes in the active spot. We're going to have to collect for a card here.
Oh, that is not what you want. And you know what's happening to that routes next turn. What was the card, Alex? I missed it.
It was that pink secret box card. So we're going to get a game on the next turn.
Okay.
We have Air Balloon on the active spot here for the Iron Leaves, and that Pepper or Arven that we see in so many decks nowadays. It looks like we're just going to grab that Bravery Charm there, maneuver to the front of that deck, and just kind of the World's Your Oyster, eyeing up a Pokegear, because, you know, when you get Pokegear, you're going to try and look for those boss's orders and so many other useful cards.
Yeah, you can't search out a supporter with Arven, but you can go and get a Pokegear that hopefully leads you towards the supporter you want. Getting that Air Balloon was huge because now you're not wasting an energy to get that to get that Joltik into the active. So now you are going to be in a much better position. You do play 2 Iron Hands. I am a fan, generally, especially after how last game went, of just trying to go double Iron Hands. And you know Vincent was thinking about it. We saw the Iron Hands coming to the front there, but deciding that Pikachu with the ability to do 300 damage, better in the end. In comes Joltik into the active, and we are going to see... We're going to see a very particular kind of charge. It's going to be a jolting charge.
Yeah, and again, it's going to be that question of loading up the Iron Hands or maybe sticking one on the Pikachu as well. It does have E-Switch in hand right now, but yeah, it's going to be all 4 on the Iron Hands. Does have that Bravery Charm on it as well, so it's a big, beefy, tanky 280 HP Pokemon right now, and Rune, after drawing in his next card, immediately plays down that secret box. We've got a game, ladies and gentlemen, simply because of that routes collect. It looks like we're going to finally just kind of see how this could all pan out. Just eyeing up a few different cards there. Looks like that Technical Machine Turbo Energize being eyed up as the tool card of choice with an Earthen Vessel, that Mystery Garden opportunity for these types of decks to draw even more cards where you can discard an energy card and then draw up to the number of cards in your hand of the number of psychic Pokemon on your board.
So actually, that technical machine was just searched out to be fodder for the Earthen Vessel, immediately played. So what we saw there was a search of Lily's Determination, Mystery Garden, Earthen Vessel, and the Tool. Tool gets discarded for the energy, and we end up with Mystery Garden. Now we get to discard that to draw until we've got 3 cards in hand. It was a Rare Candy and a Night Stretcher. And then Lily's Determination. This is the play I was talking about earlier. When you get to use that secret box, you get all the other bits, all the other tricks, and then you go, oh, and now I'm going to shuffle draw 8. It doesn't work turn 1 going first, but on any other turn, this is a great way to finish off a secret box play.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be such a vital moment here. I mean, Rune, last time he did play that first Lily's Determination and get game 1, just obviously won in the end, but did miss the kind of additional energy cards to try and utilize things like the Psychic Embrace. Just trying to see what we're working with here. We haven't drawn into anything like the Gardevoir EX there right now or Rare Candy, so it might just be a bit of a slower turn once again. Or maybe I was a bit wrong. So that looks like that Mega Diancie there.
Mega Diancie is in hand with Fezandipiti, Frillish, Screamtail, Nestball, Lily's Determination, Iono, and a Psychic Energy. That's what we got hand-wise. So Fezandipiti coming down. Won't draw you any cards yet. Vincent's yet to take a prize. But, you know, a couple turns' time, that thing's going to be wonderful.
Yeah, so
it's actually going into the active because it can take an Ampu very much.
Yeah, so it's one of those things where, although Vincent is holding on.
Oh, no.
He's holding on to that pink Ace-Spec, that Prime Catcher, but it's also top deck boss's orders at the same time here. Now, he's going to have that decision to make because, you know, there are 2 roles. I'm in terms of the attack.
Okay, I was going to say.
Because it's targeting the Monkey Dory that has the Dark Energy on it, can limit what Rune can do on future turns here. Pay the retreat of the Joltik. Iron Hands moving into the active spot, Ross.
Yeah, amp you very much. I want to see Vincent do the hand. Maybe if you use it too much, you stop doing the hands. But either way, 120 damage onto a Monkey Dory for 2 prizes, not for 1. And no, your Joltik hasn't been KO'd. And there isn't even a Monkey Dory on the board. So even that Joltik is actually going to be a pain to get rid of at this point. And Vincent seems to be really getting into the driver's seat in this game, because not only do you have your Iron Hands, but how's it getting KO'd this turn?
Yeah, this is going to be a bit of trouble for Rune. I mean, we'll get to draw additional cards from the Fezandipiti as well. We'll try and look to combo his way into some important pieces. Ultra Ball there, pitching away the Frillish and another Psychic Energy, eyeing up a Curlier, because there are 2 routes. Does only play 1 Curlier, kind of playing the quote-unquote little bit more of a, I guess many people say, a bit more of a turbo build rather than the technical machine, sort of evolution type Gardevoir decks that we see. We do see the Monkey Dory, or the second Monkey Dory, hit the field now as well. We know how vital that is just to kind of get into the game and get big knockouts.
Is there any way to get a Gardevoir this turn? Because there is a way to KO the Iron Hands. The way is you get 2 energy on a Mega Diancie, you discard both of them to do 240, and that's actually enough damage. Here comes an Iono, so Rare Candy Gardevoir. You can't evolve the bench Curly, you just evolve that.
Yep.
So if you can hit Candy Gardevoir, it is possible to do it this turn. I'm not seeing either part, but here comes a flip the script. Frillish, Lily's Determination, Gardevoir, but I don't see a Candy.
And that does mean we're likely to see Iron Hands survive yet another turn. Therefore, another Ampu very much is very much live here, especially when Rune doesn't have double energy on a Monkey Dory this time to even try and slow things down with a Mind Bend. Counter Catcher on the Miraidon. At the same time, he has Iono'd his opponent's hand, so let's see what Vincent's going to be working with shortly.
Wow, we see an energy on the Monkey Dory. It's not going to do anything this turn, but again, next turn when you start getting Gardevoir, and next turn you will have a Gardevoir, it's in hand. You just can't evolve it this turn. So that was the odds. That was what you wanted to do, right? That Mega Diancie, the new card from Phantasmal Flames, that was the answer here to get a 2 energy, 240. That was the only way you were getting the KO. You missed it. There was actually a Bravery Charm on there anyway, so you would have needed to remove that, which might have been too tall a task. But right now, we see a Crispin coming down. We're going to get 2 energy, and that means that Miraidon...
Yeah,
that's getting out the active pretty easy. You only need 1 energy to get it out the active. And that Routes, you don't need to do anything else. That Routes is going down. The Iron Hands will unfortunately be smacking it out of the active.
Yeah, get the energy attachment onto the Pikachu EX as well. Just saying, if I can get some more energy attachments, does evolve up the Joltik into the Galvantula as well. Something we've seen as a tech card, as a key attacker into some of those pesky dark type Pokemon. Here comes the Iron Hands once again, Ross.
And 120 onto the Routes. Your hands, if you're watching at home, I want to see the hands going. Oh no, if you don't do it. And now we get 4 prizes, and game 3 is starting to look a lot like game 2. Galvantula also means you don't have a 30 HP Pokemon sitting on the bench with Monkey Dory running around. So yeah, that's a pretty big card. Even if you never attack with it, that extra 70 HP is crucial. But Rune still needs to KO this.
We're in trouble. This 280 HP behemoth.
290, I believe. It's 280 or 290?
50 plus 230.
I don't know why I corrected you. It was 280. You were right all along, Alex.
I try sometimes.
You're too nice to me.
No. Gotta give you a moment at times, Ross. But it's big. We know it's hard to take down. 280 HP isn't easy.
That's the takeaway.
Yeah.
It's big.
It's big. And Routes, sorry, Curlier is in the active spot right now. We know we have Gardevoir in hand. But what can we piece together to even take this out? We know Mega Diancie can do 240, so that's one direction. We then can get the Gardevoir in the active spot. We have double Monkey Dory tick over to the Iron Hands. That is one way to deal with a big, hefty Pokemon with such an efficient attacker.
And that's what you've got to do here. You need to accelerate 3 energy, and I think you kind of have to get them all onto the Mega Diancie unless there's some going elsewhere. You need to get 2 lots of free damage counters in the same place from Gardevoir's ability. Move it all over. That brings it down to 220. And then 2 energy on the Mega Diancie, discard them both, KO. That is what you have to do here. You will also need a pivot for the Gardevoir, but of course you can accelerate to the Gardevoir, retreat, and then accelerate those same energy to Mega Diancie, which will actually give you the damage you need for Monkey Dory.
Yeah, absolutely. We get the Mystery Garden as well, so we're going to see some more cards. Draw up to 5 into hand right now. 1 in hand, so 4 from the deck there. Does hit. Oh, it does hit Ultra Ball and Earthen Vessel, so we can even see even more energies sort of flying around into the discard pile to maneuver and sort of utilize at later stage as well. But we're going to see how we're going to work with this, because ideally you want to be disrupting Vincent where possible alongside a knockout. Vincent there just showcasing that, yes, that Bravery Charm is currently on that active Iron Hands, but we know that knockout's there, but we'll have to utilize that big free prize Mega Diancie EX to be able to take the knockout here.
Yeah, and this seems like it's pretty straightforward at this point because, like I say, you accelerate energy to Gardevoir to retreat, you accelerate the energy to Mega Diancie, move the damage over with Monkey Dory, and then hit with Mega Diancie. And honestly, playing the Mega Diancie doesn't matter at this stage. Your opponent's got 2 prizes left, and it's not as easy to KO as Pheasantipty. So you're not putting yourself at any risk here. The thing is, if that Pikachu can attack, that is going to end the game. You need 2 more energy, but if it attacks, the game is over. Right now, we see a flip the script. Jellicent gets evolved up from Frillish.
Does find the Iono, which is always the biggest thing as well. That was what I was going to mention. You want to try and limit what your opponent can do. You want to limit the opportunity to find that Crispin. We know one has been played already. And then
4 in the deck.
4 in the deck. But I'm just kind of also double checking. I'm sure we'll see in a moment. But, you know, Rune's got to play to his outs, and his outs are to take down this Iron Hands EX as soon as possible. I'm sure it's got to be the way. This is how we got to deal with it for the time being, at least.
And it really does look like Crispin is the out here. That's how you need an extra energy. You need energy acceleration. We play energy switch, but there's no energy on the board to switch, so that's kind of pointless. Out Power Glass is not going to work until you've been in the active for a turn. So it just needs to be Crispin.
Oh, unless you find Boss and Blood Moon Ursaluna again.
I mean, fine, Boss and Blood Moon Ursaluna would work fine, but I want to win the game with Pikachu.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen Pikachu there with energies before, but can we get there? Let's see what happens, of course. Here, we still just kind of still have the Gardevoir. There you go. There is a Psychic Embrace. 2 energies to the active right now. Takes 40 damage, 20 for each energy. Attached via Psychic Embrace, of course, here. And now it's just kind of working out the maths and numbers, because you can pitch over 30 damage over to the Iron Hands from the Gardevoir. You get 2 more onto the Mega Diancie. But maybe we're just slowing the game down a little bit more. We're going to slow the game down to the point where we're going to stick the Jellicent EX in the active spot. That attack, the power press, 80 plus 80 more if at least 2 more energies attached. Dealing 160 plus a Monkey Dory ticks does push it up to 220, and then it's got 60 HP left. So maybe just saying one more turn rather than give you a chance to see more cards through other things right now.
And that maths is perfect because 60 is 2 Monkey Dory abilities, 2 Adrenabrain. So you can basically KO it mid-turn and then get another KO immediately, going for a double KO turn. But here comes an Arven for a Power Glass and a Poker Gear.
And I guess one of those things is, because now you stopped items, I mean, did end up hitting the Prime Catcher into hand. Arven for the Poker Gear for the moment, knowing we can't play it for the time being with that Oceanic Curse ability, a card we've seen already as an LAIC champion. As long as this Pokemon is in the active spot, your opponent can't play any item cards or Pokemon tool cards from their hand. So it's a tricky Pokemon to deal with if you did not find a boss's orders. Mew here for 1 card. We've already played the support of a turn. It was just a Joltik.
Yeah.
This is actually a turn where we can't really do too much. We're just going to have to arm press here, I'm sure.
Yeah, arm press for 160 puts Jellicent up to 180, which, you know, is not terrible. The thing is that you're going to be losing a lot of prizes this turn because double Monkey Dory should be coming down to KO the Iron Hands.
Yeah.
What we got? We got 220. So yeah, 60 would put it up to 280, which would be perfect. So then the question is, what's the follow-up attack here?
Well, it depends what comes into the active spot, of course. But Rune here is maybe giving himself an extra turn to find the right pieces to begin with. We do see an Ultra Ball here. Just going to try and eye up what's left in the deck. It's pretty short. We've just got just under 5 minutes to go before we even hit sort of the final additional turn of time. It looks like maybe we could be kind of going quite close to that for the moment here. Looks like we're going to get a Night Stretcher, kind of picking up some additional pieces. Wonder that's a Psychic Energy. Just kind of use Mystery Garden to draw some more cards, draw 2 more. Of course, with Serendipity can only go up to 5. Is that enough? There's another Iono again, so maybe that's another route to just kind of continue to maybe cause havoc and create chaos. Here comes the Monkey Dory Adrenabrains to the active.
Double Monkey Dory gets the KO on the Iron Hand there. That's 2 prizes, but that was an ability. It's still your turn. Do you know what would have stopped that?
What,
Not
Russ?
Battle Cage, because it's in the active. Still want to see some Battle Cage. But key KO there. Now we see the Iono coming down, putting both players to a new hand. Rune gets 4, Vincent gets 2. And this is where Rune is trying to win the game. We've got 4 minutes left. We need to keep an eye on the clock. And what Rune's saying here is, look, I've taken your energy off the board. I've taken out your main attacker. I get the next attack, and you've got a 2-card hand, and the only draw you've got is Mew. I can come back and win this game. But if Vincent gets a boss, Blood Moon Ursaluna, there are Crispin, there are options to go and win this game.
Yes.
There are outs.
I think that's where Rune's going to just try and have to calculate this turn here. I did get a glimpse. Vincent does have the boss's orders. So it looks like it's just an attack off onto the Iron Leaves EX for the moment. It doesn't have anything else, just those boss's orders. It can then draw an additional card with the Mew, but can that be enough at this point?
I mean, you'd have to boss and hope to hit Blood Moon Ursaluna off your 2 card, which I mean is possible. And you've got the free retreating Iron Leaves in the active, so no. Iono here, same as before. You get 2, your opponent gets 4, but really just... I was going to say, you took 4. It's only 2.
Yeah.
Okay, it's definitely 2. Put 4 down, got terrified. What have we hit?
So
it's an...
Arven and an Earthen Vessel gets a Mew restart for 1. Crispin
It's a
for next turn.
So next turn, Vince has got the game.
Yeah, but then, so is there enough that Rune can do from this scenario to kind of deal with this at the moment? It's going to be a free retreat, it looks like, into the Mew ES. Just kind of say, I need that free retreat pivot Pokemon, and just pass over Rune here. 2 minutes, 28 on the clock, 26 now on the clock. Can we do anything else? Right now, Power Press is not taking the knockout. Can do, of course, with the Monkey Dory ticks there. Looks like it's just applying this 60 damage pressure from the Adrenabrains.
And that's the KO on Iron Leaves. So that means that we can then get a KO with Gardevoir onto Mew, and that is going to be the game. Rune takes 6 prizes in 2 turns, and it's 2 games to 1 for Rune. Crispin came out too late. Rune, a regional champion already this season, now sitting at 5-0.
Yeah, congratulations to Rune there. Just finding the kind of way to slow down the game. Doesn't want to give the chance for something like that Crispin to come into play. for that Mega Diancie knockout from a Pikachu, as we get a chance to recap exactly how this all went down. It went down pretty much to the wire here. Game 1, it was just the story of Vincent missing that initial jolting charge and Rune taking charge of this initial game and just kind of slowing it to the point where he needed to. And with that Frillish, utilizing the Monkey Dory to, just remove things like that jolting from play. And then it's just kind of, I'm going to start dealing a lot of damage. And this was the turn. This was the moment where you're like, Ross, this is your favorite moment of the tournament.
My favorite moment of the tournament so far. We managed to get 12 damage counters onto that active Iron Hands. And that means that Mew can come up, use Genome Hacking, copy Amp You very much for 120, which is enough to KO for 3 prizes. We see Rune do the hands, and that was where the game really turned into Rune's favor. And Vincent here was able to get around a couple of things, had that prime catcher, but unfortunately it was another Mew and there was another KO onto the Blood Moon, and that was game 1.
Yeah, game 2 was truly that story of that single Iron Hands EX. It was Amp You very much back to back to back. There's the first one. The routes going down there as Rune didn't really draw very good cards, but Vincent just had every out possible to utilize things like the boss's orders, take down another smaller HP Pokemon, because Rune did get that Bravery Charm onto that Monkey Dory there. Here we go again. It was just another opportunity for confusion, but Vincent eyeing up that prime catcher with that knowing it's an easy way to just bring up another small HP Pokemon. That was game 2, Ross.
And into game 3, we again see an early Amp You very much from Vincent. Game went quite well, but the difference was Rune was able to stabilize. Vincent got 4 prizes early, but then Rune went into disruption mode. We saw the Jellicent turning off at items and tools at the same time as that Ino coming down, and Vincent had outs. Crispin would have done it. The combo of Blood Moon, Ursaluna, and Boss would have done it, but then Rune was able to take this KO on Iron Hands by moving energy with Monkey Dory, and then take this KO on Iron Leaves by moving damage with Monkey Dory, and then it was just a pretty weak low HP Mew EX in the active, and that meant that Gardevoir could do Gardevoir things, KO the Mew, and that meant that we saw a 2-1 win for Rune.
Yeah, didn't matter how many Iron Hands and Amp You very much as you got off in the end.
Nope.
When Rune can kind of completely slow down the game with that Jellicent EX, that Oceanic Curse, it's just it really did curse Vincent's side of the board.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty good way to put it, unfortunately. And that's the thing, there was a point in the game where Rune had an opportunity to take a big KO with Mega Diancie and get into the prize race, and instead slowed it down, used that Jellicent instead, and twice in the last 2 turns back to back, we saw Rune do a double Adrenabrain with Monkey Dory to take 2 prizes. Only actually took 2 prizes off from a normal KO. Instead, slow the game down. I don't need big KOs. I just need to leave stuff in range of Monkey Dory, and that was how he ended up finishing out the game.
Yeah, absolutely. But, we've spoken about that game, all 3 games, in fact. But I know our winner is currently ready to have a conversation about exactly what went down and why he's picked up Gardevoir again. So take it away.
Thank you very much, Alex. Yes, I am here with our feature match winner, Rune. Congratulations, 5-0. That's going to feel good, right?
Thank you.
So, I mean, Gardevoir, this was the deck that you already won regionals with, doing the run back here. What made you pick it? Is it just that you have the experience with it and you thought, why switch?
I tried to play the best deck every tournament, and it just happens to be Gardevoir for like the past year. So that's why I'm sticking with it.
It makes a lot of sense, especially if you've seen success of it before. Now, talking about the match specifically, game 1 and game 2 kind of panned out a little bit in an expected way, I guess. I mean, the game 2 had some very rough draws, and it was just the Amp You very much so that happens sometimes. But game 3 played out very interestingly, I think. Can you talk us through that for the folks at home?
So the Iron Hands deck is very powerful if they get their Joltik off, and then they boss 3 times to win the game. But the deck is not very versatile. It doesn't draw a lot of cards. It doesn't have that much mobility. It has a Latias, of course, but if you item lock it, they can't find their Latias. So there are always like some tricky ways you can beat the matchup. You can Iona them, they need to hit boss every time. And when they don't, you can take like multiple prize turns, and then you can get ahead pretty quick.
Yeah, absolutely. And those last 2 turns especially, I think, is worth talking about, because your opponent ended up promoting the Mew, and then you had the easy way to win with the Adrenabrain and just attacking with the Gardevoir. like, what were you expecting your opponent to do there? Because at that point, and we were just talking before, and you were saying, oh, I actually wasn't expecting to win that game. What in your mind, to say if things had gone a bit differently, what were you worried about?
So he Iono'd me, and I knew I had a Turo and an Iono on the bottom of my deck, so I would probably draw into those. I expected him to retreat into or his Miraidon or his Galvantula, because he had his Iron Leafs active, so I could Monkey Dory it. Then he promotes something else, like the Miraidon or the Galvantula. And then the problem is he only had 1 energy on his Pikachu EX, so he needs to crisp into it. But when you crisp in, you don't have boss to get something in the active, or it's really hard to retreat. And when you're item locked, you can't find your Latias, so it's a one-off in your deck. The deck doesn't really thin their deck. So the chance of him drawing into that would be pretty low. And eventually the turn after the turn I won now, I would have probably won.
Yeah, and also, of course, not only that, but under item lock, say the one where you could do Crispin plus Gust to be Prime Catcher, but of course Jellicent shuts that off too. Now, I also want to take a moment. It didn't come up that much in this particular match, but Mega Diancie EX, this of course is the big new addition to the deck from Phantasmal Flames. You decided to play it. How has it felt in the deck so far? Has it felt like revolutionary? Like, how have you made use of it at all yet?
I think the card is really broken, but it's heavily misused.
Interesting. Okay.
People use it to just one-shot things, but I'd rather use it against matchups like Charizard, Grimmsnarl, and I don't really get out a Guardy. I just use Energize to the Diancie. Then you have a complete one-prize board. Then you can use your Diancie, set up some Monkey Dories. They hit into your Diancie. You can take 2-3 prizes and have Monkey Dories in play without having to put a Guardy in play.
That's absolutely fascinating there. A tip for the Gardevoir players at home, make sure you mute your Diancie right. A powerful new tool, but perhaps not quite being used in the right way yet. Now, I'd like to ask you as well, I mean, you've been playing for quite a while now. You've been playing through juniors, seniors, and masters. I know that you have like a lot of your local player base at home and people supporting you. So is there anyone from either your local group or just in general that you'd like to say thanks or give a shout out?
I definitely have to shout out Henry Chow, the Guardy god. He gave me the list. He explained why Diancie is so good, why the Energize is good. Nobody's been playing it so far, so that's definitely the H-Chow diff. Then, of course, Isaiah Bradner, a really good friend of mine. He convinced me to play a third Nest Ball over second Artisan, which has been clutch. And then my girlfriend, my dad, my mom, my whole family, all my friends.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. Now, it's going to show that you really need the support of the people around you and, you know, the sort of folks with you to sort of do well. So I was going to say thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
But I'm going to throw back to the Catters because I think that we're going to talk to you a little bit about our local leagues.
Yeah, we're going to talk about local league. If you're playing a Pokemon trading card game, most of the people, you start at your local league. I started my local league. I found out I was into Pokemon cards as a kid. Many years went by, and then around about Gen 4, I was like, wait, I can go to a league and play Pokemon cards again? I did not need convincing, Alex. I did not need to be told twice, and now I'm in Stuttgart casting Pokemon. It was fun.
What a journey.
Yeah, man.
What a journey.
That was like the short version.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we can dive so far into kind of our journeys into Pokemon, but absolutely the league, Pokemon leagues are definitely one place to check out exactly how you can get sort of connected with so many other people with this fantastic hobby that me and Ross are connected to, and why we're even here together.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
Fun fact, I've played Pokemon with one of the people in that video, and I'm not telling you who. But if you want to find people to play Pokemon with, wonderful news. There's literally a QR code on the screen. Use that to go and find an event near you. This is how players start playing Pokemon. And the best thing about going to League, you will make friends, and you will find people who can give you tips to, you know, learn how to play the game if you're a complete novice, or get better at the game if you're not.
Yeah, this is fantastic. Just a way of just connecting with everyone. I mean, even if you are someone who is an enjoyer of the video game or Pokemon Go as well, there's also those kind of opportunities. We love the trading card game, and that's why you're here as well watching this. Make sure you're pulling out your phone right now and just heading over to that website. Find your local events, find your local stores, and maybe one day we'll see you here at this tournament as well.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what we do. We start at the locals, we get a confidence up, go to League Cups and League Challenges, get a little bit more serious, a little bit more real. Then you come to a regional and you go, wait, there's this many people at a Pokemon tournament. I wasn't prepared for this. You settle in, you have some fun, and then you end up, you know, sitting on the couch chatting to Freya because you've just won round 5 at a regional.
Yeah, we've already heard so much from Rune. He gave us that little tip around the Mega Diancie with the technical machine, Turbo Energize as well. There's so much more to learn from players like him, and you'll get the chance to meet them at these kind of local events and maybe even these bigger tournaments as well. But in terms of other tips and tricks, we've got so much more Rune for you right here, right now.
A way to retreat. We do, and that means that Rune Heimans is going to defeat Tord Reklev 2-1 and become your Frankfurt Regional Champion, the first person in Europe to get a direct invite to the World Championships by winning a regional this season. Aged up recently into Masters and showing still one of the best players around.
I'm Rune Heremans, and it's ecstatic to win a tournament in Master Division. Just aged up, well, 2 years ago, but feels like I just did it. Won some tournaments there, but this one is my biggest one yet. I think the key moments were when I was 2-1-1, I wasn't feeling really well. I lost a game because of really bad luck by pricing double Guardy like in finals. I was really bummed out, but then I had a good reset by my dad, and then I won out. I think the biggest game I played was round 9, so the first round of phase 2. Going 7-1-1 into day 2 basically, it gives you a huge advantage because you can go 4-0-1 into cuts. So I was really confident with that score. I think it definitely makes a difference, but I approach it like I approach any other game. I respect every player, every match. If I play at locals, I treat it the same way as in the finals of a regional. Everybody deserves the respect. Everyone's here to have fun, so I don't want to intimidate or be intimidated by anyone. I've been playing Gardevoir for 3 years, I think now. The first tournament I played it was at NAIC 2 years ago. It's my pet peeve deck, and I wanted to play for this tournament, so I messaged Henry Chow, who's one of my friends. He gave me the list, and now I won the tournament. I played a lot of Gardevoir before, so I didn't practice too much. I just went on vacation till Friday with my friends in Spain, so I didn't prepare at all actually for this tournament. I just used the lists and learned as I went on. The most interesting matchup I had was the top 4 against Fabien Pujol. He played the Peturant, which can trap my Pokemon in the active, and has L-Gem to move my Dark Energies from my Monkeydories. So I wasn't really sure of all my plays. I was like, what does he have now? But it worked out in the end. Pokemon has taken over my life since I was 10. Only the card games, didn't watch any TVs or played any video games. Been playing the TCG for like 9 years now. I even have some photos with Tort when I was like a small boy and he was a little younger. But I made a lot of friends, and this is what I love to do the most. I think this win kind of gives an example of how I want to be and how I want to play. I didn't have any really big results in the past 2 seasons, but now this one definitely jumps out. And try to keep winning some more, I guess. Definitely my dad, he travels to most tournaments with me. My grandmother, which is a big support for me. My late grandfather, he has sponsored one of my first trips to, I think, NAIC, and because of that I had a travel award to the next IC, and then I had 12 travel awards in a row. So I'm really grateful for him for that. And of course all my friends. My biggest mentor was Isaiah Bratner, definitely. He coached me and now we're really close friends. I think the best way you can get better at the game is by playing with your friends, talking over plays, basically having a testing group. But it shouldn't just be a testing group, you should also be really good friends. so it's more enjoyable to play the game, and I think everyone gets better that way.
And from Japan, Yuya Okita!
私の名前はゆうやです。住んでいる国が日本です。私の好きなタイプは水タイプです。私の一番最初に選ぶポケモンはヒロマツです。今年が初めてです。これまででっかい大会とかは全然なくて、16人の日本の中で行われる大会があるんですけど、その中では決勝に行ったりしたんですけど、緊張とかは全然違いました。
It all comes down to this. Staring off, face to face, one match in between these players and that title.
この大会に持ってきたデッキは、竹浦ライコで、なぜかというとずっと使っていて、デッキタイプがとてもアグロな方なので、BO3 でも時間をなるべく気にせずに戦えるところがあるからです。なるべく決勝まではなるべくプレーを早くして、もう時間をあんまり使わないようにしてました。
And Yuya, with us being, just over 10 or so minutes left gone in this finals, is already 2 prize cards away from closing out game number 1.
なるべく相手が手札を、変えたりするときに強くなる場面を作ろうと思って、そういう作戦を立てました。キースです。もう山札にないというかサイドにあったりしたら一瞬で状況が悪くなってしまうような場面が多いからです。準決勝でとてもでかいミスを犯してしまったので、そこから負けれたところです。
Oh wait, Yuya, no! Yuya misattached the energies and I think may have gotten rid of the energy switch from the hand. Did get rid of the energy switch, just needed to attach the lightning energy, but instead that small mistake all of a sudden throws everything out of place.
そのミスを犯したんですけど、それをうまく使って、相手になるべくサイドを取ってほしい状況だったので、取ってもらうようにして、それで勝ちました。
And Yuya Okita, after a bit of a misstep, claws back and wins game number 1.
相手のナンジャを打ってきた時に、そのサイドが1枚だったので、1枚でエネルギーを引けたところです。
Big one card here for Yuya as Jose will disrupt. It's lightning energy! If that's true, that would spell disaster here for Jose. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, Phantom Dive being used. This Raging Bolt is being knocked down in the active spot, and if Yuya has an energy card, this game is all over. Raging Bolt charges him. There it is! Lightning energy in the hand. Yuya Okita takes the game and becomes your Juniors Division 2025 World Champion! Huge congratulations!
今の気持ちはとても嬉しいです。こうやって大会とかでやっぱり一番大事な場面とかで運が味方してくれたりする人なんだなって思いました。最初は全然回らなかったり、この時意外と弱いなって思ってても、ずっと使ってたら使い慣れてとても強くなってくることがあるので、ではなるべく長く使ってちゃんと回し方というか強さを知ることが大事だなって思います。皆さんに応援してくれてありがとうございますって言いたいです。
Good afternoon, trainers. Yes, you're back at the Stuttgart Regional Championships, tuning in for round 6 coming up. You're joining myself, Benjamin Yard, with the fabulous Freya Pierce. Freya, we had a little bit of a promo there from a previous tournament. You were pretty close to that finals. How was your experience commentating that?
I mean, obviously in the arena and all that, maybe one of the coolest things I've ever done. And it was really cool to see Yuya talk in that game about, because Ethan and I casted that game together. We mentioned that we saw that mistake as soon as it happened, but he played his way really cleverly through that mistake. He even explained it himself and still managed to take the tournament. And that's a really good hallmark of a great player, where yeah, you mess up a little bit, but you can still play your way through it and you don't end up blundering so far to actually it cost you the game. So it was really, really cool to see that. And yeah, one of the coolest casts I've ever done.
It's always amazing to get people's perspectives of a final, especially the people who are playing in it. But it's always special when it's a younger age division, right? And, you know, you get an insight into how they think, how they methodically go through each matchup. And, you know, it was so telling of how professional they were in such a high-stakes moment.
Yeah, absolutely it was, and very rightfully taking the crown home for himself and for Japan. But we are right now here at the Stuttgart Regional Championships. We have some caster predictions for what we think is going to see the most success this weekend. Now, I don't think we had a chance to go through these yet, but for myself, I have picked Megalopony and I have picked Dawn. Now, for me, I think these are by far the two of, if not the two most impactful cards in the new set. Megalopony, both as a potential deck by itself and just as a good attacker in other decks, absolutely great. And Dawn as a boon to many other things. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, I stuck with the pretty boring prediction of Golden Go. You know, we've seen it come in its droves, right? You know, 15% representation coming into this tournament. It's had such a high popularity in previous regionals as well. I think because we had such a good result coming out of Las Vegas and LAIC for Mega Absol Kangaskhan, it was a chance for Golden Go to put the text back in to beat those matchups, maybe even a Megalopony as well, you know, as an addition, and Lily's Determination as well. You know, it's not a new card, but, you know, this card is just so special right now. It's going to be one of those staples, I think, in your supporter lineup going forward.
I think the prediction is very fair from the angle of the longer this card is legal, the more broken people realize it is. 100%. I think people are incorporating it more and more into their lists. Even in something like Megalopony, you could absolutely play like a lot of this card in the early game, just, you know, draw a bunch. Some people, I don't know how many bring it to this tournament, but they're experimenting with a new build of Goldengo that actually makes use of a lot of Lily's Determination as well. Very interesting new way to pilot it. It's seen success overseas. I'm not sure if people are quite bringing it here, but that's something to consider as well. And yeah, Dawn, just as a really great way to fetch all your different, you know, the basic stage 1 and stage 2 lines in a deck that plays multiple of them, like Charizard and Dragapult. Could be very, very interesting to see.
You know, we've seen such strong stage 2 decks coming into this format. We've seen Gardevoir stay as a staple in this meta. We've seen Dragapult as well. And sometimes they don't have the edge over the opponent because they are slower.
Yes.
You know, and Dawn unlocks the chance to be able to accelerate.
Yeah, we were. So I was just talking with Rune at the sort of end of round interview there, and he was talking about how broken Mega Diancie was, but also that people weren't necessarily using it in the right way, which I thought was very, very interesting insight from him. But it very much is, yeah, Gardevoir's new best friend. The Garland Ray attack able to do 240 damage. The Diamond Coat as well, the fact that it takes damage less from the opponent's Pokemon, really great in its own right. Giving Mega Gardevoir a different weakness coverage, because it's weak to Metal, not to Dark as well. There is a lot to like about Mega Diancie.
Yeah, it's such an obvious choice in Gardevoir. You know, being a 2 energy requirement to get that Garland Ray off and have the synergy of discarding energy. In the meantime, doing 240 damage. Usually with Gardevoir, we've seen Pokemon be included that need either a lot of damage counters, which means a lot of energy as well. But Mega Diancie, you know, just gives Gardevoir a chance to be able to get back into the matchup more efficiently.
Yeah, now it's interesting talking about Dawn, because we were just here gassing it up, but I do believe Henry Brand is going out and claiming that Dawn might be a bit of a, and I quote, a psyop of a card. So very, very choice words there from Henry Brand, of course, a very, very accomplished player, very knowledgeable player, often, you know, makes a very, I don't know if bold claims are really fair, but basically he wears his heart on his sleeve, especially when it comes to his opinion about certain cards, and I guess he's not a Dawn believer.
He has a lot of hot takes, Henry Brand. If you know him, he you know, usually has his opinions and usually shouts them out quite loud. I've had a chance to go through, going back into the tournament though, you know, I've had a chance to go to some of the top tables. There are the obvious players in the room. There are Gardevoirs, there are, well, both variants of the Jellicent and the more linear, I would call it. It doesn't really have an official name, but also Goldengo. So much of it on these top tables as well. I haven't really seen that much Mega Absol Kangaskhan. It may be just, you know,
so a bit of a drop-off maybe.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of afraid of those tech cards coming in with the new set, and also just, you know, the natural inclusions that Goldengo can have.
But it's interesting as well, because in theory, you'd think Mega Absol would have more ways to be played, right? One of the cards we featured on that slide, Toxtricity, great energy acceleration for all dark types, and the fact that the thing it accelerates to takes damage means you can make use of stuff in Monkey Dory, but I guess people like not seeing the source.
I mean, with Toxtricity, it was difficult. When I first saw this card, you know, energy acceleration is always good, right? It's always a way to get forward in the game further than your opponents. But I think for Toxtricity, it has that unique problem of not having an obvious partner. You know, you had a lot of dark Mega Pokemon coming from this Phantasmal Flame set. You had Sharpedo. You also had Mega Gengar as well. But I don't think it's mature enough as a list at the moment to have an obviously stronger partner over the archetypes.
It's gonna be. I feel like maybe, like we've seen in the past, it's gonna be a while before people feel confident enough with like this new engine to make use of it into a potentially game-breaking new archetype. That's kind of been the trend that we've seen with new archetypes and like mechanics, and also just new engines debuting in the game.
Yeah, and I mean, we've always seen it with Gardevoir as well. You know, with Gardevoir, it's an accelerator to a specific type, just as like his Toxtricity as well to Dark Pokemon. So who knows? There may be some new inclusions as the sets go on that'll be more obvious to partner it up with.
Yeah. Now, I might have been like a little bit cheeky there, talking about Henry Brander, talking about Dawn as a psyop. I might have been doing like a little bit of a psyop of my own. We are featuring Henry Brand in our round 6 feature match now, and he's going to be up against Shoichi Saito. What a match we have here.
Yeah, what a matchup we have. Actually, as I said, I managed to go around some of the top tables in our previous round. Henry's already had some real tough matchups. He was up against Maze last round as well. What a matchup that turned out to be. Actually, there was some top players coming up against each other last round. I'll also note Jesper Eriksson versus Alberto Conte was a matchup that I really wanted to stay clocked onto. But yeah, Henry hasn't had an easy route thus far. Can't wait to feature him.
Yeah, so here are our current updated Masters Swiss rankings. So we're getting less and less of those people into those top ranks now. These are the people who still managed to stay on 5-0, and we see there Henry Brand and Shoichi Saito, they're up there. Rune, who we just featured in the last match, obviously made it to 5-0 as well. Alberto Conti there at 5-0. Daniel Powell, as UK player, has seen some success. Drew Stevenson continuing his hot streak.
Hot run, yeah, definitely. Some usual suspects, as we like to call them, up on the top standings in this event. And like you said, you know, we're coming to the tail end of phase 1, right? A lot of these players now are going to be on their winning ends. They're going to be looking to confirm their place into phase 2, and being 5-0, having such a strong record at this point, these players will be looking to reach those heights for a potential top 8 going into phase 2.
Yeah, and someone else I'm sure will be hungry for that. Miloslav Posledny, our last season's LAIC champion, still not able to retain his title, but showing that he has not slouched one single bit, sitting here in an awesome 5-0 record. Many big names coming up here. Oh, Kimpo Baker as well.
Yeah. You can keep going on. I mean, there's Alberto Conte there as well, you know, overcoming Jesper Eriksson in that last round. But, you know, if anybody on that list was able to take home the tournament, I just would not be surprised, right? You just don't know what you're going to get these days in these tournaments. There's so many good players.
Too many good players. Like, we're spoiled for choice, aren't we?
Yeah, certainly are. But hoping to be able to get the match up and running. I can confirm that both of our players are ready. I won't confirm what the lists are just until we get confirmation that they have both of their headsets on. But both of these players, you know, Henry Brand, also coming from Australia. You have Saito coming all the way from Japan. These two players have traveled across the world to be able to play in this event. I mean, Ross teased it, I suppose, in the pre-show. You know, there are a lot more players making the commitment to travel to these events now.
Yeah, I mean, both of them from similar time zones if you think about it.
I
other side of the world,
both players have their headsets on, so I can confirm Saito playing the Gardevoir.
And
Henry Brand playing Dragapult. Not pretty prize cards there for Saito.
2 rolls. Now, I think I need to check here. Those are the only 2 rolls that Shoichi plays.
Oh, it is the Jellicent build.
It's a 2-1-2 line. There is no rolls for Shoichi in this game.
There is Mega Diancie, though. So, you know, we did tease it just before this game. Mega Diancie is an efficient attacker, but we did just see Saito just attach and pass with the Pheasantipede in the active. This is not fantastic. Henry Brand now able to set up his Dragapults. Set up his Dreepies, I should say. I'm getting ahead of myself there.
But just in general, there's much better prizes to work with. A couple of Lilies Determination. Pheasantipede isn't ideal. You want that to draw more cards as you go along, but you definitely take that over your only 2. Like, imagine if all 4 of Henry's the Dreepy were prized. That would be the equivalent,
and
right?
This is what we've seen. We've seen an upward trend of just playing 2 rolls. Are these Gardevoir lists getting a bit too greedy? Are there too many options for Gardevoir to ignore to put in the list? This is the Jellicent variant. I can confirm, if I haven't already, is playing the Mega Diancie, Screamtail, Lily's Clefairy, all of these obvious options. But, you know, just 2 rolls. I can imagine there's going to be somebody screaming at the screen right now saying, I told everyone you should be playing 3. Don't be silly.
Well, clearly someone wasn't listening.
Yes, and even worse for Saito here, staring down at Badiou. This is not great, and Ino as well. I don't suppose Saito will be too worried about that, considering how poor his hand was in that first turn. And here we see Henry does have that buddy pop in, can search up another Dreepy, maybe even a Duskull as well.
I mean, this is all you really need, right? You have an energy to retreat to Itchy Pollen, just one more buddy pop in, and you could just Itchy Pollen all day, every day. Yeah, second Dreepy down, Duskull down for good measure. Shoichi's in a really rough spot here. Yeah. And that hand, I'm just having a look at it. It looks bad enough as is.
Does have Ino?
Yeah, but that's kind of it, isn't it?
Yeah. No Mega Diancie. I mean, it's only... Saito hasn't obviously looked through the deck yet, so isn't aware that there are no rolls to get out. But, you know, I would imagine once he does have a look... well, even with Itchy Pollen, can't play that Ultra Ball to even know. This is not great. And I think because you're not able to deck search and see if those are two rolls in the prizes, Saito is just elongating this game, right? Just trying to continue to search for these rolls. And for Henry, I think, you know, you saw him eyeing up that second Badiou as a potential option. So he's just going to be item locking until he gets these Dragapults set up to start doing some real damage.
Yeah, and I think the reason why Henry opted not to in the end is because he realizes with as slow a start as Shoichi had, he's not really scared about this Badiou getting KO'd. Like, I mean, I'm not even sure if Shoichi plays a way to do it with like that combination, like with the way the energy and the board setup was on turn one. Yeah. I mean, you can item lock back, I guess, with this Frillish. That could be something.
Yeah, going for that Frillish. He was able to look through the deck. I don't know. I would imagine he'd be going through his deck quite a lot to try and search for those rolls, but wasn't able to do so. So here we see a retreat into the Frillish. Does have energy in hand, can get off that item lock to start disrupting Henry, but Henry won't mind just evolving naturally.
Oh, and draws a Hilda for turn as well.
Yeah, that's pretty good, right? I mean, can find a Drakloak now. We'll be able to start drawing some cards.
I mean, this turn you want a Drakloak and you want to drop an energy. Hilda gets you both of those, so you are more than fine with that. I mean, there's an energy in hand already, but that just means you have one for next turn.
I mean, I don't really think Henry minds being item locks necessarily. I mean, Dragapult, we do know, evolves quite slowly to be able to use those recon directives from the Drakloak. That is the main engine of the deck, really. So here we see the Hilda only plays two type of special energy. Does play the Neo Upper Energy, of course, is the ace spec of choice. Does play Luminous Energy as well for the Monkey Dory Adrenabrain. Let's see what option he goes for. I would like to see maybe a potential setup of a Monkey Dory, if possible. Can get the Neo Upper Energy ready for next turn if he's able to evolve. But looking to go for that Dusclops, actually.
Yeah, so I think there's a really great argument to go for Dusclops here. It's not necessarily to pop it straight away. It's so that you can get into Dust Noir without having to make use of rare candy. Because if you combine a Dust Noir with some other stuff, it's a really great way to, say if Shoichi finds a small out to try and get back in. Henry doesn't necessarily know that all of Shoichi's rolls surprised yet.
Yeah,
so you're just kind of preempting the board wipe, but actually, no, just going to go for the Drakloak here.
I think the reason I would like to go for the Monkey Dory is just you're keeping that Badiou safe, right? We know that the Frillish is only doing 20 damage with the item lock, so Badiou will be getting knocked out next turn. You'd imagine if Henry isn't able to find any sort of Adrenabrain
but I mean, don't forget, Hilda can grab evolution Pokemon, so you can't use it to grab a Monkey Dory.
Oh no, yeah, of course,
yes,
sure.
So,
maybe even going for a recon directive into it, but
didn't find it. Looks like there's
wasn't able to find it, and is item locked as well, I should say. But there is an artisan on board, so is able to find the Monkey Dory if possible. But I don't think Henry necessarily minds either if this Badiou is knocked out, because it does unlock potential options for him to get back, and does make those INOs oh so better. Does have a counter catcher in deck, of course, as well.
Yeah, and Henry committing the Neo Upper Energy here to this Drakloak is kind of more content to just build up the board, thinking, okay, you know what, if this Badiou goes down, it really isn't the end of the world. It just means I can then use my counter catchers if I don't get item locked, for example. So I kind of understand that.
Yeah, he does feel safe, of course. You know, there's no Gardevoir coming next turn, so isn't going to be able. Well, Saito isn't going to be able to do any sort of attacks next turn. So yeah, attaching that Neo Upper Energy is still pretty safe, unless Saito comes out with the with the surprise enhanced hammer or something, which I doubt is going to happen with any Gardevoir lists. But here we see the attachment to the Monkey Dory. Adrenabrain now active, removes that 1 damage counter onto the Bidoof for a knockout. Still with Saito, of course. What does Henry promote? Goes for that Drakloak with the Neo Upper Energy. I really do like this promotion, only because it doesn't have any sort of free retreaters on the field. So with just one evolution into a Dragapult next turn, is going to be able to start attacking, getting those Phantom Dives up and running, getting that board state, getting some damage on Saito's board state.
Yeah, so it looks like it is evolving to Jellicent and pass. So kind of a double-edged sword here. So this does mean that it's kind of a beefier thing that won't be KO'd as easily. It also means that if Henry can find the boss's orders, you actually have a way to play around this item lock. How many copies is Henry playing?
3.
3, okay, it's quite a lot.
Yeah, there are some ways around it. That is the weakness of the Jellicent build. You know, not without attacking as an effect for item lock.
Well,
your opponents are able to go around it.
It's not so much about the build, right? It's just about the choice of whether to ability lock with an attack rather than item lock with an ability rather than attack. Yeah.
Yeah. This at least keeps a Pokemon on board, right?
Yes.
Because we know that the Phantom Dive isn't going to be knocking out that Jellicent.
And that's probably why Shoichi made that decision as well.
Yeah, you'd imagine so.
So, but there's the boss's orders.
Yeah, this is massive now. Is going to be able to take out that threat of that Munkidori evolution into Dusclops now. If he's able to pop off that Dusclops onto the Frillish for 50 damage, this Phantom Dive will be taking 2 prizes now. Taking out that Munkidori and the Frillish on board for 2 prizes.
And speaking of Munkidori, Henry now opts to use the Artisan to find it after kind of prioritizing the extra Dreepy first. Now is like, you know what, this is the time to do it. Back to the Luminous Energy on it for good measure. There's the Dragapult. Wow, what a commanding turn from Henry.
I also really don't mind 60 damage onto this Jellicent.
No, not at all. I think that's not only do I not mind that, I think that's objectively correct, actually.
Yeah. This is a pretty good play. I mean, you know, softening up that Jellicent for this turn, no Munkidori on board to be able to take that damage off. This does put it in within range for a Phantom Dive with an addition of a Drillbur. And of course, here we see the scoop.
Very understandable. I mean, Shoichi at this point will be well aware there's no Rolts prize, no way to come back. I mean, even if you start taking some prizes, Shoichi didn't notice, but we knew that the 2 Rolts are in the middle of the prize card, so not picking them anytime soon. Just say the time, go to game 2, Henry takes game 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's a dominant display. I mean, unfortunate for Saito not to have any sort of Rolts available to him to start getting set up for that game, but Henry Brand was able to keep that pressure up on the board state and was able to use all of the options available to him to get up and running. Was able to find that Phantom Dive at the right time, that in connection with the item locks in the earlier turns. It didn't really give Saito any sort of chance, did it?
No. This was a masterclass in kind of, you know, clenching your jaws on the victory, right? It's knowing, yes, I'm ahead, I have a huge advantage. Let's not offer my opponent any opportunities to make a comeback here. Just doing everything the right way to make sure that with this a huge advantage, you don't lose it. Setting up the board beautifully, especially at this final turn. Set up the Munkidori with the Luminous Energy on. Dragapult for good measure. Phantom Dive, set up the damage on a Jellicent, and Shoichi recognizes, no way of me winning this. Let's pack it up.
Yeah, I mean, Henry wouldn't have known, of course, that those 2 Rolts are prized, but that was, I would say, a perfect scenario for Henry, really. He was able to find the right damage at the right time with the Phantom Dive as well, and it just put him in such a dominant position moving forward into that first game.
So Shoichi, we can see the hands here. Shoichi's having a debate over whether to start with a Rolt, so not all of them prized, or that Mega Deante. He does opt to start the Rolts in the end. Let's take a look at what the prize cards are. Okay, the other Rolts being prized isn't great, but I think between the game 1 and game 2 prizes, you pick these every day.
Yeah, most definitely. For Henry, there is 1 Duskull and 1 Dusclops. I can confirm that he's playing the thicker line for that Duskmar, so there is a 2-2-1 line.
And want to know, if Henry wins this game and therefore wins the match, he will be on enough match points to make phase 2, so it's a big deal. This is a winning game.
Yeah, 6 wins will put you into phase 2 automatically, so this, like you said, this is very important to be able to get this win now, just for the mindset moving into the last stages of this phase 1. And like I said before, puts you in a great position to potentially make top 8 as we go into the second phase, if you're able to keep up the wins.
Yeah, like the kind of the earlier you bank your wins, the better, right? It means that you feel safer as the tournament goes on. For all that top hot spot, could not have put it better myself. And tell you what, going first, not really what you want to be doing playing Dragapult, but if you go first with a Buddy Puffin, maybe you don't mind.
Yeah, not terrible, not terrible. Buddy Puffin for 2 Dreepy. That's not bad at all. And here we see the pass over. Is there any option? Yep, does have the Arven in hand. These full arts are confusing me as to what's in hand. You never know what what they are really. And here we see this secret box. You can imagine this is just the ordinary setup for most Gardevoir. Secret box just giving you the chance to go through that deck not only, but also finding those crucial item cards to get set up.
And, you know, I think now would be a great time to go through and actually kind of, for the folks at home might not be familiar, explain what these decks do, because Game 1 kind of played out very weirdly, so didn't really have the chance to. But to give a brief rundown, so this Gardevoir Jellicent deck that Shoichi's playing, what it wants to do is set up its Gardevoir and then maintain a consistent stream of like psychic attackers that kind of do annoying things to your opponent's board. But with the Gardevoir Jellicent build specifically, you have this option of the Frillish and the Jellicent that both do item blocking in different ways that kind of give you a little bit extra room to play with in terms of doing those little tricks. So Gardevoir is meant to be the deck that has the answer to everything, and the Gardevoir Jellicent build, you sacrifice a little bit of the consistency of the regular Gardevoir build to incorporate some more of these tricks, including the item lock, which can be really devastating against some decks.
I mean, we've even seen Frillish as an addition in the non-Jellicent builds.
Yeah,
you don't necessarily need to play the Jellicent to be able to take advantage of the item lock from the Frillish. And here we see the Artisan coming down from that secret box. Does find that Frillish. You can imagine item lock coming down this turn.
Well, that's why you get the Latias down, right? This is a card that often the regular Gardevoir decks won't play, but and not even all Jellicent builds play it, but you value that turn 1 item lock so much. In the same way that the Dragapult values its turn 1 item lock with Budu, that you want to have another way to get that Frillish into the active turn 1, and that's paid off beautifully here for Shoichi. It's not Itchy Pollen, it's Oceanic Gloom, 20 damage, no items for Henry.
Yeah, but with 2 Draglo in hand.
Oh, goodness, I did not even see those.
Just easy, isn't it? And with the Lily's Determination as well, is able to see an extra 12 cards this turn in connection with that Recon Directive. This is pretty good for
Some people
Henry.
are just built different, aren't they?
They certainly are. I mean, with this Dragapult build, I mean, like I said earlier, it isn't necessarily item dependent. You know, getting item locked isn't terrible. You always want to be naturally evolving into these stage 1 Pokemon any case to find the engine for your deck. It's not like, I would say, Charizard or some of those other stage 2s that rely on rare candy to get up and running. Dragapult's built a little bit differently, isn't it?
Yeah, it really, really is. And I mean, sometimes the item lock can hurt, to be fair, but I mean, kind of to your exact point, I was just like looking through the deck list to see how many items that Henry plays. It's like 9?
Yeah, it's not many.
No, it's a bit more than 9, because you have the Night Stretchers and the counter catches in there as well. But you have so many other ways to find stuff. You have the Dracloak Recon Directive to look for more cards. You have Lily's Determination. You have Ino. You have Hilda. You have so many non-item outs to your stuff that, yeah, like you were saying, being item locked, it can hurt, but it usually isn't the end of the world.
And even with 2 Recon Directive on board now, you know, you're seeing at least 4 cards per turn just from the Recon Directive alone. So
yeah, I mean, you don't get to keep all 4, but you can C4.
C4, yeah. I should say C4.
C4, keep 2. Yeah.
So you are able to find those crucial pieces that you.
Speaking of which,
you see the Budew coming down.
So
perhaps, with the Latias.
That's it
as well. You know, is able to take advantage of that ability.
Oh, hello as well.
Tracing that Pheasantipity into the Budew, and does have that Adrenabrain as an option.
And the jamming
tower is massive. Doesn't use Adrenabrain though.
Maybe saving it for now, because if Shoichi benches a Monkey Dory of his own, then he can just fling the damage right back, and he doesn't want to give Shoichi a chance to do that. So just leaving that damage onto the Pheasantipity for now.
Yeah, I mean, you'd think maybe saving that Jamming Tower would probably be the best option, but getting rid of that Artisan in connection with item lock, it would be more of a detrimental play, but at least able to find that Mystery Garden as an option for additional draw.
Oh, hold on a second. Shoichi had the Mystery Garden, drew a card, and found the Lily's Determination to bail him out of this mess.
Yeah, huge top deck from that Mystery Garden, able to now shuffle up and draw 8 cards. No prizes taken thus far in this game 2 of round 6.
And so just whilst you're shuffling up, to kind of go back to your earlier point, didn't mean to interject.
No, it's fine.
But yeah, like you were saying, it's even though there was the counter with the Mystery Garden, if there wasn't a counter, that would be like even stronger. And now even with there being one, like you were saying, it still bumps the Artisan. So either way, it was absolutely correct to play the Jamming Tower.
Listen, Freya, if you're going to interrupt me to correct me, you can do it all day long. All right, I don't care. It's fine.
I was actually interrupting you to agree with you, but in that instance,
well, that's even better. That's even better. That's even better. now seeing 8 cards in hand. Are there any options? Item cards not able to be played thanks to that itchy pollen, or no thanks to that itchy pollen in this circumstance for Saito. And now it's maybe going to... where do you attach this energy, perhaps? Is that the option?
I mean, you could maybe bank it onto this Frillish on the active, right? Just in case you want to evolve into a...
Yeah. Yeah, just prepping that Jellicent for perhaps next turn if you're able to find it. Did have Munkidori in hand. I think he was contemplating maybe benching the Munkidori with the Psychic Energy for perhaps even a Mind Bend if he needs to deal with some pressure from Henry. But here we see the pass over to Henry. Does find that Hilda and will be able to find now that Neo Upper Energy with that Dragapult TX. Damage is coming thick and fast, Freya.
Pretty much the perfect supporter you can find this turn. And I mean, you haven't even used your recon directives yet. So the Dracloak number 1, Dracloak number 2, you can just go ahead and draw even more cards. But you found the 2 that you need already. So you're really just finding extra pieces to put yourself in a more commanding lead. And not only that, but of course, with this Munkidori on the bench with the Adrenabrain, you're able to KO this Rolls with the residual damage from the Phantom Dive.
Now, does have that Bravery Charm on that Rolls, so will.
Okay.
However, what I will say is that Henry does play 2 Jamming Tower, so he will be looking for this Jamming Tower from these recon directives. I don't think he was able to see it.
Oh, no. That is absolutely what he was aiming for, but it looks like it's a miss. Having said that, you could still maybe do it residually later, and actually something else that could be really good. Say if Shoichi isn't able to find a Rare Canyon or Gardevoir, once Shoichi evolves into Curlier, that Bravery Charm is no longer online, and suddenly that Curlier is looking a lot closer to a KO.
Certainly is. I still don't mind just an item lock here, just saving your board state for later on, but I guess with this Dracloak having the Neo Upper Energy is susceptible to a knockout from the Jellicent, so I wouldn't mind an evolution into the Dragapult just to keep it safe.
You can see an argument for both for sure, but it looks like it's going to be the Adrenabrain, and actually it is going to be the Itchy Pollen. Okay, it's really, really interesting decision here, because I think you're right in that you could see an argument for both here. It could be item lock or just go aggressive. Let's see how the decision pays off for Henry here, because honestly I think it could well.
I just want to go to that earlier point, just not evolving into that Dragapult will keep that recon directive active, of course, so prioritizing draw rather than saving that Neo Upper Energy perhaps. But you know, with item lock, it's still going to be pretty hard for Saito to be able to take this out.
Down goes to Lily's Clefairy, so that's a great tool that the Gardevoir deck has, because it is going to give all of Henry's Dragon type Pokemon 2 times weakness to Psychic with that Fairy Zone ability. But I mean, if you don't really have a great attack to make use of that weakness with right now.
No, I should correct myself. Saito doesn't play any Boss's Orders, of course, as most Gardevoir don't, but at least with maybe an INO saving that option for later turns, hoping that he isn't able to evolve into a Dragapult could be an option. But and here we see just deliberating what are the options available to me here. I have the INO, I think there was also an Arven as an option as well.
Arven doesn't really do much for you here, does it?
No,
though?
it really doesn't.
I think you're playing Ino here, and you just want to find a Dark Energy. You want to start being able to fling back some of this damage over the Munkidori's Adrenabrain. 6 cards. Was that a Dark Energy? Yeah, okay. That is exactly what Shoichi would have wanted to see.
Yeah. Adrenabrain now going to be live, is going to be able to heal up that Ralts, or now Curlier, I should say. And just keeping it out of range. That Bravery Charm no longer active, so actually still has the same HP, right? Oh no, Curlier with 100 HP.
Yeah. So there's a Mystery Garden, so we'll be able to draw 2 more with the 5 Psychic Pokemon that Shoichi has out. And then not going to move the damage over just yet. Oh, hold on, did I misread the hat? No, he opted to commit to the Lily's
Clefairy.
And honestly, this kind of makes sense. You just need something that's going to one-shot a Dragapult. So with no Gardevoir in play, honestly, I get it.
Yeah, needs to be able to deal with any sort of pressure if Henry's able to find the pieces that he requires. Does find Boss's Orders from that recon directive. Here's another 2 cards. I think it's another Boss's Orders. Another Boss's Orders and an Ultra Ball, but with item lock, I think I would rather favor the Boss's Orders to be able to stream them turn after turn, if that is a play that's available to him. But I don't see any Dragapults, more importantly.
Oh, right, of course, because they were shuffled away from the INO, so...
Don't see any Dragapults, so like I said, not evolving into that Dracloak, it is susceptible to a potential knockout next turn, but I think with the energy in hand is able to prep that second Dracloak. And here we see, oh no, going for perhaps the Mind Bend. This is interesting.
I mean, you kind of don't really want to put one of your 2 Dracloak inactive right now because of both the potential to evolve into Dragapult, but also the fact that each one is an extra 2 cards you can see. So, okay, here we go. We're going to go in with this Monkey Dory, and is it just going to be Boss's Orders, Adrenabrain, and Mindbender the KO? Yeah, looks like it. Oh.
This is the next turn now, because Saito will have Counter Catcher, and the Counter Catcher is now live thanks to Henry now taking prizes. So if he's able to take out this Dracloak with the Neo Upper Energy, it does put Henry in a bit of a predicament, because he will not be able to take out any sort of big hit knockouts with a Phantom Dive for his next turn. So let's see what Saito's able to do now. Does have the Lily's Determination. We'll see 8 cards from that draw. You can imagine a promotion maybe of the Latias just as a free retreat, as you can imagine. Does find an INO. Now this is interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, it's I think predicament is like the perfect word for example. I can see this going like multiple ways. This is such high-level play going on, because there's when your back's against the wall, right? When you're a Gardevoir deck, but you don't have access to the main namesake of your deck, you have no access to your energy acceleration. You have to like approach things very, very carefully. You only play 1 Counter Catcher if you're Shoichi, so you have to make sure that 1 Counter Catcher is used at the perfect time. And I think Shoichi's basically saying now isn't that time.
Yeah, it's still a tall order fighting it, like you said. It only does play the 1 Super Rod coming down now.
Wait, no, hold on. Is that the Counter Catcher in the discard pile already? Did you already play it? Yeah, no, it's not in the hand.
It's not in the hand?
No.
Oh, okay. I didn't see it being played. Let's have a look.
Yeah, no, I think that was it earlier. Yeah, so actually the Counter Catcher's an option.
Oh, okay, fine.
So now, okay, well now all of a sudden this gets very ugly for Shoichi.
That's changed things quite a bit. So
yeah, I'm fairly sure that's just peeking out at the end of the discard pile there.
Okay, so now we see the Super Rod being played. We'll have the Mystery Garden.
It's actually, no, hold on. It might be a Night Stretcher, to be fair. I might be getting it mixed up. Either way, like, so we're going to know now. So,
yeah, we'll see. We'll see eventually. We'll see eventually. Lily's Determination coming down. We'll be able to see 8 cards from that draw, thanks to its effect. Without taking a prize card, you will be drawing up to 8. Such a fantastic supporter coming out of that Mega Revolution set. Such a staple now with many of these slow evolving Stage 2 decks. Here we see the card now. What do you find from this? Let's have a look.
Very important 8 cards. Counter Catcher would be a great find here if it's still in the deck and not in the discard pile. 5, 6, 7, 8. There's a Pheasantipity.
Does have Pheasantipity.
Okay.
So the script is still there.
Yeah, 3 more cards can get the job done. The Monkey Dory did indeed take a KO, 3 damage on the turn, so there's going to be no, skipping those shenanigans. There's going to be no skipping flip the script shenanigans. And now that Shoichi has a chance to play items, he's going to play as many as he can.
Yeah, we've forgotten the fact that it is going to have to find some Rolts eventually as well.
I don't know, you sure?
Who needs it? I mean, he only plays 2, so he's obviously not prioritizing it.
Well, I mean, to be fair, it isn't just a matter of finding Rolts. It has to be a recovery card, right? That's why Shoichi played the Super Rod. The other Rolts, as we mentioned at the beginning, is prize. So that Super Rod was very, very important to find. Flip the script, free cards, very important free cards. What does he find here? Monkey Dory, Nestball, and Rare Candy. Okay. So you can get another Rolts down at least.
Yeah, you can get the Rolts. Does have Rare Candy Gardevoir in hand as well, ready for next turn.
Yeah.
There's the Night Stretcher.
I don't think I saw the Counter Catcher in the deck, so I think my initial instinct might have been right, that the Counter Catcher was either already played or discarded. It's certainly not in the prize cards. We can see
certainly not on the prizes.
Yeah, that much we know.
Yeah, the Rolt's coming down now. I was going to hope that's going to survive now next turn, but
very, very, very thankful for our trusty prize cam here, so that we always know exactly what's going on with the prizes.
I think it's going to be an interesting choice now what you do here, just because I wasn't able to find a Jellicent either. So this Oceanic Gloom Frillish is going to be susceptible to perhaps a Phantom Dive next turn. Just getting rid of this damage on board as well will put it out of range of a Mind Bend at least next turn if Henry isn't able to find the Dragapult.
And
just debating now where to put this 20 damage from this Adrenabrain.
I guess the thing you're scared of is if Henry can get back the Monkey Dory and repower up the Adrenabrain with another Luminous Energy, you then know the Rolts can get killed with residual damage from Phantom Dive, and that's going to be a very, very bad feeling.
Yeah, it certainly is. And yeah, here we see the Adrenabrain. Where's this 20 damage going? I mean,
it's got to go somewhere.
Yeah, it certainly is. I wouldn't mind it going on a Bidoof, perhaps to set up an easy 1 prize knockout. But then again, maybe taking advantage of the fact that it's 30 HP later down the line. It is a very easy option.
I mean, not only that as well, but maybe you don't necessarily... Well, I guess you're going to be going to less than 6 prizes now, no matter what, because you need to KO with Monkey Dory. Oh, no, you don't do... What am I saying? No, you're doing Thriller. Yeah, you have to be extra careful then, because now this means that if Henry can find the Dragapult, then Monkey Dory can come in, Adrenabrain, and that Rolls gets KO'd. That's a horrible feeling.
Yeah, it's not a great position to be in. And here we see the first Recon Directive of this turn is able to find that jamming tower. Isn't going to be too much of a choice now as it was in those previous turns, but at least it is a good option if perhaps a big knockout with something of a Bravery Charm. But here we see another Recon Directive now. Does find a Dusclops. I think it was perhaps an energy card. I think it may have been a Psychic Energy from there. There's not much in hand, you know, and especially with item lock, you will have to find that Dragapult just through draw alone. Does have Lily's Determination still, at least.
Yeah, I mean, plenty of cards in hand is not the ones you need, right? Dragapult is the name of the game here, and there ain't one in the hand.
No, there isn't. And more importantly, no Duskull on the field, so it isn't able to put any sort of further damage counters
on the
board either.
Or not even threaten it.
However, I mean, that Rolls is still there.
Yes.
So with one Adrenabrain and a Phantom Dive is going to be able to take out this Frillish and the Rolls. So it's going to be so important to find it now this turn for Henry.
And very, very key here, did find an energy to bank onto that second Dracolope. That means that if one of them gets KO'd, the other one is still within like powering up range, and that's very, very important.
It's such a focal point for Dragapult in for getting set up. It's a big reason why they play the Neo Upper Energy, is because they are able to accelerate energy onto that Dragapult to deal with the big threats that are so aggressive in the format, like your Iron Hands or anything like that. So with that energy attachment, at least he has the security for the future turns.
There it is, a little Psychic Energy there. Very, very, very important to know. Like, it seems like a relatively inconsequential thing, but it's actually super important for the progression of this game and this turn.
Yeah. I just want to say, so with this Adrenabrain now, with this 20 damage on the Monkey Dory, with this energy attachment and locking that Adrenabrain, if you put the 20 damage onto this Rolls, it will put the Frillish and the Rolls in range of this Phantom Dive. So
that's why
it will put Henry in such a dominant position if he is able to find the Dragapult.
And he finds the Dragapult.
And he finds the Dragapult. Oh, and here is a turn, isn't it?
That is exactly what he needed. No more, no less. It's Dragapult EX, and if you find it, you're in such a commanding position. And if you don't, I mean, you don't lose straight away, but wow, could not have found it at a better time. This is a devastating turn for Shoichi, and an amazing one for Henry.
Yeah, this will put Henry in the driving seat for sure. Is steering down a Lily's Clefairy with one energy attached, so may have the response knockouts as well, but you know, with no Rolts on the board, no Frillish either, your two main Pokemon are out for the count at this point.
Yeah, and this is super smart as well. Notice that there was residual damage left over, like in terms of you only needed 5 to KO the Rolts, but Henry chose to put all 6 there. And okay, a little bit of time. Why do you think why do you think Henry might have done that?
Well, without having damage counters on board, you can't Adrenabrain. So taking out all of the Pokemon on the field with damage counters on them, it will give Saito the inability to use an Adrenabrain next turn.
Absolutely. This is something that's it's not necessarily always like an obvious thing, because normally you think, oh, I want to leave as many residual damage as possible to play around with, but you have to bear in mind your opponent's Adrenabrain. So very smart from Henry to kind of, you know, over knock out the Rolls just to make sure that Shoichi can throw that damage back.
Yeah, certainly is. And now with Henry only 3 prize cards away from taking this round 6, a response knockout from the Lily's Clefairy, you imagine, with, he would hope, some sort of disruption, maybe an Iono, maybe something to get rid of the options that Henry has available to him. Does have that Dracloak staring down at him from the bench, so we'll have to try and mitigate that from evolving with another energy attachment to find that response knockout on the Lily's Clefairy. An Ino in the hand. Going to be thinning out the deck with this Earthen Vessel. I don't think there's any more energy in the deck. I think I think I see a Darkness energy, but chooses not to take it out of the deck. Shuffling up here. He does have to try and find some sort of disruption, even though Henry only has, I say, he only has about 6 cards in hand. Putting him to 3 is always a better option, isn't it? Trying to mitigate him from finding those pieces to the puzzle to get another Dragapult set up.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of apropos of nothing, but the main thing that I'm thinking about, like, looking at this game is also just how normally you'd think, God of War is so favored into Dragapult, right? I mean, like an item locking version. But when you're going to game this list, like, getting like a little bit greedy with the lines, you're playing like 2-1-2 on the God of War. All it takes is one or both to be prized, and you're so much vulnerable to your setup being disrupted by. Well, I mean, it's kind of what Dragapult does best, right? Yeah. It kind of blows away weak setups, and this version of the deck is a lot more prone to it because your lines are so thin.
Yeah, you're depending so much on the disruption element of your own deck if you're playing the Gardevoir Jellicent into this Dragapult. And like I said earlier, the Dragapult deck doesn't necessarily need items in order to get set up.
It doesn't have much of anything, does it?
No,
Really?
you have that inbuilt engine with the Dracloak. I mean, Henry isn't playing any rare candy. He doesn't need it, right? No Dragapults need it.
Who needs rare candy when you have a stage 1 that just lets you draw a ton of cards, right?
Yeah, like... exactly. So those energy cards aren't really being depended on too highly for Dragapult as we've seen in previous tournaments.
Key find there for Shoichi, does find that Night Stretcher to get back the Rolts, but I mean,
maybe this one will survive.
Yeah, maybe this one, but like, but again, the Monkey Dory's there, and you have no way to deal with it, so you can just fling that damage across, and then suddenly you're in the same position again.
I mean, you can try and survive with a Bravery Charm attachment onto the Rolts, but that doesn't feel good, does it? You want to be using the Bravery Charm on your attackers, like the Screamtail and the Mega Diancie. You don't want to be using it just to survive.
Also, there's a key step missing in attaching a Bravery Charm to your Rolts. Having one in hand. There isn't one.
So... Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess, yeah, sure. At the very least, you can use the Lilia's Clefairy here. You can take the knockout, but you are really not that far away from winning this game. Could you even? No, I guess with no Dusclops down, there's no way to take the free prizes on the next turn. But you're really not far off.
I think with a Rolts being benched, it does actually put Henry within range of winning the game.
Yeah,
he's only got 3 prize cards left. He has this Dracloak ready to come into the active next turn with this knockout on this Dragapult here.
Yeah,
and of course, with a bench of a 70 HP Pokemon with the Adrenabrain, and here's the damage counters coming down, it does put Henry within range, like I just said, of taking the 3 prizes for game. That Lilia's Clefairy, only 190 HP, is such an easy 2 prize Pokemon to knock out. Does have 3 Ultra Ball in hand and flip the script as an option.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly why Shoichi was agonizing over benching it so much, because just for the sake of, will it even survive? And if it doesn't survive, I just outright lose the game.
Well, I think at this point, he loses the game anyway, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Henry's so advanced in this game. He's in such a dominant position, and he knows with this response knockout with the Lilia's Clefairy, it just puts Henry within 1 prize of winning the game. It's the weakness of Lilia's Clefairy, right?
Yes.
It's such a hard hitter in Dragapult naturally with that ability, making Dragon Pokemon weak to Psychic, but you have to kind of deal with the fact that it's just so easy to be knocked out. It's just such an easy 2 prizes for my opponent to take.
I think this is like a great sort of like learning moment for folks at home. What Shoichi is doing here, he's not playing to not lose, he's playing to win. He recognizes that there is a vulnerability that he's exposed himself to with this, but if he doesn't play it, he loses it anyway, so you might as well take the marginal chance.
Wasn't able to find that Dragapult from the Recon Directive. Oh no, sorry, he was, I'm talking about the Fire Energy, sorry.
Yeah.
Wasn't able to find it. Here's the Iono. This is a big 3 cards, Freya.
It's an energy for the win, and that is it.
Yeah.
3 cards off this Iono.
Does he find it?
1, 2, 3. There's an Ultra Ball.
There's an Ultra Ball. That's not going to be good. That's not going to put you within winning this game. It's just going to be a simple Itchy Pollen.
Although, to be fair, you know that Shoichi doesn't play any Gusting cards.
No. It is safe.
Yeah.
It's safe at this point.
So it's actually that's a really, you know that, yeah, sure, it doesn't feel great to put a Dragapult down when the Lilia's Clefairy is still there, but with no Gusting cards, you're fine.
I think now, though, this Iono is so more detrimental to Henry's board states just for the fact that he has no draw engine. Oh, well, unless that Badu is knocked out. Yeah, I was just about to say, I don't know if he does want to take this knockout on this Badu, actually.
I don't think so.
Keeping Henry to a 3-card hand might be the way forward here. Promoting that Monkey Dory, at least keeping him out of range of a game of a game here. But if Henry is able to find the boss, And,
I mean, with the evolution of Curlier...
Oh, no, sorry, the evolution of Curlier doesn't put it within range, no.
Yeah, okay, so now it has to find some Dusclops as well to go with it. So what's in the hand? Actually, what's that Dusclops I just saw?
Unsure.
Oh, goodness gracious me. If that's a Dusclops, that could very easily get there. Yeah, it is.
Have the
okay.
Dusclops, yeah, is able to evolve now, does put that Curlier within range. So he needs, how many cards here? So he needs Boss. He needs the Dusclops, which he already has, and he needs an energy attachment for this Dragapult. So those are the exact cards he needs to be able to take game here.
Oh, but Lee's determination as well. That's so big. Yes. I see Shoichi is just like, please don't have it, don't have it.
But with no draw engine on the field now and no flip the script being active, he is susceptible to the hand that he already has. There's no option to draw more here, so it's whether
with Lilies, right?
Oh no, sorry. I mean, without playing the Lilies, sorry.
To
find the
Pokemon
boss's
draw,
orders.
yeah.
So Night Stretcher for that fire energy, so is going to be able to use that Phantom Dive, and here's the Lily's Determination. 6 whole cards now for Henry, and I think the time is ticking to find that boss's orders.
Yeah, and wow. Just taking a moment to look over this, right? Even, there's no way to counter catch, and there's no way to gust, like you said, but you have to play this Lily to draw cards. You have to be careful that, because it might actually be that it's just worth it to use this Dusclops and then use the residual damage, KO the Curlier, and accept that you're going to get return KO'd by the Clefairy. But then if you do that, do you have a way to take your last single prize to win?
I think the boss's orders is in hand now from that Lily's Determination, so Henry will be able to take game next turn if that Curlier doesn't evolve into that Gardevoir EX for that higher HP.
And do you know what I want to see? I think exactly what he's about to do. Itchy Pollen. That's the move.
But the Gardevoir is in hand, so is able to evolve this turn.
But again, there's no gusting and items shut off. So I think if you're Henry, it doesn't feel great, but I think you're completely fine here. I mean, Gardevoir doesn't actually do anything.
No, you're still fine here as well if you're Henry, because you're still able to use the Dusknoir on the Monkey Dory and still find Gust onto one of these 2 prize. Sorry, onto the Lily's Clefairy, I should say. Or even either of the 2 prize Pokemon, even Latias or Pheasantipity with connection of the Adrenabrain. I absolutely love these matchups. They're so intricate. They're so intricate. I mean, you can go on so many tangents about how either player can take this game.
Yeah, and I think Henry has played this absolutely beautifully here, and so has Shoichi. Like, you know, back against the wall, he's not really had much of a chance to set up in a great way at all, but now it's just finding a way to stay in, and like you were saying, not playing to not lose, playing to win, and it is paying off for him in spades right now.
Certainly is. And just looking through the discard pile, I actually do think I see the counter catcher at the end of that discard pile. I think he actually got rid of it as secret box. So the first player of the game I kind of forgot, sorry.
I'm just glad that my eyesight wasn't failing me. So,
exactly.
So my instinct was right.
We would have been talking about it the whole game at this point.
Not that matters this turn because there's item block anyway, but you know, either way, this is going to be some very, very key final turns. So there's going to be... We should lock in as much as these 2 are locked in right now, because my goodness, it is on a knife's edge right now. Shoichi taking a look at both discard piles. This is something that, especially in the later turns of a complex game like this, both players will want to do very, very thoroughly to make sure they know exactly what their opponent is working with and what they are working with.
Especially with 2 decks with so many options. I mean, with Dragapult, you have the options of the damage counters from the Dusknoir. You have the option of Blood Moon Ursaluna. You know, there's many different ways that you can approach a game, and with that naturally comes the discard checking, the checking of how many energy you've used, etc., etc. So yeah, naturally the prize checking, the discard checking will just come naturally.
So decision number 1: double Psychic Embrace onto the Gardevoir itself, 4 damage put onto it. 3 if it gets moved over from the Adrenabrain to the Budew. That's knocked out. Henry chooses to promote the Monkey Dory after that. Now, what's the next move for Shoichi here?
Well, I think it's just going to be dependent on how Henry has this turn, because Henry can win. Can win next turn. Oh no, sorry, it's still with Seiichi, isn't it?
Yeah.
With that Adrenabrain, of course. I think now it's just going to be an easy... I don't know whether I would take the knockout on the Monkey Dory. I mean, Pheasantipity flip the script is now active any case, so there's no danger in taking another 1 prize Pokemon. But I think the threat is already on the bench. I mean, the threat to Seiichi is the Dusclops, or Dusknoir, I should say, next turn, and the Dragapult EX. And if he's unable to deal with those threats, I know it's going to be pretty awkward. Does have Screamtail, can take out Knockout on that Dusclops, but whether he can find it, and I don't think he was able to find it either from cards in hand or the prize cards from that Adrenabrain.
No, he wasn't, and I think that's exactly what he's thinking about now. And can't play items either, of course. Still under the Badu's knocked out, but Ichipolin's still in effect,
yeah,
so
of course.
can't use that Ultra Ball to find it either. There is a Professor Turo scenario. Oh, he's debating playing it, but. I mean, I guess it would have to be the Lili's Clefairy, right? Because that's like the one thing that can actually be KO'd in one hit by a Dragapult without a damage mod. But that doesn't feel great.
Yeah, no, but the Adrenabrain does put all of those other 2 prize Pokemon within range as well. And with the easy, it takes out the Monkidori.
Okay,
I really like this play.
All 2 prizes, because now you take away that option for the multi-prize turn. Yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense here.
Yeah,
and
keeps things out of range of the Dusknoir for an easy 1 prize. And the prize mapping for Henry now is made a little bit awkward now. Still has 3 prize cards remaining.
Wait, hold on a second. Is there some kind of debate here? No, there wasn't a double supporter, right?
No, I don't think so.
No. But there's some discussion going on with the judges. They were just talking about it here. Okay, we're going ahead. So, yeah, I was worried to miss a double supporter, but no, he didn't play a supporter that turn. Just a Turo, picking up that Monkidori. So, action onto Henry.
I think for Henry now, if he's able to find a counter catcher onto that Lili's Clefairy in connection with some sort of disruption like Iono, I think that would probably be best.
Yeah, because you
isn't able to take the game now at this turn.
Because really what you want is KO the Clefairy and make sure that Shoichi can't get it back. Yeah, because otherwise the Gardevoir can come in and just do Miracle Force and it'll do 380 damage and that will be the game for Shoichi.
I really like using the Dusknoir before doing Ino as well, putting Saiichi to only 1 card in hand from an Ino as well.
It's a classic.
It is, yeah. It's a classic move, isn't it?
Yeah, just being able to kind of force your opponent to take a prize and then make that Ino 1 card less. The Ino is in hand already as well. Can go ahead and attach a Psych Genji to something. Is there any? What would you want to attach it to?
I'm not sure at this point.
Yeah, with the KO on the Monkidori, if you could get that back and bank a Rainbow or a Luminous or... Well, it has to be a Luminous Energy on it. That would be great as well. But I actually don't know if Henry has any Luminous net yet left. He has been for a lot.
Yeah, use that Dusknoir now on the Gardevoir. So now Saiichi down to 1 prize card remaining, and Henry does already have that Ino in hand, does have that counter catcher as well. These cards work so well together, don't they?
Yes.
Can even take knockout on the Gardevoir, and still the Lili's Clefairy is out of range of the Dragapult.
Oh, and hold on a second. Okay, I think Henry's making a decision here, which is with the limited amount of Pokemon on both benches, actually it's better to KO the Gardevoir here.
Yeah, it does put the Lili's Clefairy out of range of taking the knockout from the on the Dragapult, I should say. So I actually really don't mind this play.
No, and I think especially with a Ino to 1, it's just a matter of calculating what gives you the best odds, right? And I think Henry is thinking if all you need is 1 recovery card to get rid of Lili's Clefairy, that's actually less outsuffine than multiple Pokemon.
Yeah, and I mean it does restrict the options for Saiichi as well, because with Gardevoir still on the field, it is its Accelerator. It does take out the option for perhaps a Screamtail knockout on the Latias and the Pheasantipity. And here we see, such a great play. The spread of damage on each of these Pokemon, putting them all within range of Phantom Drive.
Crucial topic here. So Shoichi drew a Dark Energy for turn, and what was that draw just now? I didn't quite see what it was.
I think it's just a case now to find as
it's
much...
a rare candy.
No, there's nothing there.
It's all going to be down to
the script.
Well, Mystery Garden as well. Don't forget, you can make use of that to draw 1 card right now, because you can discard any energy for it.
Yeah.
So you can discard this Dark Energy to draw 1 card, and then it's flip the script to draw 3 more.
I don't know whether I would rather flip the script first to try and find more Psychic Pokemon to use that Mystery Garden.
But if you find more Psychic Pokemon, you win anyway.
Yes. Oh, that's true. Yeah, good point.
So I think you just want to... Oh, okay, but he has decided to go for it. Flip script 1, 2,
Mew,
3.
Ultra Ball as well.
Wait, finds a Mew and an Ultra Ball.
Can sort of discard that hand to make that Mystery Garden so more effective. Ultra Ball finding it another basic Pokemon.
Wait, I'm trying to work out if this is enough here. So that's going to be 120 right now. 1 more bench will be 140. So that'll double to 280. 1 more bench Pokemon and Shoichi wins the game.
Yeah.
And so actually maybe... One more. And I think maybe you actually might have had the right idea all along. Find another bench, because you need a full bench for it. So now you can... Oh, one of them is a Mew as well. So you can flip the script and then Mystery Garden. Flip the script... Restart for 2. Oh, there it is.
Finds the Monkidori.
Unbelievable.
Easy knockout there on the Dragapult. Saiichi taking game 2 here in our round 6, and it is now a game 3 in our winning in. That was certainly a nail biter.
What a comeback from Shoichi. I'm a little bit mind blown right now. What's a phenomenal play just to find his way back from the abyss.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I think
I'm a bit speechless, to be honest.
I think what's crazy about that game is that Dragapult, the Gardevoir was only active for about 2 turns.
Yeah, that's all he needed.
Didn't even need it at this point, so no wonder he's only playing the 2 rolls. But yeah, perfect plays there from Saiichi. I mean, you know, using all of the options that were available to him at the right time. That Lily's Clefairy coming in so clutch in those 2 knockouts for the Dragapult, and Henry just wasn't able to find a way around in those crucial turns. Yeah. Wasn't able to find the damage counter spread with the Dusknoir, wasn't able to find boss's orders at the right time. And you know, you can only give Gardevoir a couple of turns, and it really does bite back, doesn't it?
Yeah, and Shoichi every single time just found exactly the right marginal play to do it. So, and even coming here right to the end, you know, going into the flip script and then benches some more psychic Pokemon, Mystery Garden, restart, finding his way through. Oh, phenomenal play from Shoichi.
Yeah,
wow.
A real good display there of some Pokemon master class of both decks, really. I mean, Henry did exactly what he had to try and take that win.
Yeah. So going into game 3, again, is that 1 Rolls prize again? Could this Shoichi come on, man?
Well, who needs it?
Well, he has 1, right?
Nestball straight for that Rolls. That Rolls is coming out thick and fast.
Yes.
In this game, hopefully able to find some acceleration of a rare candy and a Gardevoir. Well, already has the rare candy in hand as well. Even the secret box as well. This is a great start for any sort of Dragapult deck.
Oh, the hard open the secret box. You gotta love it.
Certainly, and keeping that. What did he keep there? Sorry, that just
quite missive. So it looks like discarding a rare candy, a bravery charm, and an ultra ball. And okay, one thing I do like to see here, going to put this out straight away. Look how fast Shoichi is looking through the deck. He knows that there's not a lot of time left, so he's going to have to play lightning fast if this game is going to go to like not a tie.
Yeah, both of these players want to take home the win, right? And I mean, you need your wins to put yourself in a good position for a potential top 8. So both of these players recognizing that, or at least Saito is at this point. And here we see the benching of the Monkey Dory getting set up quite nicely at this point, and with Lily's determination in hand, with the Mew as well, and oh no, just going for the Oceanic Bloom, not losing.
Well, no, just passing.
Yeah. Oh no, sorry. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah,
getting ahead of myself again.
Yeah, Henry would have chosen to go second, of course. That hand is hard to tell. I saw Dusknoir and saw an Ultra Ball. Starting with Nestball, that's not a supporter though. I didn't see if there was a supporter in the hand.
I don't think there was.
Okay. Well, at least you have some Pokemon Search to try and get something going. And of course, as ever, Badu can buy you time. That's the most amazing thing about it.
Yeah, it's such a great card for this Dragapult deck because, of course, you are a slowly evolving deck. You're a stage 2, but not only you're a stage 2, but you really rely on those stage 1s. So it's crucial to try and disrupt your opponent in those earlier turns to mitigate any sort of oncoming pressure. So yeah, those Badu, you notice how important they are with 2 in the list, not just 1. You don't just play a cheeky option to item lock in those unfortunate turns. This is a strategy of the deck. This is a fundamental part of how Dragapult works.
Yeah. So it's really pretty much everything that, well, yeah, fundamental part of how Dragapult works, but at the same time, you really would like a better setup than you have currently. If you're forced like Ultra Ball for a Dreepy, it never really feels great, let's be real.
Certainly doesn't. No. Ultra Ball for another Dreepy there, like you said. And I think for Henry, I think all of his hand's gone. I think there's only one or 2 cards in hand now.
There better be a supporter. Oh,
nope,
it's not.
Just 3 cards. Does have that Dracloak for next turn, and with an energy attachment, just 1 card in hand.
Okay, I mean, if you're going to have a last card in hand, there are worse cards for it to be than a Dracloak. Oh, and Shoichi draws the rare candy. Draws the Gardevoir for turn after discarding the rare candy. Oh, brutal.
Yeah, you always feel bad, don't you? I mean, could have got rid of that Mew, but opted for that rare candy. Knowing that the Itchy Pollen was coming out next turn for Henry, you can imagine why he just got rid of that, rid of the rare candy. It wasn't going to be much of a use to him this turn. And I think for Henry, it's actually not a terrible board state considering his hand is going to be is going to be safe from any sort of gusting, and plus with that recon directive. Oh, and top decks to Lily's determination.
built different. What do I keep saying?
Last game, it was 2 Dracloak in hand. This turn, it was just the top deck of the Lily's Determination. And still with a Recon Directive being evolved into this turn. So Henry will be seeing plenty of cards now. And you can imagine some Monkey Dory coming down, trying to start getting set up for those latter turns and those big, huge, you know, kind of prize card swings. We'll be looking for options to put some damage counters on board, maybe even some more Duskull as well, Monkey Dory. These are all crucial parts of how Dragapult gets ahead of the curve.
Yeah. And also, we're able to evolve up into that Dusclops already, given that the Duskull was able to be benched on the first turn. Finds the Luminous to bank onto that Dracloak as well for good measure, knowing that's not going anywhere anytime soon. There is a Jamming Tower, so there's a debate over whether to play it now. I think, honestly, why wouldn't you? I guess maybe you want to save it for like a more meaningful turn when maybe the hand is lower so it doesn't get countered.
I think it's maybe just in case Saito has to go for a Bravery Charm on the Ralts, because Henry will be really staring down that Ralts for next turn if he's unable to.
It could be a bait, right? So
yes.
that they
Totally. Yeah, totally. I think, unfortunately for Saito, prizing that Ralts is going to be a bit of a detriment to him because, of course, with Henry looking that easy prize card on that Ralts, you know, it's going to be maybe even a repeat of the last game.
Yeah, and I mean, to be honest, we're here focused on the game. I'm looking at that clock over in the left. I don't think this game is finishing, to be honest.
No, just a par 50 seconds left on the clock in this game. You can imagine both of these players maybe even, you know, contemplating how... Well, I don't think either player can take a win here, but maybe apart from Henry, if he's able to find some further Duskull down the line for a board wipe, but
they won't have enough time to do that, right? 35 seconds left on the clock. Shoichi might not even finish his turn within that just because there's going to be a lot of decision-making to do here. Oh, that's Rare Candy Gardevoir, so wow, that would have been super strong if, you know, there was more time to play. And a Dark Energy to bank onto that Monkey Dory to boot.
Yeah. Does have the Mega Diancie in hand as well. Can start benching that. Can't start putting some energy on that, but going for the Adrenabrain instead. Darkness Energy on the Monkey Dory, such an important part of the Gardevoir deck. Taking out the knockout on that Badoo. Trying to say, you know...
Oh, does take the second rolls from the prizes. That's pretty good.
Very good. Okay. You can imagine that's definitely going to be coming down for Saito, as you mentioned.
And time.
Yeah. Just confirm if time's been called on the table now. 10 extra minutes of overtime to be played, 1 extra turn each. Benching that Lily's Clefairy as well. Just Henry just confirming am I the first turn and both going for the tie. There's the handshake. A tie for both of these players, playing out their skins really in both of those games.
And okay, to be fair, a tie does mean that both of these players now have 16 match points. That is enough to make it to phase 2.
Yeah, they both made it. I think both players would rather have come home with the win.
But
at least they have the security now going into the next round.
Yeah.
Especially if you would have taken a loss there. You know, it's a bit of a bittersweet thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Taking the tie is not always great, but
just focusing in on just how those 2 games went, really a masterclass from both players, right? I mean, maybe less so in this game 1. This game 1 was mainly Shoichi prized 2 rolls and couldn't really do anything.
Yes.
But Henry did still do the best to capitalize on this slow start, just taking the right knockouts, evolving up, keeping up the item lock, and just giving Shoichi no chance to return.
Yeah, really displaying how powerful this Dragapult deck can be and taking some surprise prizes here or there with the advantage of having damage counter placement with Dusclops and the Adrenabrain in connection with that as well. And here we see Saichi just writing on the wall at that point, wasn't it? I mean, no rolls available to him, and then we got into the second game, which was just a nail biter, wasn't it?
Yeah, maybe one of the most impressive displays of skill that I've seen just between 2 players in a long time. Both these players at the top of their game, just in general, thinking through things turn after turn after turn. Shoichi on the back foot for most of this game, but then this key turn where he decides he takes the risk, he benches the Ralts, it survives, he evolves up into Curlier, and then is able to go into Gardevoir, brings it up and takes the KO on the Monkey Dory, knowing that it was his best chance to make a comeback and win. And then this last turn, finding the amount of Psychic Pokemon that he needed to make this Lily's Clefairy do enough damage with the Full Moon Rondo to take the KO on this Dragapult. What a phenomenal end.
It really was. Played to his outs perfectly, didn't he? And despite all the threats that were on board, a lot of players probably would have even given up at that point, you know, taking it to a quick game 3. But Oh no, sorry. At that point, taking a quick game loss, but then our game 3, unfortunately, didn't quite get up and running for both players. They were both set up pretty nicely, but unfortunately, the time did come a ticking.
Yeah, it was. I would have loved to see how the rest of that game played out, because the fact that there was a Rare Candy Gardevoir going, there was another Ralts on the bench. Shoichi holding the Rare Candy Gardevoir didn't even need to do it that turn, really, so it kind of makes sense to leave that, especially with the second Ralt to be able to go down. You kind of bank it there, but yeah, time being called, there was a tie, and it almost seems like a shame for a game like that to end that way, but maybe it's kind of, considering how well they both played, maybe it's almost like kind of the fairest result.
Yeah, and like I said, it's a bittersweet moment. At least both players will be able to come off that table thinking, you know, I made it. Sure, I'm in phase 2. That's fantastic. I would have loved to come home with a win, but at least they're in still both loseless, I should say. You know, both got very, very strong records going into a phase 2, as well. So yeah, both players will be still thinking, let's hope for some more wins going into phase 2.
Yeah, I would really like to take a deep dive into that last game, because there were a couple of key moments from each player that I think really exemplified the sort of the thought process that goes through into why these decks are as high skill ceiling as they are, and why skill play is rewarded. So this turn from Henry here, where we saw that he ended up missing the stadium, but he's just setting up his board really, really nicely. He commits the Neo Upper Energy to this Dracloak, and there's no jamming tower, so, and I don't think there's the Dragapult either, so you can't go for an aggressive play here. But instead, he just chooses, he evaluates his options, and he just goes for the Itchy Pollen. Now, in other circumstances, some people might think, oh, you know, maybe I can try and dig for something else here. Maybe I can even try and attack with Dracloak, because that will actually KO the Frillish. But he kind of plays it patient and just goes to the item lock. And this is something I wanted to draw key attention to. I think that many players playing this Dragapult deck kind of switch over the item lock not like too quickly.
Yeah.
So I think it's a really heads up from Henry that he was able to maintain this.
It's the advantage of item lock. You can really bide your time, thinking, oh, I'm just going to disrupt my opponent here. There's a better time to use my options here. There's a better time to use the Dragapult. There's a better time to use the Dracloak options. I know it's not on field here, but that's exactly why these Badoos are in the deck. It's not only to slow your opponent, but it's also these mid-game turns where you're thinking, there's a better time to accelerate my board here. There's a better time to put more damage on the field, and I'm just going to, you know, item lock, feel pretty safe here.
Yeah, and then, so that was a masterclass from Henry's side, but then for Shoichi's side, that last turn, especially, where he makes that phenomenal comeback, that is like worth going for. We were even discussing it ourselves, right? What is the right order of operations to make sure that you can go ahead and draw the amount of cards that you need? And because of the amount of Pokemon that you needed, I was originally thinking, would it make more sense to just go for the Mystery Garden now? Because, you know, you just need to like find these Pokemon, and then if you find them, you win anyway. But you needed all 5. So actually going for the flip the script first meant that you can draw more off the Mystery Garden, and one of them was end up being, well, we can just go ahead here. He went for the flip script first, found the Ultra Ball and the Muse. That's 2 more. So that's already a really, really great start. A Dark Energy as well, so that you can move some of that damage over. And now or even either move the energy over or use this energy for the Mystery Garden, but does end up going for the restart first. 3 cards drawn, and then found the last one, and that's all you needed.
Yeah, I really like using that flip the script first. It seems more obvious to players out there to go, oh, I'm going to use the Mystery Garden here, because at least I see cards. I'm not going to use my flip the script afterwards. But you saw more from the flip the script. You saw more cards from the flip the script. He already had 1 card in hand he couldn't use. So using the Mystery Garden would have put him to 3 cards, but you're seeing 2 from your deck. So using the flip the script first, at least you're able to see more from the deck and giving yourself more options to find those basic Pokemon. A real good display, and a good display of sequencing and why it's so important in our game.
Yeah, and it's interesting in Gardevoir especially, because we don't really tend to see Gardevoir as a sequencing deck, but there absolutely are some very important sequencing elements to it. And Rune was talking about Henry Chow earlier, of course, a really heavily skilled Gardevoir player, won way too many regionals. He's talked a lot in general about how sometimes the right move when playing Gardevoir can be a little bit unintuitive, and we even felt it there a little bit, because at first my intuition was, yeah, maybe you go for the Mystery Garden first and go through it, but then you think about it more, it might not seem immediately intuitive, but actually the right way around to do it was the way Shoichi did it, and it paid off.
Yeah, it certainly did, and both of our players going still strong with a great record going into our round 7 of phase 1. But please don't stay anywhere. We've got that round 7 coming up right away.
might be too little, too late. Bubble damage coming through, still tapping, some clapping. Let's give it up here.
Pato Man is your 2025 EUIC International Champion.
He's already stopped tapping, but he's still got a down poke to go. Give it up for Pato Man.
Members of Peru on Rayquaza, Mimikyu and Ripness. 84 is in, Rayquaza's at half right now, only 10 seconds left on the clock. Tempo is here, but there's just no time. Overlord moves to the middle, and Luminosity Gaming is going to stop them, and they are going to win the AL's Cup.
This is so tense. We see the Phantom Dive, 200 damage on Lugia. Oliver draws for turn.
There's the boss, there's the Luminium, so he has an Ultra Ball in hand. There it is.
Oh my gosh. It all has to come together. Luminium for boss, boss the bench, Dragapult, and Oliver is your UIC Juniors champion.
Dreamy and Dracloak will be going down. Amy, there will be two Duskull Imply, and that's it for Nathan.
I think a comeback is nigh impossible, Pablo.
I always call it, and I'm always burned, but I'm gonna call it again. Nathan, there we go.
There is the handshake. Gabriel Fernandez is your seniors victor, our champion of EUIC 2025. Congratulations.
This is where dreams are no longer imagined, but lived. The weight of expectation, the pressure of one of the biggest stages, over 3,300 challenges, and one final brilliant dance partner in Natalie, all stood before him. Yet now, here he stands.
Straight onto Oranguru and then use it for, oh yeah, it's Precious Trolley, getting all of your basic Pokemon out. Whatever 5 basic Pokemon Ryuki wants to get on the board here are coming.
Here we go, look at all the pieces.
There we go, Ryuki is gonna be your European International Champion 2025. He came to Dortmund, he won the whole thing, and now he's come to London and won the whole thing.
Here comes a big-ass rod connecting down into the Torkoal. No damage to the protecting Calyrex. It hangs on with 13 hit HP. But did Torkoal go for Eruption? Which is... No! It doesn't want to go! We're not in check room anymore! Into the Torkoal there. Torkoal is down. Ismail seems to be once more on this back hoof. That's it. Your EUIC Junior Champion, Fabian Musicant! It's not going to be enough damage there. Ian's Urshifu soaking this up. This game is slowly but surely coming to a wrap.
It has been Ian's that's been going fast. The close combat.
To Luis Urshifu. It's going to be the KO. We have our senior EUIC champion, Ian Larson.
With the electric drift, it is moving before the Flutter Mane.
Here we go, which is an into the Fluttermane, and it is going to be enough. Nero is able to close this out with Ferrograph's only option, able to go for the Psychic in it. It's immune.
Wolfclick is able to take the title. He takes his second international championship and becomes your 2025 European International Champion.
I'm just thinking about the scope. I could not have won this final if I didn't have the support of some incredible people.
Amazing, man. Back-to-back UIC.
Ich fühle mich super erleichtert, weil ich war sehr nervös am Anfang.
I shout out my friends, my locals, and my family for helping me to get to this point.
All my family, my friends, I love you all.
めちゃめちゃ嬉しいです。
Hi, my name is Eddie Brami and I am at these regionals. So basically I started to play the game like 15 years ago and I really wanted to collect some victory medal cards. I just started playing locals and stuff, and from time to time then I started to play more competitively. My favorite Pokemon artwork is Victory Medal. That was a card given during different locals back in the day. My favorite deck of all time was Night March 2015-2016, like a really good deck with a lot of common cards. My favorite part is that it's a community community game before everything else. We all know each other, and for all the people that didn't start the game, this is great. So you can meet a lot of new friends. I feel like the two players I really like in the community is like Todd and Azul. Todd is great for all of his accomplishments, and Azul is making a lot of contents that new people can see and develop their skill into the game. So that's cool. That's cool. So I just keep playing because first of all, the game is fun, but just traveling a lot, meeting friends, like we all know each other, and this is the good part of the game.
Hello, Pokemon trainers from around the world. You're back here at the Stuttgart Regional Championships. Coming up is round 7 of our day, phase 1 here. Sorry, I should say. I'm getting muddled up at this point. You're joining me, Benjamin Yard, with my wonderful co-caster, Alex Dow. Alex, how you doing? You didn't do anything last round, I should say.
Well,
You're just sitting around.
Well,
did you do any research? Did you see what's on the top table?
I did exactly what you said. I didn't stay anywhere.
Okay.
So I'm right here right now.
All right, whatever.
I'm right here right now. I have the pleasure of being beside you, Ben, of course, because look, I can't believe it's getting to round 7 already.
I know.
There's still so much more Pokemon, even though we're getting to this stage, but 2 more rounds before we finally get that list of players who actually make it into the phase 2 of our competition here at the Stuttgart Regional Championships. So there's just so much more to look forward to. We've had some cracking games so far, and there's going to be so much more still to come.
Last round was quite stressful. I think I was going more grey by the moment.
Is that possible?
Well, I don't know. I mean, you're going a bit grey, so there's a bit of a rivalry there as to who's going less grey. But yeah, last round was really exciting. I mean, we had 2 phenomenal players at great records, 5-0. This is crunch time at this point in our phase 1 for a lot of our players, and they'll be setting their expectations as to how far they can go into this tournament. 5-0 is a record, I would say, for a player that will put themselves in a great spot for top 8 potentially.
Yeah, absolutely.
You really want to take home those wins. It's not just about making that minimum record for phase 2. It's all about how far can I progress once I even get into phase 2.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've seen some players who have already been regional champions on our stream. We had Rune on a little bit earlier. We also have a few different other players that we were trying to follow throughout this tournament as well. Some players that we featured to sort of keep an eye on. We know there's a couple there that they actually playtest a lot together, and I know obviously Robin and Tord Reklev, they're Tord already a regional champion this season following his victory at Las Vegas. Robin also had a great sort of run and result there as well. And also Hermione on the right hand side, look at this. Tord and Hermione right now, EU ranks number 1, EU rank number 4, and Robin, you can't ever count him out.
No, you can't.
Either getting an invitation or even just potentially just spiking a tournament and potentially winning it as well. A world champion in his own right. Tord, a former finalist at the World Championships, and we've seen Hermione, just that level of consistency already throughout the season.
Yeah, I mean, you can, like you said, you can never take your eyes off a world champion in Robin Schultz, can you? And I mean, Tord Reklev always having great records, and his consistency is what makes him so notable in this community as well. And there's a lovely few videos of Robin, and we really wanted to show what the tournaments are like for our players. What is it like on the floor? It's not all the glitz and glamour of the stream, is it? It's about getting down in the trenches. It's all about getting on those tables, making those top records. And that's where you've got to start off. You've got to start off there before you get to all the glamour of the top cut.
Yeah, we saw the kind of less stressful, the more stressful moments of Robin and Hermione playing there, whilst also just kind of following. It looked like he didn't actually realize we were following him for a little bit, and then all of a sudden he saw a camera in his face and gave us a little cheeky smile. Oh, we're around still. But yeah, they are our players to watch at the moment. We'll try and give you as much of an update as we go through the tournament. I know Tord was doing pretty well. Same with Robin, was doing okay as well. Hermione, again, I've sort of seen across the tables when I was out in the fields, but we'll try and get some actual true results as it comes along at the same time. But there's so many players at this tournament, around 2,200. There's so many players doing so well at this tournament as well. And we're just looking to finalize what that number could potentially be. I'm sure we're going to get to a stage now after we already saw 2 players at 5-0, essentially with that draw or that tie, unfortunately. I say unfortunately, or that fortunately for the moment, they both do make it in and guarantee their spot into phase 2 because they hit the 16-point threshold. And that's what all of our players are aiming for. And we'll continue to try and showcase as many of these players as much as possible as well.
Yeah, and let's have a look at our rankings in our tournament thus far. Of course, you know, six games have already been had, or 6 rounds, I should say, have already been had here in the Stuttgart Regionals. And, you know, like we had on the last time we looked at the rankings, a lot of these players 5-0, now 6-0, of course, from their last round. Drew Stevenson keeping on his run there. Miroslav Posedny as well. Lan Houseman's some new names here. You have Orvind as well, former regional champion. You have Henry Brand, as we featured in our stream match, as well as Saichi as well. Daniel Powell, also a name from the UK, who's a very consistent record holder as well. You know, and this is where it gets to the point where a lot of our players, like I keep saying, are setting their expectations as to where they can get to in this tournament.
Yeah, because all of these players are taking all of these match points and match results, continuing into phase 2. And, you know, that's just a snapshot, right? That's just a 16. And it's incredible to see some players already at 18 points in terms of the threshold. And they're going to continue playing to push themselves that little bit further. I did just quickly get that update. Tord currently is 5-1 with his deck that he's piloting at this tournament here. You know, Hermione is currently undefeated at 4-0-2. Robin still hanging in there. He's currently 3-2-1. But again, like I've already said, you don't count him out. He is a former world champion after all, and we've seen him regularly on streams, on feature matches, just piloting decks to perfection at points. I mean, he was the one who played the Golden Goal with the ESP, and we all love that, the Energy Surge Pro in recent times.
And then I think at the next tournament he said, I'm just copying Tord, which is always an effective strategy. But yeah, you can, you know, form is temporary. You know, 3-2-1, but quality is forever. 3-2-1, you can still make it. 2 more wins, and I hope, well, you can imagine Robin's going to be hoping to take those 2 wins in the last 2 rounds of phase 1. Tord, 5-1. I think for Tord, not making the leaderboards, of course, on that last image, but things can quickly turn around in Pokemon. You know, a quick round, you know, suddenly you're 6-1, then you're 6-2, then you're 6-3. It's all about keeping that momentum going into a tournament. And, you know, there's players that are 6-2. You're not going to be confused.
Let me make my point. That was a wild, like, momentum gaining from 6-1 to then losing 2 on a bounce.
It can happen, though. It can happen, though. What my point is that you need to keep momentum if you want to make these top standings. That's a good point. That's a good point. You're laughing at me. We're having fun here. It's whatever.
What momentum are you gaining if you suddenly win 1 and then lose 2 to go down, and then suddenly I have to try and flip up again?
I'm saying the flip side. You have to keep momentum. Anyway, that's my point. People at home will understand.
Yeah, we will understand. Just like them making sure they were staying nowhere. Anyway.
All right, that's the second point you mentioned that now.
I can't help it. Anyway, right, I mean, we do have a fantastic match ready for you guys, and we've in fact actually have them at the table ready and shuffling up as well. So let's go crack down straight to that table there, and there are our 2 players, Janus Wagner on the left-hand side and Stefan From on the right-hand side, both 6-0. We just saw those names on that sort of top 16 current standing graphic, so this is going to be a true sort of opportunity for both of them to maybe take themselves to 21 match points in only the first phase of play. And here it is. Here's Janus on the left-hand side, just there.
Yeah, and what a matchup we have ahead of us here. We have Janus actually playing the Terra Box, which is obviously donning that Jewel Seeker ability, Noctowl. And then we have, let's have a look at the accolades though first before we carry on. Sorry, I was too focused on the deck. More of a recent player, I would say. A lot of the achievements within the last year or so. We have Stockholm Regionals top 128, Lille top 16, and EUIC top 258. This is a relatively new player, and this is something we always love to see.
All right, well, that's fantastic. But on the right-hand side, we have Stefan From. I mean, we are looking at a player who's been playing a long time, because there's actually one that says 2011 there, Arnhem Regionals top 16, but Liverpool Regionals top 16 as well, Dortmund Regionals top 128, and I promise you I was not just given this information into my hand, but he actually got 2nd at Worlds in 2007 as well, so he's come all the way around about. That's not my card, no one gave me that. All right, but he's been a player who's been here, been in these situations before, high pressure games. I mean, 2nd at a World Championships, an incredible accolade to have as we get a chance to finally see those prizes, Ben.
Yeah, and Terra Box here on the the left-hand side. And then I should say the Lapini Dust Noir, a deck that's coming straight out of Phantasmal Flames. The Mega Lapini EX. And now both of our players look at the start of this game, and there's the fist bump getting into our round 7 of the Stuttgart Regional Championships.
Yeah, so it looks like Stefan's going to be kicking us off. It looked like that was the draw of the turn. I'm just going to get a confirmation as well. But, yep, there it is. There's the Dust Gold just hitting the bench right now. You've already mentioned a bit about this deck, Ben.
Yeah,
there's actually is that the energy that you've been searching for the past couple of days?
Yeah, I know, yeah. If anybody's got one, let me know. Enriching energy, the ace spec of choice on this deck, able to draw 4 cards once attached. And I should mention already, what a great starter from Stefan. The Klefki with the mischievous lock ability is going to turn off that oh so important fan Rotom for Giannis. That's going to be offline, and that's going to be met with a bit of dismay, I would imagine, for Giannis.
Yeah, it's a fantastic starter, of course, because that's one of the key elements of the deck that Giannis is piloting as well. This Wellspring Ogerpon, or sort of Ogerpon sort of toolbox deck, particularly being piloted when utilizing things like the Fan Rotom. So it needs to find a way to maybe, if there's even a way to do so, maneuver that Klefki out of the active. But typically, you'd want to be going into that Fan Rotom. Typically, you want to be using Fan Call, getting free Pokemon with 100 HP or less, colorless Pokemon, I say, which allows you to burst into those Hoot-Hoots and the Noctowls before finding those key resources to actually start to maybe utilize some of your different attackers, like that Wellspring Ogerpon EX, which has that Torrential Pump, allowing you to potentially snipe down some smaller HP Pokemon. The other aspect of this Klefki in the active, with that mischievous lock as well, you are also stopping that active Pokemon lair, that Latias EX from maneuvering.
Yeah, the Latias EX is going to be staying in the active for quite a while. But yeah, like we've already mentioned, that Fan Rotom, so crucial for an engine in this Terra box to find those crucial Hoot-Hoots for a setup. And it's all about how Giannis gets rid of this threat. He, like you said, is able to use something like a Boss's Orders to get this Klefki out the active, but I didn't think I saw that in hand at all. Is eyeing up that Fan Rotom, hopefully, oh no, going for that Terrapagos EX, maybe starting to get some energy attached to it to start swinging, start attacking. But for Stefan, I think this is the prime spot to be in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, outside of maybe finding one of those Veneries, I mean, we haven't really spoken about the deck too much yet because we didn't even get a chance for Stefan to actually search through the deck. We did get an attachment on the Terrapagos EX here now, and now it's back over to Stefan. Just to talk about this deck a little bit, Ben, it's one of the newer archetypes that has come out because of Phantasmal Flames. It's the combination of that Mega Lapini EX that has that fantastic attack. Gale Thrust, if it maneuvers from the bench to the active spot, deals a lot of damage. Not necessarily always able to knock out big Pokemon, but why it's able to is because you can combine it with things like those Curse Blasts from the Dusclops and the Dusknoirs. And it really is one of those newer sort of decks that some people weren't really too sure whether they could find the right way of playing it or piloting it, but Stefan has. He's the one who is 6-0 at this tournament so far.
I think for Mega Lapini, it's a question of what was his perfect partner, much like a lot of the additions of this Phantasmal Flame set, but it seems to have found a home in this deck, and obviously it's a record of 6-0. You can say, you know, well, this is a deck that I maybe should keep my eye on. But with that Gale Thrust, of course, you will have to put it into the active to unlock that extra damage. But what a perfect partner it is in Dusknoir. Obviously, that Curse Blast will knock it out. And of course, if you do promote it as an active, you can put that Gale Thrust right back into the active. And not only that, but it does play an abundance of switch cards, Switch itself, but also a Jet Energy as well to find some extra ways of unlocking that Gale Thrust. So yeah, it's a popular archetype, I would say, at the moment, especially with that Mega Lapini.
Yeah, it's definitely one to keep an eye out for, especially hopefully we get a bit of a true demonstration, but it's looking pretty good so far, especially because that Klefki in that active spot does find one of the Veneries at the moment from that Lily's Determination. Of course, getting to draw 8 cards into your hand because you haven't yet taken a prize so long as you have 6 prize cards remaining. We have Nestball being played here. I can only imagine we're maybe trying to eye up a second Venery just to kind of get those multiple attackers going. You can start to try and utilize your Dusclopses and your Dusknoirs at some stage. But yeah, there you go. There's a second Venery just to kind of get your attacker's live and ready as well. Playing a 3-2 line does place a couple of other sort of tech inclusions as well. One of those cute inclusions is something like the Hops Cramorant has been tried out here. But also, for a bit of a draw engine, it does also have access to Mega Kangaskhan EX, which we've already seen popularized with Mega Absol.
And with so many switching options, that Mega Kangaskhan, it is a bit of a chunky option, but at least with many other switching options you can, kind of do some funky plays with the Duskmar and the Jet Energies and the switches. And here we see a pass over to Giannis. Not much in hand here.
Well, it wasn't a pass. It was a joust. We'll joust.
Okay,
we might as well.
Sorry.
We might as well for the moment.
Yeah, I was disrespecting the joust there. Earthen Vessel coming down. He really needs to start thinning out this deck. Not much in hand either for Giannis. So, yeah, not a great start from him. Isn't even able to retreat into that Terrapagos EX to start swinging on that Klefki. And for Stefan, it's just, can I keep this Klefki in the active? Can I disrupt my opponent as much as possible whilst I get my Duskmars, whilst I get my Lopunny set up?
Yeah, I mean, unless you actually start attaching energies to the Latias EX or use boss's orders or find a way to, I don't know, use a Professor Churro scenario to maneuver that active Latias, it's actually quite a big retreat cost for itself, despite having that Skyline. It does require 2 energies to hard retreat out of the active spot. So that's the troubling bit.
I will say there is a world where Stefan can win this turn as it passes over to Stefan. If he's able to evolve both of these Pokemon into Duskmar, he's able to take a knockout on a Terrapagos EX or even the Latias, and then Gale Thrust for knockout on this remaining Pokemon to take the game. So there is a world where Stefan can find game this turn. So let's see if he can do it. Evolving into the Mega Lopunny is the step 1 here. Does, I think, have an evolution here in hand. I don't know whether it was the Duskmar. Does have INO as well. So I'm wondering if he can find it now. Oh, no, sorry, it was a Dusclops. That's unfortunate, at least, but at least he does have Klefki in the active still.
I think you're okay at the moment. You've evolved the Dusclops up. You've got a bit of time to work with because you've seen that Giannis is not working with too much. There comes the Jet Energy to move the Mega Lopunny EX to the active spot. Gale Thrust currently live, dealing that 60 damage plus an additional 170. Will actually take a big knockout on this Latias. There it is. First 2 prizes taken for Swiss round 7 here, the Stuttgart Regional Championships. And it's just a pickup. It's a concede by Giannis for game 1. And that'll be Stefan and his Klefki, in reality, the MVP that takes him 1 game up in this Swiss round 7.
Yeah, I don't think he could have done anything there, Giannis, with such a dominating board state from Stefan. We're staring down 2 Dusclops ready to be evolved into Duskmar next turn, and with no other Pokemon either, is going to just be guessing, this is going to be knocked out next turn. I don't have any other options. Let's scoop it up to a game 2. But what a game it was from Stefan. Fortunate enough to, of course, start that Klefki, that Mischievous Lock, turning off Giannis's Fan Rotom to get set up nicely. And for Stefan, it was just a case of using the Lopunny at the right time, and knowing that Giannis wasn't able to play a supporter last turn, was guessing, your hand's pretty dead. I'm just gonna take advantage while I can.
Yeah, absolutely. That active Klefki really kind of stifled the whole setup for Giannis because he did have the Ultra Ball. He typically would have been able to get something like a Fan Rotom live and going, but just because of that Klefki and Mischievous Lock, he had to Ultra Ball for a Terrapagos EX, just thinking maybe I can, burst my way out of this and just get an attacker going. So we do see our players now putting their prizes down. Just get a glimpse, Sparkling Crystal and double energy switch on Giannis's side. Nothing too crazy for Stefan, but there's the fist bump. Here's game 2 of our Swiss round 7.
Yeah, not fantastic prizes from Giannis, but at least they're a little bit manageable here. Nothing that'll turn off any sort of engines to get up and running or start attacking, at least. And then from Stefan, starting that Mega Kangaskhan will be an optimal engine to start drawing some cards earlier on to get set up. And here we see Ultra Ball playing down from Giannis, eyeing up, you'd imagine, that Fan Rotom that was unable to be played last turn. Looking at some of the crucial pieces in the deck. It's such an important aspect to this deck to prize check effectively, just because of the amount of Pokemon you play, the amount of supporters you play. There are a lot of one-offs in this deck, right? This is the way the deck is built. This is the way that Terra Box deals with a lot of threads. It plays a lot of options,
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be a bit surprised because he won't be able to kind of utilize things like that energy switch, not yet anyway, and the Sparking Crystal. So does have to almost prioritize maybe getting an energy attachment to his attacker this turn, because typically the majority of his attackers will need to be utilizing sort of multiple attachments and maybe a Crispin on the next turn. Here comes the Fan Rotom. Fan Cool utilized. He's already kind of earmarked some of those cards to the active spot. Ditto being eyed up as well, because that could just go straight into the active. It's not going to attack with Splup, but it will use transformative starts, I should say, and then actually go into another one of those key pieces that are so useful, and you just get Ditto out of the deck. It's just such a useful Pokemon.
It's such a fantastic card because it is searchable via Fan Rotom's Fan Call, but, you know, like I just said, you play so many options against a lot of decks in the format. So at least with Transformative Start, you're able to switch into anything that you require per that matchup. You know, do I switch into a Wellspring? Do I switch into the Terapgos EX? Do I switch into the Pikachu EX? You know, there's a lot of different options that you have available to you, and that is why Ditto is so important. And you see the retreat into that Transformative Start. What does he find here off this Transformative Start? It is going to be the Wellspring Ogerpon. Just understanding he's already recognized, you know, from Stefan's from the last game, Stefan does play a lot of smaller HP Pokemon. With Wellspring Ogerpon, at least he can start taking some surprise knockouts with the Torrential Plump.
He actually has gone down the Pikachu route, you know, because he knows that Mega Kangaskhan does have that 300 HP. The type of deck that Stefan's playing probably doesn't have anything like the kind of HP buffing types of cards that we've seen with Mega Absol and Mega Kangaskhan. You could have gone down the route potentially of the Wellspring Ogerpon EX, but Sobbed isn't that useful when you know your opponent is playing Jet Energies, you know your opponent is playing Switches. There's a big energy attachment to the Pikachu and a pass over. It's on Stefan to have his first turn of this game 2 here, and let's just see how this is going to pan out.
It really surprised me he's going with the Pikachu because it is so susceptible to damage counters, and Stefan already playing that Duskmar. It is an easy 2 prize card Pokemon to take out with 200 HP. I think the advantage of the Pikachu is that Resolute Heart ability, and it's so easy to get around with Stefan's deck. So I'm eager to see how Yanis utilizes this Pikachu. But, you know, it is an easy 3 prize cards against the Kangaskhan, of course. So Crispin next turn will put you 3 prize cards ahead. But like I said, it's whether you can weather the storm afterwards, which is my biggest worry.
I think it's got to be an easy target. If you've seen that Mega Kangaskhan be down, if he doesn't maneuver it into or back onto the bench with another sort of other way of switching, utilizing a Latias or utilizing something else to maybe put like a Klefki active, despite Klefki kind of losing its sort of core true ability in this matchup at this point, because, you know, your opponent's already got the Fan Call off. As we do see some further Nestballs and Buddy Buddy Poffins being utilized now, we're likely to see sort of a board state of double Duskull. There you go, double Duskull and double Baneri. Get those attackers ready to go. Third Nestball, or sort of third Pokemon Ball Search is now being utilized. Does eye up that Klefki for the moment, just to slow the game down, or try to slow down the game, or maybe use it a bit of a sort of semi-sacrificial lamb a little bit, I suppose, but trying to slow down the game a little bit more after utilizing that fantastic Kangaskhan ability, Run Errand, to draw further 2 as well, but targets the Latias EX instead.
Yeah, it's how you get this Kangaskhan out of the active if you do see this Pikachu as a threat next turn. And I know what you were thinking. Torrential Pump next turn does 100 damage. How are you going to gust out another little Pokemon out for these 2 prizes? But Yanis does play, and I should say he does play the Iron Bundle. Yeah, so the Iron Bundle, an easy way to get around these larger HP Pokemon to start taking prizes with the Torrential Pump. But for Stefan, fortunately enough, going for, I'd say this is the best case scenario from Stefan. I don't think he would have wanted to see a Wellspring, because it does make for some awkward situations, especially that, you know, you doubt so much on these evolution lines.
Now, I think another way that Yanis has to play this is, and the reason why he may have gone Pikachu, is he knows the energy switch is not there. He knows those Sparkling Crystals not there. So the only way to power up a Wellspring Ogerpon is via Crispin. There's a Run Errand to draw 2 further cards there from Stefan now after a Professor's Research. So does have 9 cards in hand to work with at the moment. So there's plenty of cards. There's the Jamming Tower. Maybe just kind of slow down and stop a potential Sparking Crystal. He doesn't know his prize, right? Here goes the Kangaskhan to the bench, Baneri to the active spot. does have a runaround attack, but I don't think it's ever going to be useful.
Run around switching this Pokemon with one of your bench Pokemon. I think that's going to be used from Stefan. Doesn't really do much for you. He promoted this Baneri as a more of a sacrificial, I was going to say sacrificial lamb, but it's actually a sacrificial bunny in the circumstance, isn't it? It's whether Janus can't Crispin and he can't boss in the same turn, so isn't going to be able to take out that Kangaskhan this turn, but at least with Crispin here is able to start putting accelerating energy onto that Pikachu EX, ready to use that Topaz Bolt on the Mega Kangaskhan. But like I said, it's easy to play around, right? I mean, if Stefan this turn is able to find something to place damage counters, like a Dusclops, maybe perhaps, and is able to find that Mega Lopunny, that Pikachu is going to be easy dinner, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that was just kind of the unfortunate scenario for Janus, right? Just because he couldn't maybe get both of a Wellspring Oakmon EX and a Pikachu EX as attacking options. So depending on how Stefan played out his turn, it just means he has to play this Crispin now and kind of just decide how we want to sort of utilize this Pikachu in the active spot, as we do get the Fan Rotom being brought to the active spot now. This is an easy way to swing away as low 70 HP Pokemon. We're utilizing that Assault Landing attack from Fan Rotom, taking that first prize, now kind of asking those questions of Stefan. You know, he sent up that just Baneri. We don't have the Wellspring Oakmon EX, and we're taking our first prize of the game.
Yeah, I really do love the Fan Rotom attack. Assault Landing is such a surprising attacker. Sometimes you kind of taking a step back because everybody focuses on the ability, don't they? They always focus on Fan Core, but Assault Landing is a really efficient attacker, and especially in this circumstance where you're promoting a one prize Pokemon. You're getting ahead of the prize race, and you're keeping your biggest attacker on the board on safe on the bench, right?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things now, though, Stefan, because he is piloting a deck that has those Curse Blasts, does have opportunities to take multiple prize turns or maybe kind of manipulate the board state where you're just taking out things like those Hoo-Hoos where possible, whilst, you know, despite Janus kind of representing just a single prizer in the active spot, Stefan has certain plays. We're going down the Cypher Maniac's code breaking for this turn, able to select or tutor, that's what a lot of people like to say, put 2 cards to the top of your deck. Because you have the Mega Kangaskhan, it means you're basically putting any 2 cards you would like into your hand once you've used Run Errand. So there we go. There's the 2 cards selected. Looks like it's going to be that enriching energy as well. That's the ace spec of choice for this deck. Something I know, Ben, you've kind of championed in this deck a little bit already. Haven't seen you kind of immediately go buy the pieces for it. But it's an energy card that once you attach it to a Pokemon, it provides a color's energy. But the main draw is being able to, once you attach this card from your hand to a Pokemon, you get to draw 4 cards. So right now it's being put as one of the top 2 cards here. I couldn't quite see what the second card was, but we'll get a glimpse. Now,
there are many options for Stefan here. Putting the 2 cards onto the top of the deck, goes for the Rare Candy into the Dusknoir. Now, this is evolving into the Mega Lopunny as well. Now, there is a world where you're able to use the Curse Blast onto this Pikachu EX, Gust with a Counter Catcher, promote this Mega Lopunny for an easy knockout on this Pikachu EX, which I would say is the only threat for Stefan on this board right now. There is a world where that can happen. It's whether Stefan goes for that option. There are many options available to him. So does have Night Stretcher in hand. I don't think I saw any sort of Counter Catcher. Now going for the Curse Blast. What does he go for here? Going for that Pikachu EX. Damage counters now being placed. That Resolute Heart now turned off.
I wonder if you ever just wanted to have gone into the Dusclops instead. Maybe right now you've expended a Rare Candy.
That's a good point as well.
But it's something to consider. But at the same time, Pikachu now down to 70 HP after that Curse Blast.
There's a Rare Candy for another Dusclops.
Well, same one. There you go. Oh, could we go for a double?
The Night Stretcher and the Rare Candy. Another Dusknoir here. Another Curse Blast will take out that Pikachu. Taking out that Pikachu with 2 Dusknoir. It does give Janus 2 prizes, but Stefan also now in the prize race at this point. Does have Counter Catcher in hand as well.
So could take out the Mew.
Could take out the Mew and put himself only 2 prize cards away from game here.
But let's just see how we're going to maneuver this turn. We get the Buddy Poffin after the prizes. Did grab one of his 2 counter catchers that were both prized from the prizes as well. So can now utilize the counter catcher onto the Mew if he chooses to do so. Now, often, like you've already said, there's multiple angles you typically can take. You could try and target the Pikachu. You could try and target the engine, which are the Hoo-Hoots, if you wanted to do so as well. Try and limit what access to things that Jonas has access to right now, because right now there's no even a terrestrial Pokemon for Noctowl to work. There's a counter catcher on the Mew.
There's the counter catcher. You can imagine a retreat into the Mega Lopunny, drawing 4 from the enriching energy. Does have Latias on board as well, able to retreat that Kangaskhan. Now going into the Gale Thrust here, an easy 2 prize cards. This is such a confident board state from Stefan, only because as well, being 2 prize cards away, Giannis is on 3 here, right? You have 2 Duskull on the bench here. You know that you can only use 2 Curse Plus in total. Otherwise, you give Giannis the game here. So he's counting on Giannis not being able to take a prize card if he's counting on these 2 Curse Blasts next turn, or maybe it's even an insurance here from Stefan. You know, I need to use a Curse Blast to take this game regardless. I don't maybe need to use 2. Here's the Pikachu EX coming down on the field. Noctowl Jewel Seeker. Crispin is now active.
Yeah, it's taken a few prizes. Has taken a few prizes. Hasn't
taken that crystal though.
Has missed the sparkling crystal. That's the key thing here. But at the same time, the Mega Lopunny EX is I didn't quite realize just how bulky it is.
Oh yeah, it's massive.
330 HP. I mean, even Pikachu's not taking it out. Not right now.
I really do like the benching of the 2 Duskull as insurance effectively. That Resolute Heart, understanding that this could be a threat to me. This could be coming back soon with a Night Stretch or any sort of recovery. This is the Pokemon to get around. This is my biggest threat. So at least benching 2 Duskull, you're keeping that Curse Blast as an option. And then, of course, a nice little Gale Thrust to take the knockout on this Pikachu. Those were my last 2 prize cards. If not, Stefan able to bench another 2 prizer.
I mean, if there was a world or a way, the typical situation you find yourself is, and one card that Giannis does play, is something like that Briar. But you can't really load up all the energies onto a Pikachu and play with a Crispin and a Briar as well. But that could have been one way that you typically find an out to grab 3 prizes. But here is the Crispin here now. It's on Giannis to see how we're going to navigate this turn. Because remember that Pikachu is not able to take down that Mega Lopunny EX. And also at the same time, because you play Crispin, you can't really disrupt your opponent's hand. Not that you typically see too many in the deck either. Let's just double check there.
Going for another Noctowl maybe. Going for a Jewel Seeker.
Energy attachments.
Yep, so... we'll confirm there.
Yeah, well, I guess if that...
Oh, no, sorry, it was an energy switch. It was Crispin with the energy switch, and then with the counter catcher is able to take the knockout on the Mega Kangaskhan. Wow, what a game there. That took me completely by surprise. It really did. I mean, you know, using those Curse Blasts earlier on would have put Giannis within range of a knockout on the Mega Kangaskhan for game. But yeah, I mean...
What a surprising turn. This is actually incredible. We get a chance to replay and relive it right here, right now. This was game 2 on the screen as we do get a chance to, with Giannis going first, do get the fan Rotom fan call off, get those important Hoot pieces down, get that important Ditto down. We do get the sort of swing away at the Baneri with the fan Rotom. And let's face it, if you can take prizes without actually taking prizes and attacking on your turn, you'll take them, as we do get the counter catcher on this Mew EX, the enriching energy. So many cards in Stefan's hand. We saw this Baneri move into the, not Baneri, I should say, Mega Lopunny EX move into the active spot because of Latias' Skyliner and a Gale Thrust to take him down to 2 prizes remaining. Giannis, though, with 3 prize cards and utilizing both Hoots with the Skyliner and the counter catcher there onto the Mega Kangaskhan and that Pikachu EX able to Topaz Bolt through that 300 HP. Doesn't even need to worry about the Mega Lopunny EX, and we'll just take down the other Mega and actually take the final 3 prizes and bring us to 1-1.
No, that's going to be a major win con for Giannis in this matchup. It's an easy 3 prize cards to take with the Topaz Bolt, but also game from Stefan's unfortunate start. And here we see the prize cards coming down for both players. Nothing too detrimental for either player. That Ditto might come into play for Giannis if he's only able to use Fan Call for those crucial Hutus and Noctowl for this turn, so won't be able to use the transformative start for, I would say, the most optimal beginning to his game. Stefan kicking us off here with an Ultra Ball for this game and started that Mega Kangaskhan once more.
Yep, absolutely. Was trying to hope to draw into one of the important Pokemons he needs from that run errand, so that's why he didn't play one of those Ball Search cards first, which often sometimes people think is sort of more productive to do so, but by leaving more outs in your deck, you can draw into a Pokemon before utilizing a Ball Search and maybe use a Ball Search for other Pokemon. As we do see the Ultra Ball being played, as you've said, Ben, just double checking what is prized. I mean, from what we remembered, I mean, there's that one rare candy. It's nothing too crazy. We can work with this right now. And at the moment, we're probably going to try and go into that Klefki if we can do so with that Klefki immediately chosen.
Yeah.
And then we can try and stop that Iron Bundle actually ever maneuvering out the active spot. There comes the Latias EX as well. We'll turn off his own ability as soon as the Klefki goes into the active spot. But, you know, when you have ways to maneuver around because of the jet energies and the switches that you've got in your deck already, I don't think it matters too much.
No, I don't think it matters too much because it just puts Giannis in such a such a disadvantage with the Mischievous Lock. It is so effective against these Fan Rotom decks, I should say. And here we see the pass from Stefan into Giannis. What can he do at this point? Does he have Boss's Orders in hand? Can he get away from this Mischievous Lock? Can't use Iron Bundle to get it out. And here we see just a Crispin, and the Crispin coming straight down. That's not even a thought to Giannis. Just playing it straight down here. Searching for 2 energy cards here of different types. Is able to attach one immediately. Maybe even to the Latias. Forced to use it as an attacker due to a poor hand. Oh, this is rough for Giannis at this point.
Yeah, certainly not pretty. I mean, when you're having to play a Crispin, your opponent's looking at you, play a Crispin, and all you have as targets for the Crispin is that Iron Bundle in the active spot and the Latias on the bench. And, you know, typically you don't see too many Psychic Energies in the deck, so I wonder if we are going to load up the Latias for a potential Eon Blade at some stage. Which isn't ideal. It's not a pretty situation to be in. We do get the Earthen Vessel now as well to grab the other Psychic Energy from the deck. So there are 2 in the deck here. Has pitched away one of those Grass Energies. But let's just see how we're going to work with this, because right now things are looking real rough when you don't have access to Fan Rotom and Fan Call.
Now there is a world where Stefan can win next turn if another Pokemon does to come down for Giannis. I said it last game, I didn't get it, but I'm hoping for it this game at least. A Curse Blast from a Dusknoir will take a knockout on this Iron Bundle, and a Gale Thrust will take a knockout on this Latias. If Giannis isn't able to find another Pokemon, which I don't believe he can. And I didn't see Stefan's hand, but I believe I saw a Dusknoir in there. So
there's a Dusknoir.
Let's see what I can do here. Oh, there's the Rare Candy.
Wow, Rare Candy, Dusknoir, and Lily in hand. We can play to a massive turn here. Lily for a draw 8. All he needs is a way to get the Mega Lopunny EX and a Jet Energy. And that will be all she wrote.
Or even a switch if you're able to find the Enriching Energy. You know, there are lots of different ways that Stefan can get this Mega Lopunny into the active. The Curse Blast is already there. The Curse Blast taking the knockout on the Iron Bundle. And then, of course, having to promote that Latias and his only Pokemon on field will leave it susceptible to an easy Gale Thrust for knockout. Let's see if he can get it. 8 cards now from Stefan. What have you got here?
Let's have a little look at this together. 8 big cards. There's an Enriching Energy. I don't know if I saw a switch right now. So right now, we're not able to maneuver the active out of the active spot. That Klefki is a bit stuck there. Does have Nest Ball as well to thin down a bit more, but does mean he's missing a couple of pieces here. If he plays the Enriching Energy, still would need 2 more pieces from that draw 4, which is a way to get that Mega Lopunny EX and a way to switch the active out the active spot. So there's the
4
attachment.
cards.
Could this be the moment? I mean, at this moment in time, maybe you don't even need to push it. There's a Mega Lopunny, misses the switch.
No switch.
But it's okay. I think in this scenario, Klefki's in the active spot. You're slowing down the game enough. Should still evolve up that Baneri just so it's protected. And now, I think he's probably still just quite happy to just leave Klefki in the active spot.
Yeah, you know, It was the Hollywood turn, wasn't it?
It would have been the dream.
You were able to see 12 cards from the Lily's Determination and the Enriching Energy. Unfortunate not to find that switch. But yeah, Klefki's still in the active. It's still an optimal position to be in. You can understand your opponent's board state. It's not that fantastic. And here we see the pass over to Giannis. What can he get? Oh, it's a Noctowl. This is still rough for Giannis.
That's it. That's all she wrote. It was a pass back over. Attachment to the Klefki just to kind of maneuver it somehow is probably all we need.
Has Iono, has Lily's Determination.
Maybe just goes into the Dusclops as well. I mean, at this point, is it even more optimal to play the Lilies or the Ionos? Because you don't want to shuffle those cards back in.
It's a good point. You know, a lot of these cards are not useful to you right now. So, yeah, a very good point there. Is able to take some more cards from the deck with an Ultra Ball, increasing that hand, getting more of those cards that you don't want to see for next turn. Oh, and does go for the Lily's Determination.
I think just playing the longer game, because if you give an Iono to Giannis and you do happen to miss the card, you are just giving Giannis a chance to get back into the game. This, however, means you're keeping Giannis with the hand that he's currently got, and you're just shuffling and drawing your 8, having already discarded a couple of pieces just to give yourself a better chance. So we just need an energy card of some sort or a switch, and that will be everything. So 8 cards, 8 massive cards here. This could be it for this Swiss round 7 in game 3. What do we see? We can see the Jet Energy. This is it, the Jet Energy for the Mega Lopunny EX, the I should say, Curse Blast of the Iron Bundle, and a massive Gale Thrust to give Stefan from the match here in the Swiss round 7. Congratulations to him. It was, I mean, it's incredible to watch this deck in action, and he's undefeated in this tournament so far.
Yet again, showing the power of Dustois here at the Stuttgart Regional Championships. This time a different partner to its usual Dragapult EX, but it's the Mega Lopunny, and let's take a little bit of a look as to how this round proceeded. And much like our game 3 that we just watched, round 1 was really a dominating performance from Stefan, and especially that Klefki. Such a fantastic starting position to be in, locking Giannis out of the game, unable to use those crucial fan calls to find those hoot. And what an insult to injury, top taking that fan Rotom. But yeah, the quick scoop there. But for Giannis, this was really how he took the game to a new height. Was able to use that fan Rotom turn 1 in our second game, and able to use the Topaz Bolt from Pikachu to take the game. And then also, like we're seeing here, able to take some more prize cards, different options, but maybe a Curse Blast too many from Stefan, unable to find a knockout with the Mega Lopunny on the Pikachu. Got a bit too greedy maybe perhaps, but yeah, I mean, what a great show here from Giannis to be able to take that second game and shown, you know, took us by surprise. There's a lot of sequencing going on with this Terra Box deck. Able to use those 2 Jewel Seeker to find the crucial pieces to take those last 3 prize cards, find those item cards, and now we get into the game 3.
Yeah, game 3, and it was just as you mentioned in game 1, it was all about Mischievous Lock, basically stopping Giannis from really ever playing the game. There was this turn here, that rare candy into the Duskfall, basically gave Stefan an opportunity to win on that turn there, but missed one crucial switch piece. Giannis had one more turn to try and top deck his way out of it, but was unable to. Attachment passed. Stefan had that choice between Iono and Lilies. Lilies for 8, needed one of his 6 cards that was in his deck to maneuver the Lopunny into the active spot. Gale Thrust after the Curse Blast from the Duskfall, and it was a massive KO, basically benching out Giannis there from the game and pushing himself to 7-0. I mean, Giannis is still in a fantastic spot. Yeah. 6-1 still, and I'm sure he's not going to face up to against too many of those Klefkis, because even I would have PTSD at that point. But you know, that both players in fantastic spots. So still both in phase 2, and they're just going to continue to try and get as many points as possible.
Let's hope they keep up the momentum.
Yeah,
the momentum going into the rest of this tournament.
After what, the momentum going down, is it?
No,
right,
momentum going up.
Well, yeah, we would hope so as well.
Yeah,
but you know, good luck to Giannis in the one more final Swiss round here. But yeah, it's just incredible. We finally got a chance to see a new archetype.
Yes.
Because of a new set. And this was one of the few cards that people were hyping out of Phantasmal Flames, right? Mega Lopunny, whether it was just going to be a tech card into something like GO EXs as a cornerstone out, for example, or Crustle out because of that second attack as well, or in his own archetype with a partner like Dustmar.
Right, Alex, I've had enough of you. Let's hear from the winner of our last round, Stefan. Freya, over to you.
Thank you very much, Ben. Yes, I am absolutely honored to be joined here by Stefan from our feature match winner. First of all, congratulations. How are you feeling right now? So it's 7-0 now, right?
Yeah, well, that's I feel great. No, I wasn't expecting it. I just came here to have fun.
What an awesome attitude to have. So you're one of the people banking on this new Mega Lopunny Dustmar archetype. What made you want to play it, kind of take a risk on something new?
Well, I always like playing new decks, and I played it a lot, and my friend and I just playtested it a lot, and it seemed quite strong, so I went with it.
Yeah, I mean, you showed it to great strength in that game, right? It feels like the games where you won, your opponent never really stood a chance, right? You kind of just blow them away with a Curse Blast and just attack with a Mega Lopunny. It feels like a very kind of unfair style deck, you know what I mean, in a positive way.
Yeah. Well, I think he got up some bad starts as well, and I misplayed big time in the game too. I should have killed both his Inhibited with my Dusknoirs, but so that might have won me game number 2 instead. So yeah, but always a little nervous on stream.
Yeah, of course, there's a lot of people watching. But of course, we mentioned it, we got close to the beginning of the game. You've been playing for longer than maybe anyone in this room, maybe longer than some of our current masters have been alive. I mean, what was Pokemon like back then when you got your second place at Worlds in 2007? Like, how much has it changed?
So the format changed a lot. There's much more heavy, fast plays where we kind of built up with setup Pokemons a lot of the times. Buddy kind of made that possible with Dragapult and stuff like that. But it was different time. We also played best out of 1, so a lot of luck and really making the deck consistent.
Was it best of 1 even in the World Finals, or was it just
no, not in the finals, but the 6 pre-rounds. So that was.
Yeah, I mean, to give you some idea, I've been playing a long time as well, but I started competitively in 2011, so you out-veteran even me, which is not many people can say that.
I also played at the Super Trainer Showdown in 2001 in San Diego.
Oh, how do you do that?
Yeah, so I was third place in third place in Göteborg in Sweden when I was 11, and got the invite there, so I went there.
So basically, what you're saying is, in terms of the amount of people who can say they've been playing longer than you, who are still actively playing, you probably count them on one hand, maybe. Like it's a really, really cool thing. What would you say is so we talked about how it's different now compared to then. What would you say is the thing that is the most exciting, what they would say is better now compared to them, and what is one thing that you missed from before that maybe would be nice to have now?
I would like the possibility for Pokemon with slower, that the decks aren't so fast, more build-up time, more Stage 2 Pokemon are available to play. When you played back in 2004, the Gardevoir Blaziken deck, you have to switch back and forth to kind of preserve your reserves, and I kind of missed that. And what was the...
And then what one thing that you think is better now than it was back then?
Well, I think the format is more diverse at the moment. There's a lot of metagame or archetype decks that it could be played, and it gives a broader variety of play styles. And that's.
And then one last thing before we wrap up: is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out or say thank you to?
Well, my pregnant wife at home. She's rooting for me at home. So, shout out to my dad for driving me here, and my friend for testing with me, and all the other Danish players.
No, that's really awesome. Thank you so much. Absolute honor to talk to you. Best of luck for the rest of the tournament. That is it, so our Swiss round 7, but don't go anywhere. We're going to be coming up for our last round of phase 1, round 8, very, very soon.
Yes, thank you, Freya. You're back on the desk with me and Alex, or me, Benjamin, I should say, and Alex Dow. I think, you just to give a little bit of a round of applause for Stefan as a fellow father, and I will as well. So well done. Congratulations. Big up the Poké Dads. But going back to that game, I think what we've really illustrated from our stream games is the different types or different ways of playing this game. There are so many different options for our players to have, so many different types of strategies. Disruption, you have damage counter spread, you have the aggressive archetypes. It's really a fun time to be in the Pokemon community and playing the game right now, right?
I mean, you have someone who's just mentioned they've been playing the Trainer Showdown in 2001.
And how different it was then.
He's been playing longer than some of our Masters Division players have actually been playing or been alive in this world, which is incredible. But then, just from what Freya was speaking to Stefan about, is just like how the game's changed as well. You know, he's been used to kind of the slower build up of like building stage 2s, building out your board states before even considering to attack. Whereas actually he kind of does it himself in this matchup, or what we just saw on stream as well, is the fact that he was building out his board, leaving Klefki in the active, and then when he's ready, maybe sort of 5 to 10 turns earlier than what he's used to from way back when. I mean, it's far predates what I was been playing Pokemon. But again, it's just showcasing that kind of slower, more measured approach to go into a matchup like that and just wipe the board when you need to do so.
I mean, what's so fantastic about the game now is there's so many different options. It really does cater to a wide audience. A lot of players can play their specific archetypes with different ways of playing. They can play the aggressive Goldengos, or they can play the more methodical Gardevoirs, or they can play a disruptive build of Gardevoir itself with Jellicent. There are so many different options. Apart from Wallstall, which I miss, but I want that to come back.
Not too sure.
Is that blasphemy? Or?
Yeah. We'll keep you quiet. This
Sorry,
is where
I'm going to go down there.
Close his mouth at that moment. Speaking of sort of different type of archetypes and different decks and how different decks are being played right now, we do have Ross running around like a headless chicken looking for certain people to have a little chat with and just work out how their tournament going as well.
You guys at home do not know how stressful it is trying to find someone who's not in the middle of a game that we can have a chat with. But the wonderful news is I found a lovely person who's not in the middle of a game. I'm here with Jack Old, and if you've been around the UK Pokemon scene for a while, you will know that Jack has been around, well, pretty much as long as I have. How's it going, Jack?
Good. Winning in, so hoping to make it. It's been a long day, it feels like, but one more round, and yeah, hoping to get there.
Yeah, as you're on a record of 4-1-2 at the moment.
Yep.
If you win your next round, you're into day 2 or phase 2. If you don't, you're not. And there's only one more round left. How's your nerve situation doing?
Okay. I've been here a few times this season already. Won a couple of win-ins already, so it's not something I'm unfamiliar with. But equally, it's always a little bit nerve-wracking. There's a lot. It feels like your whole day is then on the line on one round. So yeah, definitely a little bit nervous. But yeah, trust the 60 I'm playing. Trust the deck I'm playing. Trust the people behind it. So just go for it.
Love the attitude there. Do you think having been in this position a bunch of times gives you a little bit of an edge in terms of, you know what, I've been here before, I can do this again?
It definitely eases the nerves a little bit. You just end up meaning that you just treat it as another round of Pokemon. So it's a little bit more normal than I guess the first time I was here. The first time you're winning in for a day 2, it's super nerve-wracking. You feel like your whole day has led up to this one moment, and you're just praying that the 7 you draw, you've got some Pokemon, you've got some supporters, you're just praying that you actually get to play the game. But yeah, I think I feel fairly comfortable. I've been here a couple of times, so yeah, seeing it as another round of Pokemon and hoping to just win some final match points for day 2.
Sounds good to me. So tell us about your deck. What are you playing and why did you choose it?
So I'm playing the Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan deck. Honestly, I was flip-flopping pretty much all week between this and Goldengo. Goldengo feels like it's the best deck in format right now.
Yeah.
And a friend of mine, Tamao, is also, we were sort of debating the decks together, and we just built a really consistent Goldengo list, tried to win the mirror, expecting it to be the most played deck, and just wanted to go in like that. Ended up finding out about 3 days ago that I didn't have the right Gimmighouls, and I was like, okay, that's a sign. That's a sign for me that I should probably play the other deck that I'm thinking of, which was Mega Kangaskhan. It's a really interesting deck. It's a deck that when Tord first piloted it a few weeks ago, I played some games with it online and I didn't get it. I did not get it at all. But I've been playing it over the past few weeks. Didn't really get any new cards from the new set, but yeah, it just felt like a good 60, a good deck. And Absol is super strong, playing some cornerstones to try and deal with the Goldengo problem. So felt like Goldengo was an important thing to have a good matchup against today. So playing some cornerstones to try and help out with that. But yeah, just felt like if I can't outplay some of my opponents in some of the stronger decks like Gardevoir and Goldengo, let's just try and get rid of some cards with Absol. Let's try and play some counter cards, and hopefully the matchups will go my way, which fortunately they have. I played a couple of Goldengos today, played a couple of decks that really don't have a good way of dealing with sort of your Veltol trapping or anything like that, so I feel like it's worked out. Yet to hit any Dragapult or Guardia, which they're the ones I'm really worried about because they really make you work. I think
Why would you say that in an interview before you're winning it?
Here we go. But yeah, I feel like they're the ones that really really keep you honest. You have to draw well and you have to play well. So I'm hoping to maybe dodge those for one more round, but we'll see whether I've just cursed myself or not.
We will. I cannot believe you said that on the stream right before you're winning in. But yeah, I had the same feeling first time I saw that deck. I'm like, that's not going to win anything. And then we saw Ryuki win in Brisbane with it and Tord win in Las Vegas. Yeah. I don't know, maybe I'm convinced. All right, one last question, because I've got to ask you this. You're an old like me, very literally in your case. We've been around for a while. Tell us how weird it is seeing the evolution of Pokemon tournaments over the past, like, 15 years or so.
It's insane how many people are here. Like, this is, I think, 10 times bigger than the last national championships that we went to, which was nearly 10 years ago now. Wow.
Yeah.
But that, like, those were the pinnacle back then. Other than Worlds, the national championships were the pinnacle, right? They were the most important tournaments of the year for each
100%.
of the... And the last nationals I went to, I think, had 192 players.
They weren't
well, this is 10 times that already. Day 2 is double the size of that Nats, so it's insane, but I love how much the game's grown.
Yeah.
Post-COVID, I think it's just blown up, and it's been so good to see. There's so many new faces. You know, I'm genuinely surprised when I sit across an opponent that I know these days, because it's so unlikely. Whereas back then, you could go to like leagues, like cities and stuff like that back then, and you would know everybody in the room, and it would almost be like the testing group playing together. Well, now you're lucky if you see anyone until like 7, 8, 9 rounds in. Yeah, it's still really cool to see in like the top 8s the consistency of the players that are still was doing well back then, still doing well. So there's still, it's grown and there's so many more people entered the game, but also you're really able to express the skill. Like some of the top 8s we've seen recently of regionals have been like internats level competition, right? And world level competition. So yeah, it's great to see. I love how big the tournaments have get, and I hope they keep getting bigger, to be honest. We know there's so many people that want to play Pokemon, and it's amazing to be able to see thousands of us all in one room, all playing the same game. It's great.
Yeah, I think you put it excellently there, and I echo all of your sentiments. And yeah, I remember 5-round 40-person regionals in a local game store. This is a little bit different. Well, thanks for your time, Jack. Lovely chatting with you. And look, we got one more round before we decide who's in phase 2. That's a pretty important round. So grab yourselves an ice cold beverage. Don't go anywhere. Don't even get off your chair, because it's winning in time, and that's the best time of the day.
Hi trainers, I'm Amy Wosley and welcome to Professor Amy's Classroom. Today we're learning Pokémon TCG mathematics. When building your deck, there are a few mathematical questions we need to ask ourselves. How much damage can my Pokémon deal, and what HP totals are important right now? Let's look at an example. Raging Bolt EX has 240 HP. Say I'm building Miraidon EX, which can only deal 220 damage at a time. How can I ensure my damage is meaningful? Well, if I add 2 Zapdos to my bench, their abilities add 10 damage to my Lightning Pokemon's attacks, so I deal 240 in one go. Bye-bye, Raging Bolt. Let's do another. Jim O'Brien's Okie Dokie deck does 170 damage a turn with Good Punch, using the buff from its ability. 170 damage is enough to KO many 2-prize Pokemon in format, such as Squawkabilly EX, Lumineon V, or Fezandipity EX and Terrapagos EX with weakness. With Okie Dokie being a single-prize Pokemon, your opponent will take twice as long as you to take all their prize cards, while having to work through your huge HP total. So, although Good Punch for 70 damage may look small, with the magic of Pokemon mathematics, we come out with a brilliant deck that nobody was expecting to see on the stage at Louisville. The final mathematical tip I'll leave you with for your deck building today is how much energy do I need to put in my deck? Well, let's use Charizard EX as an example. I want to make sure that all of my Pokemon can use their attacks to take 6 prize cards across a game. Charizard EX needs 2 energy to attack, however it searches those energy out of the deck when it evolves. Handy! So, let's say I need Charizard to attack 3 times to take 3 2-prize knockouts. I may need 3 Charizard to do this, so 6 energy makes sense, right? Especially since I can search it out of the deck. But some may choose to run even fewer energy and utilize cards such as Super Rod to save space in the deck and streamline the flexibility of your cards. So, when building your deck, always remember to calculate your damage output to the HP of your opponent, consider weakness and how the meta is shaping up, and put enough energy for your attacks in your deck. Catch you next time, trainers, in Professor Amy's Classroom.
My name is Alexander Rutowicz, and to win it feels amazing.
Find the Dragapult EX and the Neo Upper Energy. That's going to put damage into the active counter catcher as well, and that is the game.
It's not quite there. It's Ultra Ball. There's an Ultra Ball. That means he can do this turn. Ultra Ball for that Dusclops. Alexander, do you see it right now? Ultra Ball going into the deck. And if he finds that Dusclops right now, it's going to be game. Alexander wins Lille!
I think the best first decision was to pick the Dragapult deck, which was actually great for the weekend. So working on the list, having free pull, free boss, and I felt like I was playing quite well. Yeah, I was surprised how Zorak was on top tables, so it was pretty difficult to deal with them, but somehow I managed to do so. And I also lost 1 game to Control, which I find like a very difficult matchup since the Pultner and my list started playing only 2 Stretcher instead of 4 like it was before. Yeah, I've chose Dragapult Dusknoir mainly because I've had a lot of experience on it. Before Worlds, I played the Zek2 Worlds. After that, I took some breaks, so coming back to the deck felt really nice and fresh. And for this weekend, it was a pretty good pick. That's why I chose it and didn't think of anything else. I honestly just came to local league and played different decks than the one I ended up playing at the tournament. I only think that I played like 1 week before with my actual deck, and it was even like old format, but the Dracloak engine still like feels kind of the same. Yeah, so in Mirror, of course, you are a lot dependent on how you draw either under item lock, but it's also important to recognize like what spot are you in. For example, if you can KO their on-reach Dracloak out of play, you of course want to do it, or like board wipe all of their like energies, something. That's like the key moments. And against Alberto, like game 2, when I KO'd his like only Dracloak, I basically felt like winning, but I was like talking to myself like, okay, it's not done yet, it's not done yet. Maybe like Monkey Dory Confuse can come in. So I was pretty scared of that, but pretty much I knew I won. My friend Mateusz, he's like a great player. He is so much better than me. He pushes me like to try and win with him sometime. And the other person that like gave me the deck and told me to play it for the Lille weekend was Henry Brandt. He's like a great player, very sometimes innovates like the best deck, but adds like a really cool idea to it. So I really like his twists on the popular deck lists.
Welcome back. It's always amazing to hear from regional champions. So hearing from Alexander, I should say there. I'm Alex now, kind of coming back to us because we've just had Swiss Round 7. I'm joined now by Freya Pierce. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. Also, to be fair, you are also a regional champion in your own right, so it would still be kind of accurate.
A long time ago now. One fewer grey hair, I think. But,
just the one.
Just the one. We try and make it work. But yeah, it's great to have you. It's great to finally get to spend a bit of time casting this next round because we are at the final round of Phase 1 Swiss here. So we will be Swiss Round 8 that we're going to be featuring shortly as well if you've just joined us. We've had a number of fantastic rounds already, and we're only going to make it even better from here on out.
Yes, so we absolutely are. 2 more rounds left for today. So last round of Phase 1, and then as an extra little bonus treat, the first round of Phase 2. Why not?
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those key things that we've mentioned earlier as well, that Phase 2, the first round of Phase 2, our Swiss Round 9, is played on day 1. So if you know anyone in the tournament and they're making it into Phase 2, make sure you let them know immediately that they have to stick around and continue playing for today as well. But that just means we've still got so much more Pokemon to actually showcase today, Freya.
Yeah, and speaking of so much more Pokemon, if you have like an encyclopedic knowledge of sort of different sort of Pokemon, you might need somebody to compile it over, maybe like a big Pokedex, and you might be able to be very, very good at guess that Pokemon!
Yeah, I certainly do not. But yes, welcome to our Guess That Pokemon opportunity here to try and maybe showcase exactly what is going on in Freya's brain here. So I'll read it out to you. Do you want to make the first guess? So,
okay,
who's that Pokemon? They lay their eggs deep inside their nest. When attacked by Heatmore, they retaliate using their massive mandibles.
Durant.
It's nice and easy.
Yeah.
There you go.
If that's not Durant, yeah, okay. I was going to say that. If that's not Durant, I would have eaten someone's hat. No, maybe not hat. We just eat someone's hat.
I thought you were gonna become one of those.
That would have been a better joke, actually. Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna make you. I don't want to do it because I know I'm gonna get you wrong. We can try.
Oh no, joint effort. Let's do a joint effort.
All right,
so, in just one of its mighty hands, it has the power to make the ground shake and mountains crumble. Goodness me, it's some type of fighting type, right? You think, and maybe just one of its mighty hands, maybe a multi-handed Pokemon?
What other Pokemon has massive hands? The first thing I immediately imagine, because I imagine the alt art of an iron hand.
Oh, going through the ruined walls?
No, I don't think it is though. But,
okay. I think it would be either that or Machamp. I could see it either way.
That's kind of the angle I'd go down.
But I'm happy to go with Iron. Should we go with Iron Hands?
Yeah, you go for it.
Iron Hands.
It's probably not.
Tyranitar.
Mighty hands. Its hands are like here, like a T-Rex. It's tiny.
No, but to be fair, lore-wise, it makes sense. It does kind of destroy mountains. That's kind of its thing. So yeah, you know what? Fair enough. That was actually my background guess. But I didn't mention it, of course.
You're just throwing me under the bus. You knew it, Freya.
I'm not saying let's go for Iron Hands.
Number 3. Who's that Pokemon? It gathers static electricity from its surroundings. The beams it launches when down on all 4s are tremendously powerful.
This is reminding me of maybe like Manectric or even Mega Manectric, something like that, because kind of staticky Pokemon, obviously on all 4s.
What other electric Pokemon are on all 4s? Luxray?
Luxray also could be a good shout.
Yes. One. I do like the Manectric shout. I feel like that's kind of more the angle I would go down.
Like I'm trying to think which Pokemon is more likely to be on 4s, but also launch beams, right? Like that's That doesn't scream Luxray somehow.
Look, I just threw out a random on all 4 Pokemon that's electric, right?
Okay, I'm gonna go for Manectric.
Yeah, I'm happy to help you lock in Manectric.
Okay, let's go for Manectric. Let's see. Oh, okay. I would never have guessed that in a million years. I'm not gonna lie.
right. I don't know why I'm still this, but Archaludon apparently.
Yeah.
Fantastic. It gathers static electricity from its surroundings and launches beams. I mean, launches beams I can kind of get.
Yeah, and also the fact that it's normally on all 2s, but then it kind of goes down all 4s, but it gains that sort of like bridge-like pose, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And then goes for it. So I guess I can see that making sense.
Well, yeah, I'm going nuts here. Go on, Fred. Okay. What's number 4?
It's said to incinerate everything around it with lightning launched from its fur. Very little is known about this creature. Could this be like an Ultra Beast of some kind?
Very little is known about this creature.
That's what makes me think Ultra Beast, right? But Oh, hold on. Am I missing something very obvious?
No. It's my confusion face. I just made up another word again for everyone. My confusion face, I have no clue.
Okay, so you know little about this as is known about this creature is what you're saying.
Exactly. I am one of those people that know very little about this creature.
It said incinerate with lightning. Very little known about it. But also from its fur, so it's going to be like a fluffy...
Dig deep, Freya. We got to figure...
Yeah, no kidding. No, none of the Ultra Beasts are fluffy, so I don't think that's going to be that. Oh, I'm really struggling here. No.
Right. Well, I'm hoping someone in the chat is actually screaming at us right now, and they're like, "This is obvious," and I have no idea.
Is this going to be my first ever pass? No, we can't just pass.
You're going to pass?
No. Oh, Lord, I can't. We're going to do very little is known about it. What?
Go,
some kind of legendary?
We've already had an embarrassing guess. We can try and guess something. First, we'll go to bye.
Okay. Raikou, just because it's a legendary and it's an electric beast.
Okay, well, I've been given a hint because we're struggling so much.
Okay, what's the hint?
It's popular in the venue right now.
Oh, okay.
Or has been. So I'm being tricked by everyone in my ear right now because now I'm getting conflicted information.
I mean, Raikou was popular some time ago. It was Raikou V, right?
Yeah,
so
we could go down there.
I'm sticking with Raikou. Let's go.
It's popular now. I mean, same sort of thing.
Yeah, no, it has dropped off a little bit. So yeah, no, incinerate with lightning launch from its fur. Very little. Yeah, okay, yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
It's like a Raikou, right? So
I was like one ancient trait away from the answer.
A little bit away.
Yeah,
I hope everyone enjoyed that. Who's that Pokemon? Little segment there. We obviously don't know enough about Pokemon, but we know a lot about Pokemon cards.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Honestly, I would have thought I kind of expect myself to do a little bit better. I'm a little bit embarrassed. I'm gonna brush up my knowledge on there, and maybe for next time you can. So you can also test your luck at Who's That Pokemon. Until next time. But I say until next time, we're obviously not going anywhere. We're just right back at it.
Yeah. Make sure you're staying right there and staying with us as well. If you're just joining us, we are due shortly to go into our Swiss round 8. We've already mentioned it a couple of times. This is the final round of phase 1. So we're going to be looking for some of those players, maybe looking for some winning in action to try and make it into phase 2 and still have that opportunity to try and become the Stuttgart Regional Champion. But for the moment, as we're still trying to look at where we are with this tournament, I mean, we've had some fantastic matches so far, Freya. What's been a little bit of your favorite so far?
Well, I mean, I've had a few favorites in mind, but actually, I've got a little bit of something else in mind.
Ooh, okay.
You know, we feature the Masters on stream, right? That's who we feature. But we don't always get to talk a lot other than on Championship Sundays at, like, the big majors about the juniors and seniors. So why don't we take a look at how their meta game is doing and see what's shaping up in the lower age divisions here at Stuttgart?
I always love to do this. This is something, a favorite of mine as well. We get a chance to see how they're kind of slowly, congregating to the same sort of stage of what Masters as well. Golden Go there at 18% of our junior players, 157 of them competing here today and this weekend to become a Stuttgart Regional Champion. That is a massive number in comparison to the others, Freya.
Yeah, it is, but also a massive number in comparison to other things. Raging Bolts in second place with 7% of the metagame. Where is that in Masters? Other than, I guess, we did feature it during our first Swiss round on the stream, but yeah, that's a surprise.
Well, so little was known about that creature. I haven't got really a clue. So it's at 7% there. Dragapult, Gardevoir, the two sort of titans of the game alongside typically the Golden Go. Ceruledge is something that we've known has fallen off for the Masters division, but it's still creeping in there as well. Maybe because of that more straightforward type of deck that maybe some of our junior players find it a little bit easier to pilot. And Charizard's been around for such a long time. That's another way for a lot of our sort of younger players to kind of get into the game and actually just play one archetype over and over again as well.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of merit to that sort of like train of thought. And I mean, Dragapult and Gardevoir are still absolutely there as well, still there with their strong showings. But it is interesting to see how some of the more like linear strategy decks are, and that's not to as a insult. Like, linear does not mean bad. It just means that the lines are a little bit more straightforward to pick up, and so maybe that's why, in the junior divisions we sometimes see these decks pop up a little bit more often.
Or master players like me, when sometimes I play something a little bit more straightforward. But yeah, it's incredible to see so many. This is only just highlighting sort of just under half of the all of the decks across the junior trainers here, because it does say there at the very top, other decks are 81, so there's other archetypes there that comprise of 81 decks as well. But it's so interesting. Now we get a chance to move over into our senior trainers as well. 225 of them competing here this weekend. A little bit more of a more natural spread, but Golden Go's still there at a much higher play rate.
Yeah, this is a lot closer to what we see see what we have seen rather in the Masters division, other than the complete absence of unclassified, right? That was the biggest still sort of stunner, I think, from the Masters analysis. Raging Bolt, though, creeping in there again. Not in second, but just there with 13 showings, the same as Charizard Pidgeot.
I mean, this was actually the exact same as the phase 2 of LAIC, just subbing in Charizard EX for what was Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan. So again, very interesting to see, you know, if you just combine the Gardevoir builds, I know they play a little bit differently, but it's actually the highest, most played sort of archetype. The Psychic Embrace Gardevoir EX is the most played deck there. There would be 36 to Golden Ghost 33. Dragapult's always there in second, just because I feel like Dusknoir always offers that opportunity for a deck to be 50-50 into most things, or maybe at least like 45. You always have a chance because you have Curse Blast.
Yeah, it definitely feels like that. And also, not only that, but the fact that it's so... I'm trying to find the right word here. The strategy of Dragapult basically can work against almost anything. And it's like Gardevoir, it's a deck that kind of rewards it has some of the biggest rewards and payoffs for high player skill. And we saw that in the earlier match with Henry against Shoichi. I mean, I'm not sure if you were watching that backstage. That was an incredible match.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just one of those things where small little nuances can really sort of change how a matchup can be. I mean, I did see both routes were prized in game 1, which is a bit awkward. But you have ways to kind of play around that now because you have sort of more efficient attackers. I mean, we already heard from when you had the interview with Rune how he's quite happy not necessarily to always have routes or Gardevoirs down. You could just kind of go straight into Mega Diancie EX and just start swinging away with that attack as well.
Yeah. Now, let's take a moment to put a spotlight on a few cards. So just, we did this earlier where we talked about some of the new cards from Phantasmal Flames and how sort of what they bring to the overall meta game. But we have a few more cards we'd like to spotlight here for all you guys at home.
Okay.
So, starting off with the Mega Lopunny EX. So, we just saw this in Stefan From's hands taking down Swiss Round 7. And, like, if you could look up in the dictionary, you know, efficient Pokemon EX attacker, I think you'd struggle to find something that, I think this would be the definition right here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's got two fantastic attacks, right? We've seen Gale Thrust utilized so well in that Swiss Round 7 from Stefan From there. Of course, 60 damage doesn't sound like a lot, but if it maneuvers from the bench into the active spot on that turn, that very turn is about to send a Gale Thrust off, it deals an extra 170. So 230 damage with one energy card. And it's one of those Pokemon, because it's colorless, it's got 330 HP. It's something that I keep forgetting myself for just how big and bulky it can be, but it's splashable.
Yeah, like it can either be a deck in its own right, or we've also seen some people experimenting it with a 1/1 line tech in Goldengo, and that's because of not only the first attack, but that second attack. The Spiky Hopper punches through any effect on the opponent's Pokemon. This isn't out to Walls, this isn't out to Crustle, it's an out to Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX. And when you have something that is great as an attacker in its own right, but also gives you an answer to a tough matchup, that's a lot of value for the slots that it's in the deck, and those are the best kind of cards to use.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're kind of showcasing just a few of the cards that people are experimenting Mega Lopunny EX with, you know, that Jet Energy, that way to kind of Gale Thrust into the active spot, or the Fan Rotom to help you get some of those Veneries out to begin with, the basic less than 100 HP colorless Pokemon onto the board, say maybe represent a single prize to begin with, and then evolve up into your Mega Lopunny EX. It is a big free prize that you're giving up, but 330 HP, dealing 230 is nothing short of a little bit incredible. It's a bit of a callback to Golisopod that we obviously had as a fantastic sort of Pokemon card that supported another card, which you kind of see again, another bit of a throwback in Zoroark, but Zoroark GX, but then as well.
Yeah, I mean, first impression was an insane amount of damage for one energy. This is even more. Granted, it's worth 3 prizes instead of 2, but not the only Mega that we need to talk about from this new Phantasmal Flame set. We also have Mega Diancie EX, as Rune Hedemann's put it, maybe a ridiculously broken card in Gardevoir, but not necessarily for the reasons people might think.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just to highlight very quickly, it's got that Diamond Coat ability. Pokemon takes 30 less damage from attacks after applying weakness and resistance. Has only 270 HP, but effectively, or at least on the first attack that it takes, it's a 300 HP Pokemon. And then it gets reduced every single time it is attacked. But it's mainly there for that very efficient attack. We talk about efficient attackers. For 2 energy, is 120 times the number of energy cards you discard from this Pokemon.
Up to a maximum of 2.
Up to a maximum of 2. Granted, that's very very good. But 240 damage you can deal, but it's another way to get energies onto a Pokemon in your Gardevoir deck, and then discard them with that fantastic Garden Ray attack. So because you're dealing a lot of damage, because it is quite big, it's quite tanky, it's quite bulky, you utilize it like Runa had mentioned with Monkey Dories. If it tanks a hit, you just fire things back over, and that's why we see it just so seamlessly sort of integrated into Gardevoir EX.
Yeah, and especially Rune mentioned it, and we talk about it here on our slide. As a tank against dark type decks, Charizard can be a real struggle. Mega Absol can be a real struggle. This is a great answer into both of them because it isn't weak to dark, unlike basically everything else on your deck. It's weak to metal instead. So that combined with the Diamond Coat means you can tank a good amount of hits.
Yeah, absolutely. And then like I said, when you combine it with Monkey Dory, if you've got 2 Monkey Dories down with Dark Energies attached to it as well, you are moving potentially 60 damage across, plus the 240 max from that Garden Ray. 300 damage. Wow.
That can carry a Mega Kang.
Yeah, exactly. And that's impressive in its own right. And that's one of the things we're going to, again, alongside Mega Lopunny EX, I think Mega Diancie EX is another one we're going to have to keep an eye on throughout the rest of this tournament as well.
Yeah, and it's interesting kind of the contrast, right? Because Mega Lopunny can be either its own deck or splashed into stuff, but Mega Diancie really is a card for Gardevoir, and this is a deck that was already considered like over the edge. And this might take it even more in that direction. If people can make the most effective use of that card and like the tanking ability that it provides, it could be absolutely incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we get a chance. You know, we've already seen the seniors and the juniors meta as well. Let's have a quick glance back again at the phase 1 analysis for the Masters Division. Almost 2,200 players here in Stuttgart trying to become that regional champion. Now, we will always have to kind of just very quickly caveat that unclassified that we see at 8%, 173 players. We have had a new set. We have still need a bit of time to kind of digest all of that information to work out what it all is. Because a lot of the times it is a lot of that new deck archetypes like what we just saw with the Mega Lopunny EX. We've got things like the Toxtricity type decks with the dark types, what we get with the Mega Gengars, the Mega Sharpedo EXs as well. There's a lot of things in there that we're going to need to start to uncover, but it's finding a bit of a place at the moment alongside some of the others.
Yeah, and as those archetypes start to emerge more and more, we'll get a better idea of kind of what that breakdown of the unclassified is. Going to the best of the rest, this is kind of where we see, well, really the rest of the decks that we would expect, right? The Charizard's there, Marnie's Grimmsnarl's there, kind of had a little bit of a fall off. Same with the Ceruledge, and Zoroark still in a decent quantity as well. And maybe the biggest surprise of all, Alakazam the Dunsparce. I believe there's one all the way at 5-1 currently, so doing pretty darn well.
Yeah, I mean, it's gained some pretty important cards that, again, we haven't had a full opportunity to really sort of showcase recently yet so far. I mean, just gaining a supporter that allows you to grab a basic, grab a stage 1, stage 2. That is basically all the draw power you need to bring your hand to a fantastic amount of cards again and utilize that Alakazam attack to really deal a lot of damage. But all of these cards, all of these decks have in their own right some way to kind of actually do super well. We're just showcasing exactly why and how varied our meta is. And that's one of the coolest things of actually playing in a Pokemon trading card game right now.
Yeah, it is a very diverse meta. We even we were talking with Stefan, or rather I was talking with Stefan from earlier during the interview, and he was saying one of the things that he likes a lot now is how diverse the meta is and how there's so many different viable decks that can do well. Even if, perhaps some of the specific styles of strategy that he prefers aren't around as much, that it's cool to see that there's such a big variety of decks can take a tournament home. And I mean, that's borne out in the amount of different decks that we've had winning the past few majors as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can't wait to see how this evolves into phase 2 as well, which of course once we finished off our Swiss round 8 we will be able to get that information and just see how the meta continues to adapt, to evolve, with Phantasmal Flames now being legal as well. Reminder, this is the first weekend it's legal in one of these sort of major tournaments. Considering now it's been 3 weeks since its release, and it'll sort of now just continue to kind of evolve and adapt into the future tournaments we get after Stuttgart as well.
Yes, plenty more tournaments to come in the Phantasmal Flames format. Well, I say plenty more. So we have Toronto and Birmingham in the future, I guess, will still be around. But
don't forget all those cups and challenges that everyone's going to be playing as well. There's a lot of tournaments out there, Freya.
A lot of takeaways for your local tournaments as well. Some of which, well, actually, I should know that I'm participating in a few myself over December, so I really should know that.
There you go. So yeah, I mean, this is a great opportunity for a lot of our sort of fantastic players to showcase their deck building or the skills, especially with the new set. And then maybe gives you guys a bit of an idea of how to maybe, angle your way with particular decks to kind of build it to meet a particular meta, meet a particular archetype as well. And that's just where it gets really interesting.
Yeah, it sure does. Now, I guess, let's take it from that angle, right? Say if you weren't casted today, say if you were playing in this event, what would you back? What would you be going for, do you think?
I'm naturally someone who would go to a deck that I've piloted before. It probably would have ended up being something like Joltik Toolbox or Charizard EX deck. It's two decks I've piloted to regionals already this season. Two okay finishes, nothing to shout out necessarily all too much about, but it's like a comfort pick. Especially when it's like, we have such a massive card pool right now. A lot of what Phantasmal Flames is able to do is kind of enhance the decks that we've got at the moment. That's what it feels like at the moment, apart from what we just saw in Swiss Round 7. But when you get like little enhancers to different decks, that's where it's kind of quite unique that you get to play your comfort picks, still know your matchups, and then just take it as far as you can.
Yeah, for me, I'm basically kind of, I think it would depend on how ambitious I was feeling, in that sense that I did put down Mega Lopunny as one of my predictions. If I was feeling bold, I would probably go for that,
Would you?
Yeah. Otherwise, I'd be playing Goldengo because it did give me a good bit of success at the majors I did play recently. So
yeah, that's fair enough. Again, see, it's comfort pick, right?
Absolutely.
This is especially what we've started to see from tournaments now, because in the sort of more recent months, we've had a lot of back-to-back weekends of tournaments. We have players coming from, maybe it was back-to-back in Lille into Gdansk, or from LAIC into Stuttgart. Often it's quite difficult to kind of play maybe up to 14, 15 rounds at a tournament and then go into the next week and be like, well, I'm going to completely change decks, because you have this mindset of playing so many rounds where you've gone through all the motions, and that's kind of like quite an interesting way of thinking about whether a player will basically stick with a deck or not, or maybe potentially try their hand at something else.
I mean, it's interesting because it's actually something I've heard a lot of players talk about, which is this, I think for the longest time, I had this idea in my mind that if you are someone who is still building up your fundamentals in the game, generally speaking, it's best to just stick with one deck, get really good at it so that you'll give you your fundamentals, and then later on, once you get to the point where you're really experienced with that, then you can get to the point of like making meta calls and so on. But maybe even if you're the most experienced player in the world, maybe you just give yourself that extra edge by knowing one deck super well, and that can take you far as well. Yeah,
well, speaking of players going far at the moment, I've heard that both our players are currently at the table and ready for our Swiss Round 8 here. And there's at least one very familiar face there in Daniel Magda on the right-hand side, and he'll be playing in the Swiss Round 8 up against Aaron Platz.
Yes, what a great way to end our phase 1 of Swiss here, with a current regional champion already locked up for phase 2, of course, with the match points that he has, but as we were talking about before, wants to notch up that extra win to make himself as more and more likely to maybe go for a second regionals win and go far in top cut. Who knows?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just look at some of those achievements already. Was a very accomplished junior and senior player. Those two top 8 at Worlds already. Got that LAIC top 4, so had that direct invitation last year as well. And then in his second season as a master, took down Gdansk and became a Masters title winner as well. So that's incredible. He's also got, again, another direct invitation, which is incredible.
Yeah, 2 years on the bounce, going to show that, like is the case with many players who are really successful in juniors and seniors, that skill often carries through into the Masters division, and very much the case as it's playing out here. But up against him will be Aaron Platz. Not a name I'm as familiar with, if I'm being completely honest.
So this is the one opportunity, if you aren't familiar with some of these players, to actually become a household name, become one of those who takes down a regional champion. It's that opportunity. I mean, you've done super well already. You're 5-1-1. You're into phase 2. You're now just trying to push yourself as far as possible. It will be a great matchup here. Of course, it's to be expected that Daniel is going to be piloting that Golden Go EX deck, but Aaron will be piloting that Gardevoir EX with Jellicent in the deck as well.
I mean, that ties very nicely into what we were just saying, right? Playing a comfort pick, going with what you know, what you already won with. As you do see now, the prizes going out all. I don't like that Scream Tail.
Yeah, I'm not too big of a fan of that Technical Machine Devolution either, but over on Daniel's side, again, nothing too bad. So a lot to work with as our players are now ready to kick off. And here it is, fist bump. This is our Swiss Round 8, our final Swiss round of our Stuttgart Regional Championships here. Both players looking to try and push themselves far into phase phase 2.
Yeah, final round of phase 1, we should say.
Sorry,
Yes.
Yeah, got ahead of myself.
Yeah, plenty of Swiss rounds still to go after this one, but so this is the last Swiss round of phase 1, and so after this, we will be going to phase 2. But for now, let's see how the setup goes. We have Aaron going first with an okay setup, it looks like. Got a Earthen Vessel to go ahead and get a couple of energy from the deck. A Rolts down, definitely going to want to see that. Why don't you take us through how this Gardevoir Jellicent deck wants to set up, Alex?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a fantastic ability on that Gardevoir EX. Once we get up to the Gardevoir, of course, has that Psychic Embrace ability, which allows you to accelerate energy from your discard pile. So the key thing is to try and get those energies into the discard pile as soon as possible. Can take a bit of time to get there, and what generally helps is actually utilizing things like that Frillish, using things like that Jellicent EX to slow down your opponent's side, utilizing those item locks, Oceanic Gloom from Frillish as an attack, or Oceanic Curse as an ability from Jellicent. And from then onwards, you're utilizing Monkey Dories, because you, as part of Psychic Embrace, you're getting damage counters on your board state, and you're actually then able to fling over that damage counters over using Monkey Dories Adrenaline Brain, and really just start setting up multiple knockouts or sort of key bigger knockouts from your opponent's side of the board.
Yeah, the synergy really here is between the fact that Psychic Embrace accelerates energy, which is what you want to power up attacks, but you turn that disadvantage, quote unquote, of putting damage counters on yourself into an advantage, either to, as you mentioned, fling the damage over a Monkey Dory with Adrenaline Brain, which very timely hits the bench, or putting damage onto your Screentail and Drifloon so that those two attackers can do big damage as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's then a pass over. Aaron does have a Lily's Determination in hand, I'm pretty sure I saw. And Daniel here has drawn a card for his turn. He's just kind of helping to make sure, of course, he shuffles up or cuts his opponent's deck. You do have the opportunity to do so when your opponent has gone through the deck. And now there's an opportunity here for Daniel to either try and work out what's in his prizes with this Fighting Gong, but Freya, I think, as a Golden Goal enjoyer, run us through this deck.
Gladly. So this is one of those like linear strategy decks that is aiming to do something very, very simple. You want to draw through the deck as quickly as possible with all the means that you have. So one way to do that will be with that Lunatone with the Lunar Cycle ability. Lets you discard a fighting energy from your hand to draw 3 cards as long as you have a Solrock out. And then you power through with that. You get into you evolve up your Gimmighoul into Goldengo EX, which has its own ability to draw cards. It draws just once per turn, 1 card if it's on the bench or 2 cards if it's in the active. And then its main attack, Make It Rain for 1 metal energy, discard any number of basic energy cards from your hand and do 50 damage for each one. So you draw through your deck, you build up the energy in your hand and the discard pile with the multiple abilities. You can get them back with superior energy retrieval and go for big one-hit knockouts.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for running us through that whole deck, Freya. I mean, this is going to be one of those key things, and this is why we also highlighted throughout sort of today, maybe even earlier today as well, that Solrock Lunatone combo, just being able to help the addition of drawing even more cards than what it already can, but also just having a kind of very efficient attacker in Solrock.
Yeah, absolutely. That was one bit I didn't mention, of course. This is something that Goldengo didn't really have access to before, but now it does. Not only do you have the new Lunar Cycle ability to draw cards with the Lunatone, but the Solrock also has a great attack, as you mentioned. It does 70 damage for a single fighting energy, as long as you have to have a Lunatone out to do it, but you want both out anyway. And then that 70 damage, not only is it very efficient with 1 energy, but it punches through weakness and resistance. So even something like the Fight and Resistant Rolts, if it's 70 HP, it will get KO'd by a Solrock.
Yeah, one of the good things that Aaron has in the active, though, is that Frillish. It's one of those few Pokemon who doesn't have 70 HP. It actually has 80. It's a pretty tanky sort of jellyfish there, just in the active spot. Yep.
Here comes the... Oh, okay, no. I might have just cut myself off there.
Well, give it a chance, give it a chance. Secret box here.
Okay, secret box. Yeah, that's... was that an arm? Oh, it was arm to grab to... Okay, and then it's going to go ahead. So, there is the one tool that the Goldengo deck most often, almost always plays to kind of get over that hump, and that is the Vitality Band. Just makes the Pokemon it's attached to do 10 extra damage, but that fixes the math so much. It means you can KO Frillish. It means that sometimes, say, if you're 10 over a multiple of 50, you need 1 less energy to get the knockout. So it's a great math fixer for the deck, and it's going to fix the math beautifully to KO this Frillish if Daniel can get the Solrock into the active with an energy and the Vitality Band.
Well, we've already seen the Air Balloon grab from the Arven, so here comes a secret box. Does have to discard a couple of awkward pieces. I mean, a Golden Go and another, looks like an Arven going down again there. But with that secret box, the ace choice of spec. Oh, ace choice of spec.
Ace choice of spec.
Wow, that was incredible.
Spectacular.
The ace spec of choice. Discard any 3 cards from your hand, but it allows you to grab a tool card, an item card, a stadium, and another supporter. So giving up a supporter there is not really a concern, as it looks like just kind of deliberating exactly is, but as you've carefully picked out there, the Ardson alongside that Vitality Band and another Arven for the next turn as well. So I imagine we could see a massive punch into that Frillish here. Ardson being utilized first allows you to grab any basic Pokemon without a rule box and place it onto your bench.
Yeah, this is really, really poignant for Daniel to be able to find this because, I mean, sure, carrying Ralts is great because that means you can't evolve into Gardevoir, but the way that Daniel is going to lose against Aaron is if Aaron is consistently able to maintain an item lock either with Frillish or Jellicent, and then Daniel can't use any items to get back his energy. If you deal with the Frillish now, it's going to take at least some effort for Aaron to establish it again.
So we saw Daniel now get a Nest Ball and grab a Genesect EX. He's not actually representing a single prize board, Freya. Is it much of an issue right now?
No, I don't think so, because this isn't against some decks would be an issue, but against Gardevoir, that you don't really, you're actually acknowledging the bigger risk here, which is getting Ionode, and the Genesect with its ability, Metallic Signal, lets you get Gholdengo out of the deck, and that's the much bigger risk here. So actually very sensible from Daniel, I think.
Yeah, also benches that Mega Mawile EX, but there is that massive first prize being taken in this Swiss round 8. Game 1 here, Cosmic Beam dealing 80 damage because of that Vitality Band, and it's back over to Aaron for his turn 2.
Yeah, his turn 2, and this is really where he wants to establish another Frillish, but he just have to commit to the Ralts and go for the League's Determination. We'll draw 8 cards here, but you really want to try and get that Frillish back online.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those where it's useful at the start of the game, mid-game, late game. It's such a useful way to try and slow down your opponent's board state. But, you know, considering Daniel hasn't been able to needed to use anything, those key resources like the superior energy retrievals yet, maybe saving it for mid to late game may be a bit more important for the time being, as we just want to stabilize the board. We want to get the right things live, active. We want to get those energy cards in the discard. Currently is 2 in the discard right now, 1 attached to the active. 8 cards here from the Lily. Let's see what you're working with here. It does find a Dark Energy, a couple, oh, actually no, another Psychic Energy it looks like.
Yeah, Psychic Dark Ardson, is that a Bravery Charm found as well, but not really any way to set up what Pokemon. That's what Aaron would have really wanted.
Yeah, that's the only unfortunate scenario here, is playing quote-unquote the more what many people are saying as a kind of turbo build. You're not using Technical Machine Evolution in your list. You're utilizing the Lily's Determination, draw as many cards, get the rare candy, evolve into the Gardevoir EXs. Here is a Flip the Script, though.
Oh, and that's a very big find out to Flip the Script. Finds a secret box. That's absolutely what Aaron would have wanted to see.
Yes, again, just matching Daniel's turn here, using that A-Spec, discarding 3 cards, easy discard of the Psychic Energy and the Ardson, because there's already 1 in play.
Yep, so don't need to leave that 1 in hand, but then it's just his last discard. I guess it could be the Jellicent here, just because you can't really use it to evolve from anything right now.
And you have Super Rod in hand, so you can try and push it back afterwards. You kind of want to look after that Gardevoir EX, but I guess it's just working out. It does have Night Stretcher, so I guess there's a few different options to work around this spot.
So the Gardevoir EX is actually an interesting choice because, okay, obviously not to go for it, but there is a world in which, in theory, discarding a Gardevoir EX actually gives you more outs to Gardevoir, because it means that if you get disrupted, a Night Stretcher could also become one.
Yeah, but when you're just secret boxing for rare candy anyway, you're only going to evolve up. If you pitch away the Gardevoir EX, you're just going to Night Stretcher it back. So let's just remove that extra turn or step as we grab the Mystery Garden. Stadium, as well as another opportunity to draw additional further cards alongside a Bravery Charm and a Lily's Determination for a future turn.
Yeah, that beautiful, the full art Mystery Garden, of course. It really like the new direction that, with these full art stadiums. They're not all gold anymore. The gold one's also nice, don't get me wrong, but that full art Mystery Garden is absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, there we go. It looks like just confirmation, because I don't think he has necessarily used the Ardson as of yet.
Not yet.
But it was a little tilted from what Daniel had on his turn, so it looks like he's just utilizing it now. He's just eyeing up that Drifloon for the moment. Typically a card you would see come down a little bit later on. Here comes, or maybe even a Frillish again, as you already mentioned, Freya, and just try and get that item lock sort of back online again. Or not again for the first time, I should say.
I mean, the only problem here is, of course, because you were talking about maybe Frillish could be better in the middle late game, and I can kind of agree in the sense that, you know, this Frillish is going to get KO'd by this Solrock unless you could put a Bravery Charm on it, and maybe that's what Aaron is thinking here, because then that way 8 damage would be enough. There's a Rare Candy Gardevoir as well.
Yeah, there you go, to the active. So now it just needs the Psychic Embrace to the active to maneuver it out of the active spot. We'll get some damage counters online, on the board, ready to play with at some stage as well. I just need to get confirmation whether that energy attachment was already committed to the active, so can't get a Dark Energy onto the Monkey Dory. So there it is, Psychic Embrace.
A little bit unfortunate, yeah, but indeed, was a Psychic Energy attached just before the latest determination, so that is correct. We'll have to Psychic Embrace one time to retreat, but then Psychic Embrace again. And yeah, with the Bravery Charm, that does mean that Daniel Magda would need to find something like a Premium Power Pro to get a knockout, but he's going to get item locked, so that's not viable anyway. And it doesn't even play it?
No, it doesn't play a copy.
Ignore me then. So it's impossible no matter what.
Well, there you go. So the Frillish in the active spot, that 50 extra HP from that Bravery Charm, taking it to 130 minus 20 from this Psychic Embrace to the active, but does mean we can start item locking your opponent, and they're just trying to weave in the right Pokemon when you need to at this point. As it is just confirmed. Yep, there you go, the attachment to Gardevoir. There is the attack. Solrock and Daniel Magda is currently item locked.
Yeah, and that's going to put a real stopper on him. Although, having said that, did have the 2 Golden Go in hand already from the Metallic Signal the previous turn. We'll be able to use that ability again this turn to fin 2 more, or I guess maybe just 1 more out of the deck. And we'll be able to go ahead and just draw a bunch of cards here. Hopefully find something that is an item.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things where you can still be fairly efficient with what you're doing, right? I mean, you still got the Solrock in the active spot. I mean, swinging away isn't ideal. Don't want to pitch away too many energy cards with that Lunatone ability at the moment anyway, because sometimes you might need those energies to actually start swinging away against this Frillish on. Both coin bonuses used. There is the Lunatone ability being used as well. Luna cycle to discard a fighting and draw 3 additional cards. So let's just see how...
Sort of drawing through those cards just a little bit more slowly, just debating what the best way to approach this is. There is a Boss's Orders in hand. I am wondering, is it a viable move just to go after this Ralts here? I mean, if you take it out, it means that then 1 Boss's Orders KO on a Gardevoir, and there's no more energy acceleration for Aaron. So that might be an opportunity to take it out before it becomes harder to knock out. And it goes well with your prize map too, because you've already taken 1 prize, you take 1 more, and then you're back on even.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's probably going to be key if we're able to utilize that Boss's Orders, as you just mentioned there, Freya. So let's just look. Always going to go down the Arvin route for the moment here. Maybe just kind of slow the game down, or slow his progress down for the second. Let's just see what pieces he's actually really after. Does grab the Buddy Buddy Poffin, which isn't playable, of course, because of that Frillish attack for the moment.
Yes, and with that, I mean, I think there's only 1 more Air Balloon left in the deck, right? Or is he only playing 1? No, there's 2, but there's 1 on the field, and he didn't grab a tool there, so I guess the other Air Balloon must be in the hand?
Yeah, I mean, it's maybe not accessible, but it's fine for the moment. Let's just see how Daniel can play this out. Yeah, you did. I think you did just see it in hand as well, right?
Yep. So that's it. It's playing an Arvin for a card isn't that great. But straight away evolving into the Jellicents.
Yeah. So now an ability item lock and tool card lock is in place now with Oceanic Curse from that Jellicent EX. Does, of course, require a few more energies to be able to actually start swinging away for some more relevant damage. I guess Power Press can, with a Monkey Dory tick, could knock out this Solrock quite easily if you don't want to put too much energies with Psychic Embrace on it. But yeah, Aaron right now just saying, well, I've got Oceanic Curse. Maybe that's why Daniel didn't want to utilize the Boss's Orders, because to get out of Oceanic Curse, you can Boss's Orders out of it.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And of course, Daniel, I believe, is only playing the 3 copies of Boss's... Oh no, he's playing the full complement of 4?
Okay.
4, right, of course. Not playing the Prime Catcher, so wanted to make sure you have access to 4 gusting options. And of course, those are 4 gusting options that actually work against a Jellicent, unlike Prime Catcher. So very good that he's playing the full 4 copies there. Oh, Bravery Charm onto the Drifloon is big.
Yeah, we're making that balloon a little bit bigger, at least for the moment. So we've got our big sort of attacking threat on the board right now. I mean, Jellicent's in the active spot. It does mean we typically have to actually get loads more Psychic Embrace onto it as well to even consider retreating. Does have a free retreat cost on it at the moment, but that is one way to maneuver. If we can also weave in something like a Boss's Orders of your own or a Counter Catcher, we currently play 1 of each of those in Aaron's list. As Arvin has been piloted, Earthen Vessel being eyed up here. And here we go, just kind of pitching away one of those other key cards. I mean, some of those cards are actually quite good. I don't know which one you want to really pitch away. Eyed up the Super Rod.
I mean, I think the Dark Energy is fine, right? Because then, in the worst case scenario, you can just Super Rod it back if you want to establish on a Monkey Dory. But there's only 1 Monkey Dory on the field, so
yeah,
you don't need it this turn.
Yeah, such an incredible call out, and that's correct. He has pitched away. did have the energies already eyed up at the top of the deck. That's why it looked like it was so seamless there. But yeah, the Earthen Vessel.
Hold on a second. Yeah.
Earthen Vessel pitching away a Dark Energy to grab 2 Psychics. So we've got some more energies to play with here. Doesn't have a way to discard them, but can utilize it as an attachment if we haven't attached already. We have attached to the Monkey Dory though already, that dark. So Mystery Garden gives us a way to draw more cards, which is kind of cool. Maybe Mystery Garden first.
You can Mystery Garden first, or you could also Super Rod first, just to get one more card out of hand. But no, going to go for it now. Going to be able to draw 2 cards from that, given that there's 5 Psychic Pokemon out. Finds a Night Stretcher and a Mew EX. Not going to be very helpful right now.
So yeah, just deliberating now where we can put that Adrenabrain damage onto. Of course, Power Press right now won't necessarily knock out the Soul Rock without actually moving some damage across, because it's dealing 80 damage. Does stick on a 3rd energy. Is going to be retreating.
Oh, okay.
Into the Monkey Dory.
I guess, are we seeing a Mind Bend angle here? I guess we must be.
Mind Bend. Here we go. Kind of an interesting way. Just kind of showcasing we're using Adrenabrain as well. Mind Bend onto the active. So now it's down to 60 HP and there's a Mind Bend for 60 damage. First prize, I should say, for Aaron taken now. Kind of evening up the prize race. Daniel here has an opportunity maybe to find the right cards and maybe take a pretty big knockout on not just a single prizer.
Yeah, so I guess that to me telegraphs from Aaron's side that he really, really values getting the Soul Rock off the board. He just wanted it gone now, but of course the kind of trade-off for that is that it does mean that Daniel Handa has an opportunity to play items, draw a bunch of cards, and as you said, get enough energy in the hand to KO one of these big EXs. You could go, for the Jellicent, so that's all ready to go, or you could even just KO this Gardevoir and deny their energy acceleration.
Yeah, you got that Pheasantipity there still as well. There's free targets, so let's just see the direction. I mean, considering Gardevoir right now has 20 damage counters on it, so that could have been one way to kind of put it back over the 300. It's only needing 6 energies to knock it out right now, for example. But let's just see how Daniel plays this out. He has already coin bonus that one with the air balloon on it and then retreated to the other Golden Go EX. Does get another Gimme Ghoul down now onto the bench.
With a buddy popping.
Oh, yeah, yeah, exactly that.
And he had to look through the deck just to see how much energy he has left, and he's going to be counting this very meticulously to make sure he can pull this off. We know that the boss's orders is in hand because the hand wasn't disrupted. So here we go with the Earthen Vessel, going to be grabbing a couple energy from that. I think he's got it all to put together. I think he's able to do it.
Yeah, I wonder what he's going to be eyeing up, because if we take out the Jellicent, once we've got the energies into the hand, that's one way to kind of get the item lock off the board, like completely, unless Aaron goes for a route to get another finish down. There's the energy attachment to even use Make It Rain. Boss's orders on the Drifloon targeting the attacker.
This is something I didn't even consider, but honestly, I like this a lot. Drifloon is one of the few things that can actually knock out a Goldengo EX in one hit. So take it out and get yourself back onto an even prize map. This is super smart from Daniel.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, also removes one of those other Bravery Charms in play, because we've already seen one utilized on the Frillish and now not currently live on the Jellicent EX. But then there's no more sort of big Bravery Charms that are available right now. So therefore, as a big attacker, not quite available for Aaron. But, and as you've already mentioned, Fred, does bring back the prize race to now just going for 2 of those 2 prizes, and that would essentially give Daniel the win. I mean, Aaron could technically still win in 2 attacks. That Mega Marwile EX sitting pretty on the bench.
Yeah, it's sitting pretty, and it is worth 3 prize cards, but it is also, a bit of a chonker, so it's going to be a little bit hard to deal with, especially given that Daniel just knocked out Drifloon, which is probably the thing that's most likely to be able to knock it out in 1 hit.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's just see the direction that Aaron takes here. Do get the Night Stretcher. Looks like bringing the Drifloon back to hand for the moment.
So how many Bravery Charm does Aaron play? Is it 2 or it's 3? Okay, so that means that Drifloon is going to be capped now at 180 damage.
Yeah, that's something we want to always highlight, because it's, but typically you have damage manipulation because you have Monkey Dories as a way to kind of increase the amount that you're dealing with. Even with 2 Monkey Dories, you don't have the bench space for it, but that would be pushing up to 240. And that's still not enough for Golden Go EX. As we do get a Lily's Determination, you have taken a prize now, Aaron, so you are going to be drawing 6 cards from this Lily's Determination. A great inclusion to these Stage 2 archetypes, especially some of the slower ones where you don't often take too many prizes too early. You can always seem to draw up to 8 and maybe burst into one of your key attackers.
Yeah. Now, I think I need to kind of do like a little bit of self-correction here. Earlier, I was talking about how maybe you could target this Jellicent or maybe you could target this Gardevoir. Gardevoir could be one thing, but you can reestablish it with the rolls that's there. With the Jellicent, I actually think Daniel would prefer that this Jellicent stays a Jellicent, because you can boss around the ability. You can't boss around Frillish and the item lock from the attack. So I think you're actually more scared of Frillish than you are of Jellicent here, especially because you play 4 copies of Boss's Orders.
Yeah, great call out, Freya. Something that we will continue to keep an eye out on, as you do see a counter catcher now on that Genesect EX. You know, it's only got 220 HP, so it is an easier target. The only way to kind of knock this out, I mean, Gardevoir with a Monkey Dory push would push it to 220, right?
It would. Although, having said that, I think that Aaron is about to do a trick that is often done by these Gardevoir decks. Genesect is really annoying to retreat because it has a retreat cost of 2, and especially given that I believe, thinking back to it, the reason why Daniel didn't grab a second air balloon is that I think the other one's been discarded, so there's no easy way to retreat this other than Professor Tourist scenario. So I think, yeah, we're going to see Psychic Embrace onto this Drifloon, and it's going to be hitting this Genesect for not quite a KO, so you can take a multiple prize turn later, and that could be very strong.
Yeah, and recognizing what I mentioned earlier, there comes the Adrenabrain off the Gardevoir to move it out of range, or easier sort of range for the Golden Go, and it's just a smack with that Balloon Blast, 30 times the number of damage counters on the Drifloon. There right now, that Genesect up to 200 damage, 20 HP remaining.
Yeah, the maths has mathed beautifully there. Aaron has absolutely made the right call here, I believe. So it's just going to be on Daniel now. Can he find an out to retreat this Genesect? So there's no Prime Catcher, so that's not an option. You probably need to be finding one of those Professor Tourist scenario that he plays.
Yeah, and that could be a devastating turn if we get to that, because not only do you maneuver it from the active spot, you're healing all that damage, you're nullifying essentially that last turn.
It's a double whammy of devastation, really, if Daniel's able to find that. So what he needs to think about here is the way I play out this turn, how do I maximize my odds of finding that? We do know that one Professor Tourist scenario is prized, so there's only one left in the deck, which is going to hurt his odds a little bit, but he's digging for the deck as best he can. Earthen Vessel's find a couple of energy. Okay, there's the other air balloon in the hand. Oh, okay, I completely missed it. Yeah, there it is. And also the Picnic Basket would work as well, because that would also kind of undo a lot of that damage and also heal Aaron's side to kind of prevent some of the damage being moved over that way. Let's see how he finds it here. There's the Picnic Basket, he finds it!
Yeah, incredible sort of pick up there as it heals both sides. An incredible inclusion in a lot of sort of these types of decks right now. Heal 30 damage from each Pokemon, both yours and your opponent's. Now that Drifloon has 3 energies on it, and it's only got 3 damage counters on it. So to even ramp up even more damage, you're gonna need to find more Psychic Energies in the discard pile if we don't already have some. I believe there are some there, but it just kind of makes an awkward scenario where you could cause this Drifloon to have too many energies for that it needs.
It's a really... Picnic Basket makes Gardevoir's work so annoying for that exact reason. You have a bunch of energy on something that you really don't want it on anymore, but you can't even accelerate the damage on it in the same way you could before because of the way the maths works out with the multiples of 20. You have to maybe like use Adrenabrain, move over 1, and then do Psychic Embrace 2 more times to get to the maximum damage output of Drifloon. It's very, very awkward.
Yeah, it's one of those things we're going to continue keeping an eye out on as we do get a superior energy retrieval finally utilized here by Daniel. Now it's just kind of seeing what we're targeting. Boss's orders on the Gardevoir.
Now's the time. You've got the energy in hand. You KO the Gardevoir. You do it with the Picnic Basket to make a comeback really annoying. And you parry up the Mega Mawile as a backup as well. Daniel is doing his best to set up a checkmate board, and he's doing it beautifully. Make it rain. 7 energy discarded. 350 damage. 2 prize cards away from winning the game. Over to Aaron. How do you respond?
Yeah, and this way, by having Mega Mawile EX set up, this is what I liked about playing Mega Mawile, just as a card in general, that gobble down attack, 80 times the number of prize cards you've taken, and you've taken 4, Daniel. It means you're dealing 80, 160, 240, 320 damage just by this Mega Mawile EX, and that's enough to take down pretty much any Pokemon in the format right now.
Like a KO a Gardevoir in 1 hit. Like, who needs 7 energy for a Make It Rain? You can just do that. Goodness gracious.
Exactly. So even if the Jellicent comes up and locks you out of item cards, you can smack away with this Mega Mawile EX. Let's see how Aaron can play out this turn, though. Monkey Dory comes down with a Dark Energy and an instant Iono. You know how important that's going to be. We don't have Gardevoir live anymore, so we can't load up any more that energies onto that Drifloon to deal sort of more, useful enough damage. Right now, only dealing 30 times 3, which is 90 damage. Oh, hits the rare candy Gardevoir EX from the Iono.
That is exactly what he needed. So that combined with the Iono, and now I think this is going to be the move here. You use these Monkey Dory, that you have not used their abilities yet. You use them and you move the damage over from this Jellicent over to your opponent's board to make it as healthy as possible, and then you attack with the Jellicent, put them under item lock, and hope Daniel doesn't find an out.
I mean, Mega Mawile's powered up.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't matter, yeah. Oh, it was. So you had to combine that with some kind of gusting then, so they can't go into the active.
It probably needed to find a way to take out the Mega Marwal somehow, but that's a scary thing. But we're going to see a flip the script as well. Draw 3 more cards. Can this story be changed? Right now, Daniel's pushed himself in such an advantageous position.
I mean, if you don't find a way to gust, you can still try and risk it with the Jellicent and hope that Daniel doesn't find an energy to retreat. Then just not take the knockout. Yeah. And then just kind of take the win next. And that would be one way of doing it. But that is very awkward. There's no two ways about it.
You're going to need a couple of turns to try and maybe maneuver a position where you take multiple prize knockouts pretty soon over the next couple of turns as it goes Monkey Dory, Adrenaline Brain onto that Genesect, takes 2 prizes, goes down to 3 prize cards now. Is there a big way to take a massive knockout on a Mega Marwal? That'd be one way, but of course, at the moment, has used Iono, can't open up a bench space.
Yeah, Screen Tail is great, but not if your bench is full.
Yeah, and absolutely not. So maybe it's just a scenario that you just have to maybe go into.
If there was a counter catcher still available, maybe you could go ahead and Mind Bend, trying to confuse this Mega Marwal. But oh, hold on,
Psychic Embrace can't knock itself out. So
no,
you can only put 1 on there.
Yeah,
so go to 50.
Yeah, that's one. It was a restriction that Psychic Embrace specifically says you can't use it to knock out itself or the Pokemon you're attached to.
I think it was just trying to put to deal as much damage as possible.
Yeah.
For the moment, so we do have the Drifloon now up to 50 damage.
But this is what I was talking about earlier with the way the master comes awkward. Yeah, because you go from sort of being 10 short of yourself to 20 short of yourself, so it means that it's 1 less energy you can actually attach. So it's going to be 150. But no item lock is really, really brutal because Daniel has so many outs to find the win here.
Yeah, so maybe maybe retreating into the Jellicent, maybe just getting a fairly weak sort of power press attack off so that you can't allow Daniel to hit any of the energy cards.
Wait, hold on a second. There's superior energy retrieval. How many energy are in the hand? Do we have enough for the KO already?
Do we have something in hand to maybe Boss's orders as well?
Wait. Oh, no, this works as well. Just attach, retreat, go into the Mega Marwal. The Boss's orders must be in hand, right?
Yeah, that must be it.
There it is. Boss's orders. Bring up the Pheasantipity, take the KO, and take the game. Daniel takes game 1.
Final 2 prizes. Mega Marwal gobble down on that Pheasantipity. And that'll be game 1 of Swiss Round 8 going to our Gdansk Regional Champion here, pushing himself 1 step closer to maybe taking himself to 6-1-1 record. And he has taken game 1 in pretty convincing fashion.
Mega Marwal proving itself worth its weight in steel there. Absolutely phenomenal backup attacker. Let's go through that game 1 again.
Yeah, absolutely. We had that Soul Rock attacking and swinging away against that Frillish, able to take it down with Cosmic Beam because of that Vitality Band tool attachment to it. And then from then onwards, we had the attack from Aaron taking out the Soul Rock with that Monkey Dory, but Daniel, recognizing that Drifloon had that Bravery Charm attached, we're going to remove it from play. Picnic Basket was another incredible moment in this game that really just said, whatever you've done on your last turn, Aaron, I'm basically going to nullify it because you're not going to make it easy for you. Boss's orders also on the Gardevoir EX, and it was a big Make It Rain for 350 damage, 7 energies. Energy attachment was so crucial to that Mega Marwal EX as well. Gobbled Down being prepped and readied, going down to 2 prizes. And then even after just that slight bit of damage from that Drifloon, here comes Mega Marwal EX on that Pheasantipity.
Yeah, Mega Marwal, yeah, it's finishing things off with the Gobble Down, and Aaron having to read it there, I think not got quite aware of what it did, but 320 damage is enough to KO Pheasantipity EX, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those things that as you get a bit closer to, taking all of your prizes, it's just there as a massive swing against loads of Stage 2 decks. I mean, I found it useful against decks like Dragapult EX, who are sometimes a bit slower as well, or even just as a Cornerstone Ogerpon EX out.
We talked about before about how finding a tech card that fills multiple roles at once and gives you value for that spot is really, really great. I tell you what's not great, Screen Tails and the prices again. Double Rare Candy, is that all of them?
No, there's 3 Rare Candy,
okay.
Double Rare Candy, 1 Frillish, 1 Screamtail. Not too nice to be playing with. Aaron looks like he is going first here. It's always an interesting decision because sometimes we often see with Gardevoir, they like to go second to get the uses of a supporter as soon as possible. But if there's a way to try and get routes onto the board and you can kind of burst into your Gardevoirs with Rare Candy on your second turn whilst your opponent is still trying to set up, sometimes that could be advantageous as well. But has started the Mew, does have that free retreat pivot option into maybe going into a Frillish at some stage, whilst Daniel has opened that Mega Marwal EX.
Yeah, and wait, hold on. Wait, did Daniel instantly concede a game?
It does look like it. Was there maybe no other outs? Or... Oh, yeah, I think Daniel just saying... Daniel must have just been saying, my hand wasn't very strong. I want to give them best possible opportunity. Without even playing a turn, Daniel has made that decision. If this is, we'll get true confirmation as well. But I think Aaron there, we'll take it. We'll take those scenarios.
Is that the quickest concession we've ever seen on stream? There's got to be a contender, right?
I mean, you have to appreciate if that's the actual case, and it looks like to be, it's currently 1-1 in our Swiss round 8 here in phase 1 of the Stuttgart Regional Championships. Daniel deciding to very quickly scoop up and concede the game, but just to give himself the best opportunity and the most time. We've got just under 20 minutes to go, and that's one of those things where a lot of players just don't do that. They'll try and maybe see what the next card is, but Daniel recognizing maybe it's just better if I have a full 20 minutes to play a game free.
I mean, we didn't see what the hand was, but it must have been pretty atrocious if that was the decision made. Meanwhile, in the prize cards, oh, there we go. That's a bit better for, well, free energy isn't great for Daniel, but I mean, for both players, I think that they're going to be a lot more content with that.
So it looks like Aaron's going first once again. Daniel doesn't want to be under Frillish lock immediately as soon as he's played out his first turn. And Daniel here, right now, it's just going to be a pass off from Aaron. No routes. Yeah. As we do see, look, the pace that Daniel is kind of playing. Gets that Genesect down, gets Arven down now as well, getting the chance to pick up an item card and a tool card of choice. Genesect on the board, so we'll be able to utilize that metallic signal as well. Get some more useful cards out of the deck, like the Golden Go EXs. Maybe we'll be looking to try and build out that board state, though. Air Balloon and the Buddy Buddy Poffin. Sure, he's going to try and play down as many of those items as early and as soon as possible. Double Gibby straight down there from Daniel.
Yeah, and I think very sensible grabbing the Air Balloon. He might even consider attaching that now, because there is a universe where Aaron just evolves straight away into Jellicent and puts it active. If you don't put down that Air Balloon, you might not be able to.
Yeah, absolutely. There's the Earthen Vessel discarding another Earthen Vessel. Does get the Metal Energy onto the active, and will just use Minor Errand Running, allowing him to grab two energy cards from the deck and put them into the hand. I think it's just confirming exactly what's happened. Aaron, now back over to you. This is your turn too. Is holding the guard. What are we working? We've got Ultra Ball. Does have Lily's Determination, so we're going to get into the game. Does have that Jellicent, I think.
Yeah, they're there, right at the end of the hand. Yeah, well, the start of the hand, I guess.
Yeah, different way how you see it, different angles. There's the Jellicent. So again, didn't see the Air Balloon coming down, so maybe recognizing that and going, I might as well evolve this up now and make you can't retreat away.
Yeah, and hold on a second. I was going to say, he was this close to discarding the rare candy. Wait, no, never mind. That was game two. Yeah, that was game 2. So all 3 rare candies are available now, so that's absolutely fine. But in game 2, that could have been a different story.
Absolutely. Screamtail no longer hiding in the prizes like we saw in game 1 and the very brief game 2 that we had, as Aaron gets a chance finally to work out what is prize, what he has access to. And this is going to be, maybe we're in for a game here for Aaron, I think.
I think so as well. Now, the decision is still interesting in terms of the discards, because he discarded the Lydic Clefairy and the Night Stretcher. What this telegraphs to me is that I think Aaron wants to keep this rare candy Gardevoir in hand. I mean, because otherwise, so you have a Lilies there, so like, why would you discard the other cards where you can just keep the Night Stretcher for the flexibility of what to get back?
Yeah, I think just one of those.
I guess keep him in the deck, right?
If there wasn't, keep him in the deck. If there was an energy in the hand, I could see Aaron just attaching to the Munkidora and retreating to the Jellicent EX and then just passing. But because there wasn't an energy, just keeping them in the deck as options to draw with Lily's Determination. Remember, because one of those cool things about this great supporter that's come into the deck is you shuffle your hand back into the and draw 8, rather than anything like Professor's Research, where you would pitch them away, which maybe then you would have Ultra Balled away that Gardevoir and then just pitch the rare candy away and hope you hit one of them later.
Yeah, I guess depending on if you know what your prizes are. Oh, hold on a second. Is that it's good? Just has it back there in hand already. So the decision already paying off. Although having said that, you could have maybe increased your outs even further if you know that both Gardevoir are available to you. Maybe that's why you didn't take this risk. Strictly speaking, like we were talking about earlier, discarding the Gardevoir means you have more outs to it afterwards, because you can find the Ultra Ball for the second Gardevoir, the Gardevoir itself, or the Night Stretcher. But in this instance, it's paying off.
Rather than Ultra Balling away, the other card was that one of the Night Stretchers.
Yeah.
Could have held on to it, but it's fine. we're okay. We're hit into hand right now anyway. So let's get that energy, I'm sure, to the active. And maybe we're going to have to maneuver into this Jellicent as soon as possible. Ardson going for the second routes now.
That's big.
Protecting the board state, because that's obviously so key on future turns, especially we do have rare Candy Gardevoir in hand as well. So now it's just all down to how Aaron's going to play this out. I imagine it's going to be the Psychic Energy attach and then just maneuver into the Jellicent, just trying to slow the game down a bit.
Or that works too. Maybe Aaron thinking, I don't necessarily... Item Lock obviously is important to set up, but I don't value it as much right now, because you can just draw your way out of it and use Boss's Orders, which Daniel just drew as well, so it kind of ended up being a correct decision because Daniel would have had the out regardless.
Yeah, but could have made them expend it.
Yeah.
Which is sometimes a little bit awkward often, but we do have Golden Goes now all active and live as we do see the first coin bonus in the active.
Did you keep Boss's Orders with that?
Possibly. I mean, there are 4 in the deck, Fred. There's a lot of them. All coin bonuses used. Odds are now being played here now as well. Getting Lunatone prepped. Soul Rock getting prepped as well. We've got Nest Ball for the Soul Rock. So now we've got Lunar Cycle live. We've got Cosmic Beam live. But it's likely just going to be utilizing that Golden Goal to start swinging away and causing havoc on Aaron's board.
And I have to draw attention to something here. I am a huge fan of how lightning fast Daniel's playing. Like, this is a man on a mission to finish this game within time, and he's doing everything physically possible he can to make sure that happens.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's sometimes a key trait with a lot of our players, especially when we know that we only have the 1 additional turn after time as well. And, you know, sometimes when you are playing at pace, it's a bit hard for you or sometimes your opponent to follow. And that's why we do sometimes just get a quick question like, oh, yeah, well, you grabbed of that? Or what have you gotten with that Fighting Gong? There comes a Night Stretcher now suddenly coming down. No Fighting Energy to hand. And just playing all those items now that he needs to. He's not going to expend the Superior Energy Retrieval if he doesn't have to right now, of course.
Yeah.
Vitality Band, again, attached to the Soul Rock.
Yeah, well, again, while you can, right? Oh, although another way to deal with the item lock, just KO the item locker.
This is why I kind of maybe thought you would have put the Jellicent in the active, but that's 2 big prizes from the Golden Go EX there. Daniel going down to 4 prizes, removing the Jellicent EX from play. Here comes the Rare Candy. I mean, Aaron's playing just as fast. It looked like that Rare Candy slammed down for Gardevoir into the active spot, but 6 energy cards there utilized to just actually take out that item locking, tool locking Pokemon from Aaron's side of the board.
Yeah, and now the decision becomes, I mean, Aaron's hand is not great here. I guess you just have to go for the Lili's Determination. I hope he finds something, but it's Daniel had as aggressive a turn as he needed to. Yeah, maybe this is the answer here. Maybe you just go for this Frillish again, and you try to slow Daniel down that way. Maybe combined with a Hand Disruptor, but you don't have a Hand Disruptor.
Oh, not right now. So just deciding which route to go down. Just eyeing up either of his attackers, which is Screamtail or Drifloon, or potentially that Frillish to try and slow the game down at some point. But it all comes down to the resources that Daniel has been able to utilize so far.
Yeah, and he's going to go for the Screamtail. Did have the TM Devolution in hand, but opting not to use it just yet. Hasn't been able to set up the board really to make use of it, so going to keep it for later and go for another Lili's Determination. Not taking a prize card yet, so we'll still be able to draw the full 8 cards from this, and he's going to need a lot to pull off this comeback.
I mean, the scary thing, Aaron would have looked at all of the energies that Daniel's expended so far. There's 1 on the Golden Goal. There's 6 that was utilized for the knockout on the Jellicent. There are actually 3 prize, Freya. So that's a total of 10 energies. And Daniel plays 11. So we're not going to see the only 6 that we're going to be working with from the discard pile. And then the 1 that's remaining somewhere in deck or hand.
I mean, if Aaron was able to see Daniel's prize cards, he might be able to actually go for that, but not the case here. But does that the secret box?
I mean, item lock might not be a terrible direction to go down right now. Secret box pitching away that Technical Machine Devolution. We get a counter catcher alongside a Bravery Charm. I mean, even going into a counter catcher and then a Frillish turn isn't that bad.
Well, as long as he can do it, right? Yeah, find the Ino for next turn. You definitely need a little bit of hand disruption, but now just a stadium to find.
Yeah, it's already chosen the Screamtail from the Artisan.
Yeah,
so
but you can maybe go for a Mystery Garden.
Yeah, very true.
Draw some more cards, but no, gonna get nothing, it looks like.
Yeah, just the 3 cards there from the secret box, not even using it to full value, as we do get the Bravery Charm onto that Screamtail now. Oh, the counter catcher on the Genesect EX. Just try and make things that little bit harder.
Oh, hold on, Mystery Gun's in hand, that's why you didn't go for it.
Oh, there you go.
Only plays 1 of each, I believe. It's very common in these decks to only play 1 of each.
Absolutely, and that's one way to just kind of burst through some of the cards in your deck as well. He was already considering just semi-pitching away that Iono there. Pitches away the other Night Stretcher now. which is...
I feel like Aaron just doesn't like Night Stretcher. He seems to always want to discard it. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe doesn't need to do so. But yeah, grabs 2 further Psychic Energy. Has already attached... I think he's already attached a turn to the active Gardevoir as well. Something I just need to kind of double check and follow across. Because
I do believe so as well, yeah.
Otherwise, I would have questioned what were the attachment, or maybe not.
Oh, no. No.
Yeah,
yes.
I'm pretty sure it was.
Yeah,
there you go.
It was.
I am following the game. There you go. Mystery Garden to place down now, bumping his own Artisan, and now can draw up to 5 cards with a discard of any energy card from your hand.
But of course, you're going to discard the Psychic. Get more there for the Psychic Embrace. Oh, that's 2 pretty good draws.
Yeah, and we can keep loading up the discard pile. That Screamtail will potentially be able to actually swing away for massive amounts of damage.
And this is such a nice combo here as well. This is the best Gardevoir players do this very, very well. You chain your energy discards in a way where you just bank as many Psychic Energies as possible in a discard pile, so you have the maximum amount of versatility with the Psychic Embrace.
Yeah, absolutely. And Bravery Charm adding 50 HP to the Screamtail does take it to 140. With Psychic Embrace, you can go to a maximum 120 without any sort of awkward Monkey Dory shenanigans, meaning you're dealing 240 damage there. And then if you've got any more sort of Monkey Dory sort of Adrenabrains to use, you can actually do 270. You can actually take a knockout on a Golden Go EX this turn.
Yeah, and I think that is what Aaron is going for here. I think he's realizing there is not enough time left on the clock for me to try and win a game by just doing item lock. So instead, Ultra Balls for this Pheasantipity EX, flips the script, draws 3 cards, finds a Professor Tourist scenario. That could be big later on.
Yeah, there's the Psychic Embrace to the active there to remove over to the Screamtail now. So just with that Monkey Dory from that Gardevoir to the Golden Go, you are dealing 260 damage. There's 4 of them. Does need 1 more? Is that 5?
No, that's that's 8. So it does need 1 more.
Only 4 energies. Needs 1 more.
Yeah. So yeah, there we go. There's 10. So that's going to be now 200 damage.
Yeah, so it does need 1 more for the 240, which is what I've mentioned earlier. There you go. So that will be 240 damage now, because it's 20 times the number of damage counters on your Pokemon. Does now need to utilize the Adrenabrain if we want to take out a Golden Go and bring the prize race to 4 prizes each. Here we go. Monkey Dory, Adrenabrain off the Gardevoir onto the Golden Go with the Metal Energy on it, and then a roaring scream for a knockout here, taking the prize race to 4 prizes each. Just over 8 minutes to go. We'll see if we can find an actual winner in this game 3 here after Daniel Magda's 20-second concession.
Yeah, I think that 20-second concession might end up being one of the wisest ones that we've seen, especially given that Aaron has been forced to take this route where he can't slow the game down with a Frillish or a Jellicent because Daniel focused down on that so quickly, and that now means that Daniel has access to all of his items, and he's going to make use of every single one of them to take a big KO here.
Yeah, this is kind of the scary thing. I mean, there's an easy target that Aaron has put onto the board with that Pheasantipity to get 2 further prizes as well. Or do you just go full gung-ho and maybe try and take out that Gardevoir EX that's currently in play, leaving yourself with just that kind of easier Pheasantipity target later down the line?
I think with the hand size being what it is and knowing that you're going to get Ionode, I think you want your last KO to be something that needs less resources. So I actually do like going for the Gardevoir first here, especially because it also, sure, Aaron can draw 3 cards from the flip the script, but I think denying the Gardevoir potentially is more important here.
But at that stage, I wonder if then Aaron will pivot the direction and maybe utilize some of those Frillish item locking at some stage. But, you know, let's see how Daniel plays this out. First, of course, there was a secret box being utilized. Superior Energy Retrieval, Artisan, and an Arven put to hand right now. Superior Energy Retrieval pitching away Arven and a Golden Go. Gets 4 energies from the discard pile. Needs the Metal Energy to be able to attack. Lunar Cycles first. 3 more cards. Seriously, there's so many cards being drawn here just because of all of those Pokemon that is currently in play.
Oh, hold on a second, though. I don't think Daniel actually has a second Superior Energy Retrieval. I think he might have missed it.
Could be a bit big. Has used Pheasantipity already. So just kind of double checking what direction we go down. Picnic Basket just to kind of heal the 30 off that Screamtail.
That's smart. It does mean it'll do less damage. I guess, oh, do you have to KO the Screamtail here?
It's the direction.
I see no way to get more energy.
But it looks like we're going to boss his orders onto the route.
Yeah, okay, that also works, to be fair. It's another way to kind of try and further deny any acceleration from the Psychic Embrace later on. I think this is a good backup plan.
Yeah, so with the heal of the Screamtail, there's a knockout on the routes for now. We're just kind of progressing the board state. Screamtail here only currently doing 180 damage right now. So there's not many more Psychic Energies in the discard pile. So there's a loaded up 6 energies on that Screamtail. And typically they play 7.
I think there's literally none. I think the last Psychic Energy is still in the deck or in the hand.
Yeah, exactly that. So there's a top deck for a Rare Candy. Not useful for the moment, of course. I think Aaron's going to have to be working with maybe just his God of War EX for the moment, which isn't a terrible thing to be doing for the moment because you still do have an attacker, but you just need to start chaining how you best play this because 6 energies loaded on the Screamtail can cause it to be those energies to be a bit stranded.
Yeah, although having said that, we just mentioned earlier how Aaron did draw into that Professor Turris scenario. That would be one way to get the energies back into the discard pile. When you play the Turris scenario, the cards attached go to the discard, so that could be a way to get them back in there so you can Psychic Embrace them to something else.
Yeah, but then does remove that Bravery Charm from the active Screamtail. That's kind of the awkward spot, but do we have the second Bravery Charm in hand? It looks like we just Ultra Balled for the Drifloon here. So maybe we're eyeing up just a massive KO on the active spot here. Is there a Bravery Charm in hand? I think I might have sawn a little inkling of it.
There's a Turris scenario.
What's that last card?
Oh, come on, show us.
No, maybe it's the Arvin. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Just a little bit short.
Oh, but hold on a second. You could go ahead and use Double Monkey Dory before using the Screamtail. Before picking up Screamtail or the Turo, because that damage is going to be gone anyway. You might as well use it before it heals off. Flip the script for free cards, though.
Psychic, Iona.
There's a third card.
Oh, massive.
Of the last card of the flipped script, that's huge.
Massive pickup. That would allow that Professor Churro scenario plan to work. Could have used the Monkey Dory damage to maybe cause some more havoc first, but we get the Bravery Charm onto the Drifloon, and now we can load it with that Psychic Embrace. Looks like we're just putting the God of our active first. Let's get some damage counters on the board. Yeah, they're realizing maybe I could have just done this and saved the damage on that Gardevoir, but here we go. Drifloon does also have the opportunity to attach the other Dark to the Monkey Dory as well, so can fully heal the Gardevoir once it retreats.
Yeah,
there it is.
It's kind of a roundabout way to the same outcome, but you do get to move 2 less damage over, so, you know.
Yeah, but maybe it doesn't matter too much. But here we go, Drifloon. We're getting loaded up with all those energies. The other energies are currently still on the Gardevoir from the retreat. Don't forget that.
Yep.
As well.
Yeah, you're going to need to discard those.
Yeah, it's still just stuck on that Gardevoir. Come on, make sure we move it. Someone help him. But right now it's only 80 times 3, it's 240 damage, I guess, with the Adrenabrains. It's still okay.
Yeah, there we go.
All right, here we go. So it's going to be a massive turn here, taking the next 2 prizes, pushing yourself 2 prizes closer. Monkey Dory damage being utilized and moved over. There you go, 20 to the active. And the other Monkey Dory Adrenabrain now. Just chuck it on the other Golden Go, maybe? Or maybe the... Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, onto the Fez, so it goes to 190. That means a Miracle Force can knock it out. Yeah, I think that's a fair cop.
And a massive knockout there. Balloon Blast taking out the active Golden Go EX. Taking himself 2 prizes closer. Daniel back up against the wall here. Has 3 prizes to take. Missed the Superior Energy Retrieval, which could have been so crucial on that previous turn.
Yeah, that was a really, really big miss there. Daniel's not out of it by any means. We can't forget that this Gelatin Gardevoir deck doesn't play a ton of gusting options, but maybe the Screamtail could be a way to finish off, especially combined with the Monkey Dory.
So maybe you have to swing away with a Soul Rock?
Maybe. Either that or maybe to deny... No, do you know what you really want to do here? You just want to use a gusting card and take out this Gardevoir, because there isn't enough way to manipulate damage that involves... that doesn't involve some kind of a Psychic Embrace. You basically, if you take out the Gardevoir, I think you deny there being enough damage for Aaron to win the game. I think.
Unless he finds the boss's orders on the Pheasantipity. 80 times 3 is 240. You are taking out either Genesect or Pheasantipity there.
But you know your opponent is likely not playing boss's order. Okay, there is... How many copies in there? One. Okay, but this is quite unusual for Gardevoir Jellicent. Most Gardevoir Jellicents are playing 0, so that would be very... I mean, have we seen Aaron play it? Yeah, I can't remember, actually.
No, I don't think we have, but, you know, it's one of those things that, yeah, you can't account for every card in your opponent's deck, as we do see this Rear Energy Retrieval now, pitching away one of those Soul Rock and a Mega Mobile. Yes, 4 to 4 energies does have plenty to work with. Yeah, I feel like we're just going to have to try and take down the Gardevoir here and slow down.
1 card left in deck. Goodness gracious me. I mean, there has to be a boss in hand, right? There's no way.
But at that point, when you're expending all of those energies, I guess Aaron technically could try and go down the route of just Frillish and make you draw twice.
Yeah, I guess so.
But what else can you do? You get the attachment to the Golden Go EX to the active. Boss's orders on the Gardevoir. We need 7 energies. 7 energies. Make it rain for a massive knockout on the Gardevoir. Now it's over to you, Aaron. Can you take the victory here? 1 minute 20 on the clock. Daniel has 1 prize left. He will get 1 turn if Aaron does not win this turn here. Let's see how this pans out.
I think that with, again, like I was saying earlier, with no Gardevoir on the field, I don't think there's enough ways to manipulate your damage, even with the attackers you have on board, to take the win here, because the more damage you take off the Drifloon with the Monkey Dories, the less damage you're doing with the attack.
Well, actually,
actually.
Well, we still just need boss's orders. That's the only thing we can do here.
Yeah.
Is boss's orders in the discard pile? I don't think I've seen it yet. Does have flip the script for the draw. And is there any other options? If not, do we just have to go down the angle of Frillish and maybe utilize that item locking attack? That Oceanic Gloom as an option there, maybe just to weaken things for the moment or slow the game. But we do have Flip the Script live.
We do. There are many a supporter in hand, not boss's orders.
Not that one-off boss's orders. That's what we really want. Maybe you just flip the script first. I mean, boss's orders would be the win, right? 80 damage on the Drifloon.
Yeah.
Times 30 for the actual attack Balloon Blast. Kind of double checking what's in there. Is boss's orders in there? There it is. Boss's orders. He's got 8 cards in deck, I think. So maybe taking one out, of course. 7 cards in deck. You're just under 50% of actually drawing it with flip the script. And that could be one way. This could be a vital last turn. I mean, time has now been called. This is the final turn of time for Aaron, and Daniel will get one more turn.
Yeah. Aaron gives the deck to the judge for the shuffle, doing it Tord style. He is out of his hands now. The judge is going to shuffle the deck, and it's going to be flip the script for 3 cards to find this boss's orders to take the game and the match.
So here we go. Is there anything else we can do in the hand? Probably not, right?
Well,
so,
you don't want a super rod, right? That would be a terrible idea.
Absolutely not. So I think it's just got to be this play. It's got to be done. We're going to have to flip the script. Can we turn this game on its head?
Flip the script. 3 cards drawn to find a game. 1, 2.
That's not it. Final card.
Chance. No.
He's missed it. Now the game plan changes.
Oh, but wait, hold on a second. Does Aaron have enough ways to thin cards out of his hand to go for this Mew EX?
He gets the Mew. I mean, very unlikely. Because there's so many supporters in hand.
Yeah.
Again, if I was Aaron here, I would have gone for this, maybe the Super Rod into Ultra Ball for a Frillish.
I mean, there's a Frillish on the board.
Oh yeah, there's Frillish. Yeah. There you go. Fine.
So I guess that's what you do instead, right? I think that would probably get you a tie.
It was one of those unfortunate scenarios because that boss's orders was the next card. It was almost just losing just under 50%. But it's just.
But you have to go for it, right?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Oh.
It was it's a flip of the coin in reality, but you know, now just double checking the resources that Daniel has utilized already, has access to Frillish already on the board, has energy in hand. So now it's just kind of seeing how we're going to end up playing this turn out, because this is where it could be a little bit interesting to either completely slow the game down. There's a retreat, surely.
That is into Frillish.
And then attachment and Iono.
I mean, guess it has to be that, right?
Not many other, but there are other supporter choices. There's energy in, it doesn't need a psychic energy. That is a dark energy.
No, it's a psychic.
It's a psychic.
Yeah,
hello?
Do you opting not to attach it? Hold on. Wait, what? Surely you have to item lock here. Huh?
Unless we're more in. Yeah, I think maybe he's just realized.
Oh no!
And he's just double checked that it was in hand there.
Oh, Aaron, misreading the hand.
And there's definitely no energies in those last few cards. We know one of them's a boss's orders.
Oh no, Aaron! From a potential victory to a potential tie, now to a potential loss.
That's one way how we would how Benjamin Yard would have described as momentum there. We do see the Monkey Dory Adrenabrains over to the Pheasantipity. Now over to Daniel. This is the +1 turn of time. Here we go. We do have the first coin bonus. We know that deck is spin as well.
In hand already.
And boss's orders has just been picked up. Is that enough? There we go.
You just KO'd your active. You only need 1 prize card.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Yep, so 1 Superior Energy Retrieval does the trick, make it rain, takes the KO, and Daniel Magda squeaks it out in an absolutely mind-blowing ending to that series against Aaron Platz.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. I mean, so many little outs. The odds were not necessarily in Aaron's favor, but they were pretty high. I mean, everyone would have gone for that play as well. I think we all kind of telegraphed exactly what Aaron was looking for as we get a chance to recap exactly what went down across this 3-game series here in this Swiss round 8. In game 1, it was that Soul Rock being able to take a massive turn, that pretty early attack knockout onto that Frillish with that 80 HP, and then sort of that kind of retaliation attacks from Aaron, but really wasn't doing enough. And Daniel identifying that Drifloon was going to be a problem with that that Bravery Charm, taking it out, and then with that Picnic Basket, just completely nullifying that turn from Aaron there, making that Drifloon just basically just ineffective as an attacker as we boss his orders around it as well, taking down the only Gardevoir that was currently in play. 7 energies, massive Make It Rain, does also prep that Mega Marwile EX on the bench as well. Look at that, it's just 7 energy cards being sent to the discard, and we were able to clean up from then onwards because we had Mega Marwile, we had Boss's Orders, and we could take down any of those 2 prizes. And we kind of went into a game 2 of some sort, Freya. You know, that game 2 was, we saw some of the prizes, and this game 2, yeah, it was probably on record, probably the record scoop, as we saw, and Daniel's kind of recognizing, I'll give this up. Doesn't matter what you're doing, you can get the energies, and I'll just scoop this up because I want to decide a better hand for game 3 and make sure we both have an opportunity to try and win a game 3. And this was game 3 for us.
Yeah, it's a turbo scoop into game 3, and it ended up, given how tight it was, I think that was such a heads-up decision from Daniel. This game was so back and forth. It could have very easily gone either way. Oh, they're having a great time playing as well, so I'd love to see players in good spirits. But yeah, this here, right in the kind of middle point of the game where we saw the retreat from the air balloon and then the superior energy retrieval to find just a bunch of energy, but then with the lunar cycle just falling a little bit short of the KO onto, you know, the Gardevoir EX, but instead, oh yeah, you can see the look of disappointment on his face, but instead realizing, here's my backup plan, I'll take out a Rolt, so I just keep it up here, and I think that was a really good recovery plan from Daniel.
Yeah, and that kind of gave initiative over to Aaron's board, and that's when Aaron went down to 2 prizes remaining, right? Got a massive knockout with that clutch Bravery Charm picked up right at the end of that Pheasantipity, because then Daniel went down to 1 prize, and all Aaron was looking for was that Boss's Orders, and just couldn't find it. And it was just an incredible turn of events. I think you described it perfectly, where it went from a potential winning position to a potential opportunity to maybe just tie the game up, and then just one slight, just, you know, clouded moment.
Bit of a head slap, right? We've all been there.
We have all been there, but at the same time, look, both of these players, Daniel's gone on to go in with a great record into phase 2, 6-1-1, I believe now.
Yes.
Aaron still into phase 2 as well, so still done a fantastic sort of phase 1 so far. We've still got 1 more round, so we'll wish them both the best of luck to try and push themselves as close as possible for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I would like to take a moment to deep dive into that game, very specifically the moment where there was the choice of what to KO, right? I think this was a really key here. So I even kind of led myself a little bit astray here, because I was saying, oh, maybe there's a good idea to KO either you won the 2 prizes, right? So thinking either the Pheasantipity or maybe the Jellicent or the Gardevoir EX. But no, very smartly here, what does Daniel do? He recognizes what's the biggest threat here that I can deal with, and it's that Drifloon. So he goes for that with the Boss's Orders and brings that up instead, has the energy to KO it, recognizing that not only does this put me back on an even prize map, so I need to take 2 prizes to win, but it also takes off another Bravery Charm on the board, which means that even if Aaron gets that Drifloon back, there's going to be no way to do the same amount of big damage with it as you would before.
Yeah, absolutely. It was an incredible sort of heads-up play. It did kind of give Aaron an opportunity to go 2 more attacks to win because that Mega Marwile was on the board, but Daniel took out the Bravery Charm, and it was such a key point. But that's an amazing moment to see. But let's actually hear from the winner of our Swiss Round 8 himself. Over to you guys. We want to hear from you, our regional champion already.
Thank you very much, Alex. Yes, I'm here with Daniel Magda, safely into phase 2 with a great record. How's your day going so far?
Could be doing better. I mean, my score is 6-1, and that's like pretty good. But I did a few mistakes that might have cost me the games I dropped. But otherwise, I'm doing great.
So you're sitting at 6-1-1, but you've seen room for improvement. You think you could be doing even better. It's a good sign going into phase 2. Now, one thing that was really interesting about that last game, we get to game 2, you look at your hand, and you're like, nah, game 3. Can you take us through that decision quickly?
So this is the patented mulligan game strategy invented by my guardian Milo. It's like, my hand was atrocious that game, and even though I didn't see my top deck, I know that the Jellicent matchup is a drag. So even if I scooped, the game would have been still close on time, right? And if I just played the second game out, I would have lost, and then it would have been a tie guaranteed. And I think a tie is not very good here.
And it certainly worked out. You got the win at the end right under the wire. But of course, you're already a regional champion this season. You won Gdansk. Your World's invitation is locked up. What makes you keep coming to tournaments, and why are you still bringing Golden Go?
I believe that in the current format that we have since the last rotation, it's correct to just pick one deck and stick to it and play it as best you can. I think switching decks is not a great idea. My invite is secured, but not my not a top 22 stipend. That's a lot of cash, so it's the main reason why I'm playing. But I think I registered to this tournament before winning Gdansk as well. So
okay, so you know, partly you were coming here anyway, but also look, I've got my invite, but the stipend that is still there, and you're making a good run for it.
There is glory to be won.
Absolutely, there is. Now, last question then. Do you have a local league that you play? Did you start at a local league? Do you have a local group in your hometown that helps you prepare?
I'm usually preparing with my friends. There's a lot of like Italians and UK people, but we have a lot of like a league. We have a lot of leagues in Czechia, but there isn't anyone that particularly comes to mind. I'm mostly preparing with Milo and my friends and some other people that Milo knows. So
thank you very much. Well, congratulations on your victory. 6-1-1, great record. Good luck in phase 2.
Thank you.
Now, there are plenty of different ways to prepare for a Pokemon tournament. Sometimes you have your own testing group. A lot of people start their journey at local leagues. So let's head back to the caster desk and find out a bit more about these local leagues, shall we?
Thank you, Ross. Yeah, I mean, it's where so many of us got our starts, right? Going to our local leagues and starting to get into the game, starting at local tournaments, meeting new friends. I mean, I know for a fact, I had to go back. It wasn't necessarily a local league, but it was the Nottingham State Championships in 2011. That was the first event I went to, and the friends I met there, I met Ross at that event for the first time.
Yeah,
that was the first time I met him. I mean, we're still friends now.
Yeah, that's amazing. I mean, that's why we have almost friends for life through playing this fantastic game, fantastic hobby. You know, Pokemon's dear to all of our hearts, right? So it's great to hear how even Daniel being able to play with his friends, play with quote unquote his guardian, you know, Miloslav Posledny is another very well accomplished player as well. But you don't meet these kind of people if you don't go to these tournaments, go to these local leagues and so on.
Yeah, and if you'd like to find out about how you can go to your local league and make some friends and have some fun, we've got a little thing for you to show you how.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that one, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
Yep, come play at your local Pokemon League and go ahead and pull out your phone and scan that QR code to be able to find local events near you, and maybe one day you can join the ranks of Daniel Magda and Miloslav and many others at the big stage one day here.
Yeah, it's an incredible opportunity. Like I said, just get your cameras out right now, get your just start scanning that code, find your local events, find your local leagues. Don't forget, it's not just a Pokemon trading card game that we obviously do champion a lot more on this stream, and that's why you're watching us. You get a chance to meet other people who maybe have shared the same hobby with a video game, Pokemon GO, Pokemon TCG Pocket, but anything to just kind of get involved in the sort of community is the most amazing thing, and that's probably why I'm still even here, to be honest.
Yeah, actually, you know, we talk about other games. Obviously, yeah, we're a little bit biased at TCG here, but you know, full confession, I've gone back into Pokemon GO a bit recently, been having a lot of fun with that, doing some raids. It's been great fun. Honestly, playing Pokemon GO at a regionals, such an amazing experience. There's like so many lures everywhere, and there's like so many Pokemon flying about. An awesome time. What about you? Do you have any, like, is it just a TCG for you, or do you have some other dabbling as well?
I mean, I try and dabble in absolutely everything. Just because anything Pokemon is something that I really enjoy, right? Because it's, I mean, Pokemon GO is easy. You get a chance to, I used to use it a lot to when I'm traveling around different cities and I can go around to different sites, because, you know, when there's more a congregation of sort of Pokestops, you know, that's generally like a hot spot. So it's really fun to get involved in any bit of Pokemon at all.
And I know, very poignant as well, I know recently, of course, you are a father and you've been going around with your kid as well. We've been in packs together, and I've been seeing some of that. It's been really cool to see, and I'm sure that's a really great example for folks at home as well, that it doesn't matter how old you are, and it doesn't matter if you're a parent, you can just sort of share that love with everyone in your life, including your immediate family.
Yeah, you called me old, but I think we've heard enough from old people like me. Let's hear a little bit more from the young ones like Daniel Magda, our Gdansk regional champion.
For 4 energy turn attach plus enough for the KO, and Daniel Magda will take our top 4 feature match here.
Oh my goodness! There will be a concession. Daniel Magda going to take home the gold at Gdansk Regional.
My name's Daniel Magda, and it feels pretty good. Phase 1 was very rough. I didn't play to the best of my ability, but I was able to regain my mental and push forwards. Phase 2, I faced some tougher matchups, but I drew fairly well, and that allowed me to get into top cut. I paired 3 Grim Snows, and I lost 2 of them. One was due to my own mistake, and one of the Grim Snows I had a repeat in the in top 4. That was an interesting matchup for sure. And I also paired one of my good friends, Leo Lata, in the same 59 mirror, and I was able to be the luckier player. I decided to play Goldengo EX with Sorok and Lunatone. It's a comfort deck for me. In Lille, I played Garchomp, and from this year's World Championship, I had a lot of experience on Goldengo, so it was a comfort pick for me to play. I didn't prepare much and had a week. I played like 10 games total, almost none on live. But I have experience on the deck before the set even released. I had to keep Briar in mind, and then I need to formulate my game strategy around being able to win even when Emma can play Briar to even out the price trade. A big problem in the Flyron matchup specifically is the Wellspring Mass Ogre Pawn, but Emma didn't get to use it. So that was pretty lucky for me. And I was also surprised by the inclusion of Black Belt to KO Goldengo with a charge up Ursaluna. I'd like to thank my mom, my guardian Milo, Drew Stevenson for giving me the deck, my high school teacher for letting me play live during his lessons, and yeah.
Hey Pokemon trainers, my name is Benjamin and I'm here to talk to you about an important TCG strategy called prize mapping. First of all, what is prize mapping? Prize mapping is the conscious act of solving your most efficient way to victory in any Pokemon TCG game. We all know that Pokemon is a game of 6 prize cards. However, the contemporary metagame will always be represented by Pokemon which, when knocked out, could provide the player with either 1, 2, or even 3 prize cards. So in light of this, it'll require players to strategize their approach to taking prizes while playing. Much like prize checking or even sequencing, prize mapping and understanding your route to victory and what Pokemon you need to knock out in order to achieve your win is something that is held to the highest importance among all of our experienced players. So how does prize mapping look practically, and how can we relate this to the current metagame? Well, a deck that takes advantage of having a fantastic time prize mapping is of course Lost Box. Lost Box utilizes a plethora of powerful 1 prize Pokemon, most notably in Sableye and Cramorant. So why is using 1 prize Pokemon such a large advantage? Well, their opponent is only taking 1 prize card against a certain Pokemon. This ultimately means that the opponent will require 6 whole turns of attacking to take all of their prize cards, making it difficult to win within the same time frame that it takes for the Lost Box player to complete their strategy. Other than this fact, Lost Box is also fantastic at abusing its ability to spread damage efficiently across the board, allowing Pokemon like Sableye, Greninja, or even Kyogre to take multiple prizes in 1 turn, normally resulting in Lost Box taking 6 prize cards quicker than their opponent. Other than Lost Box, another deck we've also seen recently laying down the law with their opponents in its awkward prize mapping strategy is Arceus V-Star, coupled up with a few of its friends in Umbreon and Duraludon VMAX. And you guys at home may be thinking, Ben, how can a deck that only uses 2 and 3 prize Pokemon take advantage of prize mapping? This deck doesn't play any 1 prize Pokemon. And you're right to ask.
Decks that possess these Pokemon can take advantage of the prize race simply by placing only 3 of its high prize value Pokemon on the field. Ordinarily, a board state for these decks will only present 1 Arceus and 2 of its powerful VMAX Pokemon, forcing the opponent into what players call an H prize card game, making it harder for their opponents to deal with such large Pokemon and leaving them with no other option but to try and knock out the Pokemon in front of them. Commonly, players will play certain Pokemon that can take heavy knockouts on Pokemon with very high hit points like Raichu V and its massive dynamic spark attack, or Pokemon that can take multiple knockouts by spreading their damage across multiple Pokemon, like Kyogre and its Aqua Storm attack. And it's not just Pokemon that can be used by our players, but trainer cards too. For example, cards like Echoing Horn can bring Pokemon from an opponent's discard pile, helping players that are struggling to keep up with the prize race by bringing back Pokemon from their discard pile back onto the field. And even stadiums like Collapse Stadium will help players with their board state, mitigating the risk of having vulnerable 2 or even 3 prize Pokemon on their bench, thus manipulating their opponent's prize mapping strategy. So now that we know how certain decks, Pokemon, and trainers can alter the prize mapping strategies of our trainers, let's look at an example of one of our past games. During our most recent Toronto Regional Championships in Round 9, we saw Logan McKay's Turbo Lost Box deck up against Yehoshua Tate's Chen Power EX deck. On the face of it, you'll see that the main attack of Yehoshua's deck is of course Chen Power EX, a 2-prize Pokemon. And as we've already established, this may not fare so well against the powerful single-prize Pokemon within Logan's Lost Box. So, what can Yehoshua do to help his prize mapping strategy? With a few tricks up their sleeve, they were able to take multiple prizes against their opponent by utilizing 2 plays of Trickery, using both Cancelling Cologne, negating Manaphy's bench protecting Wave ability, and knocking out 2 Pokemon with a single attack, with Radiant Greninja's Moonlight Shuriken. With low hit point Pokemon littering Logan's field and 2 copies of Cancelling Cologne, Yehoshua happily helped themselves to 2 easy prize cards and continued to get ahead of the prize race, showing a perfect example of how both certain Pokemon and trainer cards can help any trainer with their prize mapping strategy. With this summary and more tips, you'll be able to take your game to the next level. I really hope this helps you in understanding the importance of prize mapping and helps you win more games more efficiently. Who doesn't want to win quicker than their opponent? Until next time, trainers, catch you later.
I'm Øyvind Spinhovood, and I'm here because I like to play Pokémon TCG. 2006 I started. Our local hometown guy won the senior division world championships and it made the newspaper. I read it and go to the league and been around ever since. My favorite one is Palpad from Scarlet and Violet. It's my favorite card. That's a tough question because I really enjoyed playing Mew VMAX. Sometimes I couldn't sleep because I was excited to get to play Mew VMAX, but lately I have done so greatly with the Charizard DX deck, winning a tournament, finals and top 8 at Worlds, so I have to go with that one, but it's usually more nervous the night before than excited. Kinda all the guys in our group. And there is always the one who taught me to play back in the day, Esa Juntunen. But like Konsta or Hermanni, I would like to have Konsta's nerves and Hermanni's vigor. That's have been a hard part on this season, like the first regionals I didn't feel the burn because I have accomplished most of the things that you would like to accomplish. But then something happened and Lille that clicked me and I just keep coming back because I just love playing. Even though if I don't want to win anything anymore or feel like I have achieved everything, the training card game have been so big part of my life the last 20 years. So it's the fun and thrill of competing.
Phase 1 is done. We've said goodbye to Phase 1, and that means we say hello to Phase 2, and also hello to myself, Ross, and the lovely Benjamin Yard, who's going to be taking you through the first round of Phase 2, round 9 of Swiss. Ben, what's your hype level at right now?
I mean, it's pretty high. I mean, we've had such an action-packed Phase 1, and, we've seen some stellar gameplay across the board, especially from some of our feature matches here on the stream. But Phase 2, this is where the competition really hots up.
It absolutely is. I've been having a look at some of these results, some of these standings as we're going through. We actually have 2 8-0 players. We had 3 7-0s. We've got 2 8-0s. And it is the lovely chap we just saw on that video over in there with Charizard again. I want to talk more about that in a minute. But also Drew Stevenson, who's come over. Drew Stevenson, who's there with Golden Go, who... I mean, how often have we seen that name up at the top lately?
Yeah, 2 players who have been at the top of their game consistently over this season. And have a look at this leaderboard. Some of the names that are popping out. We've seen Daniel Powell, of course, from the previous leaderboard. Brent Tonneson, Mr. Worldwide, as Shay likes to call him. Miroslav Plasedny as well. I mean, some of these names. I mean, Ufe as well, who we featured in the past on our streams. I mean, this is where the best separate from the rest.
Yeah, we got Fabio Battistella, who actually won a regional in Lille a while ago, which I was lucky enough to cast. Alexander, one of our regional winners from this season already. Rune Hyman's one of our regional winners from this season already. Brent, who was #1 in championship points in the world last season. And yeah, just great players all over that top 16, and plenty more who are going to be playing in day 2 as well, or phase 2 today, day 2 tomorrow. Yeah. Hopefully they'll come back tomorrow.
Hopefully, I'm hoping. I mean, I'm eager to see who comes out on top, but not only who comes out on top, but what deck comes out on top. We've seen a plethora of different decks over this event thus far, but it's all about what makes day 2. What's the conversion rate like? What is the deck on everybody's mind right now?
Absolutely, and I've been having a look for that as well. And there's a lot of the old favorites. Golden Go is there in droves. Gardevoir is there. Dragapult is there. Your top 2, we've got Golden Go and a Charizard. There are some Mega Lopunny which are making waves. It was not a deck which I had high on my list coming into this event, but I'm telling you, it is doing a lot better and converting a lot better than I was giving it credit for coming in. So that's someone I've got my eye on. And Charizard, for a long time, Charizard was, like the best deck in the format. Went away for a little bit. It's kind of on a bit of a comeback trail. Yeah. Doing very well lately.
Had a little bit of a hiatus, like you said. Yeah. It's come back in its droves, I think, in recent times. Of course, Charizard was a type of deck, especially with the connection with the Pidgeot, with that quick search ability. It could always improve.
Yes.
It'll never downgrade unless there is an inherent tactic against the Charizard itself. It can have these different additions to it. And of course, we've had Phantasmal Flames. And what better addition than Dawn?
And Dawn is just absolutely phenomenal for searching out all of those Pokemon, one of each stage. Here we see a little bit about Charizard, and look, we're, meta share 6%. Well, that's not very high. Win rate, 46%. That's under 50%. What I'm learning about Charizard lately is, in the hands of truly exceptional players, like Irvin, we are seeing phenomenal results, and it's a quick search from Pidgeot. It's Burning Darkness that gets more and more powerful, 30 more damage for every prize card your opponent's taken. And then you've got that combo with Dusknoir, where you're dropping damage counters with Dusknoir, but then you're giving your opponent a prize, which helps to fuel Burning Darkness, and it also makes things like late game Iono far more punishing, potentially opens up things like Counter Catcher, just so much fun.
It's a fair point to point out the meta share, because I don't feel like it's a deck that attracts new players to bring it to a tournament. I think it's a bit intimidating, actually, the list. It's a deck that plays so many one-offs because it's trying to take the advantage of the quick surge. It's trying to do a lot, right? It's trying to have different disruption options. It's trying to do a lot of setup play at the same time. So yeah, it's a deck that I would like to say is it's got a bit of a cult following, I would say.
Absolutely. I was chatting to lovely Jesper Eriksson, one of our casting colleagues here, and they brought it to this event. Now, this is actually very relevant. Firstly, their list, oh my goodness, that was giving me the chills to see the one-offs. But I had a chat with Jesper earlier today, and you know what he said to me?
Go on.
For Dawn. He was an absolute advocate of Dawn makes this deck so much better. Play for Dawn. It gets a basic, a stage 1, and a stage 2. And in a deck like Charizard, where you play multiple stage 2 lines, often 3 nowadays with Charizard, Pidgeot, and Dusknoir, and the fact that you then, have to try and set all of these up, but you've got to slim down the lines a bit to make space for everything. Dawn's great.
I think for a lot of new players coming into looking at Charizard, they do, like I say, get a bit intimidating. They think, how on earth can I manage 3 stage 2 lines in my deck effectively and execute some gameplay. You know, how do I get the Burning Darkness up and running properly? When do I use the Ghost Ball? You know, there's so many questions that this list poses, but Dawn at least helps you out there in getting that evolution line. I mentioned earlier to Alex, you know, this Dawn is such a good card for these evolving type decks to mitigate your opponent's game plan, especially if they're playing an aggressive archetype. If they're coming out thick and fast, doing some damage, maybe multiple knockouts on your smaller HP Pokemon, Dawn is where it really fills in that gap.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Gives you that consistency, and you can go and get a basic start evolving. You tell your stage 1 to go and evolve one of your basics, a stage 2, which can be combined either with a rare candy or a stage 1 already on the board. And, you know, if your opponent is trying to pick your board apart, if you're doing multiple evolution at once and really building up those lines, you're doing it too fast for your opponent to actually take you out. And we've seen supporters in the past, as the Professor Ellen one from a while ago, it was a supporter that searched for an evolution Pokemon.
Yes.
And it saw play because that was pretty good. Well, Dawn gets you a stage 1 and a stage 2 with a basic as a little bit of a bonus as well. Quite possibly the best card to come out of Phantasmal Flames.
Well, is it? You know, we've seen so many cards featured even on this stream. Megalophony, I think, is the focal point for me. That card really took me by surprise. I'd never thought it would be an archetype in itself.
No.
It always needed a partner. It needed a little bit of an uplift. And as we've seen on the stream already, Dust Noir seems to be the thing that gives it that little bit of extra edge. But you know, looking at the Phantasmal Flame set, I didn't really have much expectation, but I think the inclusion, the Megalophon is really the card that's taken me by surprise thus far, and how much impact it's had.
I mean, I had my little pet 4 cards from the set, which I thought were going to be really good. We had Dawn, we had Battle Gauge, we had Toxtricity. What's the 4th one I'm forgetting, Ben?
Mega Diancie?
Mega Diancie and Gardevoir decks, thank you very much. That was a quartet that I was looking at from this set, which I thought were really going to make waves. And we were having a conversation yesterday, and people, what about Megalophony? And I went, nah, that's a number 5 card. It's not making the 4 cards, which I think we want to highlight here. And honestly, having gone through day 1, I think I might be wrong. Battle Cage we've seen little of.
Yes.
Toxtricity we've seen little of. Now, Mega Diancie is in those Gardevoir decks, and Dawn is seeing play.
Yeah.
I think Megalophony is right there with maybe even above those cards. Maybe it should be like Dawn, Megalophony, Mega Diancie.
Maybe. I think what we really need to focus on is the Mega Pokemon coming into this format. Which are the standouts? Which are the Pokemon that make its own deck?
Yes.
You know, we've seen Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan, but that's it, really?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
You know, there's no decks apart from, I know we talk about Lucario and Mega Venusaur, but they're not making the top ranks.
No.
I'm talking about decks that are making a real impact on the meta. And I think maybe Megalophony might be there. That might be the closest deck that we've had since Mega Absol Kangaskhan to get onto those top tables.
No, I absolutely agree. It's one of those where, you know, Venusaur is out and about but not doing great. Lucario the same. Mega Sharpedo from this new set, Phantasmal Flames, as well, attracting a little bit of hype. But I think you're right, it is Megalophony. But there is another 8-0 deck here in addition to that Charizard, and that is that Golden Go deck.
Yeah.
And it's been the most played deck at a bunch of tournaments. Apparently it's pretty good, Ben.
Yeah, I think it's by far the best deck in the format right now, and that's coming from me, who is a utmost Gardevoir fan. I think Goldengo has a lot going for it right now. It didn't make much of an impact when it was first released, but with these multiple editions as sets have gone on, most importantly at the moment, Solrock and Lunatone, what it was really missing was a method of keeping up with the prize race while keeping a single prize board. I don't think it's necessarily there for the draw spot, although that helps. But I think this is the card that's really taken it over the threshold and put it into that top spot, I think.
And Golden Go is a really interesting deck to me because you're right, on release it comes out in Paradox Rift and it was just a little bit like, great idea, didn't really work, wasn't consistent enough. And then Energy Search Pro came out. So we had these rainbow builds where you would try and search out one of every kind of energy with Energy Search Pro, and Golden Go became legit. It became a top tier deck. That version has been completely abandoned now, and we have this vastly different version, this fighting version with Solrock and Lunatone. And the other other thing is, you know, you've got the built-in draw with Golden Go, and I know you don't need Lunatone for the draw, but it can have a really fun little bonus.
It's not bad.
And we'll see it drawing, you know, sometimes like, you know, 2 from the active, 2 from each bench, then your Lunatone, you're like, wait, I'm drawing like 7 cards in a turn here? And when you're digging for those, you know, superior energy retrieval and cards like that, it really helps as you get late in the game.
And the best decks in format right now are the ones that are resistant to INO. The ones that can get around disruption, hand disruption. When you're in those later stages, we've seen it on the stream already, where decks have gone, oh, well, you know, I'm going to play an INO now, disrupt my opponent to a hand of 1. All of a sudden, I was ahead, now I'm behind. You know, it's the Goldengo deck, I think, is the most efficient way to get around INO in terms of an archetype. You're right. Of course, swapping out the Energy Surge Pro meant you can get rid of all the noise, you can get rid of all the fire, water, grass energy and all that. Just stick with the fighting energy and enable yourself to Lunar Cycle more efficiently. And yeah, I mean, you know, it's running away right now. I'd say.
And then you open up your spot for your ace specs. And now all of a sudden, you know, you had to play Energy Search Pro. That was the only way the deck worked. So it meant that while everyone else gets to kind of have their choice of ace spec, you're stuck with this thing because your deck doesn't work without it. Now you get something like Secret Box tends to be the choice for most players. And all of a sudden, oh look, now I've got this great early game setup card in addition to everything else, which you didn't have the luxury of when you had to play Energy Search Pro. And it's kind of like we've had Golden Go 1.0, which was frankly not that great. We had the 2.0 of Energy Search Pro. We're like, okay, now we're talking. And then we get the 3.0 version with Soul Rock and Lunatone, and like you say, probably the best deck in the game right now.
Yeah, I've never seen an archetype, sorry, I should say, change so much during its lifespan in terms of how it's even built. And you know, we've got the release of Energy Surge Pro. That meant that you had to change your, you know, more Arvans, more way to search the Energy Surge Pro on turn 1. But now it's kind of topsy-turvy. Do I play the Secret Box? Do I play the Trolley? Or even as Robin played when he played Goldengo earlier in the season, he stuck with the Energy Surge Pro. So it's still a bit of a guessing game, I would say, for some players when they see that gimme goal turned over.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love this. The thing about Goldengo is it's a stage 1 and it only needs 1 metal energy. That means the rest of the deck can be a lot of different things. But now we have players who are ready at the table. So let's go down and see who we have got. And it does look like we have got some undefeated players. Irvin sitting there at 8-0 with Charizard. Drew sitting there at 8-0 with Goldengo. Neither of these players has lost a set so far today. And, well, they can't both keep winning forever, not when they have to play each other.
No, not at all. And these are the players and these are the records that you really want to have if you're going to try your hands at becoming a top 8 competitor. But here we have Oyvind. Look at those records. Although he's been a player for a very long time, some of his top achievements are in the recent years. World's top 8, of course, in 2025. Birmingham Regional Champion last year. He became the finalist in Stuttgart last year. What a story that is. And NAIC top 64 in 2024. No mean feats to accomplish all of that.
No, and I believe they were back-to-back regionals in Europe, so final 2 regionals in a row, not easy to do. Drew Stevenson, however, EUIC finalist in seniors, world's top 32 in seniors, 8 is up to masters. Oh, no big deal, just a couple of regional top 8s, and potentially in line for another one here. A real up-and-coming player, not been in the masters division for very long, like so many of our top players lately, but somebody we need to keep an eye out. And I got to mention, Oyvind had just this great run last year, 2nd in Stuttgart, winning Birmingham, top 8 at Worlds. As we see the prize cards coming down, that Pheasantipede I don't love.
Yeah, nothing too detrimental apart from that Pheasantipede, like you said.
And there is the fist bump. We are off, and it looks like Drew will be starting us off with this Golden Go list. But to finish my thought about Oyvind, we had this phenomenal trio of results this season. 123 in Frankfurt, 110 in Lille, 292 in Gdansk. Day 2s, but no big finishes. Are we going to see that here? And was that the whole turn from Drew?
That was the whole turn, and not only that, but that Gimme Goal was actually a top deck. So So if that didn't happen, maybe if he drew into a supporter or whatnot, he wouldn't have been able to even get set up into a Golden Go next turn. So that is a very lucky draw. And let's pass over to Oyvind now, starting off with that Buddy Puffin. I think I saw the little bit of a clap there from Drew. Maybe can I borrow that Buddy Puffin for 1 second?
A little bit of jealousy coming in. Like, wait, I could really have done with one of those, mate. Now, of course, we see this first deck search here, and as you mentioned, Ben, so many one-offs in this Charizard deck. You really need to be super careful figuring out what is prized, what is available, what is missing. Although I don't think there's anything too important in the prizes. There's one Duskull, but there's two in the list. There's a Charizard, a Charmander, but there's two in the list. So there's enough. You're covered for most of it.
I wouldn't say for this matchup the prize cards are too detrimental, but you know, there's so many one-offs in this deck, like we keep mentioning. There's a good friend of mine who always posts his Charizard list up in the chat, and I'm like, I am not touching that with a barge pole. You're paying like 25 one-offs. There's absolutely no chance I'm taking that to any tournament. What a headache. And as you can imagine, Oyvind just doing a very, very thorough prize check there in the deck. Buddy Puff for that Pidgey and the Tatsugiri and the Arven coming down there. Yes, I love this. The Technical Machine Evolution in the list as well, with I think another Buddy Puff. And here it comes down, maybe setting up perhaps a Duskull and another Charmander, getting them evolved into those Charmeleon from the Technical Machine Evolution. This is a very strong start from Oyvind.
It's a fantastic start. Of course, what you need in this deck, you need your Pidgeot so you can quick search every turn for the card you want. You need your Charizard, who is often your main attacker. You need your Dusknoir, so you can be dropping extra damage counters to fix those numbers. It is a deck where you need a lot of setup, and right now, this is going quite nicely. We see an Artisan coming down. Now, that goes and gets the Chi-Yu, but what this really means is that what Irvin's done here is essentially cherry-pick his perfect bench. He's played enough cards that he's basically like, these are the cards I want.
I really love that Chi-Yu. So that Chi-Yu is specifically for this matchup, having the weakness against Goldengo, being a fire type. Chi-Yu will give the ability for Oyvind to take a 2-prize knockout on the Goldengo and get ahead of the prize race by taking the 2 prize away from Drew, giving him the only option by taking the knockout on the Chi-Yu. That's how Charizard can get ahead in this matchup.
Absolutely. For 2 energy, it does 50 damage. Not that great. But if one of your Pokemon was knocked out by damage from an attack during your opponent's last turn, then it goes up to 140. Double weakness is 280. That's a lot better. Drew does have a Buddy Puff in here for turn 2. So, I mean, look, the good news is you had a Gimme Gold last turn, so you can start Golden Going if you wish. But you've also now got that Buddy Puff in to start getting set up. Bit sad, however, that... Oh no, Tatsugiri actually is in range of a Soul Rock, so potentially if you can get that Lunatone, cheeky way to take your first prize as well.
Yeah, one thing we didn't mention, Oyvind didn't have an energy in hand to be able to use that Technical Machine Evolution. That is a bit of a shame, so we'll have to maybe use it next turn. That will put him a turn behind, I would say, in this matchup. I don't know if Oyvind would rather be a little bit more aggressive here, take some of the first few prizes against Drew. And Drew having his own Buddy Puff in, like you say, at least it's going to be on his second turn, finding a Lunatone as well from that Artisan, I believe. Just going through the deck now, doing his first prize check of the game, thankfully. Just checking out what his options are.
Absolutely, and once again, you know, there's a Soul Rock and a Lunatone prize, but you're playing a 2-2. The others are on the field. You're good. Your one Pheasant Dipty not being available is a little bit of a pain, but other than that, we are doing all right. So you got your free Gimme Go, and this is a lot more like what Drew really wanted. Free Gimme Go ready to evolve up into Golden Go. The combination of Soul Rock and Lunatone giving both draw with Lunatone and an attack with Soul Rock. Soul Rock does 70 for a single fighting energy, and that Tatsugiri in the active has 70 HP, so you will be able to get a nice cheeky KO, start the prize race, and especially, you know, against a deck which is set up against you things like Chi-Yu, being able to take prizes without Golden Go is a huge boon, and here we see the first draw with Lunatone.
Yeah, this is a great start from Drew, actually, despite his first turn not being that optimal. At least, you know, if you do not start many Gimme Ghoul, at least you can get up and running in the prize race, having the Soul Rock as a basic. Here we see the Earthen Vessel, perhaps searching for more fighting energy,
We need one for the Soul
Well,
Rock.
we need one for the Cosmic Beam. That's right. But at least you can get ready for your next turn with Lunar Cycle while thinning out in the deck. What Drew doesn't want to do here is evolve into those Gold Dingo.
no.
Like we've been mentioning, this is the strength of this newer build since the Mega Evolution release.
I mean, if you evolve into a Golden Go, what Oivin wants to do really badly is use Chi-Yu, gust one of the Golden Go up and get an easy return KO. So you absolutely, it was one of those, it's annoying to give up those coin bonus drawing, but you've got your Lunatone, you've got what you need. You will evolve into Golden Go. You kind of have to finish out the game. But let's wait until we absolutely have to. It looks like we've got a boss in hand, though. So we're not going after the Tatsugiri. Oh, you could get the only Pidgey. You could get the only Duskull. That's what it looks like we're going for here. And we see the KO. Drew goes up by a prize. And there will be no Curse Blasting for at least 2 turns.
Yeah, this is a great start from Drew. Finding the boss on that Duskull does give Oivin a lot of questions to answer. How do you get rid of this Soul Rock now? How do you get ahead of the prize race? And this is exactly what the Curse Blast would have given you. It would have given you the opportunity to take 2 prize cards this turn. But you know, for Drew, he's going to have those Golden Go at some point, right? They are going to come out. They are going to be used. But you want to almost bait them to evolve into that Golden Go. But at the same token, Drew wants Oivin to evolve into those larger 2 prize Pokemon. So it's a bit of a cat and mouse at this situation. But you know, Drew optimally going for that Duskull, giving no option for Oivin to get ahead of the prize race by taking out some of these Gimme Ghoul. And now we see the Tatsugiri looking at the top 7 cards. Oh, 6 cards, sorry.
Track some customers.
Yes, going to find a supporter there. I'm unsure what his optimal supporter is at this point. Does have the energy in hand, thankfully, for that technical machine evolution, at least for now. Opting to go for that Iono. Yeah, it's a difficult spot to be in for Oivin. As well as that, you don't want to use the Chi-Yu. I mean, you can't anyway. You have to somehow accelerate energy for that 2 energy requirements.
You need to evolve into Charizard, and even then...
Yeah. And then, of course, like I said, you know, then you've lost almost, because lost in the sense that Drew's succeeded in baiting out those 2 prizes. Yeah, so it's an awkward situation for Oivin at this point.
Absolutely it is. Well, there's an energy, and there goes that TM onto that Tatsugiri. So it looks like we are going to be seeing a TM evolution here, and that is going to allow you to evolve 2 of your bench Pokemon by searching your deck. And we did see little pokes there towards the Pidgey and the Charmander. So we're going to see a Pidgeotto, and we're going to see a Charmeleon.
Yeah. Getting ready for some evolutions next turn. Already has the Pidgeot EX in hand, as we saw there. Or even just shuffling up now. And for Drew, I mean, it's pretty easy going at this point. I mean, you're not going to evolve into any Golden Goes. I think the strategy is still the same. I think it's just Cosmic Beam. If you can find a way to gust up maybe one of the Charmanders, that would be good. But the Tatsugiri is easy enough as well. I think for Drew is pretty comfortable right now, and especially when he's going to be finishing this turn 2 prize cards ahead of the race.
Absolutely. Well, you're not going to be getting the stage 1s, but you're right. You can get a Charmander, or you can get that second Pidgey if you like. So if not, you just KO the active Tatsugiri. You're still getting a prize, and you're going ahead by 2 prizes, and all you've done is attack with the Soul Rock. And it's one of those things, you know, when you look at this pair of cards, everyone always goes straight to that Lunatone. Drawing 3 cards, that's phenomenal. But early game, taking cheeky prizes with Soul Rock can be so much more fun. Well, if you're going to evolve 1 Golden Go, you might as well just go for it and go for multiple. Does open up potential.
Just into another one.
3 in a way, 3 coin bonuses. And Drew basically going, yeah, it's a bit of a risk, but I'm up by 2 prizes. So all they're going to do is even it up. And now I get the coin bonus and I get big KO potential as well.
I think for me, it was still safe not evolving into the Golden Go, but like you've mentioned, it's not so much of a big problem. I mean, now that you're drawing cards, you're thinning out the deck of the cards that you don't need, so it is a little bit of a fail-safe option at this point. And like you mentioned, the biggest strength at the moment is that Drew is going to be ahead of the prize race by 2 prizes specifically, and when he's going to be 2 prizes ahead, only requiring 4, I think his prize map is going to be taking out perhaps that Pidgeot EX that's going to be evolved next turn, and the Charizard EX. So his game plan is there.
Absolutely. And, you know, if you work through the next couple of turns, what we could see is just KO the Tatsugiri, you're up by 2. Oh, no, my Golden Go goes down. Well, I return for 2 prizes. Yay, I'm back up by 2 again. My Golden Go goes down. I KO an EX. I win. It's that classic, 2-prize fight, but you took the first 2 prizes.
Yes.
Are going to have to navigate around the Chi Yu, which will be in the active, though.
Yeah, the secret box coming down.
Oh,
Going for the
will
boss's
it?
orders.
Here comes Boss's orders. Now this I adore, because you're still taking the second prize, but now you're taking out the Chi Yu. So if Oyvind wants to actually use that, they're going to have to recover it from the discard and then accelerate the energy to it. That's a lot more difficult.
Yeah, this is a lot more difficult for Oyvind. The Earthen Vessel coming down, discarding that lightning energy, has already got the Levincia from that secret box, so is able to fish it out of the discard pile once that comes down. This is a really, really strong start from Drew. I don't know if he got the vitality band on the Golden Go, increasing the damage output by 10, so only requiring 2 energy to knock out this Chi Yu. This is pretty optimal for Drew, and what a position he's going to put himself in now next turn. Perhaps going for that Levincia, maybe not wanting to discard those 2 metal energy from the Make It Rain, only because then he can get a nice Golden Go set. Oh, no, going for the 2 metal energy, and there goes the Chi Yu.
I really like this. I don't know how familiar he is with Oyvind's list, but there's no Night Stretcher in the list. There's only Super Rod. So with Artisan on the field, then actually Super Rod gets you Chi Yu. By replacing the Artisan, you need a Super Rod, and then you have to find the Chi Yu in your deck. Makes it much more awkward to recover that annoying Firefish, which is going to be going after your big gold surfing coin dude. So here comes the idea. Yeah, it wasn't such a good description of the second one, I'll be honest with you.
This is really where, like we've been mentioning, the Golden Go has to have the answers for the INO disruption. Now, this is where I would say the Golden Go archetype really fell short before, but with the Lunar Cycle adding that added extra layer of consistency, there's more draw in the deck. It didn't. I think he picked up the Pheasantipity from the prizes as well, which is even more advantageous of a position to put himself in. So now, I think for Drew, like we've been mentioning multiple times, and I've even said, like I mentioned a couple of times as well, now the 2 prize card mapping is knocking out this Pidgeot EX, and then once this Charizard evolves, that's your last remaining 2 prizes. His prize map is on board, or will be on board eventually, because Oyvind is being forced to evolve into that Charizard EX. He has to start doing damage at some point.
Yep.
And I think in connection with that INO, the best he can do effectively at this point is, look, I'm going to take a knockout here. And what have you got? What's your answer here at this point?
Yeah, agreed. That's the thing. This deck revolves around Charizard and the energy acceleration therefrom, so you have to get your Charizard out. You're not really throwing out decent attacks without it. So you have to get your Charizard out. Here it comes. Here is that Charizard. And as you said, Ben, we've now got 2 2-prize Pokemon sitting there. And what Golden Go loves to do is big KOs on 2-prize Pokemon. That is exactly what Drew is eyeing up here. And Oyvind sitting at 8-0 coming in here, but round 1 of phase 2, round 9 overall, very much on the back foot in this game 1.
Yeah, and without that Chi Yu on board for Oyvind, there's no way to get around the fact that you have to use this 2-prize Pokemon. It's a very awkward position to be in. We see the Defiance Band coming down on the Charizard, now being able to take the knockout on the Golden Go. And now Oyvind taking his first 2 prize cards now, and this is where Drew really has to start hitting the road running. Looking at the top deck, what did you get? There's not much in that hand, There's a Nest Ball, there's a Mega Mawile. I couldn't see that last card. I think it may have been a Bitty Poffin, but you want to start searching or start drawing into those superior energy retrieval at this point for some maximum damage output.
There's a Nest Ball, presumably for Pheasantipity. There we go. That's going to flip the script. And if you hit a fighting energy, then that's going to be 3 more cards from the Lunatome. Plus, you got 2 from the active Golden Go and 1 from the bench Golden Go. So that's like 9 cards.
Yeah, that is seeing a lot of cards. Going back to that last turn, actually, getting rid of those 2 metal energy for that knockout and that Chi Yu is unlocking your superior energy retrieval, which I really like, actually, looking back at the, hindsight and whatever.
Agreed.
And here we see the flip the script, has boss in hand, so can take an easier knockout on the Pidgeot EX if he would like to. There's the superior energy retrieval. There's a nest ball, an air balloon, which won't be much use to him. Can thin out the deck even further with a nest ball to start using that coin bonus to maximum effect. Can also, an option is getting a fighting energy from that superior energy retrieval to use Lunar Cycle as well. There's many options here. It's all about sequencing at this point for Drew.
It is. We see a nest ball coming out there now. I don't think there's anything he's desperately looking for here. But one thing it's actually allowed you to do is just take a good look at your deck. Yes. Don't figure it out. Don't have a think. Just literally look at your deck. You're not really wanting anything from the nest ball, but now you can look and go, here's how many fighting energy in my deck. I don't have to count my discard pile and my hand. No, I just have a look at the deck. I see exactly what's there. And now you've got your draw with Lunatone still. You've got your draw with Golden Go still. You're not there yet. Here's a coin bonus. Drawing 2 cards on the active. It is a Fight Gong and a
Earthen Vessel.
Thank you. So that is, both of those will get energy, which I believe has enough in the deck to do so.
Still needs an energy to attach to this Golden Go to start attacking with. Goes for those 2 fighting energy. Can now use Lunar Cycle as well. There's a Fighting Gong. Get another fighting energy. That's 3 energy in hand now. Does have the superior energy retrieval as well to find those further energy in the discard pile. I really still do like gusting up that Pidgeot EX to prevent Oyvind from finding perhaps a disruption card next turn like Iono. Another coin bonus for 2 now as well, with thankfully thanks to that retreat. Additional 2 cards. What did you get? Fighting energy and another Fighting Gong. I'm sure if there's any more fighting energy left in deck at this point, but who knows?
I couldn't tell. There might be one. There's not very many left either way. But with superior energy retrieval, that's going to get 4 more energy. Oh, and actually Levincia as well can go and grab it. So I think we're going to be in a pretty good position energy-wise here. Do you go after the Charizard or do you go after the Pidgeot? Pidgeot will get a disruption card, but if you get Charizard, your opponent isn't left with a decent attacker next turn without a lot more effort. So it really is, there's a couple of different options. What do you fancy?
I guess it depends if whether Oyvind can find the Chi Yu to start attacking with next turn, then the boss will be a potential issue next turn to try and find it. So, whether you want to prioritize the Pidgeot EX, use that boss's orders, or save it for potentially if Oyvind can find that Chi Yu and start attacking with it. And here we see another Buddy Puffin, or is that Fighting Gong?
That's a Fighting Gong.
Yeah, Fighting Gong.
Just thinning the hand at this point.
Playing both at the same time.
Yes.
Sorry. Yeah.
So if an Iono does come down here, essentially, we do see the boss's orders onto the Pidgeot. So really trying to protect against that Iono. How much energy does Drew have? It's enough, all right? It's enough. So we see all of that. We see the big KO on the Pidgeot. Now Oyvind does have an attacker in terms of Charizard, but does not have a way to easily search out something like an Iono, except there's a rare candy Pidgeot and a rare candy Dusknoir all in hand.
Yeah, not a bad turn at all, despite not even using a supporter to find all of those pieces.
Oh, and he's gone for Briar. So that means you can KO 1 Pokemon with the Dusknoir. Briar is going to lead to a free prize KO on the Golden Go. That's 4 prizes, and Oyvind takes game 1 out of nowhere.
Out of absolutely nowhere. I didn't think that play was going to be possible without a Pidgeot EX in play. Didn't see it in hand, but what a hand that was. Rare candy, Pidgeot, Dusknoir, finding all of those crucial pieces at the right time.
And that's the thing, right? Briar only worked if your opponent has exactly 2 prize cards remaining, but you also needed to have the Pidgeot. We'll talk more about this in a moment. Let's see what happened in game 1. Right back at the beginning, we saw Oyvind a little bit slow to set up, not having that energy for the TM evolution, getting it a turn late. That let Drew go a couple prizes ahead, using using the Soul Rock and then getting a KO on the Chi Yu. But then Oyvind comes back, 2 prizes off of a Golden Go with Charizard, and Drew gets into what seems like a good position until we see double red. And yeah, that was my reaction, Drew.
Yeah, that turn was absolutely crazy. And this is exactly where this Charizard deck excels, is finding those one-off pieces for the right time. Having Pidgeot is such an advantage on the field, able to find all of those intricate ways of beating your opponent. Maybe it's a Briar, maybe it's a counter catcher, you know, you have maybe it's even a Turo. You play all of these different options for a reason. It's to beat all of these difficult matchups in the room. You have also the Chi Yu even. So, you know, sometimes it can come your way, you know, you do have quick search at the end of the day, but yeah, what a surprise that was. I did not see that coming at all.
And to be clear, Oyvind needed, he needed the rare candy Dustwall. He needed the rare candy Pidgeot to search out the Briar. All of that was needed, and it's important to note, there's a ruling query. Briar only works if you've got 2 prize cards remaining, or your opponent does. But then it's active. So even if you use Dustwall to give your opponent a prize, the effect of Briar continues, so you still get the extra prize off of the Charizard. Here are the prizes, and frankly, I don't like seeing ace specs in the prizes.
No, who does? Secret box in the prize cards for Oyvind. Going to be important to see if that has any sort of impact. And here we see the Buddy Poffin coming down for Drew, eyeing up those 2 Gimme Ghouls, and able to search those Soul Rocks. I guess, you know, it is a weakness of playing those 2 cards, the Soul Rock and Lunatone, out of range of the Buddy Poffin with their high HP of 110. So we'll have to find other ways of finding them. And here is one. It's a Nest Ball coming down. Does already have a Earthen Vessel in hand as well. Oh, was it a pass from Oyvind?
I don't.
It must have been if Drew's playing Arven.
Yeah, Arven is not, as a supporter card, it's not Carmine. You can't play it on turn 1. So if Drew's using a supporter, Oyvind's had a turn, and we are getting confirmation Oyvind has had a turn. And if your entire turn was pass, that's generally not a very good turn. So Drew here setting up beautifully. We got 2 Gimme Ghoul, we've got Soul Rock and Lunatone. We got a 3rd Gimme Ghoul in the active, and this is setting up beautifully. The only saving grace here is Soul Rock's not going to do enough to go after that Fezandipiti, but Golden Go's actually pretty good at taking big KOs pretty quickly.
Yes, and with that Earthen Vessel, will be able to find that fighting energy to start using Cosmic Beam if he wishes. Does have Air Balloon in the hand already, thanks to that Arven as well. So can start putting some outward pressure on Oyvind. And here we see the Lunar Cycle come down. Does have the Fezandipiti. Going for the Gimme Ghoul attack here. Going for that
minor errand
running. Yeah, just going to find 2 energy cards from the deck, put it into hand. Oh, attachment to the Fezandipiti, that's not a good look.
And an INO, I mean, it's not ideal. Essentially, the reason you attach to Fezandipiti is like, hey, now I can retreat it later.
Yeah.
And right now, it's just an INO to 6. And the good news is you won game 1. So, you know, we saw in the previous round, Daniel Magd was just like, opening hand, nope, game 3. Oyvind might be quite close to that, despite trying to play. But I see I see at least 1 Buddy Poffin and an Artisan, so we can get 3 basics. We can start building here.
Yeah, those last 2 cards are insane. Oyvind was drawing. He did have the Ultra Ball from the previous 2 cards, but the Artisan and the Buddy Poffin, that's where it's at right now for Oyvind. We'll be able to find those low HP basic Pokemon, the Charmanders, the Pidgeots, etc. Does go for the Tatsugiri, maybe looking for an attract customers, doesn't have a supporter in hand. Of course, Drew doesn't necessarily want to go for the Tatsugiri, so at least he has the security of that as well. Maybe having to, maybe can use it next turn if Drew opts to go for a boss's orders as well. And flip the script now on the field as well, but that's not good for Oyvind. Remember how we were talking about Drew wanting to go for that 2-2-2 prize race if he can. So yeah, not a great starter for Oyvind, unfortunately.
No, it's not what you're looking for. And, you know, Drew is going to be loving this. There's already a Fezandipiti there, which is a very enticing 2-prize Pokemon to try and take out later. And that's already sitting there to potentially go after whenever you're ready. And you are getting set up a lot better than your opponent as well. So, you know, an Oyvind attached to the Pheasant Dipty, which means no potential TM evolution shenanigans. Your attachment for the turn has already been used. It's just about, you know, you're basically kind of at least one, arguably 2 turns behind before you even get rolling. We retreat into a Tatsugiri. Look, you can attract some customers.
Yes.
Go and grab a supporter card, but you're not using TM evolution, which is what you really want to be doing right now.
Yeah, you definitely want to be seeing that, and I think Ino is definitely the only option there for Oyvind to take.
Yep.
He's going to feel pretty comfortable with this Tatsugiri on the field. I do like opting to go for it instead of the PGR because he knows with the Pheasant Dipity on board, like I just spoke about, he knows that Drew is going to be prize hungry. He's going to be wanting to go for that Pheasant Dipity. He wants to be able to boss it if he can. So at least he has the comfort knowing that. And passing over to Drew now. What did he draw? I didn't see a Goldingo in hand from the previous turn. I do like the fact that Oyvind Ionoed last turn instead of the Lily's Determination, only because it took those energy cards out of the hand from Drew from that minor airing running as well.
Yeah, and you know one of them would have been a fighting energy to allow you to use Lunatone. That is at least 3 extra cards if things don't go your way. So yeah, that Lily is a nice little play there. You get 2 fewer cards, but you get to disrupt your opponent. Speaking of Lunatone, here's 3 cards drawn from that Lunatone ability. And we did get at least 1 Goldingo from that.
Yeah, we see the Ace spec as well. Does have the Genesect EX also has an option to find some additional Goldingo to put on the field. And I think for Drew, it's how does he approach this? Does he go for a boss's orders or even go for the boss's orders? Can take a single prize with the Solrock on the Tatsugiri. It's a difficult one to say, really. I mean, here we go, the Earthen Vessel, discarding that Lightning Energy. He knows he can get that back easily with the Levincia later on. Going for an additional Lightning Energy in hand from it. Also, a Fighting Energy. Yeah, I don't really know which way Drew's going to go here.
There are a bunch of different options, and the thing is, if there's like 1 Pidgey or 1 Duskull sitting there on the bench, you feel really good about using boss's orders and going, ha, I've taken out your 1 option. But when the only thing really on the bench worth going after or that you can go after is 2 Charmander, it's not the same because your opponent can still just evolve up and get that Charizard. You're taking a prize, but you're not really cutting off an evolution line. So there's an argument to just leave it, go after the Tatsugiri and kind of save your boss for future turns when you're going to get a little bit more value out of it.
Yeah, and the secret box looking like it's going to be played from Drew. Does have the boss's orders already in hand, I must say that. Looking to discard the Mega Morwell and the Lightning Energy and the boss's orders. Maybe he's discarding the boss's orders to find another boss's orders.
Might be. It's going into the discard there, Bet. Or is it? Is it not? Is it? The problem is, if you show it like that and you don't discard it, you're giving your opponent information. Or even now knows Drew has the boss's orders in hand. So if you don't discard it, your opponent will have extra information they can use to play around. But it does go into the discard for a Professor Turo. No, an Arven.
Arven, yeah. Here we go. Here's the Arven Air Balloon. I mean, it's such a great card, isn't it? Secret Box. You can find so many different pieces from its effect. Stadium, tool, supporter. So great. Eyeing up that Fighting Gong. So obviously not going for the boss's orders on the Pheasant Dipity. You'd imagine a Cosmic Beam is going to be coming out of that Solrock pretty soon. Able to search out the Fighting Energy from that Fighting Gong as well. Yeah, so not going for the Pheasant Dipity. Interesting choice, because now that you're knocking out this Tatsugiri, you will be opening up the option for Oyvind to use Flip the Script as well.
It is going to give Oyvind an extra 3 cards. And if you're Drew, you got to kind of thinking in the back of your mind, you were sure game 1 was sewn up. You felt so good about game 1. And then the end happened. That's going to put you a little bit on edge going into game 2. For now, does look like Solrock is going to get the easy KO on the active Tatsugiri. Cosmic Beam for 70. Tatsugiri's got 70 HP. Jobs are good. Get that one out, and then we can move on and worry about anything else later.
Yeah, he definitely, I'm just thinking, he definitely had enough energy in hand and was searchable to take the knockout of the Pheasant Dipity. He could have even searched for the Vitality Band from the deck with Secret Box as well. Could have manually retreated with the Gimme Ghoul. So interesting choice from Drew, just opting to go for the 1 prize knockout on the Tatsugiri. He knows that Oyvind took an Iono from that Tatsugiri on the previous turn as well. So You can imagine that coming down from Oyvind. No other attract the customers on field now to search out a different supporter.
But there's a world in which you take out the Fezandipti and then Oyvind goes, oh, cool. So I'm going to play my Chi-Yu and then I'm going to evolve my Charizard, get the energy on the Chi-Yu, take a 2-prize return KO. Oh, but by the way, at the same time, I'm IOing you, there we go, to 4 cards. And actually, that's not a great position to be in. So it may well have been just trying to avoid that scenario.
It's a difficult choice, isn't it? Because you have to try and mitigate for the further turns, right? If you know that Oyvind is going to be disrupting you, you want to try and, I don't know, just tamper down the disruption potential from these INOs. Despite when coming down now, Drew down to only 5 cards in hand. Did he find any way to get out of this? Any fighting energy? Any sort of golden go? Even so, I mean, if Oyvind is able to take a knockout on this Soul Rock, Lunar Cycle isn't going to be an option either.
No, absolutely not. Soul Rock only works with Lunatone. Lunatone only works with Soul Rock. They are a team. They have been for years in the card game. But it seems like Oyvind there. No attack here. Very much a setup turn. So passing back with the Charmander in the active. So Drew is going to be in a position to do what he did last game and go up by 2 prizes. But it's an 80 HP Charmander in the active. So you're going to need to use something else. Soul Rock will be 10 damage short. But we know Drew plays Vitality Band.
Yes,
so that would solve the problem.
Yeah, I mean, I think he would be wanting to go for the boss's orders on this Duskull here.
Oh, agreed.
We know that Duskull was the way that Oyvind was able to find a way out of the awkward prize race that Drew had put him in. And now that Drew is already on 1 prize card taken, it would put him in that race for a 2-2-2 once more. Fezandipiti is on the field as well. So there are a lot of options for Drew if... he's going to be able to put himself in an advantageous position if he is able to find the boss's orders. And I think there was one just behind that Vitality Band, perhaps.
I know. He's got the Vitality Band if he wants a Charmander. The card behind it, I could not make out exactly what it was. It may well be a boss. There is a Vitality Band going on the active Soul Rock, so it might be the Charmander play we mentioned. It was a boss. So there is an option here to, no, we are just going after the Charmander, 80 damage, gets a KO. I don't mind this because you're up by 2 prizes and now you've got boss. Fezandipti, 2 prizes, boss. Charizard, 2 prizes. Boss. I don't mind that so much.
Yeah, it's not necessarily terrible. I mean, I say it's not necessarily terrible. What a phrase that is. Because you're not evolving into any sort of Goldengo here, so at least you're still keeping the single prize board stay. Chi-Yu is going to be able to take some knockouts, but at least it's not for 2 prizes, which is the main point. But I really would have liked the knockout on the Duskull. But going back to it, Goldengo, it is a 4-boss deck. They do play the utmost amount of Gust, apart from the counter catchers. Already discarding 1, it would have put you down to only 2 boss remaining to be able to find in the latter turn. So maybe saving them for the more the right time, so to speak.
No, absolutely. Well, the Chi-Yu can get a KO on the Soul Rock. But again, it seems like a bit of a waste of a Chi-Yu. The Chi-Yu is in there as a counter to Goldengo. You want to be using it to swap a 1-prize Pokemon for a 2-prize Pokemon. Not happening yet. We see the Duskull evolved into a Dusclops. Can drop 50 damage down onto the bench. And there is, I believe, a 50 HP Gimmighoul sitting down there as well.
Yeah.
So you could just trade 1 for 1, but... you know, it's Pokemon your opponent really wants to keep, so that might be an option. Also make your INO in a next turn a little bit smoother.
Yeah, Oyvind does have the opportunity to equal up the prize race now. Like you said, that Dusclops will be doing 50 damage with the Curse Blast on this Gimmighoul here. And of course, with the Chi-Yu, being able to take the knockouts on this Soul Rock here will equal up this prize race. So he does have that opportunity here.
Well, not entirely equal, because you do give your opponent the prize of Curse Blast.
You're correct.
But you are still taking 2 prizes, and you're manipulating it in the way you want,
yes,
which makes me happy.
You're still putting yourself in that 2-2-2 prize race, I suppose. And with that Chi-Yu taking a knockout, Oyvind now on 5 prize cards. Drew Stevenson, I think this is the time you play boss. I think you need to start taking these big knockouts on the Charizard EX or the Fezandipiti.
I absolutely agree. We did not see the Dusclops used last turn, incidentally. Did not choose to do the trade with the Gimmighoul on the bench, saving it for another time. Now, I agree. We can go after the Fezandipiti, or we can go after the Charizard here. Charizard is a very good attacker, so you're cutting off that option. It's also much bigger. You know, it's taking 7 energy discarded to KO the Charizard. Absolutely doable. It's just asking a lot, whereas Fezandipti with Vitality Band, you're only asking 4.
Yeah, I really wouldn't mind an additional Gimme Ghoul on the field here as well, just because you know that Oyvind has the option for a Dusknoir next turn, so if you can't evolve it, it is a very easy prize for Oyvind to take, and it'll put you only down to 1 coin bonus to get out of any sort of INO plays, right? So here we now see Drew with a lot of cards in hand here. Does have the boss's orders, of course, from last turn as well. Here we see the coin bonus. I don't even think I saw a metal energy in hand.
And another coin bonus.
Yeah, another coin bonus. There's another Gimme Ghoul as well. Coin bonus. Oh, attaching that air balloon there.
There's retreat. Yeah. What, 2 more cards for the active. That was a nest ball and a picnic basket. They're not going to get you any energy. So we got 2 energy. We've got as an air balloon, not a vitality band. Now there is a superior energy retrieval. So that's 6 energy.
Yeah, correct. I don't think I saw Levincia in hand either.
Now, that is enough for Pidgeot if you want to gust and KO the Pidgeot. It's not enough for Charizard yet. You will need a 7th to get Charizard.
Yes, 4 energy from the discard pile there. Just a bunch of energy, isn't it? Throwing down with this Goldango deck. Make it rain. 50 damage for each energy you're able to discard. Here we see the boss's orders on that Fezandipiti.
Only 5 energy needed for that. Lack of Vitality Band, a bit sad, but there is the energy. KO there. And yeah, I like this. We've actually got a boss in hand already for next turn. Oyvind, I mean, look at the size of Drew's hand. Add in the coin bonus and the Lunatome. You and the Fezandipiti, you've got to INO. But even then, there's potential for, like, what, 3, 6, 7, 8, like 10 cards.
Yeah.
And that's if you don't get a second Golden Go active.
Oh, here we see the Professor's Turo picking up that Charizard EX.
Love it.
Now putting himself to a single prize board state. And with that Chi-Yu taking the knockout, Oyvind now only 3 prize cards away from taking this game. Would have loved to have seen another Charmander placed on the field so he could unlock that potential Briar play next turn as well. But I think now, if Drew's able to find the Dusknoir, it could be pretty good for... Oh, no, there's a scoop.
We are just scooping up, and it looks like... Did Drew take that game? No one's told us what's happening with this game. We are seeing them shuffling up as if there is going to be a game 3, and it looks like Drew put himself in a very good position there and evened it up at 1 each. We're just looking for confirmation. That was a very sudden pickup from both players. There is your confirmation. It was Drew that won game 2, and essentially Irvin just went, you know what? This game's not going well enough for me. We're running out of time a bit. Let's go to game 3. Here is the replay.
Yeah, what a game it was. So Drew able to find his optimal board state and taking out here the prize race pretty efficiently. Oyvind not able to find the crucial pieces he was in that last game, that game 1. And Drew taking advantage of those single prize board states, that Cosmic Beam doing its work here. And I think for Oyvind, I think the writing was on the wall when Drew maybe flashed the boss's orders.
Yes.
Because if he was able to take out that Charmander, it would have removed all attacking options for Oyvind to be able to take the game. That's the only reason I can find here. But yeah, like we said, Drew able to find and unlock that 2-2-2 prize race once that confirms it. So showing the boss's orders there, taking out any option for Oyvind for that potential Briar play for that turn.
Well, we see a fist bump, and it looks like we are going to be going into game 3 here. We see the prizes from both players. One Dusclops is the only one in the deck, so that's something to keep an eye on, especially if a Duskull started. But we are rolling, and Drew goes straight away. Genesect searching out a couple of Golden Go. We have less than 12 minutes remaining. Both of these players, and look, when you start 8-0, you got a bit more wiggle room in phase 2, but you still want to get that win to maximize your match points so far.
Yeah, both of these players will want to be going turbo. Unfortunate starter, really, from Drew. That Genesect EX is a pretty easy 2 prizes for any Charizard deck to take, even with the Chi-Yu as well. well. It's a metal Pokemon that is weak to fire. The reason why it's in that deck, that metallic signal ability, so good to find those crucial Goldengos. Of course, in this deck, you're unable to search out the Goldengo EX any other way. It doesn't play Ultra Ball. It doesn't play any other ball search to find the Goldengo. So this is this is the chosen way to find those EX Pokemon.
It absolutely is. So it looks like we're passing straight away. That was it. That was the turn. No Gimmighoul for Drew. That was a terrible turn, starting with a Genesect, searching out 2 Goldengo to thin out the deck, and then that's literally your only play. Now we pass over to Irvin here, and it looks like we're getting an Arvin, and that is going to be a much better start because, well, you can go for a TM Evolution and a secret box. You know what that gets you, Ben?
It gets you stuff.
Everything. It gets you everything.
Yeah, it gets you everything to start getting set up. And I think for Oyvind, he's feeling pretty comfortable right now with no Gimmighouls, no Solrock, no Lunatone to set up for Drew. You know, Oyvind feeling pretty good about himself in terms of the pace of play here. It is an evolving deck, this Charizard. It is slow. It is methodical in those earlier turns. And if you're not feeling any onward pressure from your opponent, you're able to take advantage pretty quickly.
Well, we get a TM Evolution. One got discarded, but just to search another one out. Lily's Determination for next turn. Artisan to get a basic. That is going to help Drew get a basic. But also you're thinking, well, I'm in a great position here. I've had a really good start. And you're behind. We'll see if it gets played, but it's not going to help as much as if it had been the previous turn. I don't want to play it, and it looks like we're not playing it. TM Evolution gets a Pidgeotto and a Charmeleon, and that basically was due on a one-turn clock, because if Irvin gets a Charizard next turn, and that is literally, maybe a little bit more. But either way, he's in a good position to try and finish off things next turn. But Arvin gets Drew something, so at least we're going to have another turn or two.
Yeah, it does have the Duskull on field already, so it is able to maybe do some damage counter shenanigans next turn. If Drew is forced to put down that 50 HP Gimmighoul, there could be some awkward moments in this next turn for
Well,
Oyvind.
there's no Dusclops, because the only one there is... Oh, well, that was game 2. Game 2 was... Yeah. The only Dusclops is prize, so there's not going to be a Dusclops. It would have to be...
It is a 2-1-1 line, Yeah, okay, fine. So it will have to be the rare candy into a Dusk Noir, if any sort of damage counter opportunities for him, sorry. Arvin going for that secret box and that vitality band, and here is exactly why the debate comes into what A spec is the most optimal for Goldengo at this point. Is it the Precious Trolley? Is it the secret box? And secret box will be able to find you a lot of things: an item, a tool card, a stadium, a supporter, but it doesn't find you everything in terms of board state. It doesn't find you all of those crucial basic Pokemon that you need to get set up for those later turns.
I'm just digging through some maths here, Ben. That Genesect's actually super annoying to KO, because it's got 220 HP, and Charizard is actually Darkness type, so not hitting for weakness. So in order to do it, you'd have to get the Candy Dusknoir. You would then have to self-KO for Curse Blast, which would then put your opponent ahead on prizes and activate your single copy of Defiance Band, plus the 30 extra damage your opponent taking a prize. Then you would be able to KO the Genesect.
Yeah.
That's what it's going to take.
It's a weird interaction, because you're giving your opponent a prize card, but you don't want to be able to, you don't want to have to use the Dusknoir on the Genesect. That would be counterintuitive. You would want to be able to have to use the Defiance Band. So yeah, it's not great for Oyvind, but at least he's got 2 stage 1s up already in this game. Does find the Air Balloon, Drew, going back to his board state, does have the fighting energy in hand, and of course with that Lunatone and Solrock now on field, that Cosmic Beam is active, can take an easy knockout on that Duskull to put himself in the optimal position.
Irvin's hand has a Pidgeot and an Ultra Ball for a Charizard and a Lily's Determination for a new 8-card hand. And then you would need 2 out of Candy Dusknoir Defiance Band, search the third out with Pidgeot, and that would be a free prize turn next turn. This is actually potentially doable, or at least a 2-prize turn. Oh, hits a rare candy. So what you can do here is actually Ultra Ball for the Dusknoir, rare candy in the active, evolve the Pidgeot and Lily's Determination.
Yeah, this is a really harsh turn on Drew now coming up, because with that rare candy, like you said, able to find that Dusknoir, already has Pidgeot EX in the hand as well, and with the Lily's Determination for a fresh 8 cards, it could leave Drew with 1 Pokemon on the field now as well.
And I don't think you even need to worry about Defiance Band here. You can just KO Lunatone on the bench with Dusknoir, KO Solrock in the active with Charizard, and be like, yeah, you've only got a Genesect. This is not going ideal. And even another Duskull down to try and get over the edge with that Genesect if you need to next turn. Now we see the search with Pidgeot, and if you don't have a Charizard, which it doesn't look like we do, we search it with Pidgeot. We get the energy from the ability. Lily's Determination, that was all pre-supporter, Ben.
Yeah, there's a high five between both players. At least Drew's finding the trying to find the humor in this situation. I can tell by his body language, he's feeling, Ivan's just finding everything he can right now, or everything he wants right now to be able to take the game. And yeah, this is going to be pretty awkward for Drew in these next 2 turns. Without the Lunar Cycle, without any sort of Gholdengo on board as well, it's asking a hell of a question to Drew to try and get set up.
It really is. Buddy Poffin goes and gets a Charmander only. We are then going to use Curse Blast to KO the Lunatone on the bench. Now you 1 prize each, but in comes Charizard, KO the active Solrock, and now you've got 2 prizes, and your opponent's got a Genesect with no energy.
Yeah, no energy, no draw support on board. So, where we've spoken about how effective this Gholdengo deck is, it's because of those coin bonuses. It's because of those Lunar Cycles to get up and running. That is the consistent foundation of this deck. And without that on field, you put yourself in a pretty awkward position. I mean, it's no fault of trying. I think Oivin has been fortunate to find those right pieces at the right time. We saw it in game 1. Now we're seeing it in game 3. Able to find those rare candies at the right time. And I say he's fortunate to find it, but there's been some work being done by the Pidgeot EX, and I think that's something that we do tend to forget with that Charizard deck. You are able to find those intricate pieces to get your game set up.
No, you absolutely are. Well, we've used Genesect's ability. We've had a cheeky gander at our deck. We've gotten all of our Gholdengo into our hand. Fight Gong is going to go and get one of those parts, either Solrock or Lunatone, or a Fighting Energy, which is what we actually go for. Artisan is going to go and get the Lunatone. Do we have an out to the Solrock? Because we're going to need that if we're going to be using Lunatone's ability.
1 is prized, so he will have to fetch that one from the discard pile. I would have liked to have thought that there's a Night Stretcher in hand to fetch that out of the discard pile, if possible.
Yeah, 1 in the prizes, 1 in the discard, so he does have to be recovered.
Yeah, I think for Drew, really.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I think for Drew, really needs to try and find some sort of gust on that Duskull. As we've mentioned, though, already, doesn't play any sort of counter catcher, so is reliant on boss's orders only to find gust. And we see that Solrock coming down on the field, 3 extra cards down to Lunar Cycle. What are those 3 cards? I think there's a Pheasant Dipty there.
There is a Pheasant Dipty, so that's 3 extra cards from Flip the Script. You haven't found it yet. Buddy Poffin will go and get, presumably 2 Gimmighoul. Because at some point, you're going to need some Gimmighoul. Keep an eye on the clock, by the way. We've only got 2 minutes and 36 seconds remaining. So Oivin in a good position here, but still needs to actually finish out this game. And like we said, right now, actually, Defiance Band not being active, you're not going to be KOing that Genesect. Charizard only does 210. If Drew takes a prize, Genesect does get into range, which is very important because Irvin needs to start taking some multi-prize turns to finish out this game. I don't think there's 4 turns left for Irvin here.
No, not at all. I mean, with 4 prize cards remaining, does have the Pheasant Dipty on the field now
which
for
is
Drew.
in range because that's 210.
Yeah, does also have that Genesect. So if Drew is going to be taking prizes on, say, this Duskull or this Charmander is an easy prize for the Solrock, like you said, you are increasing that damage output from that Charizard. So it's the case of what does Drew prioritize in this space? Does he prioritize going for the win, or does he just go, how do I not lose this matchup? Where's your headspace at? Do you go for potentially going for time? Can I more or less stall out here?
I think you kind of have to. Not taking a prize means that you're playing for the tie at this point.
Yes.
You would have had to take a prize, hope your opponent finished their turn, have a full turn taking a 2-prize KO before time was called. Not very likely. Here we go with a Dust Noir onto the Gimmighoul. We are gusting up the Fezandipti. Fezandipti now gets KO'd by the Charizard. That means that Irvin is down to, presumably, is that 1 prize remaining.
1 prize remaining, yeah.
And is going to guarantee, even if Drew takes the rest of the time on the clock, Irvin is going to have 1 more turn to take 1 more prize, and I think is going to have just enough time to finish this out and take a 2-1 victory. Or, no, that is just a handshake, so Irvin will be taking this 2 games to 1. Nothing Drew could do to stop it. Great Dust Noir use, big attacks from Charizard, and Irvin goes to 9-0 with Charizard. And after that great run last season with a regionals finish, a regionals final, regional win, world's top 8, couple of lower finishes with Charizard so far this season, but looking to change it up now.
Yeah, and let's have a look at the replay of how our game panned out there. Our game 1, you know, it was a pretty dominant display, I would say, from Oyvind in those earlier turns. But Drew tried his best here to keep up with the prize race efficiently, you know, doing the optimal strategy for Goldingo, which is keeping that 1 prize board to when he and evolving into those Goldingos when he needs to. But what a turn
that
this was.
End of game 1, Ben.
I mean, we didn't see what was in the hand, and I mean, look at Drew's reaction there. I mean, what can he do at that point? Rare Candy into Pidgeot, Rare Candy into Dust Noir, and then finding, of course, the Briar for that Charizard. That was a play that took us all by surprise, even Drew at that point. And then, of course, going into our game 2, this was where Drew was able to illustrate how dominant Goldingo has been on these tables in this tournament. You know, going through with Cosmic Beam, taking those small HP Pokemon at the right time, and then, fortunate enough, with Oyvind starting that Fezandipiti, could do that 2-2-2 prize race. Oyvind did make it, you know, a bit awkward for him with that Professor's 2-row. But, you know, we were talking about, does he use the boss now? Does he use the boss now? But saving it for that optimal turn, which was to knock out that Charmander and put Oyvind out of reach of game.
Yeah, and there was a KO on the Fezandipiti, which really was the kind of game ender. That was what put it into an almost unassailable position. And that is where we saw, you know, go into game 3. And in game 3, terrible, terrible start from Drew. And Irvin there goes, well, you know, let's just get a Pidgeotto and a Charmeleon. And then you get the Dust Noir. And you get the Pidgeot. And this was this ridiculous turn where you get all 3 of your stage 2s rolling, and then you're like, oh, the last card in my hand as a supporter is going to get me 8 new cards. High five, as you should when somebody plays a Lily's Determination for 8 with an empty hand. And then we just start and this game was not really ever that close. We saw the Dust Noir taking key KOs. We saw Charizard, that was a double KO, and that put Drew really on the back foot. Then we saw another Dust Noir KO with a gust onto that Pidgeot, taking all of those prizes. Irvin went down to 1 prize remaining with 1 guaranteed turn left because of how the time rules work. And that was a point where Drew just said, there's nothing I can do, and I do not believe you're going to get to the end of next turn without winning the game.
Yeah, it was a really good show of how effective this Charizard deck is. I think if you want to learn how to play Charizard, you definitely watch Oyvind, don't you? I mean,
oh, yes.
He's been playing this deck thick and through. You know, he's played it for a very long time. He said it in that promotional video beforehand. This is one of his favorite archetypes. He's done so well with it. And I think if you're looking for those optimal 60s, there's so many out there as the optimal 60, right? With 21 one-ofs or whatever it is. I think with Oyvind, he's gone back to basics. He's not going for any sort of, I say silly additions. He's not going wild with the list. He's just going, I'm going to use Dust Noir, I'm going to use Charizard. These are obviously two good cards. They synergize with each other, keeping it simple, not adding, you know, the little silly stuff like Fire Breather or any sort of stuff like that. You know, he's keeping it simple.
He absolutely is. Well, that Chi-Yu was a fun little addition for Goldingo, which seemed to work out well in the last game. But why would we talk about Irvin when we could talk to Oyvind? So let's go and get an interview with our Phase 2 Round 1 winner.
Thank you very much, Ross. Yes, I am here with Oyvind, our winner of our Round 9. So essentially our first round of Phase 2 winner. Congratulations. How are you feeling right now?
Thank you. And as I said, I'm a little bit tired and a little bit surprised by the result.
Surprised? Are you surprised? I mean, I feel like we've seen you so many times now piloting Charizard to a fantastic finish. It can't be that much of a surprise anymore.
Yeah, but the list wasn't like... I felt preparing for this tournament that, yeah, Charizard is good, like, and all, but any of those lists didn't feel good, like, I had to explain.
Sure.
And then, like, last night we fly first to Frankfurt.
Okay.
And then we took a car ride there. And Hermanni convinced me to play it that way.
Okay, I mean, it means you just tried loads of different things, but I feel like it's always a car story with all of you guys from Finland as well. But of course, we know Hermanni's been playing Charizard with you at the same time. So, I mean, it's Golden Go, right? You've played this matchup a lot over the last maybe few months because of how popular Golden Go is. That game one must have felt amazing to get that amazing combo off. Talk me through that a little bit.
Yeah, game one I played very badly, like with the first Arven I should have get box and then from the box get the supporter for next turn and that, but then I decided to put all on Tatsugiri and it didn't work out and I felt bad. And then there was the one turn when I played the Iono for like hoping for the best, like not having high hopes, and then I just look at the 6 cards and it was like 5 perfect cards. I'm like, okay.
Oh, there you go.
And then I decided to not to use the CU lines, but go to the Dusknoir line. And then I was like, oh, please don't KO the Charizard, because then I don't have it in the hand. If they KO Pidgeot, I can have like I had Mesagosa in hand, so I could try to get the Fess and then try to get the Tatsugiri plus Fess combo. Otherwise, Fess Antipity plus Tatsugiri to get the Briar and the Rare Candy Dusknoir. But then I just top decked the Rare Candy. I was like, okay, all that thought for nothing.
Well, yeah,
just top deck.
Just draw it. It doesn't matter, right? I mean, it's amazing to see the combo, and it's like really cool to see how you're piloting the deck as well. Obviously, game 2 was a little bit more of a struggle, but then game 3. You took your moment, you took your time because Drew wasn't drawing too well, but you still had to sequence it correctly, right? Because you don't want to make any mistakes at that point. It's a pretty high pressure moment.
Yeah, this set was like Charizard in like mini scale. Like the deck is like probably the most powerful deck out there. But you are like giving up on like consistency. You are going to have like those games, like the game 2 where things are not going your way. But you always can make a comeback because you are just so powerful.
Yeah, the Charizard deck and just utilizing Chi-Yu and things like this, it just seems so nice. I know you're tired, I know it's been a long day, so just any final shout-outs or call-outs that you'd like to make? I mean, you're 9-0 right now, just anything you'd like to say to anyone else?
First, I would get trouble at home if I didn't like shout out my wife, so I will shout out my wife.
Of course.
And then, of course, my parents. And then Hermanni for the list and testing, and Juho for like tirelessly getting beaten by us testing a Golden Go matchup because Juho is playing Golden Go.
So kudos to Juho for letting you have all of those testing matches with Charizard. But yeah, I just want to say congratulations again. You're doing fantastically well. Hopefully, you get some good rest and then head into phase 2 of day 2 tomorrow and continue your run as well. Hopefully we get to see you more on the top tables.
I'll try my best.
All right.
It's the only thing you can do.
Yeah, thank you very much, Irvind. And that's it from Irvind. It was great to always hear from our winner of our Swiss round 9. We'll come straight back to you. There's just one last little bit just to go over before we let you leave and make sure you come back for tomorrow.
Let's go! It's going to be the KO! He won the whole thing, and now he's come to London and won the whole thing! Another day!
Here we go, which is it into the Flutter Man, and it is going to be enough.
The race to level up. Come on, take it all the way you're in. Here we go, look at all the pieces I have descended. You're European International Champion. Going to win this dream. Oh, sweet from the grand finals.
Bubble damage coming through, still tapping, some clapping. Let's give it up.
10 seconds left on the clock, but there's just no time. Overlord moves to the middle, and Luminosity Gaming's going to stop. What you got? Victory roll. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory roll.
What a day of competition it has been here in our beautiful regionals venue here in Stuttgart, Germany. We're wrapping up for today, but just to take you through the ending, I'm Freya Pierce. I'm here joined by all my beautiful co-casters. How have you all felt about today?
I feel beautiful, apparently. It was quite fun. I saw some fun plays today. And yeah, you know, that Mew copy in the Iron Hands, the Amp You Very Much was fun. But Ben and I, just in that last game, we saw an absurd 4-prize turn with Briar and Dust Noir and, you know, double rare candy stage 2. I mean, we had a face cam of the opponent. It was that fun of a play.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a fun play. Now, a lot of players will have been having fun in the venue, of course, especially, I imagine, some of the folks at the top of these Swiss standings that we now come to after fierce first day of competition. And we just saw that last feature match there, of course, Drew against Owen. Owen did come out on top, so he's going to be at 9-0-0. Alex, why don't you talk us through that list and tell us, do any names stick out to you to maybe look out for tomorrow?
I mean, absolutely. We've seen a few of these players already on the stream, on our feature matches already. I mean, Rune there is in 8th just on this standings. I mean, 7-0-1. A lot of these players actually just undefeated going into Swiss round 9, of course, going into the phase 2 of competition. You've got an LAIC winner, Miloslav Posledny, there as well. What's really interesting is that I actually saw him face off against Daniel Magda earlier on in Swiss, and I was just like, wow, we could have even had this on stream as an opportunity as well.
Yeah, I tell you what as well, I noticed it's been a very good day for Danish players. I saw 3 on there, and not even on there was Stefan From. Of course, we interviewed and featured earlier. So yeah, a very good day for the Danes in the room. As we now see, yeah, a bit of sort of a larger list of our phase 2 qualified players. So Ben, any stand out to you there?
I mean, we'll see a lot of these people coming into our phase 2 tomorrow. We have Stefan From, who you've rightly mentioned already, but Fabian Poyol, who I saw on some of the top tables. He's playing something quite spicy as well, something he's been piloting for a very, very long time. Miroslav Posedny there, Hermani, who is a player that was featured, of course, as one of our players to watch. Tord Reklev, you can't forget him, really, can you? I mean, come on. You have Yufei as well, and Brent Tonneson, who I've already mentioned previously in the last game, and then Brennan Kammerman as well. Those are the names. Oh, actually, Brennan and Owen making phase 2. I can't remember where both of them have made phase 2. It's usually one or the other.
But I mean, they are both absolutely cracked players, so it makes sense that it would be an event where they both make it through. Also, a brief shout out to Fabio Battistella, to a regional champion with Mew VMAX some time ago, but it's been a while since we've seen him at the top table, so kind of cool to see his name in the mix as well.
There was an event you and I casted, Freya, which back in Lille, where Fabio actually won that, had a good run of events, a name we've not heard for the past kind of few tournaments, but certainly somebody who seems to be coming back, and with a great record here. They won a regional before. Why not do it again?
Yeah, why not do it again? And for you guys saying, why not tune in again tomorrow so you can catch up on all of the action from our day 2 of our Stuttgart Regional Championships. It's going to be starting at 11 a.m. Central European time. So make sure you tune in, or, you know, if you want to get up nice and early, if you're over on the West Coast, 2 a.m. Pacific time, I'm sure there'll be a few keen folks up to do that.
What else are you doing at 2 in the morning? You might as well be watching a regional from Stuttgart.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. But yeah, 11 a.m. for all of us who are kind of aligned on the times. Yeah, it can be really fun to tune into that. Now, don't forget to go to Pokemon.com/broadcast as well to tune in on to all the action there. We're having a lot of fun here at the trading card game, but there's some other games as well. You might want to check them out, right?
I mean,
no. What, Ben? What was that?
Silence.
We're so excited about the other games. Go, VG. Why don't you go and watch some of those?
At least just for a little bit before we're back online, I think. We'll allow that, right?
Yeah, I think that's fair enough.
So hesitant then. He said, there's Go and VG. So, go and watch them, I suppose.
I was going for the Go pun.
Go. Yeah, very good.
It's really hard to make a pun with VGC. I'm just putting that out there.
Yeah.
Now, if we go over to our Twitch schedule coming up for the next few days, get an idea of what is coming up. So, Pokemon Advance, if you want to tune into the anime, I'm not going to sing the theme again. Don't make me do it. We also have the Atlanta Regional Championship TCG rerun. That was a great regional championship, so if you want to tune in again. Also, a Pokemon GO Battle Day coming up as well. Live. Yeah. Oh, that's going to be a good fun. And if you want to tune in, Destiny Deoxys, that was a great film. Any of you guys saw that one? No?
I'm going to be honest with you. I quite like sitting down and watching a film of a Saturday evening, get the kids in bed. I might do that.
There you go.
I got nothing on next Saturday. Get the kids in bed, sit down. I have to go to bed a little bit early, but that's fine. We can make it work. And then I'll sit and watch Destiny Deoxys.
Great fun time for the whole family. I do.
No. The kids are in bed. I'm watching it alone.
We don't want to make it a family thing? Oh, what an absolute shame. Now, don't forget to also follow along on our social media channels. I mean, it's been a long day of competition. I'm sure you guys have lots to say at home, so be interacting with us on X, on Instagram. Use that hashtag PlayPokemon. You can also go ahead on our YouTube channels, on our Facebook. You can interact with us there. Don't also forget to follow our YouTube and Twitch channels. So there are the Play Pokemon YouTube channels. You can watch videos from previous tournaments. You can tune in along with us live for tournaments that come up in the future. They normally when we get previews a little bit before, so you know exactly when we go live. It's a great way to keep up with everything.
No, absolutely it is. Make sure you're checking all of that. And it's, we got this good broadcast here, and we got our kind of a holiday regional here, last one of the year in Europe, and of course, the first one we've got with Phantasmal Flames. But there's always more events coming.
Always more events coming, and if you follow along with our channels on YouTube and Twitch, you will not miss a single one. That is going to be all from all of us here for the day one of the Stuttgart Regional Championships 2026. So until tomorrow, it is goodbye and good night from the caster team.